The man had just finished a day of overtime work and was on his way to the subway station when an out-of-control truck suddenly came hurtling towards him. He didn't even have time to react before he completely lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a luxurious room filled with European classical style. Memories that didn't belong to him surged into his mind like a tidal wave. This was a fantasy world where martial arts and magic existed. His identity after transmigrating was none other than Adonis, the good-for-nothing young master of the Violet family. To prevent him from continuing to be a burden to the family, his father waved his hand and exiled him to Qingdao town, 1,000 miles away, making him a nominal baron in name only. The original owner was unwilling to accept this and forcibly tried to break through the seed of life, but was hit by a backlash of fighting spirit and directly killed himself. Good heavens, I've been thrown into hell right from the start. Adonis lay on the soft, luxurious bed of a nobleman, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Sir, you're awake? Shall we have Thomas come in and help you get up? The voice of the family butler, Carrot, came from outside the door. Thomas was Adonis's personal valet. Adonis simply couldn't accept that a strange man would help him dress and wash, and also take care of his daily life. If it were a pretty young maid, he might be able to accept it more readily. However, the rules for nobles in this world are extremely strict. Male nobles must undergo certain procedures before marriage. Only male servants are allowed to accompany him. Female servants are strictly prohibited from approaching him at will. Adonis addressed the doorway, saying, "No need, I want to stay in bed a little longer." "Yes, sir," the butler, Carrot, replied. He then quietly left the room, no longer disturbing Adonis inside. Adonis then calmed down and focused his attention on his own body. Soon, he sensed a gentle yet powerful energy. It was slowly circulating through his limbs and bones. He had only slightly moved his mind, and this energy followed his will. It quickly gathered in his hands. In an instant, a full and powerful force filled his entire arms. Is this the battle aura that a knight cultivates? It truly lives up to its reputation as extraordinary power. Adonis immediately felt that he could tear apart tigers and leopards with just his two hands. The reason why knights were able to become the absolute rulers of the Night Continent was precisely because of the powerful and extraordinary power of battle aura. Just then, a faint halo of light suddenly entered his field of vision, and a transparent virtual screen appeared before him. The screen wasn't large, its size similar to the smartphone he used in his previous life. A wide, open square was clearly displayed on the screen. The stone pillars, arches, and paving stones in the square are all in the typical style of Western fantasy games. In the very center of the square stood a young woman with a graceful figure and near-perfect posture. Adonis's pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze on the bed, his mind going completely blank. Isn't this the login page of the Western fantasy mobile game that he developed every night before he transmigrated? Adonis was completely dumbfounded. That mobile game was still in its early stages of development at the time. He only had time to complete the basic login task plaza and the task NPC in front of him. Upon seeing the familiar virtual screen, Adonis almost instinctively raised his hand and tapped the screen. The instant he made that move, a clear dialog box popped up on the virtual screen from the NPC. Daily task: practice basic sword techniques 100 times. Reward: slight increase in battle chi, incomplete. This week's task: please advance to apprentice knight. Reward: job rank increased by 1 level. Completed, claimed. Adonis could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Wasn't this the essential cheat code for every transmigrator? He quickly turned to look at the second task. Please patrol the territory for a week, and you will be rewarded with a pet cub, incomplete. The third task follows. Practice basic sword skills 1,000 times, rewarded with 1 skill, incomplete. With the week drawing to a close, Adonis didn't know if he would be able to finish his weekly tasks. Adonis immediately got up and reached for the knight's sword that was placed on the bedside table. After pushing open the bedroom door, he walked straight towards the training ground behind the castle. Despite being called a castle, it is actually just a 3-story stone building constructed of bluestone. Adonis lived on the 3rd floor, which was also the top floor of the entire stone building. Adonis slowly descended the stone steps, and had just reached the corner between the 2nd and 1st floors. They ran right into Carrot, the butler, who was about to go upstairs. Carrot was dressed in a neat black butler's uniform, and his posture was upright. Upon seeing Adonis, he immediately stopped, bowed slightly, and spoke in a respectful and composed tone. "Master, are you going out? If so, Should I immediately instruct the servants to prepare a carriage and arrange guards? No need for that, Mr. Carrot. I'm not going anywhere else, just to the training grounds behind the castle to practice my swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Carrot immediately said, Then I will immediately send Thomas over so that someone can respond to any needs you may have. Adonis felt a slight resistance upon hearing this, even though he had already accepted his current noble status. However, she could never tolerate a strange man serving her personally. However, if one refuses outright, it will inevitably arouse suspicion from others and may even expose the secret of one's soul travel. To be on the safe side, he could only suppress his discomfort and nod slightly in agreement. Okay. After receiving permission, Carrot bowed and stepped aside, watching Adonis go downstairs. Before long, Adonis arrived at the training ground behind the castle. The so-called training ground was nothing more than a piece of wasteland that had been leveled. The ground was hard, and weeds grew all around. There wasn't even the most basic training facilities or equipment. Adonis stood in the middle of the wasteland, closed his eyes, and quickly recalled the basic sword skills from the original owner's memories. Once the moves were completely clear, he slowly opened his eyes, gripped the knight's sword with both hands, and began to practice each move carefully. Basic sword skills are a mandatory introductory course for all knights on the Knight continent, consisting of only 4 moves: slash, cut, sweep, and thrust. These moves are executed with wide, sweeping, and direct movements, making them more like knife techniques from my previous life on Earth than sword techniques. The reason for this is that the knight's swords on the Knight continent are mostly two-handed greatswords. The sword is over 1.4 meters long and half a palm wide. It is thick, heavy, and sharp, making it more suitable for powerful slashing. It's unclear whether this was due to limitations in mainland forging technology or long-standing combat habits. There is no such weapon as a sword on the entire Knight continent. At least, in the original owner's memory, she had never seen a sword. Of course, the kitchen knife used by the cook to cut vegetables is just an ordinary tool, classified as a type of kitchen utensil, and cannot be considered a weapon. Compared to the two-handed knight's sword he currently uses, Adonis actually prefers the legendary Qingdao from his previous life. Its length is similar to that of a knight's sword, allowing for both powerful slashes and precise thrusts, making its moves more flexible. It's also easier to exert force now, but I wonder if the blacksmiths on this continent can forge it. 100 repetitions of basic sword techniques is not a difficult task for Adonis at this point. Before long, he successfully completed 100 repetitions of the basic sword techniques. You arrived for training on time today. It seems you are as hard-working as ever. As soon as he finished speaking, Thomas stepped forward with a clean towel and reached out to wipe the sweat from Adonis's forehead. Adonis instinctively stepped aside, stopping him. He simply couldn't accept a man wiping his sweat. He immediately took the towel from Thomas and wiped the sweat from his face and neck. Professor Trask, when did you arrive? Adonis asked respectfully as he saw the middle-aged man standing not far away. Tesla was his martial arts training teacher and also responsible for teaching him knightly swordsmanship and practical combat skills. I arrived just as you were beginning to demonstrate the basic sword techniques for the first time. Tesla is a high-level knight who has undergone 2 transformations in his fighting spirit, and his strength is extremely impressive. To be honest, if it weren't for the promise I made back then, which led me to willingly follow Adonis to this remote and desolate town of Qingdao. As a high-ranking knight of the Trask family, he could easily remain in the Violet family and become a guest of honor. Ketras, however, gave up the generous treatment within his family and came to this remote place to protect Adonis. In this unfamiliar and remote territory, Adonis was able to hold nothing back. The only people he truly trusted were Carrot and Truss. As the two were talking, Adonis suddenly felt a violent agitation within his body. The previously stable battle chi suddenly surged wildly without warning, becoming a raging torrent. It rampages through the meridians, causing waves of tearing pain throughout the body's meridians. Adonis's expression changed slightly. He didn't have time to say anything more to Trasto and immediately said in a deep voice, "Teacher Trasto, I need to adjust my breathing immediately." Before he finished speaking, Adonis sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed. Following the family's method of cultivating battle chi, he forcibly guided the surging battle chi within his body. The energy circulated slowly along the meridians, eventually channeling all the out-of-control fighting spirit into the life seed within the body. The incoming battle chi was quickly assimilated and refined by the seed of life, and then underwent a complete transformation. After the transformation, the fighting spirit is no longer violent and turbulent, but becomes gentle and mellow, and resumes to circulate steadily in the meridians. Adonis slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. The moment he looked up, he met the utterly shocked gaze of Trath. "Lord, you actually succeeded in condensing the seed of life?" "Teacher Tesla, I was in seclusion a few days ago and was fortunate enough to condense the seed of life. However, I suffered a backlash from the battle chi during the process, which damaged my meridians. So I stayed in my bedroom for 3 days to rest and recuperate until the seed of life was completely stabilized before I came out to train. By the dragon above, you have actually condensed the seed of life. This is the glory of knighthood bestowed upon you, my lord." Adonis looked at Thomas, who was waiting nearby, and said, "Thomas, go to the kitchen and bring me some food. I'm a little hungry." "Yes, sir." Thomas gave a respectful servant's bow, then turned and strode quickly toward the castle kitchen. Adonis lowered his voice and said, "Teacher Truss, in fact, I'm already a mid-level knight." "What?" Tesla was jolted, his pupils contracted sharply, and the joy on his face was instantly replaced by extreme shock. He even started to stutter. "Lord, what? What did you say? You're already a mid-level knight." The moment I condensed the seed of life, a complete wisp of battle chi was automatically generated within my body, and I directly became a novice knight. After the training just ended, the battle chi underwent another transformation on its own, and it is now completely complete. Once a novice knight's fighting spirit has undergone a complete transformation, they will be promoted to an intermediate knight. Tesla stood there, stunned for a long time. This is just too incredible. My lord, please never tell anyone other than me about the unusual aspects of your cultivation." Seeing the sincere yet worried look in Trass's eyes, Adonis felt a warmth in his heart and nodded heavily. "Don't worry, I understand the implications." "Very good, excellent." Truss breathed a long sigh of relief, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "It seems you've grown up, my lord." The two were talking in hushed tones when they heard light footsteps approaching from not far away. Thomas, carrying a silver plate, strode over. This interrupted Adonis's conversation with Trass. The plate contained a simple meal, a slice of white bread and a small jar of jam. There was also a glass of warm milk. This was already the best aristocratic meal that Qingdao town could offer. Upon seeing this, Trass gave Adonis a standard knightly salute and said respectfully, "My lord, I will not disturb your meal any longer and will take my leave now." With that, Tesla turned and left the training ground. Adonis walked to a nearby table, sat down, and reached for a loaf of white bread from his plate. Gently break the bread in half, then scoop out some jam with a spoon. Spread it evenly on the inside of the bread, and then eat it in big bites. After a morning of intense training, and having not eaten since waking up in the morning, Adonis's stomach had already begun to protest. At this moment, he no longer cared about maintaining his noble demeanor. He swallowed the whole piece of bread in a few bites. Then, he picked up the silver cup filled with warm milk beside him. I tilted my head back and drank it all in one gulp. The rich, creamy flavor slid down my throat and instantly dispelled the hunger in my stomach. Chapter 11. After a simple meal, Adonis got up and instructed Thomas to prepare hot water to be sent to the third-floor bathroom so he could wash up. Thomas respectfully agreed, cleared away the dishes, and quickly went to the kitchen to instruct the maid to boil water. Adonis returned to the castle along the cobblestone path and went straight to his bedroom on the third floor. With the door closed, all outside noise was completely shut out, and he finally felt relieved. He sat down on the edge of the bed, and with a thought, the familiar transparent mobile game screen immediately appeared before his eyes. The Western Fantasy Quest Plaza remained simple, with the NPC standing quietly in the center. Adonis opened the interface, his gaze immediately falling on the daily quest bar. The quest that had previously shown as incomplete, practiced basic martial arts 100 times, had now changed to completed, issued. No wonder his internal fighting spirit suddenly surged in the training ground, and his meridians even ached from being stretched. It wasn't an accident. It was the reward from his cheat-like mission that arrived. He hadn't expected the so-called slight boost to his battle aura from the system to be so exaggerated, directly transforming his initial battle aura into intermediate battle aura. His cultivation level also officially advanced from a beginner knight to an intermediate knight. This is clearly a continuation of the settings he used when developing mobile games in his previous life. Modern mobile games emphasize rapid early game leveling, allowing players to quickly gain a sense of accomplishment. If players have to grind for a month in the initial stages to see even a small improvement, who would continue playing? That's why he received a reward far exceeding his expectations after completing the basic task. Of course, the next transformation of his fighting spirit probably won't be so easy. Adonis was about to close the panel when he suddenly noticed a very faint avatar in the upper left corner. Upon closer inspection, the person in the profile picture was exactly how he looked. What is this? He clicked on the profile picture, and two options immediately appeared below: attributes and a map. The attributes interface clearly states, Player 00001, Human, Noble Lord. Class level, Intermediate Knight, Experience points, 1001/10,000. The cultivation technique is an advanced battle chi breathing method, currently at the beginner stage. Skills include proficient level basic sword skills, as well as beginner level basic archery and basic spear skills. As for pets, they still show none. He then opened the map, and a map of Qingdao town and its surrounding area appeared. The largest green dot on the map marked his portrait, located at the Lord's castle in Qingdao town. With this, at least he wouldn't have to worry about getting lost in his own territory anymore. Soon after, Thomas prepared hot water and wanted to go forward to serve Adonis a bath, but Adonis waved him away. Even now, as a noble lord, he couldn't accept men serving him intimately, so he could only go into the bathroom himself and quickly wash up. After changing into a dry and well-fitting black knight's outfit, he exuded a more capable and efficient knightly air. After getting ready, he prepared to complete the final weekly task on the task panel, patrolling the territory for a week. The reward was a pet cub. Adonis felt a surge of anticipation at the thought. Although he didn't know what kind of pet he would receive, based on his years of gaming experience in his previous life, the first pet given away by the system would definitely not be too bad. These kinds of rewards were designed to retain players and enhance the experience. Even if it's not a dragon, it should at least be a young magical beast. In the Night Continent, magical beasts are extremely powerful and extraordinary beings. Even the most ordinary low-level magical beast possesses strength far exceeding that of ordinary humans, making it difficult for even ordinary high-level knights to contend with. Only elite high-level knights who have completed 2 transformations in their fighting spirit can barely contend with low-level magical beasts. Only top-level high-level knights who have completed 3 transformations have a sliver of hope of defeating them. Ordinary knights, when encountering magical beasts, can mostly only flee for their lives. But if Adonis could obtain a magical beast cub and wait for it to grow up, he would have the most loyal fighting partner. Even in the remote town of Qingdao, he felt more confident. More importantly, he was unaware of the weekly task refresh rules. If this lucrative task were replaced next week, he would suffer a huge loss. Therefore, this matter had to be accomplished immediately. Adonis pushed open the bedroom door and walked downstairs. His leather boots made a crisp sound on the bluestone stairs, which quickly alerted the old butler, Carrot, who was resting on the second floor. Carrot stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Sir, have you finished your bath? Are you preparing to go out?" "Yes, Mr. Carrot." Adonis stopped in his tracks. "I need to inspect the entire Qingdao town. I've been here for half a month, and I haven't even figured out my own territory yet. This is not how a qualified lord should act." Carrot's eyes flashed with approval. He was very pleased that his lord had not become discouraged or slack despite the difficult situation. "As you wish, sir. I will arrange carriages and guards immediately to ensure your safety during your inspection." "There's no need to prepare a carriage," Adonis refused outright. "I plan to patrol on horseback. Horseback riding is more convenient now, and I can also practice my riding skills and better inspect the various parts of the territory." He was already a mid-level knight, his physique far exceeding that of ordinary people, making horseback patrols far more suitable than carriages. Carrot had no objection and immediately replied, "Yes, sir. I will have the groom bring out your mount and take good care of it to ensure a smooth journey." "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Carrot." Adonis nodded slightly, always maintaining the proper respect for the old butler left behind by his mother. Carrot bowed respectfully. "It is my honor to serve you, sir." With that, he turned and strode downstairs, heading personally towards the stables to arrange the lord's departure. The old steward, Carrot, was quite old and his back was somewhat hunched, but he was always efficient and decisive, showing no sign of slowness. He personally went to the stables to make arrangements, and before Adonis had been waiting long at the castle gate, he brought over his mount. Adonis's mount was a chestnut mare, not very tall, and its limbs were not as strong as those of a young warhorse. Its eyes and brows revealed its gentle nature. Judging by its teeth, it was quite old. This horse is named Xiaohong, and it's 15 years old this year. For a war horse, 15 is considered old age, and it should be enjoying its retirement. But Xiaohong has been on the battlefield, experienced real combat, and is a retired warhorse. On the continent of knights, the best age for ordinary warhorses to fight is between 5 and 15 years old, when they are full of energy and have strong endurance, and can withstand charges, raids, and battlefield combat. However, once they pass this age, their physical functions will decline rapidly, and their bones and muscles will no longer be able to withstand high-intensity combat, turning them into ordinary commuter horses. According to noble regulations, a baron with a hereditary land should be equipped with a warhorse in his prime. But Adonis knew very well that in the eyes of the Violet family, he was nothing more than a piece of trash who couldn't even condense a seed of life. The Violet family was already weak and had a limited reserve of warhorses, so naturally they would not entrust such a valuable resource to someone who could not bring glory to the family. True, vigorous warhorses are given priority to those core knights with outstanding talent, allowing them to expand their territory on the battlefield and win glory and land for their families. As for Little Red, it was a gift from Adonis's elder brother, Akronos, when Adonis came of age. At that time, Adonis was about to be exiled to Qingdao town, where he was nominally a lord, but he didn't even have a decent mount. Out of consideration for blood ties, Aquinos gave the soon-to-be-retired warhorse to his younger brother, so as not to embarrass him too much. In noble families, interests have always outweighed kinship, but the two were, after all, brothers from the same mother. As long as it didn't affect his position as heir, Aquinos was willing to take care of his good-for-nothing younger brother a little. However, after their mother's death, Aquinos spent his days cultivating himself, vying for resources, and trying to gain his father's favor in order to solidify his position as heir. He simply didn't have the energy to care about Adonis, who was practically invisible in the family. Over the years, the two brothers had had very little contact. You could count the number of times they interacted on your fingers. This distance, however, actually relieved Adonis, who had transmigrated from another world. The less they interacted, the less likely the differences between him and the original owner would be noticed when they met again in the future. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about his secret of time travel being exposed, saving him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Adonis flipped himself onto Little Red's broad back and gripped the reins tightly. Thomas quickly stepped forward, wanting to stay by his side and serve him closely, but was once again directly refused. He was not used to being surrounded by people all the time, and even less could he accept a man serving him intimately. During this inspection of the territory, he only took Traz with him and 4 knight squires. Those 4 knight squires were not direct servants of the Violet family, but apprentices that Traz had specially selected from the commoners of Roland City when he decided to follow Adonis to Qingdao town. Traz made this arrangement in advance because he was worried that Adonis would have no one to rely on when he first arrived in the territory. Roland City is the core main city of the Violet family, built around Violet Castle, and is also the place where the entire family's power is most concentrated. The Violet family has only been a count family for a little over a decade. Compared with those old established count families with hundreds or thousands of years of history, their foundation is still very weak, and they don't have many vassals. Currently, the family owns only 1 earldom, Roland, 2 viscountdoms, and 6 barondoms. If we include Qingdao, which Adonis currently governs, the number of barondoms barely reaches 7. The nobility on the continent is strictly hierarchical, with strength being paramount. To be granted the title of Viscount, one must at least possess the strength of a magical beast knight. Otherwise, no matter how great the achievements, one cannot obtain the Viscount's title. However, currently, apart from the Patriarch Adrian, who is a beast knight, no one in the Violet family has reached the level of a magic beast knight. Therefore, the 2 Viscount subcities are undefended. The remaining towns and villages without lords were all directly governed by the family headquarters, with government officials handling their affairs. Knight squires were the entry-level rank on the path of knightly training, equivalent to apprentice magicians in the magician system. As long as one can sense the chi within their body, they are qualified to become a knight squire, thus officially embarking on the path of chi cultivation. However, whether they can condense a seed of life and advance to become a trainee knight depends entirely on their individual talent. The conditions for cultivation between nobles and commoners are almost worlds apart. Noble children have access to magical potions and high-quality food to nourish their bodies from a young age, and they also receive guidance from professional knight instructors. Commoners, lacking resources and renowned mentors, could only learn through trial and error on their own. Therefore, the vast majority of commoner knights remained at the squire level throughout their lives, unable to advance any further. Only a very small number of ordinary people with exceptional talent, amazing willpower, and a bit of luck can condense the seed of life, cross this threshold, and become apprentice knights. The path of a knight's training is fraught with obstacles, the first and most crucial of which is the condensation of the seed of life. Once the seed of life is successfully condensed and one becomes an apprentice knight, there will be no longer any truly insurmountable barriers to advancement to the rank of senior knight. The rest is simply a matter of systematically training the body, accumulating battle chi, and gradually improving strength. Ultimately, everyone can become a high-level knight. The only difference is the length of training and the speed at which battle chi is accumulated. A knight's strength directly determines the noble titles they can attain. High-ranking knights who achieve sufficient merit on the battlefield can be granted the title of baron, possess hereditary lands, and become lords of their own territories. A mid-level knight, with enough merit, can become a lord and receive a village. A junior knight can also be granted the title of knight lord and receive a private manor. This is precisely why countless commoners strive to become knights. Knighthood is merely a profession, while fiefdom knighthood is the threshold to entering the noble class, and nobility signifies privilege and hereditary succession. However, for a commoner knight to become a noble through military merit is far more difficult than imagined. Whether a knight's merit was sufficient depended entirely on the benevolence and generosity of the lord he served. Most lords were extremely stingy, and many knights, even if they fought for them their entire lives, might not earn a territory or a noble title. The conditions for a baron to be promoted to viscount are even more stringent. He must first reach the level of a magical beast knight and also achieve remarkable military exploits. Neither can be lacking. From the level of a high-ranking knight onwards, cultivation becomes increasingly difficult, with each step forward presenting insurmountable obstacles. Breaking through from a high-level knight to a monster knight is the second major hurdle on the path of knighthood. To overcome this, one must not only hone their high-level battle aura to perfection, but also defeat a monster with their strength and sign a soul contract with it. Monsters are inherently ferocious and violent, possessing formidable physical strength and extraordinary power, making them extremely difficult to tame. Even the guardian monsters raised by noble families for generations only prevent them from harming their own family members. Therefore, the vast majority of high-ranking knights on the continent are trapped at this hurdle, spending their entire lives only to remain at the high-ranking knight level. The Violet family has a history of over 300 years, but remained largely unknown in its early years. It wasn't until Adonis's great-grandfather's generation that the family, after overcoming numerous hardships, acquired their first nether panther and successfully formed a contract with it, finally gaining the means to join the ranks of the middle nobility. Above the beast knights are the phantom beast knights, which is the third formidable barrier. A knight must not only master the magical beast's fighting spirit, but also expend countless resources to nurture and evolve their contracted magical beast into a phantom beast. Of course, those with sufficient strength and opportunity can also abandon their original magical beast and conquer a new phantom beast. However, this method has a desperately low success rate. Perhaps only 1 in 1,000 Warcraft knights will succeed. Therefore, most people choose to raise a contracted Warcraft that will accompany them for many years. Although the success rate is still low, only about 2 out of 1,000 people can succeed. It's still twice as high as trying to conquer the mythical beast from scratch. And even if this generation fails, the goal can be passed on to future generations. Monsters have long lifespans. Even the lowest-ranking ones can live for over 200 years, and those with powerful bloodlines can live for 500 years. Once a monster advances to the level of a phantom beast, its lifespan will continue to increase, enough to support a family for generations to continuously invest resources and accumulate hope. The Violet family's nether leopard is a prime example. Starting with Adonis's great-grandfather's successful contract, and through the efforts of his grandfather and father across 3 generations, exhausting the family's savings accumulated over several generations, they finally nurtured it into a mythical beast. It was for this reason that Adonis's father, Adrian, successfully advanced to the rank of Beast Knight, leading the Violet family to become an Earl's family. If they abandoned their original magical beasts and instead tried to conquer Beast Knights, all their previous resources and efforts would be wasted if they failed. One's own essence will be damaged, and future generations will have to start all over again. There are no shortcuts. An earl already belongs to the upper nobility. To rise to the rank of marquis, merit alone is not enough. One must contract a wyvern or dragon beast and become a dragon knight. As for dukes, they must possess a dragon or a phantom dragon and become a dragon knight or a phantom dragon knight. Of course, this excludes those who inherit the title through family bloodline. So-called bloodline nobles are the sons of feudal lords. Adonis was initially just a knight squire, but because he was the son of Earl Violet, he was directly granted the title of Baron of Qingdao. No matter how dilapidated Qingdao was, this baronial title already surpassed the ultimate goal that 99% of knights on the continent could achieve in their lifetime. It's worth noting that knights live much longer than ordinary people, yet they still cannot live forever. Ordinary knights mostly live to around 100 years old. Beast knights and phantom beast knights, however, are nourished by the magical power of their beasts and phantom beasts, allowing them to live up to 150 years. With proper care, one can even live to be 180 years old, but no one has ever lived past 200. Only dragon knights who have contracted with wyverns or dragon beasts can break the 200-year limit and, nourished by pure magic, extend their lifespan to 300 years. To live longer, one must become a dragon knight or a phantom dragon knight. With the power of dragons or phantom dragons, one's lifespan could theoretically double, reaching 600 years. But this is ultimately just theory. Phantom beast knights, dragon knights, and even dragon knights must constantly wage war, plunder resources, and remain in a perpetual state of battle. Every injury depletes one's cultivation essence. Old wounds accumulate over time, and lifespan is constantly diminished. It is almost impossible for anyone to truly live to the theoretical limit. The first Grand Duke of the Chrysanthemum Jewel Kingdom was a dragon knight, yet he only lived to be a little over 200 years old. Countless old wounds from his battles in his youth recurred, and he ultimately passed away prematurely. On the contrary, the second Grand Duke was just a phantom beast knight who rarely participated in battles throughout his life. He also took good care of his health and lived to the age of 180, reigning for 130 years before passing away. Advancing from a high-ranking knight to a beast knight, and from a beast knight to a phantom beast knight, is already an insurmountable hurdle for countless people. But for a phantom beast knight to take the next step and become a true dragon knight, it is an insurmountable barrier that can only be looked up to. On the continent, knights who can ride wyverns or dragon beasts into battle are revered as dragon knights. As for the Grand Dukes of various countries who command giant dragons, they stand at the very top of the knightly hierarchy and are called dragon knights. Among 10,000 mythical beast knights, perhaps only one dragon knight will appear, and the realm of dragon knight is something countless people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Adonis was followed by 4 knightly attendants, named Kobe Anvil, O'Neill Stonecrush, McGrady Windmill, and Alan Axel. These names sound ordinary, which actually indicates that they are all of commoner origin. The Knight continent has almost harsh hierarchical rules regarding surnames. Beautiful and precious words such as metal, gemstone, flower, and fine grain belong to noble surnames, which commoners and serfs have no right to use. Words like violet, cornflower, and golden barley were considered blasphemous to the nobility if commoners dared to use them as surnames, and could even be punished outright. Commoners could only use everyday objects like slippers, kettles, stone mills, and masts as surnames, while serfs were even lower and could only be given names like cow dung or dog excrement. Therefore, many commoner nobles who climbed their way up through hard work, once they had established themselves, would change their surnames as their first action. They would usually adopt the name of a great elf or magical beast from their family contract, completely erasing the mark left by their commoner origins. The Violet family is a case in point. Their ancestors were originally named Martin Boots, but after acquiring the Violet Archangel, they changed their surname to Violet and joined the ranks of the great nobility. Even if someone only received a small fairy, they could still change their surname, but small fairies are so insignificant that almost no one would be willing to do so. In present-day Qingdao town, the only formidable armed force consists of the high-ranking Knight Trass and 4 Knight Squires. These so-called Knight Squires, despite having Knight in their names, are essentially servants who attend to nobles. They were responsible for putting on armor, maintaining weapons, and tending to mounts. They had no cultivation foundation and no real combat ability. At best, they were slightly better than serfs. The town's guards were even less reliable. They were good at patrolling, oppressing civilians, and putting on a show of power, but when war broke out, they ran faster than a swift rabbit. The mounts of these 6 men perfectly illustrated the poverty of Qingdao town. Only Truss rode a real warhorse in its prime, strong and healthy. Adonis's Little Red, however, was just an old, retired warhorse, fine for regular travel but utterly incapable of charging or long-distance raids. The 4 knights' attendants rode even worse horses, mere drudges used for hauling goods and tilling the land. Weak and slow, no match for even ordinary warhorses, let alone fighting. Adonis, riding on Little Red's back, looked at the 4 frail drudges behind him and clearly sensed the weakness of Qingdao town's military strength. He made up his mind that if he wanted to establish himself in this remote place and strengthen Qingdao town, the first step was to improve the quality of his riders. At the very least, he needed to provide Kobe and the others with real warhorses, quickly forming a competent fighting force to change the town's situation where everyone could bully them. Although it has a name, Qingdao is not actually an island, but a special peninsula under the jurisdiction of Adonis. It is roughly triangular in shape, with its base connected to the mainland, and its other 2 long borders, all bordering the sea. It is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and connected to the land on only one side. Qingdao town covers an area of nearly 3,000 square kilometers, a size equivalent to 2 viscountries and far exceeding that of an ordinary baron. A normal baron is just a town, about 200 to 300 square kilometers, while a viscount is only 1,500 to 2,000 square kilometers. Judging by its area, Qingdao should at least be designated a viscountry, but it is currently only a baronry. Besides the fact that Adonis is the son of the Earl of Violet, the more crucial reason is that this land is extremely remote and desolate, with almost no development value. At the northernmost tip of the territory lies a branch of the Monster Mountain Range, which stretches across the eastern part of the continent, forming a natural barrier that separates Qingdao town from Violet City. The only land connection between the 2 places is a rugged canyon that winds its way deep into the mountains, barely passable by horses and men. Low-level magical beasts roam the mountains year-round, and danger is ever present. The Violet family's guardian magical beast, the Nether Leopard, was obtained here by chance by their ancestor. However, discovering a magical beast does not guarantee profit. Wild magical beasts can only be successfully subdued by raising them from cubs. Adult magical beasts are extremely difficult to tame. Most end up either being killed and eaten or dismantled into various magical materials. To make matters worse, most of Qingdao town is barren tidal flats with infertile soil, resulting in pitifully low yields. Building roads and clearing the monsters from the mountains would require a massive investment of manpower, resources, and money, with minimal returns, a complete loss. The Violet clan was in a crucial period of expansion and building its strength, pouring all its resources into its core territory and having no time to spare for this remote wasteland. This is precisely why the Earl exiled Adonis here. The Violet family had no objections to this land, which had long been abandoned by the clan. Qingdao town covers 3,000 square kilometers, but only a little over 20,000 mu, approximately 1,333 hectares, is truly arable. Moreover, it's all barren, low-grade sandy land with extremely poor yields. Without the help of elves, food production is pitifully low, barely enough to support a large population. The heart of this territory is Qingdao town, located in the center. The town has a permanent population of only about 2,000 people, and there's only one main street running north to south. Looking around, the town was crammed with low, dilapidated thatched huts, and Adonis even doubted whether these houses could truly provide shelter from the wind and rain. Only a very few houses were built of mud bricks, and the whole town exuded poverty and decay, completely unlike the fiefdom a baron should have. Previously, Qingdao town had only one magistrate named Tom Gray. Judging from his surname, he should have been of noble birth. But for some unknown reason, 3 years ago he was exiled to this poor, remote place and became the magistrate of Qingdao town. Apart from him, there were no other officials, garrison knights, or tax collectors in the town. It was so deserted it was almost desolate. In the past, Earl Violet would send knights to collect taxes twice a year, and only then would caravans follow to conduct some simple transactions. These caravans not only brought goods, but also brought a little news from the outside world to the secluded territory. The rest of the time, Qingdao was almost completely isolated, rarely seeing outsiders. Now, Qingdao has been formally granted to Adonis. Perhaps the count's father was worried that his neglected son would starve to death, so he specifically ordered a permanent exemption from taxes on the territory. Not having to pay taxes was a good thing, but it also meant that the Violet family knights would no longer come to collect taxes. Without knights to guide them, and with no profit to be made, the caravan naturally wouldn't risk crossing the dangerous canyon to reach this desolate place. From then on, Qingdao town only became more isolated than before. In the noble system of the Knight continent, lords levy taxes on their vassals' territories, and Earl Violet, as a vassal of the Grand Duke, must also pay 1/10 of her territory's income annually. Nominally called tribute, it is in reality a tax, a rule that cannot be violated among nobles. However, this rule only applies to territories that have already been granted out. Whether or not taxes are levied on land directly under the lord's jurisdiction, and how much, is entirely up to the lord himself. Adonis, mounted on horseback, gazed at the desolate land and dilapidated town before him, his brow furrowed deeply. He said in a deep voice, "This place is too poor and backward. This cannot continue. We must do everything we can to change the current situation." Tom immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Yes, my lord. I believe that under your rule, Qingdao town will surely escape poverty and gradually prosper." Adonis nodded slightly, said nothing more, and simply raised his whip. Let's go and see the other parts of the territory." The original group, plus Tom, made up a group of 7, turned their horses around, left the town, and headed to patrol the outskirts of the territory. During the journey, Adonis suddenly raised his whip and pointed to the rolling mountain range at the northern edge of his territory. He looked at Tom and asked, "What's the name of that mountain range?" Tom quickly spurred his horse closer and respectfully replied, "My lord, this mountain range has never had an official name. It's too remote, and no one has paid attention to it before. Now that this is your hereditary territory, as the lord of the land, you naturally have the right to bestow a name upon it." Adonis gazed at the distant mountain range and discovered that it was originally a branch extending from the Monster Mountain Range, winding and undulating, looking from a distance like the raised tail of the Monster Mountain Range. After a moment's thought, he quickly made a decision. Since it comes from the Monster Mountain Range and is shaped like a beast's tail, from today onwards, it will be called the Monster Tail Mountain Range. Tom immediately bowed and agreed. "As you wish, my lord. From this day forward, the Demon Tail Mountains will be officially recorded in the territory's register." Adonis nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "Where exactly is the canyon leading to Violet City located?" "My lord, please follow me." Tom immediately rode his old horse to the front of the group and led them along the edge of the mountain. About an hour later, the group finally arrived at a huge crevice in the mountain. The crevice was flanked by jagged rocks and towering cliffs, with only a narrow, rugged path winding its way into the depths of the mountains, its end seemingly out of sight. Tom pointed to the canyon and said, "Sir, this is the only passage from Qingdao town to Violet City. There is no other way to go." Adonis gazed at the precipitous canyon, a plan already formed in his mind. He ordered in a deep voice, "Very good, Tom, write this down. In the future, I will have a fortress built here to guard this passage. The fortress will not only prevent the monsters in the mountains from entering the territory, but also defend against external invasions. But the territory is currently barren, and we lack the financial resources and manpower to start construction. Note this order down, and execute it immediately when the time is right." The former Qingdao town was directly under the jurisdiction of the Violet family, and was so poor that it was worthless, so naturally no one wanted to covet it. But things are different now. This is Adonis's personal territory, legally separated from the Violet family. He believes that under his rule, Qingdao town will not remain impoverished forever. But once the territory becomes wealthy, there's no guarantee that no one will be envious and try to take a piece of his flesh. To safeguard his future interests, he had to keep out all the malice that coveted his territory. And this canyon had an excellent location, with cliffs on both sides, right in the middle of the Demon Tail Mountains. As long as a checkpoint is built here, the only land route in and out of Qingdao town can be controlled. "Yes, my lord." Tom dared not delay and immediately took out a quill pen and thick paper from his cloth bag. He dipped his brush in the prepared ink and solemnly recorded Adonis's first territorial decree upon assuming office, using the continent's common script. All nations on the Night continent used a common script and language, all originating from Emperor Lister 50,000 years ago. He failed to unify the continent by force, but he promoted the standardization of writing and weights and measures, influencing the continent's civilization for tens of thousands of years. Today, there are no longer any barriers of language and writing for communication between different regions. All right, let's move on and finish patrolling the entire territory as quickly as possible. Adonis waved his hand and gave the order, and the team continued along the border. The system only required him to patrol the territory for 1 week, but it didn't explain what would constitute completion. To be on the safe side, he simply led his men on horseback to circle the entire perimeter of Qingdao town. Qingdao town covers a total area of 3,000 square kilometers, with a complex and winding border, and the entire territory has a circumference of over 250 kilometers. Even though everyone was a knight and their horses were capable of long-distance galloping, it still took them 2.5 days of hard work, enduring wind and rain, to complete the patrol. Fortunately, the team included the high-ranking knight Trass and 4 knight squires who cultivated battle chi, so mosquitoes and wild animals posed no threat when they camped in the wild. As the group circled back to their starting point along the border, a silent notification seemed to ring in Adonis's mind. Mission: patrol of the territory for 1 week complete. His expression remained unchanged as he used the act of straightening his clothes to summon the transparent mobile game panel in his mind. The quest log showed patrolling the territory for a week as complete, but the rewards section only displayed rewards being distributed. Adonis stared at the panel several times, his brow furrowing. The quest was complete, so why hadn't the reward been credited to his account? Just then, the knight's squire, Kobe, approached with a skewer of grilled fish and respectfully presented it to him. "My lord, please try this grilled sea fish." It was already dark, and the group had not been able to return to the castle, so they had to camp on the flat beach. Earlier, Adonis had casually mentioned wanting to try some sea fish, so Trass went to the beach and caught a few live fish, which he then had his servants grill. The people of the Night Continent were extremely enthusiastic about the land, but almost deliberately ignored the vast ocean. In Adonis's eyes, the ocean held far greater resources than the land. The underwater world was teeming with life and creatures. Some areas boasted lush vegetation and teeming with marine spirits. Among them were even rare spirits capable of cultivating top-tier magical potions. Such a treasure trove should have been eagerly developed by everyone. He took the grilled fish and, while eating, remarked to the government official Tom, "The ocean's resources are far richer than the land's. It's clearly full of treasures, yet no one is willing to develop them. It's a real pity." Tesla asked curiously, "What treasures are in the sea? Are there sea spirits?" Adonis was taken aback. "No? Aren't elves evolved from plants? There are just as many plants in the sea as on land. So how could there be no elves?" Tom immediately bowed and said, "Sir, there are indeed elves in the sea. Those on land are terrestrial elves, and those in the sea are aquatic elves. They look different, but they are essentially the same. They are all extraordinary creatures that can help plants grow. However, what the adults say makes sense, but they have overlooked 2 crucial things. First, the ocean is too dangerous. While there are spirits in the sea, there are also sea monsters and ocean beasts that are more terrifying and numerous than the land monsters. Dangers on land can be detected in advance, but the things in the sea lurk underwater, and no one knows when they will jump out and hurt people. When faced with unpredictable threats, the best approach is to stay away. The mainland is vast enough. Why expend enormous resources to fight against the dangers of the ocean? Even if countless people die or are injured, the final gains may not outweigh the investment." Tom then gave his second reason. Dragons nurture mineral veins, and elves cultivate potions, both of which require a terrestrial environment. Mineral veins and potions can be mined and harvested by serfs, but you can't expect them to dive into the sea to mine and gather herbs. They don't have the ability, nor the courage. This is simply impossible. Adonis was speechless after hearing this. He finally understood that it wasn't that the people on the mainland couldn't see the ocean resources, but rather that the world's productivity and survival rules simply couldn't support ocean development. Under a system where serfs were the primary labor force, seabed resources could not be exploited. As for knights and nobles, it was even more impossible for them to personally go to sea to work. Not only would it be life-threatening, but they would also become a laughingstock across the entire continent. No noble could accept such humiliation. Having figured things out, Adonis stopped worrying about ocean development and took a bite of the grilled fish. The fish was tender and delicious, making his eyes light up. "Kobe, who grilled this fish?" "It's quite good." Kobe quickly replied. "Sir, it was Shaq who grilled it." Get me another one." Kobe looked troubled. "I'm sorry, sir. All the grilled fish have been distributed. I'll go catch a few more at the beach." "I'll go." Tesla stood up, grabbed his knight's sword, and headed towards the beach. In aristocratic etiquette, fishing at sea was considered lowly labor, something nobles would never do. However, stabbing fish with a sword on the beach was considered a refined form of hunting. Therefore, it was only because Trass, a high-ranking knight, took the initiative to intervene. Adonis, having nothing better to do, recalled Tom's analysis, and a sense of unease began to creep into his mind. The existence of spirits in the ocean was something even his high-ranking knight teacher, from a noble family, might not know. Tom was merely a local official in a remote town, not even a novice knight. So why did he possess such detailed knowledge of aquatic spirits and the risks of the ocean? Tom's surname was Gray Iron, his full name being Tom Gray Iron. People who could have metal as their surname were usually of noble birth. Adonis looked at him and asked directly, "Tom Gray Iron, who are you, and why are you in Qingdao?" Tom, who had been talking so loudly just now, suddenly fell silent, clearly unwilling to reveal his past. Adonis didn't press for details, but calmly said, "Everyone has secrets. As long as you pledge your allegiance to me and remain loyal, I will respect your wishes and not pry." Tom's expression turned solemn, and he immediately knelt on one knee. "My lord, you are a benevolent lord. I, Tom Gray Iron, pledge my loyalty to you in the honor of knighthood." This was the third person to swear allegiance to Adonis. The first two were his steward Carrot and his knightly tutor, Trass. Although Kobe and his three companions followed Adonis, they remained squires of Trass and had not formally pledged allegiance to him. Adonis drew his sword and gently touched the tip to Tom's right shoulder. "I accept your allegiance. May you, under the protection of knightly glory, bring more honor to Qingdao town." In the Knights continent, after a new lord takes over a territory, the original officials and knights can choose to pledge allegiance or leave the territory to serve another lord. Adonis could tell that Tom's pledge of allegiance this time was more of a formality than a true submission. But he didn't care. Loyalty is never absolute. Betrayal is merely a matter of the price not being high enough. Adonis possessed a cheat code, giving him ample confidence. He believed he would eventually become like Emperor Lister the Great or Emperor Aldington the Great, creating his own empire. On that day, Tom would willingly kneel before him and reveal his secret. Just as Tom rose, Truss's shouts, full of surprise, suddenly came from the beach. "My lord, come quickly. See what I've discovered." Adonis and the others immediately rushed to the beach. There, on the sand at Truss's feet, lay a small, shiny black animal, its appearance remarkably similar to the 5 black dog from their previous life. Its belly was swollen, and it lay motionless on the sand, seawater constantly oozing from its mouth. It had clearly drowned and lost consciousness. Adonis had just crouched down, his gaze falling on the little creature, when a faint notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Pet cub issued. Adonis's eyes widened instantly. The pet cub the system rewarded him with was actually this little thing that was about to drown. He suppressed his shock and hurriedly asked Tesla, "Teacher, how did you find it?" Tesla answered truthfully, "I was just here stabbing a fish with my knight's sword when a big wave came and swept it ashore." Adonis then understood why the little creature had a mouthful of seawater and was unconscious. He pressed further. "Can you tell what kind of animal it is? Could it be a magical beast?" Upon hearing this, Trass immediately crouched down, approaching the cub to carefully sense it. After a moment, surprise appeared in his eyes. "My lord, there is indeed a faint but pure magical energy fluctuation on its body. It may indeed be a magical beast. Judging from its appearance and aura, it is very likely a cub of the Iron Bear. It must have run away from the Demon Tail Mountains, accidentally fell into the sea, and was eventually washed here by the waves. The Steel Bear is a low-level magical beast from the Demon Tail Mountains, but even among low-level magical beasts, it is a top-tier existence. It really is a magical beast cub." Adonis was overjoyed. "Then we must find a way to save it." Tom and his servants also became excited. O'Neill quickly said, "Even the lowest-ranking magical beast can rival an elite high-level knight once it reaches adulthood. This is an invaluable treasure. Of course we must save it. But it's drowning and unconscious. What should we do?" One sentence left everyone stunned. Adonis looked at them in confusion. "None of you know how to save a drowning creature?" Everyone shook their heads in unison, their faces full of helplessness and guilt. They could cultivate martial arts, heal external injuries, and fight magical beasts, but they had no idea how to save a drowning person. Drowning is not an external injury, and healing potions are ineffective. Perhaps a mage could help, but none of them knew magic. Truss, his face full of self-reproach, bowed and said, "My lord, I'm afraid we can't save it. I'm truly sorry. In the Night Continent, the lord is the absolute master of the territory, and all living beings and items within the territory belonged to the Lord. The magical beast cub washed ashore in Qingdao was naturally Adonis's property. Tras, as a knight, felt particularly guilty for being unable to save his lord's possessions. Adonis waved his hand. No need to apologize, it's not your fault. Thank you for your mercy, Lord. The crowd bowed in unison. Adonis said nothing more, handed the knight's sword to Kobe, and then carefully picked up the black magical beast cub, letting it lie on his lap. He gently but firmly patted the cub's back with his palm, one pat after another. Soon, streams of seawater flowed from the cub's mouth, and its previously swollen belly gradually deflated. But even after spitting out the seawater, its eyes remained tightly closed, showing no sign of waking up. Adonis stared at the unresponsive monster cub, gritting his teeth inwardly. For his pet, he had no choice but to take a gamble. He gently laid the cub flat on its back on the beach, then took a deep breath, leaned down, and aimed at its tiny mouth. No one present could understand why Adonis would begin performing CPR on the drowning monster cub. Adonis had only one thought in his mind. This was his first kiss in 2 lifetimes, and he couldn't let it go to waste. He lowered his head and directly covered the cub's mouth, feeding it mouthfuls of fresh air. My lord, what are you doing? Tesla's eyes widened. His fingers gripping the sword turned white from the excessive force, and he froze on the spot. Tom was deathly pale, oblivious to the fact that his quill and parchment had fallen onto the beach. His 4 squires were completely stunned. None of them could believe that their lord would do something so outrageous. They all assumed Adonis was overwhelmed with grief at the impending death of the monster cub. But Adonis paid no heed, continuing to feed air into the cub's mouth. Finally, the cub slowly opened its eyes. The instant their eyes met, Adonis clearly felt a mental link forming between them. Is this a contract? He immediately opened the mobile game screen, tapped his avatar, and saw the pet section clearly displaying. Pet, Behemoth, Black Iron Behemoth Cub. It's awake. My lord, it's awake. Tesla breathed a sigh of relief, his fist pressed against his chest, his voice trembling with excitement. Tom bent down to pick up the paper and pen, but his eyes remained fixed on the cub, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. The 4 servants also had red eyes, as if they had just escaped a disaster. Adonis patted the little guy's head and whispered to comfort him. You were scared just now, weren't you? You're safe now, go to sleep peacefully. The behemoth cub seemed to understand, sticking out its tongue to lick his finger. Perhaps it had struggled in the sea for too long, for it quickly fell into a deep sleep. Tras bowed deeply, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. My lord, the glory of knighthood favors you. With this cub, Qingdao town will have 1 more warrior surpassing the level of a high-ranking knight, and you will also become a powerful magical beast knight. Tom exclaimed excitedly, My lord, it's so adorable. You should give it a name. Let's call it Baturu, Adonis said calmly. Baturu? What's the meaning behind that name? First, let me correct you. It's not an ordinary magical beast cub, but a phantom beast cub, the Black Iron Behemoth. Second, Baturu means warrior. I believe it will become the #1 warrior under the stars in the future. Behemoth? Black Iron Behemoth? Tom's pupils shrank, as if struck by lightning. He swayed and almost fell onto the beach. His face turned from white to red, and he clutched his chest tightly with both hands, his voice almost out of control. It's actually the phantom beast Black Iron Behemoth. Although Tras and the knight's attendant didn't know what behemoth really meant, they knew how precious a phantom beast cub was to a nobleman. The lord is actually going to own a phantom beast. Tras's beard trembled, and he was so shocked that he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. The 4 attendants were completely stunned, their eyes both blank and fanatical, only able to murmur repeatedly. This is the blessing of knightly glory. The entire Violet family only possesses 1 phantom beast. Most phantom beasts owned by nobles are either cultivated step by step from magical beasts, or are offspring born from the mating of 2 phantom beasts of the same kind. Wild phantom beasts are extremely difficult to capture, and even if captured, they are extremely difficult to tame, let alone form a contract with. Wild phantom beast cubs are even rarer. Phantom beasts possess intelligence approaching that of a 7 or 8-year-old human. If they sense that their cubs might be taken by humans, they will often kill their own offspring first, leaving no chance for humans. Over time, very few people on the continent are willing to capture phantom beasts and their cubs. Occasionally, someone is lucky enough to find a cub, but like the Violet family, they only obtain a tameable magical beast. But taming a magical beast and conquering it, forging a contract, are two completely different things. What Adonis has now gained is not just a pet, but a magical beast that truly acknowledges him. Adonis looked at Tom. "You seem to know about Behemoth?" Tom took a deep breath and solemnly replied, "My lord, Behemoth is the only super magical beast in the history of the Night Continent that is clearly recorded as capable of killing a dragon head-on. In the Night Continent, extraordinary life forms are categorized by magical power into low magic, medium magic, high magic, and super magic. Ordinary magical beasts belong to the low magic category. Upon reaching a high level, they undergo a life leap, becoming medium magic beings. They can conjure light and shadow, hence the name phantom beasts. When phantom beasts reach their peak, they undergo another leap, becoming high magic beings second only to dragons. These are known as dragon beasts. As dragon beasts continue to evolve, they can become super magical life forms on par with dragons, known as phantom dragons. Essentially, they are still magical beasts, only powerful enough to be called super magical beasts. The phantom dragon family is called a super family precisely because they possess this terrifying power. However, even if a super magical beast can contend with a dragon, it may not necessarily be able to truly defeat it. In the more than 30,000 years of history, only one super magical beast has been definitively recorded as slaying a dragon, the Golden Behemoth. Back then, the Phantom Dragon Knight, Tygo the Golden Behemoth, rode his Golden Behemoth and directly killed a Golden Dragon Knight. The Golden Dragon itself was torn to pieces by the Golden Behemoth. From then on, the Golden Behemoth became the only super magical beast on the continent capable of rivaling the dragons. The Behemoth race is extremely unique in historical records. They are born as mythical beasts, known as the Iron Behemoths. Upon reaching adulthood, the Iron Behemoths possess the combat power of peak mythical beasts. If they complete an evolution, they become Silver Behemoths, even capable of hunting subdragons and dragon beasts of the same level. If a Silver Behemoth receives enough favorable circumstances, it can further transform into a Golden Behemoth, a terrifying being capable of defeating even true dragons. However, in the earliest era of the Night Continent, there were no subdragons, dragon beasts, or phantom dragons. Phantom dragons first appeared 30,000 years ago, while subdragons and dragon beasts can be traced back to the founding war of the Flame Empire 50,000 years ago. Legend has it that Emperor Lister of the Flame Empire launched a massive dragon-slaying war to establish his empire. Records clearly indicate that he personally killed over 30 dragons, but war is never a one-sided victory. While Lister killed a large number of dragons, the Flame Empire itself also lost more than 10. After the first dragon twilight, more than two-thirds of the dragons on the continent disappeared, leaving a huge gap in top-tier combat power. To fill this void, Lister, with the assistance of mages, cultivated the first batch of wyverns and dragon beasts. As the Flame Empire continued to expand, dragon knights who contracted wyverns and dragon beasts gradually replaced phantom knights as the continent's most mainstream top-tier combat force. In an era before dragon knights emerged, ordinary knights were no match for them, and even the strongest phantom beast knights appeared incredibly weak before them. Then, the second dragon twilight descended, and Emperor Aldington once again slaughtered countless dragons, plunging the continent into another period of severe shortages in top-tier combat power. It was during this era that a dragon beast knight named Russell appeared out of nowhere. He nurtured his dragon beast into a super magical beast comparable to a dragon, the Holy Unicorn, and for the first time defined such a being as a phantom dragon. Even more astonishingly, he also nurtured what was originally a wyvern, a subdragon, into a true dragon. Russell thus became the only knight in history to possess both a dragon and a phantom dragon. Since then, the continent has gradually mastered the methods for dragon beasts to evolve into phantom dragons and subdragons to evolve into giant dragons. However, for some reason, after Russell, although many phantom dragons were born on the continent, no one has ever successfully cultivated a subdragon into a true giant dragon. Among the now renowned super families, the Phoenix family's phantom dragon Phoenix is a fire phoenix evolved from a fire dragon eagle. The Hydra family possesses the Hydra, which evolved from the six-headed King Hydra. The Lionheart family possesses the Sphinx, a lion with the body of a human and the head of a giant lion. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, named Shao Gang, also evolved from the Thunder Lizard. Despite having dragon in its name, it is essentially a super monster. Everyone believed that the later generations could no longer cultivate dragons simply because the glory of knighthood no longer favored them. Russell himself, like the two great emperors Lister and Aldington, appeared suddenly, astonishing an era, and then vanished abruptly from history. They seem to have come solely to drive the development of the Night Continent, leaving behind countless legends and fantasies. After 100,000 years of worship and tradition, the people of Night Continent have developed an almost pathological faith in dragons. Anything related to dragons, whether phantom dragons, wyverns, dragon beasts, or earth dragons, is met with frenzied adoration. After listening to Tom's explanation, Tesla shuddered and gasped sharply. His face went from flushed with excitement to deathly pale. His eyes were fixed on Baturu, filled with awe and shock, and he couldn't recover for a long time. The four knights' attendants reacted even more dramatically. Their eyes were red, their bodies trembled slightly, and they looked at Baturu as if they were gazing upon the most precious treasure in the world. By the glory of the knights, this is actually a phantom beast with the potential to become a phantom dragon. It's unbelievable. Everyone stared at the sleeping Baturu, their mouths trembling with astonishment. Adonis, however, hugged Baturu even tighter, his gaze instantly becoming sharp and steady. He swept his gaze over the crowd before him and said in a deep voice, "No matter how extraordinary Baturu's potential is, it's still too far beyond its current reach. It's just a phantom beast cub with no ability to protect itself. If the news leaks, not only will it die, but we will all face annihilation. I don't want any secret of today to be revealed until we have enough power to protect it. Can you do that?" His gaze finally landed on the four young attendants and the government official Tom, the warning clear. The four squires exchanged glances, their eyes unwavering, and the next second they knelt in unison on the cold sand. Back straight, expression solemn, they swore an oath of knighthood to keep this secret forever and never betray their masters. Kobe Anvil, O'Neill Stonecrush, McGrady Windmill, and Alan Axel. The four gave their names in turn, their resounding vows echoing across the beach. Then, they shouted again, pledging their loyalty to Adonis under the witness of knightly glory. They were willing to follow Adonis, to fight for him for more knightly honors, unwavering until death. Adonis slowly drew his knight's sword from his waist, the cold blade reflecting the faint light of the sea. He lightly touched the right shoulder of each of the four men with the blade, completing the sacred ritual of knightly oath. "I, Adonis Violet, accept your allegiance. May the glory of knighthood forever shine upon you and protect you on your journey." After the oath-taking ceremony, the four squires finally stood up, their posture upright, and their gazes toward Adonis were no longer perfunctory, but filled only with unwavering loyalty. Adonis surveyed the crowd, flicked his wrist, and pointed his knight's sword diagonally towards the sky. His gaze was resolute, and his voice resounded with fervor. He swore by the honor of knighthood that he would never be confined to the small baronial position of Qingdao town. He would overcome all obstacles and climb to a higher peak of cultivation. He would seize unparalleled knightly glory, establish a family far more powerful than his current one, and these loyal followers would rise with him. Status, glory, wealth, and immortal achievements, he promised them all. Having been influenced by capitalism in his past life, he was adept at making empty promises. Truss, Tom, and their four squires bowed in unison, responding loudly, "May the glory of the knights favor you, sir. We swear to follow you to the death." Before today, if Adonis had uttered such a boast, no one would have dared to refute him outwardly, but inwardly they would have thought this young lord was overestimating himself. Qingdao town was barren and remote, and Adonis was an outcast of the Violet family. In their eyes, he would at best spend his life guarding a desolate territory, living as an unknown, low-ranking baron. But the appearance of the black iron behemoth cub completely changed everything. This was a born mythical beast. As long as Adonis didn't die prematurely, he would inevitably become a mythical beast knight once the behemoth came of age. A mythical beast knight was enough to establish their own mythical beast family. And on the Night Continent, a mythical beast family was synonymous with a count's family, possessing the qualifications to be granted baronies and command numerous vassals. Continental nobles follow a strict rule of demotion after 3 generations. If a count's family fails to produce a phantom beast knight within 3 generations, their title will be reduced to viscount. If a viscount's family fails to produce a magical beast knight within 3 generations, their title will be reduced to baron. As for the lowest rank of fief knight, if no one breaks through to the level of a novice knight for 3 consecutive generations, their fief and title will be revoked by their lord, and the entire clan will be reduced to commoners. According to this set of rules, as long as a baronial family develops steadily, it will not fall out of the noble class for at least 9 generations. If no one meets the standards for maintaining the title after 9 generations, its elimination is no one's fault but its own. However, dragon-riding families, dragon-raising families, and superfamilies are not subject to this rule. What they truly rely on is not ordinary knights, but dragons, wyverns, and phantom dragons. As long as the family still has a dragon in charge, the title will not be reduced. But once the dragon is gone, the title will still be reduced over 3 generations, Duke to Marquis, Marquis to Earl, and usually it will stop when the title is reduced to Earl. The oldest families on the continent are often not the royal families of empires and kingdoms, nor are they the once glorious dragon-riding families, but rather those long-established earls with a long history. Most of these earls are from once declining ducal or marquis families. They may not be able to possess dragons generation after generation, but they can guarantee the appearance of a mythical beast knight every 3 generations thanks to their deep-rooted heritage. Only newly established earls like the Violet family, which have only risen to prominence in the last 10 years or so, have too shallow a foundation and would face the fatal risk of a power gap and a reduction in their title within 3 generations. Now, Adonis possesses the mythical beast Black Iron Behemoth, and his future is bright. At the very least, he can become a mythical beast knight like his father, Adrian, and establish an earldom. If he's even luckier and receives enough opportunities to advance the Black Iron Behemoth to a Silver Behemoth, establishing a dragon-raising family wouldn't be out of the question. The appearance of Behemoth gave everyone hope that Adonis would become an earl, and also a chance for them to become barons. Barons have the right to bestow titles, including knights. Lords and knights, though nobles, do not have this right. Therefore, the title of baron is the lifelong goal of countless minor nobles, and an unattainable destination for many knights. As for the legendary Phantom Dragon family, Tesla and the others wouldn't even dare to dream of it. They were at the very top of the continent's pyramid, a height they could never even glimpse. Ultimately bound by the established perceptions of this world, their imaginations were limited, and they naturally wouldn't know that Adonis's true target was never the Phantom Beast family, the dragon-riding family, or the dragon-raising family. His gaze was already fixed on the 2 legendary emperors. Before the crowd's excitement had subsided, Travis's expression suddenly darkened. He stepped forward, the oppressive aura of a high-ranking knight spreading out, his sharp eyes landing on Tom. Travis coldly questioned Tom, asking how a mere government official exiled to a remote town could know the secrets of the behemoth, a phantom dragon existing only in legends. Travis is the guardian knight of Adonis's mother, Meryl Blackiron, and comes from the prestigious Black Iron Earl family. The Black Iron family possesses the mythical beast Black Iron Earth Dragon, the weakest of all earth dragons, yet capable of creating a small iron mine. In the Duchy of Chrysanthemum Gemstone, where metal dragons are absent, iron ore is extremely precious, making the Black Iron family one of the few top families in the duchy, even comparable to the 3 marquis families. Compared to the Violet family, which has risen to prominence in just over a decade, the Black Iron family is a true, old-established noble family. They were already a Viscount family for over 200 years before following the first Grand Duke of Kuramajiku in establishing the nation. Later, the family was fortunate enough to acquire an Earth Dragon, and through their meritorious service in supporting the Grand Duke's founding of the nation, they were granted the title of Founding Earl, even changing their surname to Black Iron. Their noble bloodline has continued for 500 years to this day. Even Truss, whose knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people, had never heard of the behemoth's legends, let alone knew of their potential. Yet Tom, a down-on-his-luck government official exiled to Qingdao, spoke of the behemoth's origins, potential, and past secrets with remarkable clarity. The oddities were simply too unusual. No wonder Truss became suspicious of him. In the Night Continent, battle aura and dragons reign supreme, yet truly precious knowledge remains firmly monopolized by the nobility. Secrets concerning top-tier extraordinary beings and ancient history are completely inaccessible to the common people and serfs. Even emerging noble families like the Violet clan may not be qualified to know them. Just like the legendary story of the Golden Behemoth slaying the Golden Dragon, which the Black Iron family, with its 500-year-old lineage, had no record of, it's clear how tightly the top nobles kept their core knowledge secret. Faced with Tesla's relentless questioning, Tom Grey Iron's face turned pale instantly. His hands clenched the hem of his clothes, his lips trembled, but he still couldn't utter a complete explanation. "My lord," seeing his embarrassment, Adonis stepped forward, raising his hand to stop Truss, who was about to ask further questions. His tone was calm, but unquestionable. Teacher Truss, there's no need to ask anymore. I believe that everyone who follows me is loyal enough. As for the secrets of the past, there's no need to delve into them. Tesla, still unwilling to give up, hurriedly reminded him. Sir, this person's identity is suspicious, and he knows so many secrets he shouldn't know. If we don't find out his background, he might cause you trouble in the future. Anyone who can access such esoteric knowledge must have an extraordinary background. The small town of Qingdao might not be able to withstand the trouble behind him. Adonis looked at Trask with unwavering determination. Teacher, I understand your concerns, but please trust my judgment. Meeting those unquestionable eyes, Trask could only sigh softly and nod helplessly. Very well, you are truly a benevolent lord. Tom could no longer suppress his gratitude at Adonis's intervention. He knelt on the cold sand, his eyes red-rimmed. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I am deeply grateful. Get up. Adonis bent down and helped him up, his tone sincere. You chose to follow me, so you are a partner I trust. I respect your past, and I respect your choice. Even if one day in the future you feel I am not worth following, you are free to leave, and I will not stop you. Just send me a letter after you leave to let me know you are safe and sound, and I will be at ease. These words instantly moved everyone present. Tom burst into tears, choked with emotion, and felt that following Adonis was the best decision he had ever made. The last trace of resentment in Trask's heart vanished completely, and his gaze towards Adonis became even more loyal. The four young knight squires were also filled with fervor, their hearts filled with only one thought. They were willing to go through fire and water for this lord. They did not know that in Adonis's former homeland there was a saying, "A scholar will die for one who understands him." What they didn't know was that Adonis's original surname was Liu before he transmigrated, and the succubus gene engraved in the Liu family's bloodline allowed him to easily win people's hearts even after crossing time and space to reach this continent. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Adonis picked up the still sleeping Batru, mounted Little Red, and led everyone on the road back to the castle. The territory of Qingdao town was vast, and the group rode all the way until noon before finally seeing the outline of the castle in the distance. Upon arriving at the castle gate, the old steward, Carrot, who had already received word, led all the servants to line up neatly on both sides of the gate, bowing and shouting, "Master, welcome home." The valet Thomas quickly stepped forward, took the reins from Little Red, and helped Adonis dismount. After Adonis landed, he gently shook the Baturu in his arms and said to Carrot, "Have the kitchen prepare warm fresh milk and tender roasted meat immediately, and bring them over quickly. My little darling is starving." Carrot looked at the dark little creature, his eyes full of doubt. "Master, what kind of animal is this?" Adonis remained calm. "Just an ordinary black behemoth, found in town. It looked clever, so we bought it to guard the castle. Baturu was still a cub, and it wasn't safe to leave it outside, so it had to be kept in the castle. To conceal its identity as a black iron behemoth, everyone had already agreed to only say it was a black behemoth. In any case, Baturu's current appearance was indeed not much different from a black behemoth, and no one in the castle recognized it as a black iron behemoth. Once it grows a bit bigger, it can still be presented to outsiders as an iron bear. In short, before Baturu truly matures, we must find a way to conceal the truth about Behemoth. I see. Carlo nodded, staring at Baturu's ugly cute appearance, and insincerely praised. Master certainly has a good eye. This little guy is all black, truly adorable. Adonis then gestured to Truss, Tom, and the others behind him. They're staying at the castle for lunch today. Have the kitchen arrange it. Yes, sir. Carrot bowed and immediately went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. But soon, everyone was astonished by Baturu's enormous appetite. This fellow wasn't very big, but he ate the equivalent of 10 strong adult men's portions in one meal. He was also incredibly picky, only eating tender, fresh meat, ignoring the milk placed beside him. Carrot stood to the side, watching in disbelief as Baturu devoured the roasted meat on the table. He was completely stunned. By the honor of a knight, sir, this little fellow can eat way too much. It's beyond reason. After all, it's a phantom beast cub and can't be judged by ordinary standards. But Baturu's astonishing appetite still far exceeded Adonis's expectations. It seems that to continue concealing its identity in the castle, the cooperation of Carrot and Thomas is indispensable. Adonis's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, silently weighing the situation in his mind. These were all his closest and most trusted confidants. Carrot was the old steward left behind by his mother, Meryl. Like Truss, he abandoned the comfort and prosperity of Violet City to follow him to the remote and desolate town of Qingdao, and his loyalty was beyond doubt. Thomas, the personal servant, needless to say, had his fate inextricably linked with his lord from the day he became Adonis's personal servant. Ordinary servants could switch allegiance to other nobles, but a personal male servant who betrayed his master would never be accepted by any noble. The best outcome would be relegation to a lowly menial job. After confirming that no outsiders were present, Adonis looked at Trass, who nodded slightly, indicating that the place was absolutely safe. Adonis then looked solemnly at Carrot and Thomas, and said in a deep voice, "What I am about to tell you concerns the top secret of the entire town of Qingdao. I need to know if you can earn my complete trust." Carrot immediately bowed, his expression solemn. "My lord, I swear by the honor of knighthood that I will never have a second thought in this life, and will never betray you." Thomas quickly bowed, his tone firm. "Knightly glory bears witness. Thomas will always be the master's most loyal servant for the rest of his life." Adonis nodded and slowly revealed the truth. Baturu is not a 5 black dog at all. That's just a cover-up. Its true identity is a phantom beast cub. Upon hearing this, Carrot's eyes widened instantly, his mouth agape in shock. Thomas froze, speechless for a long time. A mythical beast, that was a rare and precious creature, high above all others. Even within the vast Violet family, only the Earl possessed a mythical beast. No wonder Baturu's appetite far exceeded that of ordinary wild animals, and no wonder Adonis considered it the most important secret of Qingdao town. If such a tremendous opportunity were to be revealed, it would surely bring endless trouble, even annihilating Qingdao town. Carrot snapped out of his daze and knelt down without hesitation. "My lord, I swear by the honor of knighthood that I will keep this secret for the rest of my life and never utter a single word to any outsider." Thomas quickly knelt down as well, kowtowing heavily. "My lord, me too. Get up, both of you." Adonis personally helped the two up. "Since I told you about this, it's because I trust you completely. From now on, the care and feeding of Baturu will be entrusted to you too. When I'm not around, you will take good care of him. Baturu is still a cub and does indeed need trusted confidants to look after him." As the castle's steward and Thomas's personal valet, Carrot was inevitably involved in this matter. Entrusting it to them would ensure Baturu's care and help conceal his identity, completely preventing any possibility of leaks from within the castle. Carrot respectfully accepted the order, his expression calm and composed, clearly prepared to take on this responsibility. Thomas, however, was so excited that his face flushed red, and he felt as if a fire was burning inside him. He almost jumped up on the spot. Previously, Adonis had repeatedly refused to let him serve him closely, leaving Thomas sullen. He thought his lord no longer trusted him, and had been restless for days. But now, the lord had entrusted him with the top secret task of caring for the phantom beast cub. This was clearly an immense act of trust. The magical beast was a priceless treasure even the Earl's family valued highly. Adonis's willingness to let him take care of it personally was enough to show that he had never neglected him. Thomas suddenly understood, thinking to himself that the master didn't distrust him, but rather had entrusted him with a more important task. With this thought, he instantly became energetic and full of enthusiasm, eager to immediately go and serve Baturu with utmost care. Adonis, observing Thomas's sudden surge of fighting spirit, felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of his reason for such agitation. However, for Adonis, being able to remove Thomas from his side was a good thing. After all, he wasn't used to being constantly served by a man, and this arrangement perfectly satisfied both. After the meal, the magistrate, Tom, took his leave to return to town to handle official business. Tesla, accompanied by 4 knights, headed to the castle training grounds to practice his aura and swordsmanship. Adonis suddenly remembered that he still had a weekly task to complete, and without further ado, he grabbed his knight's sword from the wall and rushed to the training grounds in the backyard. Each completed system task would increase his strength. Now, eager to become stronger, he naturally didn't want to miss any opportunity. Tomorrow marks the start of a new week, and the system tasks will soon refresh. Time is running out for him. He must race against time to complete them. On the training ground, sword flashes rise and fall. Adonis repeatedly performs basic slashes, thrusts, and parries, immersed in his arduous practice. 2 hours pass quickly. Trass and his 4 knights' attendants have long since finished training and are resting and drinking water on the sidelines. In the vast training ground, only Adonis remained, still practicing his sword against the gentle breeze, Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, without stopping. 2 more hours passed, and even with the support of intermediate-level battle aura, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. His legs were slightly unsteady, his steps began to falter, and his sword-wielding posture gradually became distorted. His exhaustion was almost impossible to conceal. Truss couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped forward to advise. "My lord, you've been practicing for 4 hours straight. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Stop and rest for a moment." Adonis, panting heavily, still didn't sheath his sword. "No, Master Truss, I can feel that my basic swordsmanship is just one step away from being perfect." He couldn't tell anyone the secret of the system mission, so he could only use the excuse that his swordsmanship was about to break through. Skills also have levels, the most common divisions being beginner, proficient, master, advanced, and perfect. Adonis's basic swordsmanship had already reached the proficient level. The next step would be mastery. Mastery-level skills are practical enough for the real battlefield, so most knights choose to learn new skills after reaching mastery. "But your body won't be able to take it if you keep practicing like this," Trask said with a worried expression, unable to help but advise again. "It's all right, teacher, I can still persevere," Adonis said firmly, his knight's sword never stopping. Seeing that Adonis was determined, Trask could only sigh helplessly. "Very well, may the glory of knighthood favor you." Time passed slowly, and 4 hours flew by. The sun sank below the horizon, night fell over the training ground, and the moonlight shone on Adonis. Yet he continued to practice his sword without stopping, still nearly 200 repetitions short of 1,000 repetitions of the basic sword technique. Only 3 hours remained until the new week's quest refreshed. He had to complete the task before the deadline, or all his efforts would be in vain. Midway through, the old butler, Carrot, came to inquire about dinner, and Adonis left only one sentence. No one was allowed to disturb him until he stopped training. Only Trask and Thomas remained quietly guarding the training ground. The other 4 squires had already left the castle. They were merely servants, not authorized to stay overnight, and were responsible for the daily patrols of the territory. The night deepened, and the hourglass ticked relentlessly. At 11:30 p.m., only half an hour remained before the quest refreshed. Adonis's steps were already unsteady, and his sword swings had lost their usual rhythm. The repetitive, prolonged hacking had left his arms aching and numb. He felt as if he might collapse at any moment, yet he gritted his teeth, relying on an indomitable spirit to forcefully support his body and continue swinging his sword. Finally, just before the hourglass ran out, he completed a full 1,000 repetitions of the basic sword technique. The instant he sheathed his sword, an ethereal system notification echoed in his mind. "This week's mission is complete. Mission rewards have been issued." Immediately following, a second notification appeared. "This week's mission has been updated." Adonis let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He finally completed the mission before the deadline. But before he could even check the new tasks and rewards, all his strength drained away, and he collapsed onto the training ground. Tesla rushed over, carried him back to his bedroom in the castle, and instructed Thomas to take good care of the Lord. "Rest assured, Lord Tesla, I will serve you with utmost care," Thomas respectfully replied. Truss nodded and turned to leave. He didn't understand why Adonis was practicing swordsmanship so obsessively, but he felt that this diligent, disciplined, and tenacious lord couldn't be a bad thing. Moreover, Adonis now possessed a phantom beast cub with immense potential. Given time, he would surely have a bright future, and the future of Qingdao town would be extraordinary. The next morning, Adonis slowly awoke. The moment he moved, a sharp soreness coursed through his body. Every muscle throbbed with pain, and even lifting his arm was incredibly difficult. He thought to himself that even in this extraordinary world, the aches and pains from overexertion were still intense. Suppressing the discomfort, he silently summoned the transparent mobile game panel and tapped on his avatar. When Adonis's gaze fell on the skill bar, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. There, a brand new skill had appeared, Eye of Insight, Beginner. It's Eye of Insight. Adonis's heart skipped a beat. As the former planner and programmer of this mobile game, he was intimately familiar with this skill. From its design to its effect logic, almost everything was his creation. In the original game, the Eye of Insight was an extremely rare support skill. It could see through the essence of all things, see through disguises, illusions, and false appearances, and glimpse the true attributes of things. However, now that the game has become reality, he was unsure whether the Eye of Insight still retained its original powerful effects. Suppressing his anticipation, Adonis focused his mind and channeled his battle aura, slowly gathering it in his eyes before activating his Eye of Insight. The next second, the world before him abruptly changed. The once vibrant servants outside the window had transformed into several faint, grayish-white humanoid phantoms. These phantoms continued to move back and forth, sweeping the castle courtyard, but they seemed to have been stripped of their original flesh and appearance. That's it. Adonis was startled and immediately cut off his battle aura, deactivating his Eye of Insight. Looking out the window again, the grayish-white phantom vanished instantly, and the courtyard was once again filled with a few ordinary servants busily cleaning. Everything had returned to normal. Why did the person he saw turn into a grayish-white phantom after activating his Eye of Insight? Adonis was filled with doubt. He forced his aching body to his feet, refusing Thomas's help, and walked step by step to the open space outside the castle, activating his Eye of Insight once more. This time he looked more closely, discovering that not only humans, but even his own mount, the little red horse, appeared faintly grayish-white under the skill's vision. Just as he was about to deactivate the skill, his gaze swept over Carrot not far away, and his eyes suddenly froze. Carrot had practiced martial arts in his early years, but his talent was mediocre, and he never managed to break through to the level of a knight squire. He eventually gave up cultivation and settled into the role of butler. In the Eye of Insight, Carrot's grayish-white phantom was noticeably darker than that of ordinary servants. Even more surprising to Adonis was that Carrot was holding a dazzling golden phantom in his arms, its outline strikingly similar to Baturu. He immediately deactivated his Eye of Insight and looked closely. Sure enough, what Carrot was holding was the sleeping black iron behemoth cub, Baturu. What on earth is going on? Adonis frowned, quickly pondering. Carrot's color was darker. Was it because he had practiced battle aura? Baturu was golden. Was it because it was a phantom beast? But why was the little red horse just a grayish-white phantom, like ordinary people? For a moment, he couldn't understand it. Just then, Tesla, accompanied by 4 knights, Kobe, O'Neill, and 2 others, hurriedly entered the castle courtyard. Seeing Adonis's still somewhat pale face, Tesla quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, "My lord, are you feeling better? You fainted after your intense training yesterday, which really frightened us." Adonis didn't explain immediately, but looked at Trass and the 4 knights and said calmly, "Teacher Trass, please wait a moment." After speaking, he activated his battle aura again, opened his Eye of Insight, and looked at Trass and the 4 knights. The scene before him gave Adonis an instant clue. The figure of the high-ranking knight, Travis, transformed into a dense, earthy yellow phantom, its color 1,000 times deeper than Carrot's, surrounded by a thick aura of battle aura. The 4 knightly attendants behind Travis remained grayish-white, only slightly darker than Carrot's, with Kobe Anvil being the darkest. "I think I understand now," Adonis murmured to himself. This is a world brimming with magic, where all living beings possess magical power. The grayish-white phantoms seen by the Eye of Insight are manifestations of the servant's own magical power. They have never cultivated battle aura, and their magical power is in a chaotic state. Hence the phantoms are grayish-white and faint, almost transparent. Carrot was once the lowest-ranking knight squire, and although he has abandoned cultivation for many years, his magical phantom is still far deeper than that of ordinary servants. The shadowy figures of the 4 knights were even darker than those of Carrot, clearly proving this point. The stronger one is, the more magic power one possesses, and the darker the color of their shadow. The little red horse is just an ordinary war horse, with magic power similar to that of a normal person, so it is also grayish-white. Baturu, however, is a phantom beast cub, possessing a large amount of magic power within him. Thus his shadowy figure is a dazzling gold. Gold represents metal-type magic power. As a high-ranking earth elemental knight, Tesla's phantom was a thick, earthy yellow, a direct manifestation of his battle aura attribute. Initially, battle aura is still chaotic magic, so knights appear grayish-white like ordinary people, only much denser. Once one breaks through to become a trainee knight and enters the ranks of junior knights, their battle aura will gradually reveal its true attributes. Adonis looked down at himself, a pale purple phantom appearing around his body. That must be the color of his battle aura, though its specific attribute was still unknown. His phantom was lighter than Beatrice's, indicating that his battle aura cultivation was inferior to this high-ranking knight. But the purple color itself already gave him a bit more anticipation for the future. Oh no, this is bad. A sudden stinging pain shot through his eyes, and Adonis immediately deactivated his Eye of Insight. This skill was still in its early stages and insufficient for prolonged observation. Seeing Adonis staring at the group for so long, his expression constantly shifting, Trust grew anxious. Lord, what's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? Adonis snapped out of his daze, rubbed his aching eyes, and waved with a smile. I'm fine, Professor Truss. I'm feeling much better now. That's good. Truss visibly relaxed, but was still shaken. You trained too intensely yesterday and collapsed from exhaustion. It was really worrying. I'm sorry to have worried you, Professor. Adonis spoke sincerely, then his eyes lit up with joy. But yesterday's efforts were not in vain. My basic swordsmanship has broken through from the proficient level to the master level. Yesterday, he completed 1,000 repetitions of the basic swordsmanship training. After waking up this morning, he clearly felt that his understanding and control of this swordsmanship had improved to a new level. Knightly glory favors you, my lord. Trass's eyes lit up with surprise. You are only 16 years old, yet you have mastered basic swordsmanship to the proficiency level. Such talent and perseverance are truly astonishing. Adonis calmly shook his head. There is nothing to be happy about. Compared to my older brothers and sisters, I am still far behind. Even my 8-year-old brother has already reached the proficiency level in basic swordsmanship. That's different. Tesla tried to persuade him further, but Adonis interrupted him. All right, teacher, let's not talk about these unimportant things. Adonis looked into the distance, his tone firm. I want to go to town and take a look at the true situation of the territory to thoroughly understand the details of Qingdao town. Previously, in order to complete the mobile game mission, he had only ridden around the territory's borders and had not yet taken a detailed look at the territory's people, industries, and resources. To expand one's territory, one must first know oneself and one's enemy. As you wish, Lord. Trass bowed and immediately arranged for horses. The group quickly prepared, mounted their war horses, and headed towards Qingdao town. The town was only about 3 kilometers from the castle, a short ride away. On the Night continent, most nobles disliked commoners near castles. They believed that the common people's uncouth and noisy manner would disturb the lives of the nobility and would hinder control and the display of authority. Therefore, even if villages and towns were built around castles, they were usually separated by 3 to 5 kilometers. Even at Violet Castle in the center of Roland, commoners were prohibited from freely entering within a 3-kilometer radius. Upon hearing that the Lord had personally arrived in town, the government official Tom rushed from his office and quickly stepped forward to bow. My lord, I am sorry for not being able to greet you properly. Adonis smiled and waved his hand. Tom, I just came to take a look. I didn't disturb your work, did I? Serving you is my greatest duty. I am always ready to follow your orders, Tom replied respectfully. Haha. Tom, you speak so sweetly. You can say more often in the future. Adonis was in a great mood. As you wish. No need for formalities. Show me around town. I want to take a good look at my territory. Please come with me, sir. Tom led the way, and the group slowly made their way along the town's only main street. This was the only street running north-south through the entire town of Qingdao. The streets are lined with rows of low houses, but most of the shops have their wooden doors tightly closed, and the mottled and dilapidated door panels exude a sense of desolation. Qingdao town was poor and remote, with barren land, poor transportation, and no commercial value. Almost no outside businessmen were willing to open shops here. The few shops that were open were small workshops where local commoners made a living. A simple blacksmith shop could only repair hoes and sickles for serfs. A general store sold coarse household goods. There was also a tailor shop that could only sew the most basic linen clothes, and a carpenter shop that could only make simple farm tools and furniture. Apart from that, the town has no other industries, and the entire town of Qingdao is so desolate that it is heartbreaking. It's hard to imagine that this dilapidated town was once the heart of a baron's territory. Even in the most prosperous inland territories, the villages under the jurisdiction of the lowest-ranking lords would be several times more bustling and wealthy than this place. Continuing along the main street, rows of low, dilapidated thatched houses lined the street. The houses were neatly arranged, but they showed no signs of life. This is not due to the residents' own initiative, but rather to the noble rules of the Night continent, where every inch of land within a territory belongs to the lord. When a town is established, the lord will stipulate the location and size of each house. Serfs and commoners can only build according to the order. Anyone who dares to occupy land privately will be severely punished. Adonis observed the surroundings, then looked at Tom and asked in a deep voice, how many people are there in the entire territory of Qingdao town now? Tom immediately replied, Sir, The territory has a total population of 2,345, of which 2,300 are hereditary serfs, and the remaining 45 are free commoners. In this world, serfs were the private property of their lords. Their bodies, the fruits of their labor, and even their lives belonged to the lords. They had no private property and were not allowed to leave their territory freely. If they ran away and were caught by another lord, they would be sold as runaway slaves. If they were caught by their original lord, they would be whipped or hanged. Of course, most lords would not kill serfs indiscriminately, since serfs were also property, and it was not worth losing them for nothing. Free commoners, on the other hand, own their own property, and as long as they abide by the lord's laws, the lord cannot arbitrarily take everything from them. They can also move between noble territories. Adonis nodded, then asked, "How many artisans are there in the territory?" Craftsmen are the foundation of a territory's development. Without enough skilled artisans, even the largest territory will find it difficult to truly prosper. Tom quickly reported, "There is a blacksmith and 3 apprentices, a carpenter and 5 apprentices, a tanner, and a tailor." However, because the leatherworker's territory lacked sufficient animal hides, he could only farm in the fields on ordinary days. "That's all." Adonis frowned slightly, his tone revealing disappointment. Tom lowered his head. "Yes, sir. Qingdao town is barren and cannot retain more craftsmen." Adonis remained silent for a moment, knowing in his heart that it would be far more difficult than he had imagined to revitalize the territory with such a small number of people. He composed himself and continued, "What are the main crops grown on the farmland of the territory?" Tom explained that the Grand Duchy of Cornflower is located near the sea, and the land is mostly saline alkali soil, making it difficult for ordinary grains to grow. Therefore, black oats are the staple food throughout the country, and Qingdao town is no exception. Black oats are entirely black, extremely resilient, and can survive even on saline alkali soil, yielding far greater production than ordinary oats. However, it has a hard texture and is extremely difficult to cook. Often, the outer layer is already soft and mushy, while the inside is still hard and chewy, which is especially unfriendly to the elderly and children. The black oats eaten by serfs were mostly unhulled, coarse and hard to swallow. Even when ground into flour and baked into bread, it was just dark, hard black bread. The mainland had not yet mastered the technology of flour fermentation, and that kind of bread was as hard as a rock. It had to be sliced and soaked in water before it could be barely swallowed. Just then, Adonis suddenly stopped, and his gaze fell on a small, thin figure at the street corner. A little girl, dressed in tattered clothes and covered in dirt, was squatting by the roadside, hugging a black, stick-like object and nibbling on it. Adonis pointed at her and asked, "Tom, what's she holding in her hand?" Tom looked in that direction and immediately replied, "Sir, that's a wild plant unique to Qingdao town. The locals call it black stick. The black stick has a slightly sweet taste, but it can't fill your stomach at all and is of no use. It's usually something that serfs use to coax their children." "Black stick," Adonis muttered to himself. "That's quite a fitting name. Are there many of these?" Tom replied, "Lots of them, everywhere in the wilderness and salt flats." Adonis was puzzled. "If they're everywhere, why have I never seen them near the town?" Tom explained helplessly that black clover could not be used as food, livestock would not eat it, and it would compete with black oats for nutrients. So he had long ago ordered people to cut down all the black clover around the town. However, the wilderness outside the town is too vast, and those black-clad thugs are still everywhere, making them impossible to eradicate completely. Upon hearing this, Adonis's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Go get one. I want to try it." Tom's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Sir, this is the kind of coarse food that lowly serfs eat. If you, as a nobleman, were to eat such a thing, you would be ridiculed by other nobles, and it would be a loss of face. In the Night Continent, it is considered a desecration of a nobleman's status to eat the food of a serf. This is an almost universally accepted rule among nobles." Adonis understood, but calmly said, "It's all right, go get one. I'll take it back to the castle to eat. I won't eat it outside." In front of his subjects, he naturally had to maintain the dignity of a lord, but back in his undisturbed castle, there was no need to worry about such rules. Tom dared not persuade her any further, took out a copper coin, walked up to the little girl, and bought the black stick from her hand. The little girl clutched the rare copper coin tightly, her face beaming with joy, and turned to run back to her family's thatched cottage. After unexpectedly discovering the black stick, Adonis lost interest in continuing to patrol the territory and immediately led everyone back to the castle. Back in his study, where no one else was around, he took out the black stick and examined it closely. This thing, in both shape and thickness, was extremely similar to the sugarcane he had seen in his previous life, except that it was all unusually black, from the outer skin to the inner core. Adonis wiped away the stains with a handkerchief, took a small bite, and chewed slowly. The texture is indeed similar to sugarcane, with coarse fibers. Once you chew it until it loses its flavor, you can't swallow it and have to spit it out. But its taste was completely different from what Tom had described. Obviously, Tom himself hadn't actually tasted it. He had only heard from others that it was a little sweet. The black stick does have a hint of sweetness, but after the sweetness comes a strong bitterness, astringency, numbness, and saltiness, as if seawater has been mixed into a weird-tasting candy. The strange taste assaulted his mouth, so unpleasant that Adonis couldn't help but frown. No wonder that apart from greedy children, almost no adults in the town were willing to gnaw on this black stick. Chapter 26. Adonis initially didn't understand why this sugarcane-like plant could grow so wildly in the saline alkali soil. Only then did he realize that this must be a variety of sugarcane that had mutated on its own to adapt to the saline alkali environment. Such mutations are not uncommon on the continent of Knights. Many precious magical potions were originally just ordinary plants. The black sticks have absorbed the salt and alkali from the soil, which is why they look like this now and have a strange, unpalatable taste. From the perspective of reproduction, its mutation has undoubtedly been extremely successful. It can grow wildly in saline alkali land where other crops can hardly survive, and because it tastes so bad, neither humans nor wild animals will eat it as a staple food. In this way, the black stick avoids competition and can steadily continue its population, making it the most suitable plant for growing in wasteland. A glint of light flashed in Adonis's eyes, and he immediately ordered towards the door. "Go and call Tom here." Tom arrived quickly and asked respectfully, "Sir, what are your orders?" "Arrange for the people to buy up large quantities of black sticks and send them all to the castle. The price is tentatively set at 10 sticks for 1 copper coin. 1 copper coin was enough to buy a piece of black bread that would feed an adult for a day. This purchase price was already quite high." Tom quickly advised, "Sir, black sticks are just wild plants in the wilderness. They can be found everywhere, and the people can easily cut down dozens of them. 10 sticks for 1 copper coin is too expensive. I think 30 sticks for 1 copper coin is the most suitable." Adonis nodded. "Then let's do as you say. We'll acquire 3,000 of them and deliver them to the castle as soon as possible." He already had a plan to try making sugar using these black sticks. Sugar was a non-existent condiment on the Night continent. Nobles who wanted sweets could only rely on honey. If the sugar making is successful, it will surely bring a considerable fortune. Even if it fails, 3,000 black sticks will only cost 100 copper coins, and the loss is negligible. The currency circulating in mainland China consists of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. The designs and names may differ from country to country, but the weight, purity, and exchange rate remain consistent. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is equal to 100 copper coins. It is said that this standard was established by Emperor List the Great, who promoted the standardization of writing and cart axles 50,000 years ago. The gold, silver, and copper mines on the continent, as well as the mines for magical metals and gems, are not ordinary deposits. Only dragons can nurture them. This is why the right to mint coins has always been firmly in the hands of the dragon-raising family, and no other force can shake it. Legend has it that above gold coins are dragon coins, which are used exclusively by dragon knights for top-tier transactions, with 1 dragon coin worth 10,000 gold coins. However, dragon coins are extremely rare. They are almost never seen on the market, and very few people have actually exchanged them. In continents where sugar was scarce, honey was naturally extremely popular among the nobility. Many high-ranking nobles kept bee slaves, specifically trained to collect honey. Those top noble families with deep-rooted traditions would even have bees collect pollen from potion flowers to make precious magical honey. Every drop of the magic honey is incredibly valuable. The storerooms of the Qingdao castle, however, contain a small amount of ordinary honey for Adonis's daily consumption. As for magic honey, he had only heard of it, never seen it. The Violet family was a newly noble family. In the past, they were just a baronial family in a remote rural area, and they simply couldn't afford such a luxury. While waiting for the black stick to arrive, Adonis didn't sit idle. He took the opportunity to complete his daily quests. Today's task was still basic sword skills training. After completing the task, He clearly felt the intermediate-level battle chi within his body loosen slightly. If he perseveres for a few more days, his intermediate-level battle aura will undergo its first transformation, bringing him one step closer to becoming a high-level knight. Advancing from intermediate knight to advanced knight was indeed much more difficult than before. It took 3 consecutive days of completing missions before my fighting spirit showed signs of a breakthrough. Furthermore, as your strength increases, the boost from daily quests will become smaller and smaller. If you want to get stronger quickly, you still have to rely on the more difficult weekly quests. Adonis brought up the mobile game panel and found that this week's tasks were exactly the same as last week's, still 3. It seems that the weekly tasks are fixed. The first reward is a random skill after practicing basic shooting skills 1,000 times. Secondly, increase the total population of the territory to 5,000 people and reward them with a perfect transformation of their fighting spirit. Thirdly, each sea voyage will reward your pet with 1 level advancement. After reviewing the tasks, Adonis looked utterly helpless, even on the verge of collapse. He could manage the first task through sheer willpower, but the latter 2 seemed virtually impossible. Especially the pet advancement rewards. His pet is the mythical beast Black Iron Behemoth. Going a step further, it becomes the Dragon Beast Silver Behemoth. With a Dragon Beast, at least in the Grand Duchy of Chrysanthemum Jewels, he could practically do whatever he wanted. The problem is that the territory currently has a total population of only 2,345, which is nearly half short of the 5,000 needed. The territory is barren and cannot attract any migrants, so it is impossible to complete the project in a short period of time. Going out to sea is even more of a pipe dream. The territory has no ships, not even rafts, and there are no craftsmen in the town who know how to build ships and rafts. Adonis could only think that he should go swimming at the beach another day to see if that would count as completing the mission. If that doesn't work, we can only pray that these 2 absurd tasks will be replaced when the tasks are refreshed next week. It must be said that the evil feudal aristocratic lord system was indeed very enjoyable. At Adonis's command, the people rushed to the wilderness to cut down the black stick. In less than half a day, 3,000 black sticks were neatly piled up outside the castle gate, forming a small black hill. Adonis ordered his servants to divide the black sticks into 2 piles, carefully peeling one half, removing the tough old roots, and leaving only the clean core. The other half is kept in its original state and neatly stacked. The large stone mill in the castle was pushed into the courtyard. The heavy stone disc turned slowly, and servants took turns pushing the millstone and stuffing the cut black sticks into the mill mouth. With a dull grinding sound, the dark black liquid flowed out along the stone trough and then poured into a row of earthenware jars and wooden barrels through the diversion channel. Juice extracted from peeled sugarcane cores is clearer with fewer impurities. However, juice extracted from sugarcane with peel on the black stems is thick and cloudy with fine black foam floating on the surface. 3,000 black sticks were used to extract an astonishing amount of juice. All the earthenware urns, wooden buckets, and clay pots in the kitchen were moved over and placed in the backyard, and each batch was marked. Adonis ordered his men to build an earthen stove in the open space of the training ground and set up the largest cast iron pot in the kitchen to first boil the original juice of the unpeeled black sticks. The dark liquid was relatively calm when it was first put into the pot, but as the temperature rose, dense bubbles quickly appeared in the pot. A strange, salty, astringent, and bitter taste spread out, and the servant could only stir it constantly with a long wooden spoon to prevent the bottom of the pot from burning. After simmering over low heat for a long time, the water gradually evaporated, and the liquid in the pot became less and less, and also more and more viscous. The color changed from jet black to a dark, murky black, and the grayish-brown foam continued to gather and clump together, eventually solidifying into clumps of sticky paste. The paste clung to the wooden spoon, forming long threads that wouldn't drip for a long time. Adonis stepped forward, dipped a little of the cooled paste in, and put it in his mouth. It tastes salty and astringent, with a salty, fishy smell and a bitter, grassy taste. It's hard to even swallow, let alone enjoy the sweetness of sugar. This pot of soup was made with the unpeeled black taro, wasn't it? The servant quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Pour it all out, scrub the pot thoroughly clean, making sure there's no lingering taste, then continue to boil the juice after peeling the skin. Without delay, everyone immediately poured out the black residue and repeatedly scrubbed the pot walls with hot water and wood ash until the odor was completely gone. Then, the juice extracted from the peeled blackberries was slowly poured into the pot. This pot was noticeably cleaner, with a dark, clear color and no heavy impurities. The flames quietly licked the bottom of the pot. The broth slowly heated up, the bubbles were fine and gentle, and the pungent, murky smell from before was gone. Instead, a faint, sweet aroma of herbs and plants slowly wafted out from the pot. As the water evaporates, the clear broth gradually thickens, becoming dense and viscous, forming a thin layer of syrup that clings to the sides of the pot. The servant kept stirring to prevent the syrup from sticking to the pot and caramelizing. Time passed slowly, and the liquid in the pot finally simmered into a warm, dark syrup. He gently shook the iron pot, and the syrup flowed slowly, forming fine sugar threads. Adonis dipped a little more into the syrup and tasted it. This time it finally tasted sweet, a world of difference compared to the previous pot of black broth. However, the sweetness is still mixed with astringency and salty aftertaste, which means that the impurities in the juice have not been completely removed, and it is far from being truly pure sugar. Adonis had already made up his mind that black sticks could indeed be boiled down to make sugar. The problem was not with the raw materials, but with the juice containing too much salt, alkali, impurities, and the astringent taste of grass and wood. Only by filtering out impurities can you obtain truly pure sugar. It seems we still need to find a way to remove the impurities inside. The most suitable method is to use carbon to absorb the impurities in the sugar water. Carbon does exist on the mainland, but it is not ordinary charcoal. It's a superb charcoal made by an earth dragon that dyes wood, and it's sold by the large merchant guilds in Roland City. The bad news was that Qingdao town didn't have such a thing. Adonis immediately decided to send Truss to Roland City himself. Go and fetch Professor Truss. Truss arrived quickly, and Adonis took out 10 gold coins and handed them to him, solemnly instructing, "Teacher, please make a trip to Roland City to purchase a batch of extraordinary charcoal. Also, buy some more supplies and food to replenish the castle's empty storerooms. If the castle's food reserves aren't replenished soon, they'll be eaten up by the Baturu sooner or later." Tesla accepted the gold coin, bowed, and said, "Yes, sir. I will depart immediately and strive to return as soon as possible." After saying that, he turned around, prepared his luggage, and set off for Roland City. After Trask left, Adonis did not slack off. He picked up his knight's sword and went to the training ground in the backyard to practice basic sword skills over and over again. Under the sunlight, the sword light drew a clean arc, and the fighting spirit flowed along the arm and steadily poured into the sword, making each move extremely powerful. After practicing the basic sword techniques 200 times, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his breathing remained steady. Now there was no need to rush. 200 repetitions a day were enough to complete his weekly task. After sheathing his sword, Adonis rested briefly before heading to the town to continue his territory patrol, which had been interrupted by the black stick. He still hasn't fully grasped the farmland, resources, and terrain of Qingdao territory. This information is the most important foundation for developing the territory. Upon meeting the political officer Tom, Adonis went straight to the point and asked, "Tom, how many acres of farmland have been reclaimed in my Qingdao territory so far?" Tom immediately stepped forward and replied in a solemn tone, "My lord, currently only 23,500 acres of farmland have been developed in the entire territory. How could there be so little?" Adonis frowned instantly, his face full of surprise. By the standards of the Night Continent, even a small baronial territory often has more than 30,000 mu of farmland, and for a slightly larger baronial territory, 50,000 mu is not uncommon. The territory of Qingdao is far larger than that of an ordinary baronial territory, yet the amount of farmland that can be cultivated is less than 30,000 mu, which is ridiculously small. Tom said helplessly, "Sir, most of the territory is saline alkali land. The soil is barren, and the crop yield is extremely low. The migrants are unwilling to come here to reclaim wasteland, and the number of serfs in the territory is also limited, so we really can't gather enough manpower. It has reached its current scale, which is already the limit. In the Night Continent, the harvest from 5 acres of ordinary land, after paying the Lord's taxes, is enough to feed an adult and still have some surplus food left. However, the land in Qingdao was too barren, with yields only half that of ordinary land. The harvest from nearly 10 acres of land in a year, after deducting taxes, was barely enough to support one person. With such harsh farming conditions, it's no wonder no one has ever been willing to clear the land and settle here." Adonis nodded and asked Tom to take him to see the farmland of his territory. Tom led the way, and the group quickly headed towards the farmland. Although Qingdao territory was barren, the terrain was flat and open, with almost all the arable land concentrated in one contiguous area. Unlike other noble territories, where farmland was scattered in patches, making cultivation troublesome and management extremely inconvenient. The farmland of Qingdao territory is basically divided into 3 major areas, all of which are reclaimed and irrigated by the territory's only major river. This river originates from the manhwa Mountains, flows through Qingdao territory, and eventually empties into the sea. It is also the only source of freshwater in the territory. Overall, Qingdao resembles a triangle, with the manhwa mountain range connecting to the mainland as the base, the river running through the entire territory like a high line, and the estuary at the apex of the triangle. Of course, in reality, rivers meander and twist, far from being as straight as depicted in drawings. Adonis gazed at the rippling blue water and suddenly asked, "What's the name of this river?" Tom bowed and replied, "Sir, this river has never had an official name. The locals have always called it the Great River." Adonis looked at the slowly flowing river and said in a calm but undeniable tone, "It runs through the entire Qingdao territory, nurtures Qingdao town, irrigates all the farmland, and is our mother river. From today onwards, it will be called the Qingdao River." Tom immediately and solemnly agreed, took out paper and pen, and recorded the order in the territory's documents, thus ensuring that the name Qingdao River would be passed down from then on. The Qingdao River is not a major river. At its widest point it is only about 20 meters wide, and at its narrowest point it is only about 10 meters wide. The water flows gently and is clear, making it ideal for irrigating farmland. The 3 large plots of farmland are all located on the west bank of the Qingdao River, winding along the river. The largest plot, furthest from the town, is over 8,000 mu, approximately 533 hectares, while the other 2 plots are 6,000 mu, approximately 400 hectares, and 7,000 mu, approximately 467 hectares, respectively. 3 plots of farmland, arranged in a triangular shape, surrounded Qingdao town in the center. Adonis walked along the ridges, looking at the sparsely growing black oats, and then gave instructions to Tom. "Remember, there is still a lot of land on both sides of the Qingdao River that can be reclaimed. Once the population of the territory increases and there are enough people, we will build new villages along the river, reclaim wasteland on a large scale, and expand the cultivated area. For ease of management and to ensure safety, the entire territory now consists of only one settlement, Qingdao Town, where serfs and commoners all live. However, with population growth, the town will eventually be unable to accommodate everyone, and the relocation and reconstruction of villages is an inevitable trend. It is always better to plan ahead now than to deal with it hastily in the future." Tom carefully wrote down the second command, not daring to miss a single detail. Adonis then said, "Let's go. Come with me and see what's ahead." The group walked slowly along the banks of the Qingdao River, eventually reaching its estuary. The Qingdao River originates from a branch of the manhwa mountain range, whose terrain is not steep and whose headwaters have a very small drop in elevation. Therefore, the entire river flows gently, and even at its mouth, the water remains calm and still, without any turbulence. The clear river water slowly flows into the azure sea, the surface of the water sparkling, the sea breeze carrying a faint salty and damp scent. The scenery before my eyes is exceptionally tranquil. Adonis stood on the beach, gazing at the open waters flowing into the sea, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. He pointed ahead and asked Tom, "This place is flat, with a gentle current. Wouldn't it be perfect for building a dock?" Tom was taken aback at first, then understood what he meant, his expression full of surprise. "The dock? Sir, you want to build a fleet and conduct maritime trade along the coastline." "Can't I?" Adonis's eyes burned with desire, as if he could already see the money in them. "The conditions at the mouth of the Qingdao River are excellent. We can build a wharf, transport the territory's supplies here, and then form a fleet to sail along the coast and trade with the surrounding territories. As long as this route is opened up, Qingdao will be able to have its own maritime trade route. For a territory to escape poverty and grow stronger, stable and unimpeded external trade routes are crucial. Qingdao Town's land routes are limited by roads and transportation, making stable operation difficult. On the contrary, relying on the Qingdao River and coastline, maritime trade routes obviously have great potential." Tom, however, looked troubled and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Sir, many coastal nobles in the country have had the same idea, but in the end they all gave up. In the entire Grand Duchy of Cornflower Gem, only the Grand Duke and 3 marquises retain fleets, and barely manage to trade along the coast. The other nobles dare not set foot on the sea at all. Adonis raised an eyebrow. Why? Tom's tone was grave. Because the risks at sea are too great. Not only are there sea monsters and aquatic beasts in the ocean, but storms can also occur at any time. If an accident occurs, the entire fleet could be completely destroyed and all the invested capital would be lost. The risks of maritime trade are dozens of times higher than those of land trade routes, so naturally no one dares to take the risk anymore. Sea monsters are enormous sea beasts. Although they do not possess magic, they have massive bodies and incredible strength. However, they mostly inhabit the deep sea and rarely appear in coastal waters. Aquatic magical beasts are different. Although they may not be large in size, they can control water magic and hunt using magical power. The nearshore area is teeming with rudimentary aquatic monsters, which pose the most direct threat to the fleet's voyage. Adonis continued, "Are there sea monsters and magical beasts roaming the nearshore waters? Why aren't the Grand Duke and the three Marquises afraid of these threats? Storms at sea are merely occasional natural disasters, posing a limited threat to trade routes. The truly deadly threats always lie in the sea monsters and monstrous beasts lurking beneath the surface." "Because of the dragon, sir," Tom said, revealing the key to the noble fleet's ability to navigate the seas. The Grand Duke's family possesses a giant dragon, while the three Marquis families each raise subdragons or dragon beasts. They would place the scales shed by dragons, or the scales and fur of wyverns and dragon beasts, on the ships, using their dragon power to intimidate sea monsters and low-level magical beasts. These kinds of creatures are mostly found in coastal waters and dare not attack fleets protected by dragons. But in the open sea, powerful sea monsters and magical beasts are not afraid of such intimidation. Adonis immediately realized what was happening and remembered the weekly tasks on the mobile game panel. To build a fleet and open up maritime trade routes, you must first complete sea voyages and obtain pet upgrade rewards. Baturu is a black iron behemoth cub. Once it completes one evolution, it will become a silver dragon behemoth. At that time, its inherent dragon might will be enough to subdue the sea monsters and magical beasts in the near seas, and the biggest obstacle to opening up trade routes will naturally be solved. The only land route connecting Qingdao to the outside world is the Manhwa Canyon in the Manhwa Mountains. The passage is narrow and easily blocked, far less accessible than the sea. Adonis gazed at the azure sea and sky, the sunlight shimmering on the water, and the long beach stretching into the distance, and couldn't help but recall the seaside scenery of his past life. A bold idea immediately popped into my head. Go straight into the sea, swim a few more miles, and maybe we can complete the mission. He immediately took off his knight's uniform, leaving only his underwear. Tom and his 4 knight squires paled and rushed forward to stop him. "My lord, you mustn't. The sea is too dangerous." However, Adonis had made up his mind. He went straight to the sea and jumped into the ocean. He grew up by the Huai River in his previous life and was an excellent swimmer. Now, with his body strengthened by intermediate-level battle chi, he was confident that swimming 20 or 30 miles would not be a problem. Adonis swam deeper into the sea, keeping an eye on the mobile game interface. However, after swimming for a long time, the Go to See Once quest in the taskbar still showed as incomplete. He secretly wondered if the distance was not enough, or if he had to travel by boat to truly be considered to have set sail. At this time, he was only 2 or 3 miles from the shore, which was not far at all. Adonis decided to swim another dozen miles or so, and if the mission was still not completed, he would give up for the time being. Ignoring the shouts of the people on the shore, he took a deep breath, plunged into the sea, and swam towards deeper water. But he overlooked something crucial. Swimming in the sea and swimming in a river are completely different things. Rivers typically have a gentle current and a relatively uniform flow, with almost no dangerous whirlpools or undercurrents. The ocean, however, may appear calm on the surface, but beneath lies a turbulent undercurrent, with potential currents and whirlpools capable of swallowing a person at any moment. Adonis's bold move led him right into an underwater current. The next moment, an invisible force suddenly wrapped around his body. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free at all. He immediately activated his intermediate-level battle chi, frantically paddling his arms to try and break free from the current's restraint. But that amount of battle chi was utterly insignificant against the raging ocean current. Human beings can never truly contend with nature. During his violent struggle, he choked on the salty seawater, his throat burned and stung. He felt dizzy, and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. In the end, he completely lost consciousness. His body was swept away by the undercurrent and disappeared into the vast sea. Tom and his 4 knights on the shore watched helplessly as Adonis plunged into the sea, but he did not resurface for a long time. Their hearts sank to the bottom. "My lord, something has happened." Tom's face turned pale, but he forced himself to calm down and immediately ordered, "Kobe, go back to the castle right now and report to Butler Carrot. Make sure to bring Baturu here. Lord has a soul contract with Baturu. If anything happens to you, Baturu will sense it. Through it, we can determine your safety. The rest of you, come back to the town with me and gather all the serfs who are familiar with the water. We must immediately rush to the estuary to search for and rescue our master." Kobe mounted his horse and galloped towards the castle like a madman. Tom, meanwhile, led 3 knights and squires to Qingdao to gather men. Not long after, Butler Carrot rushed over carrying the sleeping Baturu, and everyone nervously surrounded him. Fortunately, Baturu remained calm, without any anxiety or distress, and continued to sleep soundly. This means that Adonis is still alive, but his whereabouts are unknown. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, which gave them the motivation to continue the search and rescue. Carrot mobilized all the servants available in the castle, and nearly 100 serfs from the town who were skilled in swimming also came with ropes, lined up along the coastline at the estuary, and searched without stopping for a moment. Meanwhile, Adonis had already been swept away by the undercurrents to who knows where. Initially, he was desperately trying to survive by activating his battle chi, but his intermediate-level battle chi was simply not enough to contend with this force of nature. The icy seawater enveloped his body, dragging him towards the deep seabed. The seawater rushed into his mouth and nose, and a suffocating pain swept through his body. His limbs were helpless in the turbulent currents, and he could only crash against the jagged reefs again and again. My skin was chafed raw by the rocks, and the dizziness kept building up. Finally, his consciousness completely sank into an endless, dark, and silent abyss. I don't know how long I was in a daze, but the chill of the icy seawater gradually faded, replaced by the sticky coolness of the damp rocks. The thick moisture, mixed with a strange smell, entered Adonis's nostrils, pulling him back to his senses. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, leaned against the rock wall to sit up, and froze on the spot the moment his vision opened. This place turned out to be a giant underground cave, with a dome so high that the end could not be seen, and thick stalactites hanging down. Water droplets dripped from the stone tips, their crisp echoes reverberating through the empty cave, while the ground was covered with jagged rocks. Pale blue, shimmering moss grows in the cracks of the rocks, barely illuminating this hidden underground world. A dark river meanders along one side, its waters as deep as ink, and the entire cave is eerily quiet. However, there were 2 distinct and powerful auras in the air, silently confronting each other, as if they would explode at any moment. Adonis leaned against the wall to stand up, rubbing his throbbing temples, and finally remembered that he had been swimming in the nearshore waters. Unexpectedly, an undercurrent suddenly struck, sweeping him directly into this secluded underground cave. Those 2 terrifying auras came from 2 enormous creatures in the center of the cave. One of them was entirely aquamarine, about 2 meters long, with a wingspan of no more than 4 meters. It was clearly a newly hatched dragon. It was surrounded by broken eggshells, and the moist egg liquid had not yet dried, indicating that it had just been hatched. The little creature was still quite young, but its aquamarine scales were crystal clear, and its icy blue dragon eyes were sharp and piercing. With 2 wings and 4 claws, and exuding the majesty inherent in dragons, it appears to be a water elemental dragon. Elemental dragons are inherently evil, unable to corrupt mineral deposits or engage in production, yet they are the most formidable warriors among dragons. Their combat power far surpasses that of metal dragons and magic gem dragons, and they should never be underestimated, even when they are young. Opposite the young dragon stood a white tiger, its size comparable to that of a mammoth. Its forehead bears the imposing character Wog, King. Its snow-white fur is thick and fluffy, with black markings faintly visible, and it has a pair of broad wings growing on its back. This white tiger is the sole ruler of the isolated island, having lived alone there for 100 years and already reached the pinnacle of the path of mythical beasts. It was only 1 step away from transforming into a dragon beast, but it was trapped by that insurmountable barrier of realm, and despite years of arduous cultivation, it was still unable to cross it. Until it accidentally stumbled into this cave, and discovered a dragon egg containing the finest dragon blood sleeping deep inside. The white tiger immediately conceived the idea of devouring the dragon egg and absorbing the dragon's essence, hoping to break through the shackles and advance further. However, its arrival disturbed the dragon eggs, and in the midst of the crisis, the dragon eggs woke up ahead of schedule, and the water-type baby dragon hatched. The white tiger wants to devour its bloodline to advance its own power, and the young dragon has just been born, so it is even less likely to willingly wait to die. With no room for maneuver, a life-or-death battle erupted on the spot. The white tiger launched the first attack, its roar shaking the entire cavern, and its heavy, magical, beastly pressure swept in all directions. Rock fragments tumbled down the cliff face, ripples spread across the surface of the underground river, and even Adonis felt a tightness in his chest. The young dragon raised its head and roared. Although its voice was immature, it carried the pure might of a dragon. It not only blocked the pressure of the white tiger, but also pushed it back. Immediately afterwards, it swept its tail horizontally, and the water mist around its body suddenly surged, transforming into countless sharp water blades that shot out. With the enhancement of the super magic, those water blades were like high-pressure water guns, hitting the rock wall and instantly leaving countless holes. The white tiger flapped its wings and soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the water blades. It then swooped down from a great height, its tiger claws flashing coldly as it aimed straight for the young dragon's vitals. The young dragon instinctively dodged and repeatedly spewed out walls of water to block, but it was only a newborn creature, and its strength was far inferior to that of a peak-level mythical beast, the white tiger. The water walls were smashed apart by the tiger's claws, and the young dragon's situation quickly became perilous. Fortunately, dragons are born with the ability to breathe dragon breath, which is their most instinctive and powerful attack method. Even the breath of a young dragon can pose a deadly threat to the white tiger. Although the white tiger is a top-tier mythical beast, it dared not directly confront the dragon's breath and could only dodge continuously. As expected of the strongest extraordinary creatures on the Night Continent, a newly born dragon was able to fight on par with a peak-level phantom beast. As the battle continued, the young dragon quickly became familiar with the fighting style. Its attacks became increasingly fierce, and it even began to suppress the white tiger. The white tiger was now in a dilemma. It had thought that with the strength of a peak-level phantom beast, it would be easy to subdue a young dragon. However, as it turns out, not everyone can fight opponents of a higher level. However, it has completely offended the young dragon, and only by killing it when it is newly born and at its weakest will it have a chance. Otherwise, once the young dragon recovers, there will be no chance of turning the tide. Once targeted by an elemental dragon, even a peak-level phantom beast can only wait to die. The two top-tier beasts were locked in a fierce battle, and the violent aftershocks continued to impact the rock walls, eventually causing the sturdy cave to give way. Cracks spread like a spider web. The dome collapsed one after another, boulders rained down, and dust instantly obscured all vision. Adonis's heart tightened, and he dared not linger. Before the passage was completely blocked by rubble, he desperately rushed towards the corner crack. He ran frantically, using both his hands and feet, and finally managed to break out before the cave completely sealed off. He collapsed outside, panting heavily. My back was already soaked with cold sweat, and behind me was only a thick pile of rubble. The rumbling of the collapse gradually subsided. Adonis gazed at the ruins that buried everything, and subconsciously activated his eye of insight, his gaze piercing through layers of rock and soil. He vaguely saw two dim and powerless magical phantoms lying motionless beneath the ruins. Adonis subconsciously assumed that the dragon and the tiger had perished together in the great battle. What a pity, what a pity. Those are a dragon cub and a peak-level mythical beast, a giant tiger. If one could form a contract with either of them, even just the giant tiger, it would be enough to become an immediate fighting force. At that time, he will immediately have the potential to challenge for the rank of Earl. Unfortunately, it all seemed to have come to nothing, but Adonis soon realized that he hadn't come away empty-handed. At least the two bodies buried under the rubble were incredibly valuable treasures, especially that young dragon. Even though it was still small, it was ultimately a true dragon. Its scales, flesh, and bones, any one of them would be priceless. Having entered Baoshan, Adonis naturally couldn't leave empty-handed. It's such a waste to bury a dragon cub and a peak-level mythical beast under these rocks. Without further hesitation, he bent down and moved the boulder with his bare hands. The rock was heavy and rough, making his palms red and sore, But he gritted his teeth and persevered, determined to dig out the two corpses. After painstakingly digging through the layer of rubble, the scene before him made him pause slightly. The giant tiger's fangs were still firmly gripping the young dragon, its body covered in wounds, clearly indicating that neither of the two mythical beasts had spared the other when the cave collapsed. Logically speaking, since peak-level phantom beasts can transform into light and elemental dragons can also transform into elements, they both had a chance to escape. But these two were willing to perish together rather than let the other remain. The giant tiger held on tightly to the young dragon, refusing to let go, while the young dragon continuously spewed its dragon breath. In the end, both were severely injured by the collapse, resulting in a truly mutually destructive outcome. The young dragon's scales were shattered, its wings were broken, its legs hung limply, and pale blue dragon blood seeped out continuously, soaking the rocks beneath it. Its breath was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. The giant tiger was in even worse shape. Its fur was soaked in blood, its wings were torn, and its body was crisscrossed with wounds. Even more fatal was the faint blue glow that lingered around its wounds. That was the super magical power left behind by the young dragon's breath. As the highest level of magic on the continent, super magic wouldn't kill immediately, but it would corrode the body and soul day and night. It obliterates consciousness, subjecting the target to excruciating pain until their life force is gradually drained away. The white tiger was convulsing, its throat filled with a low growl of pain, clearly enduring endless torment. The dying aquatic dragon sensed an unfamiliar presence, and its survival instinct immediately overwhelmed everything. It was too badly injured, and the island was fraught with danger. If it tried to heal alone, it would inevitably be targeted by other magical beasts. If another peak-level mythical beast like a giant tiger were to appear, it probably wouldn't even have a chance to survive. So the young dragon exhausted its last strength, transformed into a cloud of misty light, and rushed into Adonis's body, trying to use the dragon's power to erode his consciousness and turn him into its own dragon accomplice. Tigers have their accomplices, and dragons naturally have theirs. The power of dragons also belongs to the supermagic category, possessing the property of assimilation and diffusion, capable of assimilating mineral deposits. But to life, it is like a deadly poison. Once a human is corrupted by the power of a dragon, they will gradually lose consciousness and become a half-human, half-dragon monster. Dragons can inhabit dragon foes to recuperate and evade pursuit. Dragon foes are powerful warriors who can protect weakened dragons, making them the perfect puppets. However, usually only elemental dragons of the evil faction choose to assimilate dragon foes. A domineering dragon force surged into his meridians, and a powerful spiritual force rushed straight into his sea of consciousness. Adonis's thoughts suddenly sank, and he was about to be assimilated. In that critical moment, the mobile game panel in his mind suddenly lit up with golden light. An irresistible and supreme power poured out, instantly locking the water dragon's shape. The next moment, the most orthodox Dragon Knight contract on the Night continent was directly concluded. If you open the panel now, Adonis will find that the pet section clearly states, Dragon, Cub. On this continent, knights, dragons, mythical beasts, and magical beasts have always been connected by contracts, their hearts and souls intertwined, protecting each other. The contract mark fell, and the young dragon was completely stunned, followed by an overwhelming surge of resentment and anger. Born with extraordinary bloodline, a noble dragon, how could it possibly be willing to sign a contract with a human of low strength? But the contract was already etched into its soul, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. It could only activate the night trial in the dragon clan's heritage, pulling Adonis's consciousness into the mental space. The battle of the mind is the ultimate test that all dragon knights must face. Even if a contract is formed, without the dragon's approval, one can only be considered a contractual partner, not a true dragon knight. This was originally the final test set by the dragon to select a satisfactory knight. The test of wisdom would manifest an infinite labyrinth. The test of courage would manifest mountains of knives and seas of fire. The trials are varied and unpredictable, all depending on the dragon's choice. Success makes one a dragon knight. Failure means starting anew with the next dragon. As is customary, knights must first pass a mental battle to qualify for signing a contract, with the initiative always in the hands of the dragon. But Adonis did the exact opposite. He signed the contract first, and then entered into the battle of minds. This also means that failure is not scary for him at all. He doesn't need to find other dragons anymore. As long as he recovers, he can launch a second, third, or even countless mental battles. After all, the water dragon had already signed a contract with him and couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Unless it never wanted to have a night again, it would have no choice but to keep accepting Adonis's challenges. Adonis's consciousness had just settled in the void when the scene before him suddenly changed drastically. The tender young dragon outside had transformed into a fully grown aquatic dragon in this void, measuring 150 meters in length and with a wingspan of over 300 meters. Its scales are layered like mountains, shimmering with a cold, supermagical luster. Its horns pierce the void, its eyes are as deep as a cold pool, and its wings spread out, almost obscuring the entire world of the soul. The overwhelming dragon's might crashed down, the young dragon's strongest posture, shaped by its inherited memories. Its purpose is to use this ultimate power to completely overwhelm Adonis on the battlefield of the mind and vent its anger. In reality, bound by the contract, it cannot harm Adonis. But in the battle of minds, it can tear Adonis's spiritual body to shreds. Although it can't cause real harm, it can at least give him a good beating on a psychological level, which can be considered a kind of mental victory. Adonis gazed silently at the colossal dragon that blotted out the sky before him, his face showing no fear whatsoever. Having read countless online novels in his past life, he instantly saw through the essence of the battle of wits. Isn't this so-called battle of wits just a contest of my thinking power? Wherever the mind goes, all things can take shape. The broader one's knowledge, the stronger one's manifestation. The stronger one's will, the harder it is to destroy one's manifestation. For nearly 100,000 years, the native creatures of the Night Continent have been instilled with the same understanding. Dragons are the pinnacle of heaven and earth, and no creature can surpass them. Therefore, most knights, once they embark on the battle of the mind, cannot even conceive of an image that can overwhelm a dragon. Their minds are already intimidated, and they are naturally destined to fail. Of the 10,000 knights who participate in the battle of the mind, a full 9,999 will fall at this hurdle. But Adonis was different. In his previous life, he had read countless stories and his mind was filled with too many terrifying beings that suppressed all the heavens and the myriad worlds. Since the goal is to subdue the dragon, who is more suitable to be the incarnation than Neza, one of the most unruly war gods in heaven and the great god of the three altars and seas. Once the target was locked, Adonis's body shone brightly with auspicious light, and his body instantly transformed into the form of a three-headed, six-armed divine general. The three heads stood majestic and solemn, each arm wielding a divine weapon. The flame-tipped spear roared with flames, its sharp edge aimed directly at the dragon. The universe ring shimmered with golden light, sealing off the surrounding energy. The Hun Tian Ling, a magical ribbon, fluttered in the wind around her waist, its crimson color like fire, exuding an innate aura that suppressed the dragon race. The oppressive aura of Neza's Dharma form soared into the sky, tearing apart the dragon's once invincible might. The dragon shuddered, an uncontrollable tremor surging from the depths of its soul, as if it had encountered a true nemesis. It simply couldn't accept that there could be a creature on the Night Continent that could instill fear in dragons. Enraged, the dragon roared to the sky, its voice shaking the entire mental space. Its massive claws slammed down with the force of collapsing mountains, and its breath transformed into boundless waves that crashed down upon Adonis. Adonis nimbly maneuvered in his Neza form, thrusting his fire-tipped spear forward. The blazing spear light collided with the cold dragon breath, and the clash of water and fire exploded into a sky full of light waves. The Qianquan ring circled around the dragon, relentlessly attacking and specifically designed to restrain its movements. The fire-tipped spear launched a frontal assault, each thrust aimed at the dragon's body. The Qianquan ring smashed into the giant dragon's head, leaving it dizzy, its scales flying off, and its flesh tearing open. The fire-tipped spear was even more astonishingly sharp, each strike piercing through the dragon's scales and leaving bloody holes in its body. The dragon scales, which were originally impervious to swords and spears and had amazing resistance to magic, were as fragile as paper in front of the Qianquan ring and the fire-tipped spear. But this is, after all, a mental space, where even the most severely injured dragon can recover in the blink of an eye. The man and the dragon then engaged in a fierce battle. The dragon charged wildly, unleashing a barrage of attacks with its breath, claws, and wings. Neza, in his Dharma form, moved all 6 arms in unison, using spear thrusts, locks, and ribbon entanglements, each move a decisive counter to the dragon. After a long and fierce battle, Adonis finally seized an opening. With a slight thought, the flying Hun Tian Ling suddenly transformed into a long, crimson-gold dragon and fiercely wrapped itself around the giant dragon. Layer upon layer of red silk bound the dragon's body, claws, and wings, preventing it from launching any further attacks no matter how much it struggled. As the magic ribbon tightened, the dragon's mental power was finally exhausted. It could only restrain its ferocity, lower its proud head, and acknowledge Adonis as its knight. A crescent-shaped platform, as clear as jade, appeared in the void, shimmering with water, and hung silently in midair. Adonis stepped forward and sat down steadily. The moment he sat down, a powerful yet gentle dragon-shaped soul surged into his mind, merging with his own. Their souls became one, their thoughts communicating. Thus, Adonis officially became a true dragon knight through the battle of the mind. In the tranquil silence where their souls intertwined, he looked at the giant dragon beneath him and slowly said, "Now that I have become your knight, according to the rules of the Night Continent, I should give you a name. I will call you Aorun." The dragon asked, puzzled, "Aorun? That's a strange name. What does it mean?" Adonis calmly replied, "It is the name of a great dragon that can rival the gods. A dragon capable of rivaling the gods." The dragon's eyes lit up with joy. "I like this name." From that moment on, it accepted the name Aorun. In the Night's Continent, every knight names their contracted dragon, phantom beast, or magical beast. As long as the other party approves, it will accelerate the formation of a second personality and leave a mental imprint deep within their soul. Once the second personality is formed, the dragon or mythical beast will protect the direct bloodline of the first knight until it decays and dies. Aorun was already critically injured and had to force himself to complete the battle of the mind. His body was already exhausted, and he needed to fall into a deep sleep to slowly recover. Once the merging of their souls had subsided, Adonis rose and left the crescent moon platform. The instant his feet touched the ground, the fused souls of man and dragon separated and returned to their respective places. The mental space collapsed with a deafening roar, and Adonis's consciousness returned to reality. He then realized that what seemed like a long battle had taken place inside, while only a fleeting moment had passed outside, and nothing had changed at all. He opened his eyes and sensed that the young dragon sleeping in his heart no longer resisted. Only a tacit understanding remained. Then, he looked at the white, giant tiger beside him, still being corrupted by the supermagical power. It was convulsing in pain, hanging by a thread, but driven by a strong will to live, it refused to take its last breath. Adonis felt both lucky and unlucky. While others desperately sought a magical beast, but could not obtain one, he already possessed a dragon and a behemoth with the potential to become a phantom dragon. But they are all cubs, and they offer him almost no combat advantage right now. On the contrary, he must keep them hidden tightly, for fear that the news might leak and bring about his death. The white tiger before them was different. It was a peak-level phantom beast. Once the contract was completed, it would immediately become a powerful fighting force. Not to mention a duchy. Even within a kingdom or empire, it would be considered a pillar of strength. He had to take down that giant tiger no matter what. Adonis walked slowly to the white tiger and said calmly, "I can dispel the dragon power remaining in your wounds. But the condition is that you must sign a contract with me and become my magical beast. Continue to be corrupted by the super demon and slowly die in torment, or sign a contract to become my magical beast, and from then on, I'll provide you with food and lodging. You choose." The mythical beast possessed intelligence comparable to a 10-year-old child and naturally understood Adonis's words. The white tiger trembled, its golden eyes filled with resentment and despair. It had cultivated diligently for 100 years to reach the pinnacle of mythical beasts. How could it willingly accept such a fate? After a long silence, it finally lowered its proud head, let out a deep tiger roar, and agreed to sign the contract. A faint light flashed, and the companion contract quietly took shape. Adonis gazed at the white tiger with wings on its back and said softly, "According to the custom of the Night Continent, I should give you a name. You are large in size and have wings. From now on, you shall be called Qingdao." Through the contract, Adonis heard the giant tiger's inner doubt. Qingdao. That's right. It's the name of a powerful phantom dragon on the Night Continent. I hope that one day you can become a true phantom dragon too. Qingdao's mood immediately changed, and it growled in response. Phantom dragon? I like that name. I will definitely become a phantom dragon. As the name was uttered, the nascent second personality of Adonis was silently planted in Yingzhao's mind. As this impression deepened, it would eventually become an indelible imprint on her mind. Adonis then looked at Yingzhao's wounds and gestured to Ao Run, who was hiding in his heart, to dispel the super magic erosion from the wounds. But Ao Run pretended to be asleep and refused to pay him any attention. Dragons are proud by nature and never want to share their nights with other creatures. After signing the contract with Adonis, it discovered that Adonis already had a mythical beast. Originally, Ao Run had planned to have Adonis break the contract once he came of age, so he could have the night all to himself. To everyone's surprise, Adonis had contracted another phantom beast, and it was none other than his mortal enemy, whom he had nearly beaten to death. Now, he even needed Adonis to heal Yingzhao. How could Ao Run not be furious? In its eyes, this was practically like using all its strength to save another guy right in front of the original wife. Only one thought remained in its mind. Scumbag. Adonis calmly advised, I know you mind, but since we are partners, we should help each other. Yingzhao is seriously injured and needs to rest and recuperate. This isolated island is fraught with danger, and with my strength, I simply cannot survive alone. Ao Run, you don't want to replace me with a knight so soon, do you? Ao Run fell silent. For dragons and mythical beasts, the first night held extraordinary significance. Though unwilling, it understood that Adonis was right. A moment later, Ao Run moved to Yingzhao's side, opened his mouth and drew upon the super magic power, gradually absorbing all the dragon power raging in Yingzhao's wound. After doing all this, Ao Run burrowed back into Adonis's heart and fell into a deep sleep. Without the super magic invasion, Yingzhao's excruciating pain immediately dissipated. Its powerful self-healing ability then activated, and its wounds healed at a visible speed, while its aura steadily returned. Soon after, Yingzhao was able to stand steadily and stand quietly to the side. Although she was still very weak, she could move freely, and with a period of rest, she would be able to recover her peak strength. Looking at Yingzhao's upright posture and folded wings, Adonis felt a surge of excitement. He was only a mid-level knight, yet he already possessed a peak-level phantom beast, and an extremely rare flying phantom beast at that. While dragons and behemoths are stronger, they are far too conspicuous. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Once exposed, they will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of all sides. Before they could truly grow up, Adonis had to hide them away, otherwise he might face certain death at any moment. But Yingzhao is different. He can openly follow Adonis and become the strongest fighting force in the open. With Yingzhao by his side, Adonis is practically invincible among the dragon knights of the Night Continent. Ordinary mythical beasts cannot fly without wings, and even if mythical beast riders can glide briefly using their battle aura, it cannot be considered as truly soaring through the sky. There are only two ways to break free from the earth's shackles. First, contract with a flying mythical beast like Yingzhao, which is born with wings. Second, wait for the mythical beast to break through its limitations and advance into a legendary dragon beast. Even without wings, dragon beasts can fly using the immense magical power within them. Knights who form contracts with dragon beasts and fuse with their magical power transform their battle aura into dragon battle aura, thus also gaining the ability to fly. Thinking of this, Adonis's gaze toward Yingzhao grew even more ardent. With this top-tier flying mythical beast protecting him, his safety was finally guaranteed. He could explore the entire isolated island with peace of mind, and could also ride Yingzhao across the sea at any time to return to his Qingdao town territory. After communicating through the contract, Adonis also learned that despite its enormous size, Insignia possessed astonishing stamina. Even carrying him, it could fly continuously for 3 days and 3 nights without showing any signs of fatigue. This is the true power of a top-tier mythical beast, so powerful it's unimaginable. Adonis patted Yingzhao's broad back and said with high spirits, "Come on, Yingzhao, let's explore this island. If nothing unexpected happens, this place will become my territory in the future." Yingzhao let out a deep, majestic tiger roar, then leaned down slightly, presenting his broad back to Adonis, gesturing for him to mount. Although mythical beasts cannot speak, they can communicate with their knights through contracts and convey each other's thoughts. Adonis leaped into the air and landed steadily on Yingzhao's back. He instinctively grabbed the thick fur around Yingzhao's neck and shouted excitedly, "We're taking off." Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had truly set foot in the sky. In his previous life, He had never even been on an airplane and had no idea what it felt like to soar through the skies. At that moment, Qingdao took flight, carrying Adonis into the clouds. A fierce wind, carrying strong wind pressure, crashed into them, making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. Just as he was about to circulate his battle chi to defend himself, a light golden circular magic shield suddenly unfolded, steadily enveloping him within it. All the strong winds and high pressure were shut out, leaving only gentle air currents. Adonis was both surprised and delighted, and couldn't help but praise. Not bad. Qingdao, well done. I didn't know you had this trick up your sleeve. Qingdao's arrogant and smug thoughts immediately came through the contract. Of course. Adonis couldn't help but burst into laughter, and riding Qingdao, he sped off into the depths of the deserted island. Although Qingdao's wounds had healed, the depletion of her magic power left her still weak and unable to withstand a long flight. Adonis immediately used the contract to make it land on the highest peak of the island, and then signaled Qingdao to hunt and find food on its own. When a magical beast is injured or depleted of magic power, consuming its flesh, which contains magical power, can quickly replenish its blood and energy. It can also take precious magical potions to speed up its recovery. But this isolated island was vast and boundless, and Adonis was only wearing a pair of shorts. Forget about healing potions. Even eating was a problem for him. In the days to come, he will probably have to rely on Qingdao hunting to make a living. Even if he returns to Qingdao town, there won't be much meat to feed the mythical beast. Qingdao town was an impoverished place with scarce resources, and magic potions and monster meat were even more of a luxury. In the end, Qingdao still had to rely on hunting to survive. Not long after, the sound of wings tearing through the air rang out, and Qingdao descended from the sky, his claws firmly pinning down a huge prey, landing in front of Adonis. He stared intently, his eyes widening immediately. The beast was over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall, with long, powerful limbs and bulging muscles. Its forehooves were thicker than large bowls, and its wrists were covered with fine, hard scales with a warm, lustrous color, clearly resembling miniature dragon scales, making it no ordinary wild animal. Adonis suppressed his shock and hurriedly asked Qingdao, "What is this? Where did you catch it?" Qingdao responded with a low growl, conveying a clear thought. The prey is at the foot of the mountain, where there are many of its kind, and the leader is a phantom beast of similar strength. The only difference was that the other party couldn't fly. Adonis was overjoyed, but he didn't act rashly. He simply nodded and said, "Let's eat something first and recover our strength before we go to check." Qingdao had already killed its prey with a single bite, and now it was perfect for satisfying its hunger. However, Adonis had no tools, and Qingdao, being a gold-type magical beast, was unable to control fire. Left with no other choice, he found some dry branches on the spot and learned how to make fire by rubbing sticks together, a method of wilderness survival. Fortunately, he was a mid-level knight, and his battle aura flowed continuously within him. Adonis concentrated his meager battle aura at his fingertips, quickly rubbing the wooden stick together, and soon the wood chips were ignited. After the campfire was lit, he stopped Qingdao, who wanted to eat the raw meat directly, and found some thick branches to build a grill, where he placed the cleaned beast on the fire and kept turning it over. After waiting for more than 2 hours, the rich aroma of meat filled the air, making Qingdao pace back and forth, clearly getting impatient. Once the outer skin of the beast was crispy and the inside was cooked through, Adonis tore off a leg, leaving most of the roasted meat for Qingdao. There were no seasonings, not even salt, but the man and the beast, who had been starving all day, still ate voraciously and soon devoured the entire beast. After filling his stomach, Qingdao's strength was clearly restored, and his spirits were much lifted. Adonis mounted his back again, and the white tiger phantom beast flapped its wings and flew towards the foot of the mountain. Below the mountain peaks stretched a vast grassland that seemed to stretch to the horizon, its lush green grass teeming with life. Adonis had Qingdao fly around the edge of the grassland, and a rough estimate showed that the grassland was over 1,000 square kilometers. No wonder this isolated island could nurture such rare and exotic animals. It turns out that such a vast and fertile pasture is hidden here. Looking down at the entire island, he found that its area was not much different from that of Qingdao town, roughly equivalent to an ordinary county town. Judging from the topography, this place should have originally been the crater of an underwater extinct volcano, which gradually emerged from the sea surface after countless years of geological changes. The island is surrounded by low mountains, with only a few towering peaks, while the central area is low and flat, clearly indicating that it was once a volcanic dammed lake. Later, the lake dried up and silt accumulated, eventually forming the fertile grassland we see today. The strange beast that Qingdao had just hunted was a dragon breed horse bred in this very grassland. Just from its name, you could tell it was no ordinary horse. The continent of Nights is home to a variety of dragons, some of which can nurture mineral deposits, while others can nurture gems. However, there is one type of dragon that, although unable to produce mineral deposits, is wildly sought after and regarded as a treasure by the nobles and knights of the continent. This is the Zuma dragon. Even the most elite ordinary warhorses, when carrying fully armed knights, can only charge short distances and are simply unable to sustain combat. A knight's armor, lance, sword, horse armor, and his own weight often exceed 300 jin, approximately 150 kilograms. On the battlefield, it is often the knight who still has the strength to fight, but the warhorse has already collapsed from exhaustion and is completely useless. To change this predicament, countries have gone to great lengths. Some have tried to crossbreed ordinary horses with magical beasts, while others have directly tamed low-level magical beasts to serve as mounts. However, there is reproductive isolation between magical beasts and horses, making successful hybridization extremely unlikely. Low-level magical beasts are also wild and untamed, and knights with insufficient strength simply cannot subdue them. Once a monster goes berserk, the knight might be devoured by his own mount. The standard knightly order on the continent has over 3,000 members, most of whom are still just squires. Even the elite knight orders of the two great empires, which consisted entirely of knights, were mostly novice knights and still couldn't control low-level magical beasts. It wasn't until Zumalong appeared that this predicament was completely broken. The Zumalong is an earth dragon. Its combat strength is not top-notch among mythical beasts, and it cannot nurture mineral deposits. However, it possesses a unique ability. It can influence ordinary horses, gradually transforming them into true dragon breeds. The so-called dragon breed horse is over 3 meters long and over 2 meters tall, with its hooves and wrists covered with fine dragon scales. Although they possess a thin layer of dragon blood, they lack magical abilities and are gentle in nature. However, their strength in carrying heavy loads, explosive power, and endurance are unparalleled on the continent. These warhorses can easily carry 2 tons and maintain a high speed for 2 hours without getting tired. If traveling at a normal speed, they can also run for nearly 2,000 miles day and night while carrying 2 tons. It truly deserves to be called 1,000 miles a day and 800 miles a night, the ultimate warhorse that every knight dreams of. In the entire duchy of Chrysanthemum Jewels, it is said that only the Grand Duke possesses a dragon horse, which is why his royal guard knights are all equipped with dragon stallions, making them the most elite knightly order in the duchy. Once the Zumalong advances, it will transform into the even rarer Pegasus, which can be dyed to resemble a flying Pegasus with wings on its back. Legend has it that only 2 great empires on the entire continent each possess a Pegasus dragon, which can be considered a national treasure. At this moment, in the vast grassland below, countless stallions are grazing with their heads down, stretching densely into the distance, with no end in sight. In the very center of the herd stood a colossal horse far exceeding the size of an ordinary dragon stallion. It is over 10 meters long and 5 meters tall, even larger than Qingdao. It looks like a horse, but it is hairless, with fine, hard dragon scales covering its entire body. It also has 2 curved, sharp, bullhorn-like horns on its head, making it look very majestic. This is Zumalong, the king of this herd of dragon stallions. All the dragon-bred horses on the grassland are born from the influence of its dragon bloodline, making it undoubtedly the overlord of this grassland. Qingdao carried Adonis, hovering in midair. Adonis stared intently at the herd of horses below, his eyes shining, so excited that he almost drooled. We've struck it rich. This time it's a huge windfall. After being swept ashore on a deserted island by an undercurrent, he thought his life was hanging by a thread. Who could have imagined that his miraculous survival would be followed by such astonishing good fortune? He first unexpectedly formed a contract with the water dragon Ao Run, becoming a true dragon knight. Then he subdued the peak-flying mythical beast Qingdao, thus possessing the strongest combat power on the surface. Now he has actually discovered a whole herd of dragon stallions, and an extremely rare Zoe dragon. Putting aside the dragon horses, the mere presence of these thousands of dragon stallions is enough to drive the nobles and knights of the continent completely mad. Adonis was even more eager to take the entire herd of horses into his possession immediately. Ingzhao, get down, quickly put me down. He could no longer contain his excitement and urged Ingzhao to take the plunge. Once Zumalong is tamed, the dragon breed horses on this grassland will never escape his grasp. Ingzhao slowly flapped its wings and landed in the center of the grassland. But as soon as it approached the herd, the horses, which had been grazing leisurely, suddenly panicked and scattered in all directions, plunging the entire grassland into turmoil. The reason is simple. Zumalong and Longzama are both herbivorous mythical beasts, while Ingzhao is a carnivorous mythical beast. It usually hunts magical beasts that contain magic power, and the dragon stallion has a thin layer of dragon blood in its body. It is huge and has succulent meat, which is a great supplement for carnivorous magical beasts. They are the first choice for Ingzhao's diet, as both are natural predators and prey. Young. A high-pitched and majestic dragon roar resounded across the grassland. Zumalong suddenly raised his head, his copper bell-like eyes fixed on Ingzhao, who was descending from the sky. Its aura suddenly surged. As the king of horses, protecting its herd was its natural duty. In the past, whenever Ingzhao came to hunt, he would rely on his flying ability to swoop down from the sky, snatch a dragon stallion, and immediately flee far away. Even if Zumalong wanted to stop him, it would be too late. But now, this white tiger beast dares to land right in front of it, clearly provoking it, the Horse King. Zumalong's limbs were slightly bent, his head was lowered, his sharp horns pointed directly at Ingzhao, and his whole body muscles were tense. It could charge at any moment, using its horns to teach the big cat a lesson and make it understand that the dignity of the dragon's descendants is inviolable. A tiger and a horse stand facing each other across the distance, and war is about to break out. Adonis's heart tightened at the sight, and he immediately jumped off Ingzhao's back, rushed between the two, and shouted with his arms outstretched. "Stop! All of you stop! Zumalong, we're not here to fight you." Oh! Zumalong abruptly stopped moving, tilting his huge head to one side as he stared in confusion at the two-legged beast that had suddenly appeared. A horse looked puzzled, which seemed strange, but Adonis understood it perfectly. He coughed twice, put on a pained expression, and said to Zumalong, "Ingzhao is my companion. I didn't know before that it had done such a thing to your people. I am really heartbroken." What he said wasn't entirely a lie. Through the contract, Adonis already knew that Inzo had lived on this isolated island for over 100 years, hunting a dragon stallion almost every month to satisfy his hunger. The herd originally numbered over 5,000 horses, but now only over 3,000 remain. Over 100 years, he had amassed more than 1,000 dragon stallions, enough to assemble half an elite knightly order, but Ingzhao devoured them all, one by one. Adonis felt so heartbroken at the thought that he couldn't breathe. Zumalong was completely dumbfounded. Only one thought remained in its mind. Who exactly was this two-legged beast, and why did the white tiger eat its people? Yet it seemed even more heartbroken than itself. Adonis ignored its questioning gaze and continued to patiently guide it. "I have already severely criticized Ingzhao and ordered it not to harm your people again. But it can fly, and I can't keep an eye on it all the time. This is not a safe way to go on. However, I have a way to solve this once and for all, which will guarantee that from now on it will never eat another one of your people. What do you think?" Oh, Adonis's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Zumalong with a hint of temptation. "It's simple. Sign a contract with me and become my phantom beast. I'll lock Ingzhao up so it can never harm your people again. How about it?" Zumalong's eyes widened suddenly, clearly not expecting his condition to be like this, and he was momentarily stunned. Seeing its hesitation, Adonis simply abandoned his offer of bribes, his tone turning cold. "If you don't agree, starting today, I'll have Ingzhao come here every day to catch and eat a dragon stallion. Before long, your herd will be wiped out, leaving only you. You don't want to watch them all be hunted down, do you?" Zumalong was completely stunned, its eyes filled with disbelief. Although it wasn't human, it couldn't help but feel that this person had gone too far, actually bullying a horse like this. Adonis didn't give it a chance to think it over, and turned to Ingzhao, waving, "Since it won't agree, let's go. Ingzhao, come and catch one horse every day until all the horses here are gone." Ingzhao immediately responded with a tiger's roar, its wings flapping as if it were about to take flight. Zumalong panicked, neighing repeatedly. Its massive body quickly blocked Ingzhao's path, its tone full of compromise. As the saying goes, those who know their food are heroes. It ultimately dared not gamble with its entire clan. "You agreed? Haha, wise choice." Adonis immediately laughed and activated his battle aura. "Come, sign the contract." To save his people, Zumalong had no choice but to reluctantly agree. The contract flashed and was immediately imprinted deep within their souls. Adonis was in high spirits after acquiring the new dragon. He stroked his chin, carefully examining the new mythical beast before him. According to the rules of the Night Continent, once you become my mythical beast, you must have a special name. What should I call you? He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly felt that the name, Zumalong, sounded very familiar, and immediately recalled a crosstalk tune he had heard in his previous life. There was a line in that song. Long live the Emperor, bestowing upon you the horse that gallops like a dragon. Oh dear. Adonis's eyes lit up, and he immediately made the decision. Although the song mentions a horse running like a dragon, and you are a horse running like a dragon, it's settled then. From now on, your name will be Iheo. Zumalong let out a low cry, his face clearly showing resistance. Objection overruled. Adonis slapped its big head. From now on, you'll be called Iheo. He snorted in frustration, resigned to the strange name. All right. Hey, you stay here with your tribe for now. I'll come find you later. After saying this, Adonis mounted engine and prepared to continue exploring the isolated island. Just now, while flying low in the air, he seemed to have seen a magical phantom in a patch of dense vegetation on his right. He lay on Ingzhao's broad back and pointed forward. Ingzhao, fly that way. Adonis's purpose in conducting this inspection was to ascertain the distribution of resources on the island, determine whether the isolated island had development value, and whether it could be incorporated into his future territory plans. Earlier, when he activated his Eye of Insight to scan his surroundings, he unexpectedly caught sight of a pale green magical phantom, only the size of a palm. At first, he thought it was a small magical beast, but upon closer inspection, the magical energy was too weak to be a magical beast, so he decided to go and take a look himself. Ingzhao flapped its wings lightly, skimming low over the treetops, skillfully avoiding the dense foliage, allowing Adonis to search carefully. Before long, they arrived at the location where the magical phantom had appeared. Adonis stared intently, then froze in shock. Is this an elf? On a leaf stood a humanoid creature, only 20 centimeters tall. A small, tender green plant grew on its head, and behind it were a pair of crystal-clear, thin wings, almost silent when they flapped. Its skin was like warm, lustrous jade, a pale white with a hint of bluish-green, and its features were exquisitely perfect. A faint magic surrounded it, giving it an air of nobility and mystery, as if it were a darling of heaven and earth. These are elves. Like dragons and giant dragons, they are born with stunning beauty and extraordinary power, making them treasures coveted by the nobility of the continent. Adonis's violet family also raises many elves. The family once devoted itself to raising the violet great elf Roland, and with Roland's help, they raised 2 violet little elves and 5 violet elf insects. Today, the violet family possesses far more elves than these. Over the years, Earl Violet has captured a large number of enemy nobles during the Wars of Expansion. Those people spared no expense to redeem themselves, and among them were many elves and elf insects. In total, the family now has over 20 Pokemon of various types, and over 100 bug Pokemon. The vast majority are ordinary Pokemon that help grow grains and crops, greatly contributing to the territory's food production. It must be said that in any world, doing business and accumulating wealth slowly cannot compare to the speed of war and plunder. 20 years of pioneering wars allowed the Violet family to acquire wealth comparable to what other Earl families had accumulated over hundreds of years. This is understandable, as the Violet family has always been keen on expanding outwards. After all, raising Pokemon is extremely difficult. Starting from scratch, raising even a single Pokemon is incredibly difficult, let alone evolving it into a small Pokemon or even a large Pokemon. The Violet family's predecessor, the Martin Boots family, painstakingly cultivated for 300 years, expending countless resources, yet only managed to cultivate 17 elf insects. This demonstrates just how astonishingly difficult and rare elf insects are to obtain. As long as a noble family possesses a great elf or a small elf, many development problems will be easily solved. Both large and small sprites possess pure natural magic, which can continuously assist the family and cultivate similar sprites and insects, making them far more efficient than starting from scratch. The violet sprites and sprite bugs of the Violet family were successfully cultivated thanks to the great sprite Roland. Since acquiring Roland, the Violet family has cultivated more sprites and insects in the past 10 years than they have accumulated in the previous 300 years. This shows that even the most ordinary little elf plays an irreplaceable role in the development of a noble territory. According to continental custom, when nobles of earl rank or above infect their sons or divide territories, they would bestow upon them a small elf. If the conditions were not met, they would at least give them a few elf insects as a foundation. When Adonis was granted his fiefdom, he was merely a lowly knight squire and had not even condensed a seed of life, so he was not qualified to be a contracted elf at all. Therefore, his father, Earl Adrian, did not bestow any spirit insects upon him, resulting in him not even having the most common spirit insects, and his treatment was even inferior to that of a baron with some background. Spirits are born slowly from various plants, and there is an extremely low probability of spirits being born in the wild. The mother plant that gives birth to spirits is called cordyceps. When cordyceps nurtures spirits, it accumulates pure magic power within its body, making it easily consumed by wild beasts and magical creatures as a powerful tonic. Many unborn Pokemon perish as a result, which is why wild Pokemon are rare, and small and large Pokemon are even rarer. Of course, there are always a few cordyceps that can avoid being swallowed, successfully nurture the spirit insects, and after a long period of growth and evolution, eventually transform into small spirits, or even large spirits. The sprite before him was small in size, clearly a miniature sprite. Looking at the miniature plant on its head and the surrounding tobacco, Adonis immediately recognized it as a rare tobacco sprite. The Knights continent had long discovered that tobacco could relax people, but they lacked the technology to roll cigarettes, so nobles mostly smoked tobacco-filled pipes. A single tobacco sprite is like a gold mine for the territory, bringing in a substantial and stable income every year. If it can also cultivate mutated magical tobacco, its value will be immeasurable. Anything on the continent that is imbued with magic will transcend the realm of ordinary commodities and become a luxury item enjoyed only by nobles. The worst magic tobacco costs 1 gold coin per pound, equivalent to a bottle of basic magic potion. Slightly better quality tobacco costs 3 to 5 gold coins. Top-grade magical tobacco can sell for 100 gold coins per pound. Even at such an astonishing price, it remains in high demand and short supply and is fiercely sought after by nobles. The reason why magical tobacco is so expensive is that its production is too low, and elves are the only core element for cultivating magical plants. Typically, one fairy insect can care for 10 acres of ordinary crops, a small fairy can care for 100 acres, and a large fairy can cover 1,000 acres, allowing ordinary crops to mature once a month. If you replace them with magical plants, the area they can care for will be reduced tenfold. A fairy insect can only care for 1 acre, a small fairy for 10 acres, and a large fairy for no more than 100 acres. Moreover, potions mature much slower, taking 3 months even with the careful care of elves. Special and rare potions may take 6 months, or even a year. Without the care of elves, most potions simply cannot survive in the outside world. Looking at this petite, adorable, and spirited little tobacco sprite, Adonis couldn't contain his joy and slowly approached, wanting to greet it first. Wild elves are naturally wary and show no affinity for humans, even harboring fear towards them. Seeing Adonis approaching step by step, the tobacco sprite panicked. It quickly flapped its crystalline wings, darted away, and hid behind a giant leaf 10 times larger than the surrounding tobacco leaves, curling up into a ball and never daring to show its face again. Adonis immediately recognized that the unusually large tobacco plant was the tobacco fairy's cordyceps. Continental contract spirits typically require jade powder to lure them. Jade powder is made from ground natural magic gemstones and is the only mineral that does not require dragons to nurture it. That was the elf's favorite and most irresistible food. When the elf lowered its guard and focused on eating the jade powder, the contractor pricked its finger, forced out a drop of blood mixed with battle chi, and made the elf swallow it, thus forcibly completing the contract. Trapped on the island, Adonis had nothing but a pair of shorts on him. He could only look at the little elf so close to him, feeling regretful and drooling with desire, but he didn't know how to catch it. He sighed and said regretfully, "What a pity. The elf is right in front of us, but we don't have the jade powder, so we can't form a contract with her. We've missed this opportunity." He turned to look at Qingdao, having only spoken casually and not expecting any response from the mythical beast. Qingdao had never handled jade before, so how could it possibly know where to find jade on the island? "Qingdao, do you know if there's any jade on the island? You mean those pretty, translucent stones?" "Sigh, why am I telling you this? You've probably never seen it before." No sooner had he finished speaking than Qingdao suddenly let out a low growl, turned his neck slightly, and looked into the distance. Adonis's eyes widened instantly, his surprise almost unbelievable. What? You've seen those kinds of stones? Where? Tell me quickly. Qingdao growled again, conveying a clear message. In your lair? Quickly, take me there right now. Adonis immediately became excited and patted Qingdao on the back to urge him on. Qingdao's lair is located in a cave halfway up the mountain. The cave is high up, dry and well ventilated, and the entrance faces the sun, so it is well lit and truly an ideal place to live. Adonis followed Qingdao into the cave, and as soon as his gaze swept over the ground, he froze on the spot. Scattered throughout the cave were countless glittering jade stones, all of them top-quality raw jade stones that needed no polishing and could be used directly. These jade stones were translucent and warm to the touch, their surfaces gleaming with a faint luster, yet they were carelessly tossed on the ground like ordinary stones. Adonis strode forward, picked one up, and ran his fingertips over it, his voice trembling slightly. Qingdao, where did you get these jade stones? Qingdao growled and nodded emphatically. Adonis quickly understood that it meant these jade stones were scraped off the cave wall by it while sharpening its claws. Felines have a natural instinct to sharpen their claws, and Qingdao is a top-tier mythical beast with incredible physical strength. Ordinary trees simply cannot withstand its attacks, so it can only sharpen its claws by using the rock walls of caves. Unfortunately, a small jade vein was hidden beneath this cave. Qingdao had lived here for 100 years, constantly scratching and digging, and had unearthed a large number of raw jade stones from the mountain, completely unaware of how precious these things were. Adonis was overjoyed and hugged Qingdao's big head, giving her a kiss. Ha! Qingdao, you are truly my lucky star. Qingdao first found him the Zumalong and a huge herd of dragon horses, and now he's brought out a hidden jade mine. This series of fortuitous encounters has completely convinced Adonis that this isolated island is his blessed land. With these readily available high-quality jade stones, the problem of the contracted spirit was finally solved. He immediately found some stones, ground several pieces of raw jade into fine jade powder, then picked some large leaves, wrapped them up, and tucked them close to his body into his crotch. Quickly, Qingdao, take me back to where we found the elf. He dared not delay. If the wild tobacco sprite was startled and moved the cordyceps, it wouldn't be so easy to find it again. Elves usually don't move cordyceps easily, because each time they do, they lose a lot of energy and may even damage their own very foundation. However, if the cordyceps is eaten by wild beasts or destroyed by external forces, the elf will also be severely injured, and in severe cases, may even die from exhaustion. This is also a major reason why wild elves are so rare. Therefore, Adonis must complete the contract as soon as possible, no matter what. Qingdao flapped its wings and moved with astonishing speed, returning to the tobacco field in less than 10 minutes. Adonis then sent it high into the sky to keep it far away from the area. Qingdao is a carnivorous mythical beast, and its aura terrifies wild elves. If it stays nearby, the tobacco sprite won't dare to show itself. Then, Adonis took out the jade powder, lightly touched a little with his fingertip, and blew it into the air. The fine jade powder drifted with the breeze, and a unique fragrance quickly filled the air. The little tobacco sprite hiding behind the tobacco leaves immediately twitched its nose and peeked out, following the scent. Its bright eyes were fixed on the jade powder packet in Adonis's hand, filled with longing, yet it still dared not approach. Adonis didn't urge him, but gently extended his hand forward, trying his best to show goodwill. The little elf, however, was so frightened that it flapped its wings and flew far away in an instant. It hid in the distance and observed for a long time. When it found that Adonis remained standing in the same place, without chasing or making any other moves, it reluctantly flew back. After several attempts, Adonis remained patient and showed no sign of impatience. Finally, the little sprite lowered its guard and could no longer resist the allure of the jade powder, so it mustered its courage and landed in his palm. It lowered its head and frantically licked the fine jade powder. Adonis immediately seized the opportunity, bringing his fingertip to its mouth. The little elf instinctively bit down, feeling a slight stinging sensation on his fingertip. A drop of blood mixed with fighting spirit dripped into the little sprite's mouth. The next second, a strange yet incredibly close mental link instantly connected Adonis with the tobacco sprite. The contract is now fully established. Gurgle, gurgle. The little elf hadn't quite figured out what was happening, but suddenly felt an incredible sense of familiarity with the two-legged creature before it, its aura making it instinctively dependent on it. It couldn't help but rub its tiny body against Adonis's fingers, looking utterly adorable. Adonis was overjoyed and whispered a name for it. From now on, you will be my first elf, and I will call you Smucko." Gurgle, gurgle. Smucko barked happily twice, then buried its head in the jade powder again. Through the newly established contract link, Adonis quickly sensed that this tobacco sprite had actually cultivated a mutated magical tobacco. This was truly an unexpected delight. The magical tobacco made from the potion-infused tobacco was worth at least 10 times, perhaps even 100 times, more than ordinary tobacco. In other words, Qingdao town now had a stable source of income. Even if the sugar industry fails to succeed, the magical tobacco cultivated by Smucko alone will be enough to lift Qingdao town out of its past poverty and gradually make it prosperous. After Smucko had eaten its fill of jade powder, Adonis gently comforted it, instructing it to put away its cordyceps, and prepared to take it back to the territory of Qingdao town. Although moving the insect grass would consume a lot of energy, there was no other choice at the moment. The island was far from Qingdao town, and the sea was fraught with danger. Leaving Smucko here would be far too perilous. Only by bringing it back to the territory, properly storing the cordyceps, and arranging for people to guard it day and night can we prevent the cordyceps from being damaged by wild beasts or monsters, and truly ensure Smucko's safety. As for the energy loss caused by moving the cordyceps, it can be slowly replenished with jade powder, leaving no permanent damage. Smucko obediently flew to the giant cordyceps and gently inhaled. The enormous tobacco plant instantly shrank to the size of a sesame seed, which flew straight into its mouth. However, after successfully storing it, Smucko was clearly severely weakened. It flew listlessly to Adonis's shoulder, curled up in a ball, and lost its original vitality. Adonis quickly took out the remaining jade powder and fed it to Smucko little by little to help it replenish its lost energy as soon as possible. Adonis rode Qingdao, circling in the air, so excited he could hardly contain his laughter, humming a cheerful tune. "This time, I got a tobacco sprite, and it's a rare sprite that can breed mutated tobacco potions, which is a wonderful surprise." But his good luck seemed to have run its course. He then rode Qingdao and activated his Eye of Insight to thoroughly search the entire island. The little sprite didn't find anything else, but it did find 3 sprite bugs, so the harvest was still quite substantial. The first one was an alfalfa sprite found in the central grassland of the island, which was almost swallowed whole by a dragon stallion that was grazing with its head down. Adonis intervened just in time, snatching the cordyceps from the horse's mouth and successfully subduing the spirit insect. Alfalfa is a high-quality forage that nourishes the land and feeds the dragon horses. With this little insect, alfalfa production will increase significantly. This will obviously be of great help in expanding the herd of dragon horses and developing territory breeding in the future. The second one is the iris flower fairy insect. Iris flowers are extremely common on the continent and have a strong vitality, but they are usually just weeds that no one cares about. It has no practical value for the time being, and unless a mutation occurs in the future that gives birth to the magic potion iris, it will be difficult to put it to use. But since the fairy insect is rare, Adonis naturally wouldn't let it go and put it away first. After all, most of the magical plants on the continent were originally just ordinary plants. As long as they have the opportunity to mutate, they may bring surprises. The third spirit insect is the most peculiar. It nurtures a jet-black vine with shimmering silver light on its surface. These vines are exceptionally resilient, far surpassing ordinary plants, and contain faint magical fluctuations within. However, its magic was too weak. It was neither like an ordinary vine nor a true potion plant, so Adonis couldn't determine its use for the time being. Instead of dealing with it rashly, he subdued the vine spirit insects as well, intending to study them slowly when he got back. The resource exploration of the entire island was over. Although only 1 little sprite and 3 sprite bugs were found, Adonis was already very satisfied. This achievement far exceeded his expectations when he first arrived on the island. Through his contractual relationship with Qingdao, he also learned about the island's past. The island was originally inhabited by many magical beasts, but Qingdao, who had been trapped there for over 100 years, had almost devoured them all. Only the herds of dragon-type horses on the grasslands, protected by the Zuma dragons and possessing a large number and strong reproductive capacity, were not completely wiped out. This was actually good news for Adonis. When developing the isolated island and relocating the inhabitants in the future, he will no longer need to spend a lot of manpower and resources to eliminate the monsters, and the development difficulty will be much lower. Only now did Adonis remember that he had been swept away by the underwater currents and fell into the sea, losing consciousness and not knowing how much time had passed. Now that all the opportunities on the island have been seized, it's time to return to Qingdao town. His sudden disappearance for so long must have made Butler Carrot and Tom extremely worried. But Adonis had no idea that the people in his territory were not just anxious, they were practically going crazy. Since his disappearance, Tom immediately mobilized all the serfs and commoners in the territory who were familiar with the water to go to sea and search for the Lord's whereabouts. The group searched for a full day and night, turning the coastline near Qingdao town upside down, but still couldn't find a trace of Adonis. The mood grew increasingly heavy. If it weren't for the life force transmitted by the phantom beast Baturu through the soul link, proving that the Lord was still alive, everyone would have already given up hope. Tom deduced that since no one could be found near the coast, and the Lord was not dead, he was likely swept away by an undercurrent to a remote island in the open sea. To bring the Lord back, we must set sail as soon as possible and search all the surrounding islands. But no one in Qingdao town had ever built a bamboo raft before, so in order to buy time, Tom immediately offered a reward. Whoever can build a usable bamboo raft will receive 100 copper coins. With the generous reward, the serfs in the territory sprang into action, and bamboo rafts were quickly built. In the end, Tom chose the sturdiest and most solidly crafted bamboo raft and rewarded the serf who built it with 100 copper coins as agreed. He then prepared to take 2 elite knights as his attendants and immediately set sail to find Adonis. Just before they were to depart, Butler Carrot came running in, looking panicked, with some alarming news. "Governor, something terrible has happened. Lord's magical beast, Baturu, has suddenly turned into a pitch-black egg. That thing was like a lump of iron. When you tapped it with your finger, it even made a metallic clanging sound." Carrot believed that something bad had happened to Adonis, which was why Baturu had undergone such a strange change. He quickly sought out Tom, a man of wide experience, eager to find out what was going on. Tom followed Carrot to the castle and was stunned when he saw the jet-black, hard metal egg. The next moment, his eyes widened suddenly, and an unbelievable, ecstatic expression appeared on his face. "Butler, this is not a bad thing, but a great thing." Carrot looked completely taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Governor, you say this is really a good thing?" Tom nodded solemnly, his tone absolutely certain. "That's right. This is the Lord's magical beast, Baturu, which is currently advanced." Carrot was shocked, and his voice began to tremble. "But Baturu is already a mythical beast. If it advances further and receives the favor of the Knight's glory, wouldn't it become a dragon beast?" "That's right, it's a dragon." Tom looked serious and immediately instructed Carrot that the news must be kept secret until Baturu had fully completed his advancement. Once the news of the phantom beast advancing to a dragon beast gets out, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble and may even bring danger to the Lord. Carrot nodded repeatedly, promising not to divulge a single word, but the shock in his heart still lingered. Then, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "Is the sudden advancement of the magical beast a good or bad omen for the master?" Tom looked at the black metal egg and said firmly, "Of course it's auspicious." Tom said firmly, "Although the Lord is missing, Baturu just happened to trigger his advancement at this time, which is enough to prove that Adonis is not only not in danger, but may have had a great adventure outside. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why Baturu suddenly advanced without any warning." Carrot's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, immediately relaxed, and he let out a long breath. He looked at Tom and said, "In that case, the search for the Lord is entirely entrusted to the consul." Tom straightened his back, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He immediately pledged that even if it cost him his life, he would bring the Lord back safely. Baturu's advancement gave Tom hope. Although Adonis had previously made a contract with Baturu, he was only a baron with considerable potential, and at most had the chance to become an earl. But now that Baturu has embarked on the path of advancement, once it completes its transformation, Adonis's strength and status will surely rise rapidly, and he may even become a marquis in the future. By following a future marquis, Tom's goal of revitalizing his family was naturally one step closer. So no matter how difficult it was, he had to find Adonis. Going to sea sounds simple, it's just a matter of finding a boat. If you don't have a boat, you can build a raft and set off. Although Tom had never heard of stories about traveling across the ocean to seek a teacher, he did the same thing. He took Kobe and Shaq, and with nothing but passion, set off on a raft into the endless sea. But the three of them had lived on land for years and had absolutely no experience in sailing. Forget about steering, they didn't even know the most basic rowing skills. As soon as the raft entered the sea, it completely lost control and could only spin around on the surface. Despite the three of them paddling with all their might, the raft continued to drift in circles, unable to move forward at all. On the other side, Adonis remembered that Qingdao was located to the west of the endless sea. He stood on the deserted island and found a straight tree trunk, planting it in the ground. By observing the movement of the pole's shadow in the sunlight and the growth direction of the tree branches on the island, he quickly determined the location. He then mounted Yingzhao and ordered it to fly westward. He was swept to this isolated island by an underwater current. Based on the drift time and the direction of the ocean current, it should not be too far from the mainland coast. Given Yingzhao's flight speed, as long as he keeps heading west, he will surely return to the mainland. Even if he can't find Qingdao town, he should be able to reach the nearby coast. The endless sea is unpredictable, with sudden gusts of wind often rising and towering waves several meters high. Fortunately, Yingzhao is there to protect him, and the White Tiger Phantom Beast's magic power surges. A smooth, round magical shield instantly unfolded, firmly protecting Adonis. No matter how fierce the wind and waves outside were, they could not affect them in the slightest. The man and beast flew for over 2 hours before finally seeing a long coastline in the distance. Adonis was overjoyed and was about to urge Yingzhao to speed up towards the land. But when his gaze swept across the sea below, he suddenly noticed 3 figures struggling desperately in the giant waves, about 20 or 30 miles from the shore. The sea was churning, and the 3 of them could be swallowed by the ocean at any moment. Adonis immediately ordered Yingzhao to descend and go over to check the situation and find out their location. Yingzhao slowed down and descended gently towards the sea. Adonis stared intently, and when he saw the 3 figures clearly, his heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be his chief administrator, Tom, along with his personal knights and squires, Kobe and O'Neill. How could they have gotten trapped in the vast ocean? Before Adonis could even shout, a colossal wave crashed down, instantly engulfing all 3 of them, and they were no longer visible on the surface of the sea. Adonis's expression changed, and he hurriedly urged Yingzhao to descend. He had to rescue the people immediately. Yingzhao approached the surface of the sea, the churning waves already wetting the tips of its claws. Adonis told Yingzhao to stay where he was and wait. Before he finished speaking, he jumped down and plunged into the surging sea. Beneath the surface, currents surged, and the water was so murky that Tom and his companion's location was completely obscured. Adonis immediately activated his battle aura and awakened his Eye of Insight. Through his Eye of Insight, the layers of seawater were pierced, and 3 faint, magical phantoms clearly emerged. He locked onto the direction and swam with all his might towards the nearest person. Tom was the first one they found. By then, Tom had choked on seawater and was delirious, his body limp, and he had almost lost the strength to struggle. Adonis approached from behind, supporting Tom under his armpits and lifting his upper body out of the water. Invictus immediately flew closer, hooking his hind claws and firmly grabbing Tom. Immediately afterward, Adonis turned and swam towards the second blurry figure, only to find it was Kobe. He used the same method to lift Kobe out of the water, and Inazuma caught him with his other hind paw. In the end, only O'Neill remained, but he had already been swept hundreds of meters away by the waves. Adonis swam desperately against the current, finally managing to reach O'Neill with great effort. He had just lifted O'Neill out of the water and was waiting for Yingzhao to catch him when a slender, magical phantom about 50 centimeters tall suddenly flew past his eyes. The thing was incredibly fast. Adonis only caught a blurry glimpse of its back. Judging from its silhouette, it resembled a legendary great elf. There were great spirits in the sea. Adonis was shocked, but he quickly made a decision. He waved for Yingzhao to take Tom and the other 2 back to shore first. He took a deep breath and plunged back into the sea, chasing after the magical phantom that resembled a great elf. Yingzhao let out a deep tiger roar, clearly filled with worry. It remembered that Adonis had been swept away by an underwater current and ended up stranded on the island. Now that Adonis was about to venture deep into the sea again, Yingzhao was naturally worried. Adonis immediately used the contract to send a telepathic message to reassure Yingzhao. He told Yingzhao not to worry, as he was now a water dragon knight and the ocean could do nothing to him. Having been swept away by an undercurrent once, he wouldn't dare to go into the sea to rescue people again if he hadn't already signed a contract with the water dragon. After thinking it over carefully, Yingzhao also felt that it made sense, so she finally stopped stopping them, grabbed the unconscious Tom, Kobe, and O'Neill, and flew towards the shore. Since signing a contract with the water elemental dragon Aruan, Adonis has felt right at home once he stepped into the sea again. Even if Ao Run is still asleep inside him, he will continue to receive water-based dragon power to ensure that he will not be submerged by seawater. With a thought, his battle aura instantly circulated throughout his body, mixed with a wisp of water-based dragon magic, condensing into a transparent water film on his skin. With this film of water, he could swim freely in the sea, and the seawater could no longer be an obstacle. This place is more than 30 miles from the coast, and the sea is 40 to 50 meters deep. An ordinary knight would not dare to dive down easily. The deep sea is home to countless powerful marine monsters and mythical beasts, and even a dragon knight might encounter them and meet with misfortune. However, Adonis showed no fear, for he had a contract with a water elemental dragon at the top of the continent. As soon as Ao Run reveals even a trace of his aura, the nearby sea monsters and phantom beasts will instinctively be afraid and keep their distance. The waters of the endless sea were incredibly clear. Even at a depth of tens of meters, Adonis could still see his surroundings clearly. Looking out, the seabed is a vast, boundless forest of seaweed, swaying gently with the undercurrents. He activated his eye of insight and scanned his surroundings, but he could not find the magical phantom he had seen earlier. However, in the seaweed forest, he discovered a lot of magical seaweed containing magical power, and his anticipation immediately rose in his heart. In common knowledge in mainland China, places where magic potions grow are usually inhabited by elves. He had expected to gain a lot of elves this time, so he immediately activated his eye of insight and repeatedly searched the entire sea area. To his disappointment, he didn't find a single sprite, let alone a sprite worm. It seems that the underwater environment is far more brutal than that on land, with countless marine creatures devouring each other in fierce competition. Elves already have a hard time surviving. Many elf insects are devoured by other creatures before they can fully develop into cordyceps. It's no wonder that people on the mainland are so fond of land and avoid the dangerous and barren ocean. He had previously discovered a sprite and 3 sprite bugs on a small, isolated island. It's rather unusual that we haven't seen any spirit insects in this vast underwater forest. But Adonis did not give up. The magical phantom of the great elf from before would not simply disappear into thin air. Moreover, this place is covered with potion-infused seaweed, so there must be a sea spirit lurking nearby. He continued to expand his search area, navigating the deep sea for more than an hour, and finally spotted his target again among a colorful coral reef. Upon closer inspection, the large elf had a clump of seaweed growing on its head, clearly indicating that it was a seaweed elf. Sea spirits are vastly different from land spirits. They also have exquisite features and crystal-clear bodies, as mysterious and noble as beautiful glass and jade. However, the wings on its back are not feathers, but thin wings like fish fins, and its lower body has no legs, but instead a mermaid-like fishtail. It darts back and forth among the coral reefs at an astonishing speed, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Adonis carefully took out the jade powder from his body and immediately wrapped it with his battle aura to prevent it from being washed away by the seawater. Then, he picked up a small amount of jade powder and gently sprinkled it into the sea. The refreshing fragrance spread rapidly, immediately attracting the seaweed sprite, which looked in his direction. Gurgle gurgle. The great elf, like a nimble little fish, flicked its tail and instantly darted to within a few meters of Adonis, its eyes fixed on the jade powder in his hand. When he couldn't find it, Adonis was anxious, but when he actually faced the wild great elf, he didn't dare to move. After a pet elf evolves into a great elf, it can learn to speak. The wild great elf, without any instruction, remained unable to speak and could only utter gurgling sounds. The elves are usually weak in combat. Elf insects correspond to magical beasts, and little elves correspond to mythical beasts, but their actual combat strength is almost negligible. The fairy insects are just like ordinary caterpillars, and the little fairies are only slightly better than chickens and ducks. Apart from using magic to play some pranks, they have basically no ability to protect themselves. However, once they advance to become great spirits, their strength will increase dramatically, and their level will be comparable to that of dragon beasts. They certainly can't defeat real dragon beasts, but they can fight to a standstill against top-tier mythical beasts. Wild Pokemon can only truly protect themselves when they grow to the level of a grand Pokemon. Therefore, you must never act rashly when facing a wild great elf, or you won't even know how you died. Fortunately, elves are gentle by nature and do not like to fight. As long as you do not provoke them, they are the cutest little creatures in the world. Adonis offered the jade powder forward, a gentle smile on his face, and coaxed softly, "Jade powder, here, have some." The seaweed sprite stared curiously at the jade powder, its instincts telling it that the things in the hands of the four tentacle monsters were delicious and would be of great benefit to it. Wild elves have almost never eaten jade powder, but this instinctive temptation is something they simply cannot resist. Gurgle, gurgle. The great elf finally couldn't resist. With a flick of its tail, it rushed in front of Adonis, stretched out its little hand, and tried to snatch the whole bag of jade powder. Fortunately, Adonis reacted quickly and immediately withdrew his hand, avoiding its little paw. He obtained this packet of jade powder by polishing jade on the deserted island, and he also needed it to lure the great elf in front of him, so of course he couldn't let it all be stolen. Gurgle, gurgle. The great elf immediately got angry, put his hands on his hips, and protested to Adonis in a cute but fierce way. Its adorable appearance softened Adonis's heart, and he stopped teasing it. He poured a small amount of jade powder from his bag, placed it in his palm, and then slowly handed it to the great elf. Gurgle, gurgle. The great elf was full of doubt, not understanding why he was willing to give it up now when he had refused to give it up earlier. But the delicious food ultimately overcame the doubts. It instantly swam to Adonis's palm, hugged his fingers, and licked the jade powder with small nibbles. Adonis seized the opportunity and subtly brought his fingers closer. The great elf accidentally bit his fingertip with its sharp fangs, and a trickle of blood seeped out and dripped into its mouth. The power of the contract was activated in the next instant, and Adonis finally signed a contract with the seaweed elf. Gurgle, gurgle. A hint of confusion flashed in the great elf's eyes, but when he looked at Adonis again, he felt a strange sense of closeness. The elf was simple-minded and couldn't understand the reason, so she simply stopped worrying about it and continued to eat the jade powder in her palm. Before long, it had eaten all the jade powder. Gurgle, gurgle. After finishing its meal, the great elf blinked its clear eyes and sent a telepathic message to Adonis through the contract, indicating that it was still not full and wanted more jade powder. Adonis said softly, "Come with me. From now on, follow me, and you'll have plenty of jade powder." The great elf didn't understand why it could suddenly understand the four tentacle monster's words, but it truly did. As long as you follow Adonis, you'll have an endless supply of jade powder. The elf would never be a slave, unless it was provided with food and lodging. Faced with this offer that was completely irresistible, it made its decision instantly. Gurgle, gurgle. The great elf turned and swam into the deep sea, occasionally looking back to signal Adonis to follow. The human and the elf swam 40 or 50 miles in the sea and came to a much larger, giant seaweed forest. In the center of the forest grew a giant seaweed, much thicker than its surroundings. The great elf opened its mouth and inhaled, compressing the entire seaweed into a tiny leaf, which it then swallowed whole. Having done all this, it was clearly exhausted and listless. It slowly swam back to Adonis's shoulder and obediently lay down. Adonis felt sorry for it and did not linger. He immediately took it back to the sea and rushed towards the shore. As soon as he got ashore, he saw Tom, Kobe, and O'Neill, soaking wet, slumped on the beach. The three of them clung to each other tightly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified. Qingdao lay listlessly to the side, occasionally swishing her tail, quietly watching over them. Upon seeing Adonis return, Qingdao immediately raised his head and let out a loud tiger's roar as a greeting. But this shout made the three people, who were already in shock, tremble violently and collapse to the ground, shaking like leaves. Adonis strode forward, frowning as he asked, "Tom, why are you all so frightened?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, the three of them looked up abruptly, their eyes immediately filled with surprise and delight. But when they saw Adonis's companion, Tom's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "My lord, run." "Run? Why should I run?" Adonis asked, puzzled. Tom cried out urgently, "Sir, that's a magical beast. You must run while it's still full, and the three of us will stay behind to cover your retreat." "You mean it?" Adonis turned to look at Qingdao, reached out and stroked its chin, his tone flat. "Qingdao doesn't eat people." "Qingdao." The three stared wide-eyed at the incredibly docile phantom beast. Tom was so shocked he could barely speak. "Be, sir, you call it Qingdao, could it be?" "That's right. Qingdao has already signed a contract with me and is my companion. It's a top-tier flying-type mythical beast." Gurgle. The three of them swallowed hard at the same time, their faces filled with disbelief. When their raft was capsized by the waves, they thought they were going to die. When they woke up and found themselves lying on the beach, they thought they had been lucky to survive. To his surprise, when he opened his eyes, he saw Qingdao, who was huge and had a terrifying presence, lying next to him. He was so scared that he almost lost his soul on the spot. They even felt that this time there was no way to escape. To their utter surprise, the phantom beast that had terrified them was actually their lord's contracted partner. This dramatic turn of events left the three of them stunned and speechless for a long time. Adonis waved his hand. "All right, that's all basic stuff, don't be silly. But you guys, can anyone tell me why you're trapped in the sea? If I hadn't happened to be passing by, you would have been buried at sea long ago." Tom was stunned. "Did an adult save us?" "It was me. I flew over there on Qingdao and saw you struggling in the sea, so I pulled you out." The three men quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Lord, for saving our lives. No need for formalities. Answer my question first." Tom quickly explained that they had been worried about Adonis ever since he went missing. Although they knew the Lord was all right, his prolonged absence led them to suspect he was trapped on a deep-sea island. So the three decided to set sail on a raft to search for Adonis's whereabouts. Adonis shook his head helplessly. "You are indeed commendable for your loyalty and bravery, but remember to use your brains next time. The endless sea is unpredictable. How easy is it to find a deep-sea island with just a raft? If it were that simple, all the islands at sea would have been looted long ago. You guys were lucky this time, otherwise you would have turned into fish droppings by now." The three bowed their heads in agreement. Tom exclaimed, "Thanks to the glory of the night, sir, you not only returned safely, but also formed a contract with such a powerful flying phantom beast, and you even managed to save us. It's truly a stroke of luck." As they were talking, Tom's gaze suddenly froze, staring intently at Adonis's shoulder. Kobe and Shaq looked in the direction shown, their faces also showing shock. What is that?" Adonis reached out and touched the seaweed spirit on his shoulder and said with a smile, "This is the seaweed spirit I just made a contract with in the deep sea. I haven't had time to name it yet." A giant sea sprite. The three of them were completely stunned, feeling that the shock they received today was greater than all of their previous lives combined. Adonis nodded. "Yes, a great elf who can cultivate potion-producing seaweed. It can even cultivate magic potions? Nightly glory shines upon us. Truly nightly glory shines upon us." First, there was a peak-level flying phantom beast, and now there's a sea elf capable of cultivating potions. Their lord's luck is simply heaven-defying. They can't think of any other explanation besides the favor of nightly glory. They were unaware that Adonis had already formed a contract with a dragon cub. If they knew this, they would probably be too shocked to utter a single word. After the initial shock, the three were immediately overjoyed. Having a mythical beast is like having a stepping stone to becoming an earl, and having a magic potion spirit, even the most ordinary one, is like having 1 foot in the earldom. To understand how much a powerful potion spirit can help a family, just look at the Violet clan. They rose from barons in a remote countryside to become one of the 7 earls of the Grand Duchy, all thanks to the magic potion-wielding archetype. Tom and his 2 companions had already decided that if the Grand Duchy were to produce an 8th earl in the future, that person would be none other than Adonis, who was standing right in front of them. As the earliest followers of Adonis, they would naturally rise in rank as their lord's status increased. Baronship is out of the question, but obtaining a title of lord is almost a certainty. The three looked at each other, their eyes brimming with barely suppressed laughter, especially Tom, whose lips couldn't be contained. He knew that Baturu was advancing to become a dragon beast. He had been worried that the Lord would not have enough magic potions to sustain him, but now that he had the magic potion seaweed elf, this problem was completely solved. Tom believed that Adonis might not only become an earl in the future, but also had the opportunity to become one of the only 3 marquises in the Grand Duchy. Adonis had no time to appreciate the shock of the crowd. Seeing that the seaweed elf was still listless, he immediately took out the packet of jade powder and handed it over. Upon smelling the jade powder, the seaweed elf immediately perked up, grabbed the jade powder, and frantically stuffed it into its mouth. Adonis was worried that she might choke if she ate too fast, so he patted her back gently and whispered, "Eat slowly. The jade powder is enough to fill you up." Tom, watching this scene, reminded him, "Sir, you should give her a name." Adonis nodded. According to the rules of the continent, the great elf was already a core member of the family and must have a formal name. When a family gets a Pokemon, they usually name it first, hoping that the name will help the Pokemon advance to the next level as soon as possible, although no one can prove whether it works. The first elf in the Violet family was named Roland, and the family even named their first main city, Roland City, after her. Adonis's potion tobacco sprite is named Smuker, and now this potion seaweed sprite should also have its own name. He pondered for a moment, then said to the great elf, "You are my first great elf, and a potion great elf, so I will name you Abram." The seaweed sprite blinked its big eyes and unconsciously uttered 3 words, "Abram?" Adonis was somewhat surprised. After an elf makes a pact with a human, they can understand human language, but whether they can quickly learn to speak depends entirely on their talent. Some elves need days, while others only need minutes. Abram is clearly exceptionally gifted. Having never interacted with humans before, he can already mimic sounds. Adonis taught her, "My name is Adonis, and your name is Abram." Abram immediately learned to say, "I am Adonis, and you are Abram." "No, my name is Adonis, and your name is Abram." Abram flapped the fins on his back, hovering in front of Adonis, his tail swaying gently. Pointing to himself, he asked, "I am called Abram?" Sea sprites can fly using their fins. While their speed and agility cannot match those of land sprites, they are far superior in terms of swimming ability. Adonis smiled and confirmed, "Yes, from today onwards, your name is Abram." Abram was so excited that he tumbled in the air, his fins flapping rapidly, and shouted excitedly, "I have a name! I have a name!" The noise woke Smuko from her deep sleep. She crawled out of Ingzhao's ear, sat on Ingzhao's head, and stretched comfortably. But she had only stretched her hand halfway when she saw Abram. This was the first time she had seen an elf other than herself, and she flew over out of curiosity. Smuko stared at Abram, who was devouring the jade powder, and made a series of gurgling sounds. Abram looked up and saw the elf. Thinking that the elf also wanted to steal the jade powder, he quickly hugged the jade powder to his chest and turned around to eat it even faster. Before long, she had swallowed the entire packet of jade powder clean, and only then did she turn around with peace of mind. When Tom and his 2 companions saw Smuko, their eyes widened again, and they stammered, pointing at her, "My lord, this." Adonis then realized he hadn't introduced her yet, and casually said, "This is my other sprite, the potion tobacco sprite, named Smuko." Potion tobacco sprite. The 3 gasped, feeling that their lord was truly blessed with knightly glory. Adonis waved his hand, saying, "It's just a little elf, nothing to be too surprised about." Tom and his 2 companions looked at each other, with only one thought in their minds. When did elves become something that could be described as merely? But considering that Adonis has Qingdao, a top-tier flying-type mythical beast, and has just acquired a magic potion seaweed spirit, Smuko really seems to be just mediocre. Adonis turned to Tom and asked, "Tom, how long have I been out?" Tom immediately replied, "My lord, it has been 4 days." "For days?" Adonis frowned. "We need to get back quickly. We can't let the butler worry. Teacher Truss should be back today too. I'll go first, you can follow later." "Yes, my lord." Adonis mounted Qingdao, who let out a tiger's roar and soared into the sky, heading straight for the castle. Tom and his 2 companions watched the lord's departing figure, their excitement growing stronger. Inside the castle at this moment, Carrot was personally guarding Baturu, who was advancing in his cultivation. Suddenly, a deafening tiger's roar echoed from outside the castle, and the entire castle instantly descended into chaos. People ran in panic, shouting, "A magical beast! A huge magical beast! A magical beast is attacking the castle! Run!" Carrot's expression changed drastically, thinking that Baturu's secret had been exposed, and that someone was trying to steal this future dragon beast before it had grown up. Generally, after a magical beast, a phantom beast, or a dragon beast signs a contract with the first knight, it will develop a second personality. Even if the first knight dies, it will only protect the knight's descendants. Even if an outsider takes it away, they cannot re-establish a contract with it and make it their own. However, these extraordinary creatures are treasures from head to toe. Even if you can't get them alive, you can still profit from their corpses. Moreover, Baturu is still in the process of advancement, and its strength has not yet fully matured. It is entirely understandable that some people would not want to see it become a dragon beast and would try to kill it in advance. On the continent of knights, countless geniuses have been destroyed by enemies before they could truly rise to prominence. Such things are all too common. Carrot carefully hid the black egg that Baturu had transformed into, making sure he hadn't left any flaws, before quickly walking out of the castle. He had only one thought in his mind. If an unknown enemy were to come after the master's dragon beast, he would risk his life to lure the enemy away. He took a deep breath, pushed open the castle gate, and was just about to step out when a huge black shadow descended from the sky. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming and suffocating pressure crashed down, and Carrot's body froze on the spot. It turned out to be a gigantic, white tiger mythical beast, its wingspan almost blotting out the sky and completely blocking out the light in front of the castle gate. The white tiger merely flapped its wings, and a fierce gust of wind swept in, raising dust and causing Carrot to stagger and nearly lose his footing. The old butler hurriedly grabbed the door frame tightly, his fingers turning white from the force, just in time to avoid being blown to the ground by the strong wind. Just as he was filled with horror, a familiar voice came from the back of the giant tiger. "All right, Ingzhao, you rest here for now. I'll have someone build you a spacious beast den later." The white tiger let out a low roar, withdrawing its terrifying aura, and its massive body slowly moved to the side of the castle gate and lay down. Even when lying on the ground, it is almost as tall as the castle, so majestic that people dare not look directly at it. Carrot stared blankly as a figure stepped down from the white tiger's back and slowly walked towards him. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, thinking that the sand and dust had blinded him and made him see an illusion. He rubbed his eyes until they were red, and when he opened them again, the figure was still standing in front of him. It was none other than his master Adonis, whom he had been worried about day and night. "Master, you're back?" Carrot's voice trembled, overjoyed and almost unable to believe it. Adonis smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work while I was away, Mr. Butler. It's no trouble at all. It's truly a blessing of knighthood that you, sir, have returned safely." Carrot's voice trembled with excitement, his face full of relief. Adonis laughed heartily. "I also feel that the glory of knighthood has been especially kind to me. Not only did I return safely, but I also brought back insignia, as well as Abram and Smukol." "Ingzhao, Abram, Smuko." Carrot repeated several unfamiliar names, his face full of confusion. Adonis turned to the side and pointed to the white tiger phantom beast at the door. "From today onwards, Ingzhao is a member of the family." Then, he gestured for Carrot to look at his shoulders. "As for Abram and Smukol, these are the two new members. Aren't they adorable?" Carrot followed the gaze and saw two petite, crystalline figures. His eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became rapid. "By the glory of the night, this is actually an elf? That strange little thing is called Abram? It's an elf too?" Adonis said with a hint of pride. "Smuk is a land sprite, while Abram is a sea sprite, a magical seaweed sprite." Upon learning that Abram was actually an extremely rare potion-wielding great elf, Carrot was stunned and so excited that he almost choked. It took him a while to regain his usual stern and serious demeanor before he respectfully asked, "Master, what are your orders? Are there jade powder and jade boxes in the castle?" Adonis asked directly. Carrot immediately replied that although they hadn't brought these things with them when they moved from Roland, they were still kept in the castle storeroom. Previously, there were no Pokemon in the territory, and the jade powder and jade box had been unused. Now they come in handy. Adonis said, "Bring them all. Also, find a spacious and bright room on the 3rd floor and convert it into an elf room to house these little guys." "As you wish." Carrot bowed and accepted the order, turning to carry it out, but suddenly remembered something important. He quickly returned to Adonis and reported in a low voice, "Master, not long after you disappeared, your contracted phantom beast, Baturu, suddenly transformed into a pitch-black egg. I asked Mr. Tom to check it out. He said that Baturu is advancing in his cultivation and instructed me to keep it a secret and not let the news leak out. So I hid the black eggs under your bed in your bedroom and had Thomas guard them closely. Baturu has advanced." Adonis's eyes flashed with surprise. He nodded approvingly. "Mr. Carrot, you did a great job. You handled this very well. It's what I should do. If there are no other instructions, I'll go to the storeroom to prepare the jade powder and jade box." "Go ahead." Adonis waved his hand. Watching the old butler's departing figure, Adonis could no longer suppress his urgency and hurried towards his bedroom. As soon as he reached the door, he saw his personal valet, Thomas, standing guard there nervously, not leaving his side for a moment. Before leaving, Carrot specifically instructed that if anything unexpected happened, Thomas must take the black egg back to Roland City and ask the Earl for help. Upon seeing the old man, who had been missing for several days, standing safely before him, Thomas's eyes instantly reddened, and his voice choked with emotion, barely able to speak. "My lord, you're back. With the glory of knighthood, you've finally returned safely." Regardless of whether Adonis rejects Thomas, one thing will never change. Thomas's fate is already completely intertwined with Adonis's. As long as Adonis is safe, he will be the Baron's personal servant, second only to the Lord and the old butler in the castle. If Adonis were to have an accident, his future would be completely ruined. For this reason, Thomas was one of the people in the entire castle who least wanted anything to happen to Adonis. Adonis stepped forward, gently patted Thomas on the shoulder, and said in a calm tone, "Thank you for your hard work, Thomas." Thomas quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and replied respectfully, "It's no trouble at all, sir. It's my honor to serve you." Adonis didn't say much, only telling him to go and rest. Thomas bowed and quickly left the room, not daring to disturb him any further. After everyone left, Adonis pushed open the bedroom door and immediately opened his mobile game panel to check the changes in the taskbar. Sure enough, the weekly sea voyage mission was already marked as complete, and the rewards had been distributed. Adonis then realized what had happened. It turns out that the moment he was swept to the deserted island by the undercurrent, he had already completed his sea voyage, and it was at that moment that Baturu began to evolve. After being stranded on a desert island, he was so focused on survival that he didn't bother to check the mobile game interface and missed the daily quests for 3 consecutive days. Although it was a bit of a pity, when I thought about what I had gained on the deserted island, the loss of those 3 days of missions didn't seem so important. He then checked the remaining 2 weekly tasks, one of which required the territory's population to reach 5,000, which, given the current state of Qingdao town, was clearly impossible to complete this week. The other task is to practice the basic sword techniques 1,000 times. I still need to practice 400 times, and there are still 2 days left until the end of this week, so there is plenty of time. As for today's daily task, it is to practice the basic gun skills 100 times. After completing it, you will receive a small amount of battle chi as a reward. You can finish it in your spare time tonight. However, the most important thing now is to confirm how far Baturu has progressed in his advancement. Adonis quickly walked to the bedside, bent down, and took out the jet-black beast egg from under the bed, carefully placing it on the soft bed. As soon as the black egg touched the bed, its surface burst into a dazzling silver light. Then, countless cracks appeared on the eggshell and continued to spread outwards. Adonis's eyes lit up as he stared at the black egg and said, "Is it about to hatch? It seems to have successfully advanced." No sooner had he finished speaking than a cracking sound rang out, and the entire black egg shattered completely, its fragments scattering across the bed. A silver-white beast cub appeared before him. Its size wasn't much bigger, still only about the size of a mongrel, but its originally pure black fur had completely turned into a smooth silver white. This is Baturu, the silver behemoth who has successfully advanced. As soon as Baturu opened his eyes, he saw his knight and immediately let out a soft, cheerful whimper, snuggling close to Adonis affectionately. Adonis couldn't help but laugh, and he hugged it tightly, stroking its silvery white fur. "Well done, Baturu. You truly deserve to be called a warrior in my eyes." Dragon beasts cannot speak, but after advancing, Baturu's intelligence is equivalent to that of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. He can sense Adonis's emotions and can also transmit his thoughts through telepathy. After being held in Adonis's arms, it comfortably squinted its eyes, its little head constantly rubbing against his palm, its expression full of enjoyment. "Wah, it feels so good. Being stroked feels so good." Compared to the iron behemoth, the silver behemoth, although still in its cub stage, is no longer ignorant and can clearly express its thoughts. More importantly, it can also transform into illusory light, reside within the knight's body, coexist with the knight, and gain safer protection while asleep. Within the body of Adonis, there had long been a sleeping water dragon named Arowan. As a true dragon, Run possessed immense power and awe-inspiring might. Baturu, a newly advanced cub, had no right to compete with it for territory. Baturu transformed into a streak of silver light and was about to enter Adonis's body when Run ruthlessly drove him out. It could only snuggle back into Adonis's arms, whimpering softly in a pitiful manner, a sight that made people feel both helpless and amused. Adonis originally intended to train it to become the #1 warrior under the stars, but now it seems uncertain whether it can become the #1 warrior, although it has great potential to become the #1 whiny monster. After Adonis's constant mediation, Arowan finally reluctantly agreed to let Baturu enter his body. After all, Baturu is still a cub. After advancing, his spirit weakens, and he needs a long period of sleep to recover. Residing in the knight's body is safer than staying in the outside world. However, Run was clearly very unwilling. It had long regarded Adonis as its own personal knight, and naturally felt a strong aversion to other contracted beasts. Despite Run's repeated nagging, he eventually had no choice but to give in, yet he still acted extremely domineering. It firmly occupies 90% of Adonis's body, leaving only 10% for Baturu, as if declaring its sovereignty over the night. Baturu didn't care at all. As long as there was a place to sleep, that was enough. It had just completed its advancement, and all it wanted was to slumber and recuperate. It could accept even less space, let alone just 10%. After settling Baturu in, Adonis breathed a sigh of relief, turned and left the bedroom, heading towards the training ground in the backyard. He approached the weapons rack and picked up a heavy knight's lance. The shaft was made of sturdy ironwood, and it felt solid and stable in his hand. Adonis composed himself and began to complete 100 repetitions of the basic gun technique for the day. He stood with his gun in hand, his posture upright and his eyes focused. Basic gun skills may seem simple, but they are the most important foundation for a knight's training. He practiced every movement, stabbing, picking, sweeping, chopping, with perfect precision and power, without the slightest perfunctoriness. The spears whistled through the air in the training field, sweat gradually soaked his forehead and slid down his cheeks, but Adonis never stopped. After completing 100 repetitions of the basic gun techniques, he put away his gun, stood up, slowly adjusted his breathing, and sensed the newly added battle chi within his body. Strands of battle chi gathered within his body, becoming more abundant than before. Adonis silently estimated that it would take at least 3 more days for his battle chi to break through again. The steady footsteps approached from afar, and the butler Carrot, dressed in his neat butler's uniform, walked briskly to Adonis with a hint of joy in his eyes. After bowing respectfully, he reported, "My lord, Knight Trass has returned with a great deal of supplies and is on his way to the castle gate. Teacher Trass is back." Adonis's eyes lit up. Trass had been away shopping for many days, and now he had not only returned safely, but also brought back much-needed supplies for the territory. This was indeed good news. He immediately put down his spear, brushed the dust off his clothes, and led Carrot out of the castle, ready to greet him personally. As soon as the two arrived at the gate, they saw Tesla leading a long convoy to a slow stop. More than a dozen carriages arrived fully loaded, with goods wrapped in burlap and neatly tied up. Trass dismounted, his knightly armor stained with the dust of the journey, but his gaze remained sharp. He strode forward and bowed respectfully to Adonis. "May the glory of the night shine upon you, my lord. Trass has not failed in his mission." Adonis stepped forward to help him up and said with a smile, "May the glory of knighthood also favor you. Teacher Trass, welcome back." Tesla took out a thick piece of parchment from his pocket, on which were densely written down the supplies and expenses. He explained that charcoal was in short supply in Roland City, and he had to visit several merchant guilds to buy some. In addition, he purchased enough food, cloth, and salt to last the entire territory for 3 months. He had also spent all the gold coins Adonis had given him. It's good that the goods are bought. Gold coins are meant to be spent anyway. Adonis took the list, glanced at it casually, and seeing that the accounts were clear and the goods were complete, handed the list to Carrot. "Have someone take inventory of the supplies. Unload all the charcoal at the castle gate, and put the rest of the supplies into storage as soon as possible for proper safekeeping." Carrot bowed and accepted the order, immediately arranging for servants to inventory and move the goods. Adonis, meanwhile, looked at the weary Travis. "Professor Truss, you should go back and rest. I'll throw a banquet for you tonight to celebrate your return and the recent happy events in Qingdao town." Trustin was puzzled. He had only been away from the territory for a few days. What could have happened that warranted a special banquet? What joyous occasions occurred in the territory while I was away? Adonis deliberately kept everyone in suspense, saying with a smile, "I'll tell you all tonight. Don't be so surprised your jaw will drop." Tesla's curiosity was piqued, but he didn't press the matter further. He simply smiled and bowed, saying, "Then I'll have to prepare myself. See you tonight, my lord." After saying this, he returned to his lodgings to rest, utterly exhausted. Not long after, Carrot returned with the verified list to report. "Sir, all the supplies match perfectly. Not a single item is missing." Adonis nodded and added, "You can also arrange the banquet tonight." Carrot's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what he meant. With Insho, Abram, and Smuck joining the territory, a celebratory feast was indeed in order. According to the rules of the Knight's Continent, noble families hold banquets to celebrate the acquisition of new elves, magical beasts, or mythical beasts. Families of Earl rank and above who acquire a great elf, and families of Viscount rank and below who acquire a small elf, must be especially mindful of etiquette. Today, Qingdao Town not only has publicly available flying-type mythical Pokemon, but also 2 Pokemon, one large and one small, making it well worth hosting a grand banquet. However, since Adonis was both a vassal of the Violet family and the son of the Earl of Violet, Carrot naturally had to ask a question. Sir, who should we invite to the banquet? Should we inform Violet Castle? Adonis waved his hand. No need. These matters should be kept secret for now. There's no need to inform Violet Castle. Just celebrate within the territory. The people who need to be invited are you, Professor Truss, the Four Knights, and Consul Tom. News of the spirits and mythical beasts is not suitable to be released to the outside world too early. Qingdao Town's foundation is still weak. It is best to quietly accumulate strength first. As you wish, sir. Carrot respectfully agreed and immediately went to prepare for the evening's banquet. Adonis called him back. Send 2 more people over. The charcoal has been bought, so the experiments that were put on hold can continue. Carrot quickly selected 2 quick-witted and reliable servants and brought them before Adonis to be at his disposal. As a steward, Carrot was always meticulous in his work. Whether it was managing supplies, overseeing the castle's internal affairs, or handling ad hoc tasks, he could always arrange everything perfectly as long as Adonis asked. With such a capable assistant, Adonis was able to manage his territory much more easily. Then, Adonis, accompanied by 2 servants, carried a basket of freshly unloaded charcoal and headed straight for the backyard, ready to continue his unfinished sugar-making endeavor. In the backyard, several large earthenware jars were already set up, filled with pre-pressed juice from black mulberry trees. The juice was dark and murky, with a lot of impurities settled at the bottom. Although the territory now boasts a potions magister and a tobacco magister, Adonis never considers it to have too many industries. Each additional industry means more revenue and a more stable foundation for Qingdao Town. The territory will inevitably expand in the future, and the population and number of knights will continue to increase. At that time, the potions produced by the potions Grand Elf may not even be enough for internal supply, let alone be exchanged for money. As for the tobacco sprites, the yield of potion tobacco from the 10 acres is also limited. Adonis doesn't plan to sell it for the time being. After all, he was a heavy smoker in his previous life and has an unbreakable attachment to tobacco. He preferred to keep those tobaccos for himself to satisfy his own cravings. The elves in the territory are not yet able to generate additional wealth, but Adonis's sugar-making project must not be stopped. This will be a crucial source of revenue for his plans for the territory, and he must produce results as soon as possible. He directed his servants to slowly pour charcoal into the juice extracted by the black stick. The charcoal's porous structure allowed it to absorb impurities. After the charcoal and juice are fully mixed and left to stand for a while, wrap the charcoal in gauze and filter it. After repeating this process 3 or 4 times, the originally murky black juice finally became clear and transparent. The dark liquid had a warm, lustrous sheen, with a faint hint of amber. All impurities had been filtered out. The servants then set up a large iron pot, lit firewood underneath it, and slowly poured the filtered liquid into the pot to simmer. The heat is controlled just right, enough to quickly evaporate the moisture without burning the syrup. Several hours passed, and the broth in the pot became increasingly thick. The servants held wooden spatulas and kept stirring to prevent the syrup from sticking to the bottom of the pot until the moisture had completely evaporated. What remained at the bottom of the pot was a layer of dark-colored sugar granules. The most difficult part of boiling sugar is crystallization. If you're not careful, it will stick together into sugar lumps, or it may not be able to take shape at all. Adonis had already mentally prepared himself, as he had little experience in making sugar for the first time and would be lucky to get a large block of sugar. To his surprise, this time he actually produced perfectly granulated sugar, which delighted him. He observed carefully and found that the sugar granules at the bottom of the pot were of uniform size, with a warm amber hue in their black color. It looks somewhat like the color of slightly caramelized white sugar, delicate and unique. Adonis stretched out his finger, dipped it in a little brown sugar, and put it in his mouth to savor it. It looks like caramel, but it doesn't taste burnt at all. It only has the purest and richest sweetness. Its sweetness is even stronger than honey, with a mellow taste, a long aftertaste, and no off flavors. With its unique and pure flavor, it is absolutely enough to conquer the nobles of the continent. Those nobles lived extravagant lives and placed the greatest emphasis on culinary enjoyment. Faced with such novel and delicious food that they had never seen before, they would definitely rush to buy it, and would not be stingy with their gold coins. Adonis successfully produced brown sugar that resembled white sugar. Although the colors are different, the taste and uses are similar, and the territory finally has a new way to generate income. More importantly, the successful sugar production also proved that some of the scientific knowledge he had acquired in his previous life was equally applicable in this world. Gunpowder is out of the question. Unless you can create a nuclear explosion, it's probably not even worth mentioning as fireworks in front of a dragon. But his territory is adjacent to the sea. Since he can make sugar, he can also make salt from seawater and extract MSG from kelp. Salt on the mainland can only be obtained by salt dragons to form salt mines, and the price has always been incredibly high. MSG, on the other hand, has never existed. If these two things can be made, they can definitely become the new pillar industries of the territory. Thinking of this, Adonis turned to look at Thomas, who was in charge of taking notes. Thomas, how many black sticks were used to squeeze this juice? Thomas immediately took out the thick paper he carried with him, on which he wrote down every piece of data in charcoal. After carefully confirming, he respectfully replied, "Sir, this vat used approximately 1,000 black sticks." 8,000. Adonis looked at the approximately 10 pounds of brown sugar at the bottom of the pot and quickly began to calculate in his mind. The final conclusion was that it takes about 100 black sticks to boil down to 1 pound of brown sugar. This sugar yield is more than 10 times lower than the sugarcane he was familiar with in his previous life, so it is indeed not considered high. But brown sugar is a new product that has never appeared on the mainland before, and there are no competitors, so he can operate it exclusively. Moreover, its target customers are the wealthy aristocrats. They are willing to pay a lot of gold coins for brown sugar as long as it can satisfy their appetite. If black pine nuts produce 10 times less sugar, then increase the price tenfold. Adonis originally planned to sell it for 10 silver coins per pound, but now he has set the price at 1 gold coin per pound. This price is already quite high. A pound of brown sugar is almost equivalent to a regular potion. The cost of boiling 1 pound of sugar is less than 5 silver coins, and the profit is astonishing. The only problem is how many black sticks there are in the territory. If reserves are insufficient, even high prices will prevent the formation of a stable industry. It seems that tomorrow he will have to personally go to the fields and wastelands throughout the territory to investigate the distribution and yield of the black sticks before making detailed plans. As darkness fell, twilight enveloped the entire town of Qingdao. The castle was brightly lit, and a small celebration banquet was about to begin. There were not many participants, all of whom were Adonis's closest confidants and followers. The atmosphere was relaxed and lively, without any cumbersome formalities. Truss, Maddie, and Alan had never met Qingdao before, nor did they know that the Lord had contracted another phantom beast. As soon as they entered the castle, they saw a huge white tiger lying on one side of the gate. The giant tiger had huge wings growing from its sides, and even when it lay on the ground, it was as tall as half a castle. It exuded a faint aura, causing the group to stop in their tracks and instinctively grip their weapons. Fortunately, Thomas was already waiting at the door and quickly explained that this was the Lord's contracted phantom beast, Qingdao, and would not harm anyone. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Tesla looked at Qingdao with shock and admiration in his eyes. The glory of the knights really favors the Lord, who has actually contracted such a powerful phantom beast, and it is even a flying type. Flying-type mythical beasts are rare to begin with, and those as powerful as Qingdao are even rarer. Thomas led the group toward the castle hall, smiling as he said, "You've been away these past few days, so you didn't know how much the glory of the knights has favored you, sir." There's something even more surprising in the hall. McGrady was stunned. Isn't the English recruitment the biggest surprise? Thomas kept everyone in suspense. The invitation from England is certainly one of the biggest surprises. As for the other one, you'll find out when you go inside. Their curiosity was immediately piqued. Upon entering the hall, the candlelight illuminated the surroundings, creating a warm and elegant ambience. At a glance, Trask and his companion saw Adonis standing there, talking to a strange creature that was over 50 centimeters tall. "Abram, what's wrong? Are you hungry again?" Abram was good in every way, except he was too gluttonous. It was as if he had never eaten corn powder in 8 lifetimes. He was either eating corn powder or on his way to beg for corn powder. Now, flapping his fins, he slowly hovered in front of Adonis and stammered, "Adonis, when are you going to send me back to the sea? I don't like the environment here." The peculiar little creature before us is none other than Abram, the great seaweed spirit. No one would have imagined that he could actually fly using his fins. Although his speed is far less agile than that of land spirits, it can still be considered flight. And in just one day, Abram learned to speak. Although his pronunciation was unclear, his expressions were already understandable. As a great sea spirit, He wasn't incapable of surviving on land. He simply had an innate aversion to dryness. Just like Qingdao, who could swim but disliked going into the water, these were habits ingrained in his instincts. Adonis immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Abram. It was my oversight that I overlooked your habits. Tomorrow I'll have someone find a bay with clear water and a quiet environment to place your cordyceps, and then build you a castle out of jade on the shore. What do you say? Abram's eyes lit up immediately, but his first thought was still about food. Jade castle, can I eat it? Adonis couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid that won't work. What? You don't like jade powder anymore? Of course I like it. Abram lowered his head, clutching the hem of his clothes in grievance. But there's never enough jade powder to eat. Adonis patiently reassured him. That's only temporary. I underestimated your appetite. I'll immediately send someone to Roland City to buy a large quantity of jade powder. From now on, you can eat as much as you want. Abram immediately nodded happily, flapped his fins, and nimbly flew to Adonis's shoulder and settled down. He took out a packet of jade powder from his small bag, ate it in small bites, and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. At this moment, Truss walked up to Adonis, staring intently at Abram, his expression one of unbelievable excitement. By the glory of the night above, what do I see? An elf, a great sea elf. My lord, this must be the legendary great sea elf. Adonis smiled and introduced. That's right, Professor Truss. This is Abram, the seaweed spirit I just acquired. He can nurture precious magical seaweed. Tesla sighed. It seems I missed out on a lot of good things during my trip to Roland. Adonis said in a flat tone. Not many, just 2 elves, one big and one small, and Qingdao. Truss was speechless for a moment after hearing this. He had already met Inzo, but Adonis had clearly just mentioned 2 elves. Just then, a small, delicate sprite with a faint tobacco scent peeked out from behind Adonis, curiously observing the group. Truss pointed at her with immediate surprise. Is this another little elf? That's right. Her name is Smucko. She's a potion tobacco fairy who can nurture potion tobacco. Adonis gently patted Smucko's little head, his face full of smiles. Truss exclaimed sincerely, The glory of the nights has truly blessed you, my lord. He only went out for a short while, and when he returned, his lord had not only contracted a powerful flying-type magical beast, but also gained a large sea-born magic potion spirit and a rare magic potion spirit. Such luck is extremely rare across the entire continent. But Adonis laughed and said, There's something even more surprising. He raised his hand, and a servant immediately brought over a plate of brown sugar, gesturing for Truss to try it. Tesla looked puzzled, stepped forward, dipped his finger in the mixture, and put it in his mouth. The next instant, a rich and pure sweetness melted on the tip of his tongue, far sweeter than honey. Tesla's pupils contracted sharply, and he was stunned. Sir, what is this? Why is it so sweet? Is it honey? But the taste and texture are not right. Adonis said calmly. I call this kind of thing sugar, black crystal sugar. Upon close inspection, brown sugar has a hint of amber, but it still appears black overall. Adonis deliberately gave it this name to raise its price and encourage nobles to pay a high price for it. Crystal is a type of magical gemstone, and also a mineral vein nurtured by dragons. Although its production is not low, it is still quite expensive. Those pure crystals were often used by nobles to make magical chandeliers, windows, and wine glasses, and were extremely sought after. As long as it's associated with crystal, brown sugar naturally becomes more prestigious, and nobles will be more willing to pay for it. After hearing this, the shock on Truss's face deepened. Black crystal candy? Could it be a mineral deposit tainted by a dragon? When did dragons appear in our territory? My lord, you wouldn't be hiding an even bigger surprise from me, would you? In Truss's view, such a magnificent and delicious thing could perhaps only be conceived by a dragon. Adonis thought to himself, Of course there are dragons, and there are 2 of them, a giant water dragon and a serpent dragon. But now is not the time to reveal them. His strength is ultimately too weak. Revealing his trump cards too early will only bring unnecessary trouble. Adonis shook his head. It is not a product of dragons, but is extracted from an ordinary plant. Just like a pharmacist refining a magic potion, this sugar is made through filtering, boiling, and crystallization. Ordinary plant. Tesla looked incredulous. How could such a precious delicacy be extracted from an ordinary plant? Adonis laughed and said, Of course. You just tasted it yourself. There's no magic in it at all. Suppressing his shock, Tesla couldn't help but ask, Then can you tell me what it's made from? Black stick. A black stick. Tesla was completely stunned. The kind of black stick that serfs used to coax children to eat. How could such an ordinary plant, which is as common as a weed and almost no one pays attention to, be transformed into this precious black crystal candy? Adonis nodded. Yes, it's that kind of black stick. Tesla took a deep breath, his face full of emotion. By the glory of the night, my lord, I have discovered that you may be the illegitimate son of the glory of the night. This ability to turn the rotten into the miraculous is probably something only the illegitimate son of the night's glory could possess. Upon hearing this, Adonis burst into laughter. You noticed that? The banquet went very smoothly. Although there were not many people present, and the castle was just a small castle in a remote rural area with mottled stone walls and simple furnishings, it was far inferior to the mansions of the nobles of Roland. But everyone attending the banquet couldn't hide their excitement and anticipation, because their lord Adonis had already been blessed with knightly glory. He first contracted a top-tier flying phantom beast, Qingdao, and then successively subdued 2 rare magic potion spirits, one large and one small. The future of his territory was bright, and its soaring momentum was already evident. These earliest followers of Adonis were his trusted confidants who had been with him since the early days of the territory. As the Qingdao territory truly grew in power, they naturally received a share of the glory, wealth, and future prospects. Laughter filled the castle that night, and everyone drank until their faces were flushed and their steps were unsteady. Seeing that everyone was getting drunk, Adonis had his servants arrange for them to stay in guest rooms for the night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the castle windows, dispelling the lingering smell of alcohol in the hall. Around the central oval table, the first ever roundtable meeting in the history of Qingdao officially began. Adonis sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over everyone at the table, and said in a deep voice, Qingdao territory is currently in dire need of reconstruction. If we want the territory to develop and its people to live a better life, there are many things that must be implemented immediately. He first looked at the government official Tom. You know the people and things in the territory best, but right now you are the only government official in the entire territory. It is impossible for you to govern the whole town by yourself. Therefore, the most urgent task is to fill all the positions. In addition to you as the chief executive officer, key officials such as tax officer, sheriff, judge, agricultural officer, and commercial officer should be selected as soon as possible. You are responsible for recommending candidates. As long as they pass my assessment, they can take office immediately. There is no need to care about their background. Whether they are serfs or commoners, as long as they are of good character, hardworking, and respected among their neighbors, they can be selected. Tom immediately stood up and bowed, replying solemnly, Please rest assured, my lord, I will carefully examine the matter and will never betray your trust. Adonis nodded, then brought up another important matter. There are now 2 elves and 3 elf insects in the territory, all of which are the treasures of the territory. Their cordyceps must be properly settled by today. Especially Abram, who is a great sea spirit. We must find a secluded bay with clear waters for him to rest and recuperate in peace, so that he can nurture the magic potion. Tom quickly agreed. Sir, I will personally lead a team to the seaside to investigate immediately and make sure everything is arranged properly. Adonis continued. Afterwards, come with me to see the growth and distribution of the black stick in the territory. The name black stick is too vulgar. From today onwards, it will be renamed black crystal tree. It is the core raw material for refining black crystal sugar, and its name should be worthy of its value. Once the agricultural official takes office, we should immediately plan the land and find suitable places for large-scale planting of black crystal trees. In the future, Qingdao must cultivate a large number of black crystal trees to provide a stable and sufficient source of raw materials for black crystal sugar. Tom wrote them down one by one, making sure there was no delay. But Adonis's next order stunned everyone. The last thing is to build enough public toilets throughout the town and then inform all the residents. From now on, it is strictly forbidden for anyone to urinate or defecate anywhere. Everyone must use public toilets. The first offense will result in 10 lashes. The second offense, 50 lashes. The third offense, 100 lashes. The fourth offense, 200 lashes, and so on. There will be no leniency. The newly appointed sheriff will be in charge of enforcing these laws from now on. This punishment was extremely severe. 100 lashes were enough to kill someone halfway, and 200 lashes would certainly be fatal. But on this continent, urinating and defecating anywhere is commonplace. Not to mention the remote and backward Qingdao territory. Even in the bustling city of Roland, the streets are littered with filth, and the residents have long been accustomed to it. This bad habit has been passed down for countless years, and it's certainly not easy to completely change people's ways. What Adonis finds most unbearable is the filth and disorder of his territory, and he especially doesn't want to step into filth while walking down the street. Therefore, this command must be executed without any room for negotiation. Tom looked troubled, hesitated for a long time, and then said with a forced smile, "Sir, the people are accustomed to this for a long time, and I'm afraid they will find it difficult to accept immediately. I'm not discussing this with you, Tom." Adonis's eyes narrowed, and though his voice wasn't loud, it carried an undeniable authority. This is an order, and it must be carried out unconditionally. Anyone who dares to openly disobey, you don't need to say anything to him. Just send him to the castle gate and tell my Qingdao. Everyone had witnessed Qingdao's ferocity yesterday. It was a top-tier flying phantom beast, and once enraged, it was enough to intimidate the entire town. Tom's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, sir, I will carry it out perfectly without any compromise." Seeing that he agreed, Adonis's expression softened slightly. "You don't need to worry too much. There will inevitably be resistance to implementing the new rules. I will have Qingdao cooperate with you. Have people spread the word in town that Qingdao is inherently disgusted by filth. Anyone who dares to urinate or defecate in the street will be driven mad by the filth, and Qingdao will eat them up. Afterwards, I will have Qingdao circle over the town a few times to intimidate the people. Once they are afraid, there will be less resistance when you implement the new rules." Tom was overjoyed upon hearing this, and all his worries vanished instantly. He quickly bowed in greeting. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. If that's the case, I will certainly be able to complete the task you have assigned me perfectly." Adonis nodded, then looked solemnly at Trass. Now that the territory had been invaded by elves, the safety of the cordyceps must be arranged immediately. He instructed Tesla to select 40 promising and calm young men from his territory, dividing them into 4 cordyceps guard teams, with Kobe and others serving as captains, specifically to guard the cordyceps in various places and prevent outsiders from disturbing them. Once the territory has a larger population and greater strength, the guard will be gradually expanded. More importantly, this force will serve as a reserve force for night squires. When the territory forms night squads, night battalions, or even night orders in the future, it will prioritize selecting elites from the guards to cultivate a night force that belongs to the Qingdao territory. As a seasoned knight, Trass was always decisive and immediately stood up and bowed. "Yes, my lord, I will select personnel and form a guard team immediately without delay." Then, Adonis looked at the old steward, Carrot. The territory currently lacked a qualified treasurer, and no one was in charge of managing the finances and accounts. He hoped that Carrot would first serve as treasurer to manage the territory's finances, and then relieve him of this responsibility once a suitable candidate was found. Carrot bowed immediately and replied respectfully, "My lord, it is my honor to serve you and share your burdens." With everything arranged, Adonis stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his voice firm and powerful. Although Qingdao is currently in dire need of reconstruction, located in a remote area, and with limited resources, its potential is evident to all. He believed that as long as everyone worked together, Qingdao territory would surely become the most dazzling pearl in the entire Grand Duchy. And those who were among the first to follow him will receive everything they deserve: glory, gold, titles, and fiefdoms. Now, let's work together towards this goal. Everyone stood up, their expressions excited, and shouted in unison, "May the glory of the knights favor the Lord. May the glory of the knights favor the territory of Qingdao." Thus, the first roundtable meeting in Qingdao town came to a successful conclusion. After the meeting, Tom, Truss, and Carrot each received their orders and immediately went to carry out the tasks assigned by the Lord. Adonis took advantage of his free time to go to the training ground in the backyard to complete his daily task, practicing basic shooting skills 100 times. Basic spear skills are the foundation of a knight's training. Only through daily practice can one's fighting spirit become more refined and one's strength steadily improve. He stood with his gun, focused, practicing each move with solid and steady precision. The spear sliced through the air, the sound of it cutting through the air echoing continuously, and sweat gradually soaked through his clothes, yet he never stopped. After completing 100 repetitions of the basic gun techniques, Adonis sheathed his gun, stood still, adjusted his breathing, and focused his mind to sense that his internal fighting spirit had slightly increased again. He put his lance back on the weapon rack, took the clean towel Thomas handed him, and wiped the sweat from his face and neck. Thomas then whispered, "Sir, Consul Tom has arrived and is waiting for you in the hall." Adonis nodded and instructed, "Tell him I'll rest for a bit, change my clothes, and come right away." Tom didn't have to wait long. Adonis changed into dry casual clothes, walked steadily into the hall, and sat down in the main seat. "Tom, have you settled all your work?" Tom immediately stood up and bowed. "My lord, the manpower for building public toilets and finding a place to store cordyceps has been arranged, and there will be results today." As for the candidates recommended by officials at all levels, Tom hoped to have another night to carefully screen them, and then submit the draft list to Adonis for evaluation tomorrow. Adonis nodded in satisfaction, praising his efficiency, and then said directly, "Let's go. Let's go to various parts of the territory and check on the growth of the black crystal trees." Tom led the way, and the two left the castle, each leading a warhorse, mounting them, and heading towards the wilderness of the territory. Qingdao spread its broad wings and soared into the sky, closely following Adonis. Its enormous form blotted out the sun, its imposing presence awe-inspiring, and it was responsible for protecting its master's safety. Ordinary mythical beasts can possess knights and protect them closely. However, Adonis is currently only a mid-level knight, and his strength is not yet sufficient to allow a mythical beast to possess him. The existence of a mythical beast is completely different from possession. When a beast resides, it transforms into a phantom light and dwells within the knight's body, sleeping and recuperating. When a beast possesses, it transforms into a phantom and attaches itself to the knight's body, protecting the knight at all times. To allow a phantom beast to possess you, you must at least reach the rank of high-level knight. To transform a phantom beast into phantom armor and merge it with your knight, you must become a true phantom beast knight. That requires the perfect fusion of knight's battle aura and magical beast power to cultivate exclusive magical beast battle aura, so that the magical beast can condense into armor and unleash a powerful combat force far exceeding that of ordinary possession. The two rode slowly through the territory, with Tom leading the way and pointing out large tracts of land in the distance. "My lord, that vast area ahead is covered with black sticks. No, black crystal trees. The wastelands to the east and south are also covered with these trees. The black crystal tree is not picky about soil or terrain. It can grow in both fertile fields and barren wastelands, and at an astonishing rate. If left unchecked, it won't be long before it spreads throughout the entire territory." Previously, Tom could only organize people to cut it down, dry it, and use it as firewood. After all, although there are many trees in the Demon Tail Mountains, there are also magical beasts in the mountains, and going into the mountains to cut down trees requires risking one's life. Chapter 51: The Second Great Elf Sugarcane. Adonis looked in the direction he pointed and saw vast swathes of black crystal trees growing well, their branches and leaves lush and verdant. He was secretly delighted and nodded slowly. "Very good. It seems that the reserves of black crystal trees are sufficient to meet the future needs of the sugar industry." The first thing the agricultural official did after taking office was to have him properly plan the planting areas. The scattered black crystal trees were uniformly organized and planted in a concentrated area. This scattered state of seedlings is not conducive to future harvesting and management. Oh, and by the way, when planning land use, be sure to reserve enough farmland in advance. Our territory will surely grow and expand in the future, attracting more people to settle here. If we don't reserve fertile land in advance, we may not have enough food to eat in the future. Yes, my lord. You have considered everything very thoroughly. I will certainly convey your instructions to the new agricultural official verbatim to ensure they are implemented effectively. Tom, full of admiration, quickly agreed. "Let's go closer and take a better look," Adonis said, urging his warhorse forward, while secretly activating his eye of insight. He always felt that the black crystal trees within his territory were growing too luxuriantly. The lushness was somewhat abnormal. It was definitely not as simple as natural growth. As he urged his horse forward, he carefully observed the surrounding black crystal forest with his eye of insight. My gaze swept over every branch and leaf, and sure enough, not long after, a faint, magical phantom quietly came into view, hidden deep within the dense forest. "Tom, look over there." Adonis's eyes lit up, and he immediately pointed in the direction of the magical phantom, his tone filled with surprise. Tom quickly looked in the direction Adonis was pointing. Upon closer inspection, when the illusory figure was clearly seen, his eyes widened in shock, and he gasped in astonishment. "Knightly glory above, that is... It's an elf, a wild great elf. Adonis, unable to contain his excitement, laughed loudly. Ha ha, I knew it. I knew about the black crystal tree in the territory. There must be a reason for his unusual appearance, and I was right. He stared intently at the magical phantom, about 50 centimeters tall, in the black crystal forest, his heart filled with surprise and delight. The two immediately reined in their horses, dismounted, and carefully, pushing aside the dense foliage, I tiptoed closer to the magical phantom, careful not to disturb it. Only upon closer inspection could one clearly see the appearance of this large spirit. Its entire body is dark amber in color, and it has a small and exquisite figure. On its head, there is a miniature black crystal tree. With its endearing, clumsy appearance, it was lying quietly on a large, black crystal tree leaf. He closed his eyes to rest. His breathing was weak, and he looked extremely weak, without even the strength to move. Tom lowered his voice and said softly, "My lord, this great spirit appears to have just finished moving the cordyceps. It has expended a great deal of energy, which is why it is so weak. Otherwise, it would never have been so defenseless." The elves are not naturally skilled in combat, even the great elves with the strength of mythical beasts. Unless forced into a desperate situation and facing the life or death of the cordyceps, it will never easily fight with others. The large elf before them was clearly the type that was docile and not good at fighting. Adonis nodded slightly, already understanding. He took out a packet of jade powder from his pocket. He gently extended his finger, dipped it in a little jade powder, and slowly offered it to the weakened great elf. The great spirit, who was extremely weak and in dire need of replenishing its energy, twitched its nose slightly. Instantly, she smelled the sweet scent of jade powder and slowly opened her dazed eyes. She twitched her little nose in confusion, making a soft, sweet sound. Miggle meow? When it saw the jade powder on its fingers, its previously dull little eyes widened instantly. Overjoyed, she grabbed Adonis's finger and began to nibble on it. As the jade powder entered his mouth, the great elf's aura gradually stabilized, while Adonis only felt a slight tingling sensation in his fingers. A brand new contract was quietly established between the human and the elf, binding them closely together. Migu Migu, the big elf, having eaten a little more, raised its head in bewilderment, its small eyes full of confusion. Why did it suddenly feel? The two-legged creature before me suddenly seemed so endearing, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of dependence on it. Adonis smiled warmly and gently, handing the entire packet of jade powder to the great elf. Migu Migu. The great elf cheered happily, snatched the jade powder, and immediately began to eat it heartily. His previously weak aura recovered at a visible speed, and not long afterward. It became lively and energetic, its little wings fluttering gently as it twirled gracefully in the air. Through the newly established contract, Adonis easily communicated with the great elf and learned of its plight. The black crystal trees in Qingdao were all mutated and cultivated by him, and this black crystal tree, Great Spirit. To avoid being cut down by humans, he had to frequently migrate with his cordyceps. Each movement consumes a large amount of vital energy, and over time, this severely depletes the energy, leaving the individual in a constant state of weakness. Without any jade powder to replenish his body, he could only rely on his own slow recovery, making life extremely difficult. Adonis understood and gently comforted him. "You mean, you're constantly moving your cordyceps around to avoid them being cut down?" The big elf nodded repeatedly, its little face full of grievance and lingering fear, and gave a soft, sweet reply. "Migu Migu. Don't worry, if you come with me, you won't have to worry about the cordyceps being cut down anymore." Adonis gently stroked its little head and said in a firm tone, "I will arrange a special guard team to protect your cordyceps day and night. We'll never let it suffer any more harm, so you can live here in peace from now on." Migu Migu. Upon hearing this, the great elf was overjoyed and flapped its little wings. It flew over and gently nuzzled Adonis's cheek, full of affection and gratitude. Adonis couldn't help but laugh, gently tapping the boy's little cheek, feeling the smooth, jade-like texture of his hand. "As is customary, I need to give you a name. You are the great spirit of the black crystal tree. Since it has similar functions to sugarcane, let's call it Sugarcane. Sugarcane, the great spirit of the black crystal tree, from now on, that will be your name." Migu Migu. Sugarcane cheered happily, repeating its new name over and over again, and kept circling around Adonis. While out on patrol, they unexpectedly captured a black crystal tree spirit. This perfectly suited the territory's sugar industry, and Adonis was so excited he couldn't stop smiling, his heart filled with joy. Tom stood to the side, too shocked to speak. His gaze toward Adonis was filled with utmost respect and awe. He thought to himself, to say that the Lord is the illegitimate son of knightly glory is not enough to describe this favor. Even the most favored son of the Knights of Glory probably only receives this kind of treatment, having successively subdued mythical beasts and elves. These days, you can even encounter wild great elves while exploring a territory. You won't find anyone else on the entire continent with such good luck. Chapter 52 Little Elf, Iron Pillar. The two, carrying the newly contracted black crystal tree, Great Elf Sugarcane, continued to patrol the territory. With Qingdao accompanying and protecting them in the air, their imposing aura enveloped all directions, even ordinary wild beasts. Low-level magical beasts wouldn't dare approach, so there's no need to worry about encountering any dangers on the way. Adonis rode forward on his horse, activating his Eye of Insight. His gaze swept across the surrounding mountains and forests. The exploration had yielded an exceptionally rich harvest. He thought to himself with a sense of awe, realizing that the wild creatures on land had a far more stable environment than those in the sea. There are far fewer magical beasts on land than sea monsters and magical beasts in the sea, so the survival rate of land elves is naturally much higher than that of the sea. Although this patrol did not encounter a second large spirit, it did yield several spirit bugs. Two of them were black oat fairy insects from the farmland in their territory. Most of them grow black oats, which is perfect for this purpose. There's also a broccoli fairy worm and a coconut fairy worm, each with extraordinary potential. Whether it's vegetables made from broccoli or coconut juice made from coconuts, they can enrich the castle's recipes. Wild spirit insects are naturally adept at concealing themselves, hiding among the grass and trees, leaving no trace. Without the ability to perceive magical phantoms, it would be difficult to spot them with the naked eye alone. After traveling and stopping frequently, exploring for most of the day, only the northwest corner of the entire territory remained unexplored. Tom pointed ahead at the endless greenery. My lord, the area ahead is the last part of the entire territory that has not yet been patrolled. It is a natural bamboo forest. Bamboo forest? Adonis was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Our Qingdao territory actually has such a large bamboo forest. But I've stayed in town for so long. Why haven't I ever seen any decent bamboo products? In his past life, he believed that every part of the bamboo was valuable. Bamboo shoots can be used in cooking, and the bamboo stalks that grow can be used to make pots, pans, and other household utensils, as well as building timber. When bamboo matures and flowers, the bamboo rice it produces can be used as a staple food to satisfy hunger. It has a wide range of uses and is extremely valuable. Tom quickly explained. Sir, this bamboo forest is far from the town and is adjacent to the treacherous Demon Tail Mountains. Monsters frequently appear, making it inconvenient and dangerous for the people to travel back and forth. Over time, no one came here to cut bamboo for timber anymore. I see. Adonis nodded in realization. Since we're already here, let's go in and take a look. Yes, my lord. The two walked one after the other towards the edge of the bamboo forest, only to discover upon closer inspection that this bamboo forest is much larger than it appears, covering at least tens of thousands of acres. The undulating bamboo groves stretch as far as the eye can see, their verdant greenery blocking out the sun, and the air is filled with a faint fragrance of bamboo. As soon as he reached the edge of the bamboo forest, Adonis immediately recognized several kinds of precious bamboo species that he was familiar with in his previous life. Unfortunately, in this continent of knights, these bamboos contain no magic. It cannot assist a knight in training, nor can it be used to brew potions. Naturally, they did not receive the favor of nobles and knights, and could only grow wildly in the wilderness, ignored by everyone. Just as he was looking around, his Eye of Insight suddenly caught something unusual. One of the unusual bamboo species emitted a faint magical aura throughout its body. It is very similar to the strange vines we encountered on the deserted island. Although it contains a small amount of magic, it cannot be used to make potions. Adonis stepped forward for a closer look. The bamboo was jet black, with straight, slender branches. It stands tall and straight, reaching into the clouds. When you tap it lightly with your finger, it produces a clear and resonant metallic sound. He circulated his intermediate-level battle chi, concentrated all his strength, and swung his sword down with tremendous force, aiming at a black bamboo, as thick as a goose egg. As a result, the hard bamboo stalk was only split in half, and the knight's long sword got stuck in the middle, unable to go any further. Its hardness surpasses that of refined iron. Tom watched in stunned silence. Then his eyes lit up. My lord, although this kind of bamboo cannot be used to make magic potions, its texture is as hard as iron, and its branches are straight and regular, making it an excellent material for crafting lances. Even the thinner bamboo twigs, with a little processing, can be made into arrows, making them extremely practical. Adonis nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the vast bamboo forest, a smile playing on his lips. Since this bamboo forest contains such magical iron bamboo, it must be nurturing spirits. Judging from the size of this bamboo grove, there's at least one little elf hiding there. Only elves can cultivate magical plants. This is an ironclad rule. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Tom quickly bowed and offered his congratulations. From the moment he set out until now, he had personally witnessed the Lord subdue a great elf and 4 elf insects. Now that I'm about to get another Pokemon, I've long since gone from initial shock to numbness. They felt that their lord was practically bathed in knightly glory. His luck was ridiculously good. Haha. Then I'll search carefully to find out where my little darling is hiding. Adonis smiled and activated his eye of insight, his gaze piercing through the layers of bamboo shadows, quickly locking onto his target. At the very top of the thickest bamboo stalk, a tiny, adorable sprite lay lazily on a bamboo branch. With its short legs dangling, it swayed leisurely, looking carefree and relaxed. Adonis immediately took out a packet of jade powder, opened it, and the sweet fragrance spread with the wind, drifting gently through the bamboo grove to the little elf's nose. Chirp, chirp. The little elf's delicate nose twitched slightly as it instantly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, and its round, bright eyes snapped open. Fluttering its thin little wings, it drifted down from the bamboo tip, searching for the source of the fragrance. When it saw the jade powder in Adonis's hand, its eyes lit up instantly, and it could no longer contain itself. It flew straight to Adonis in a flash, circling around the jade powder and chirping softly. Chirp, chirp. Come on, little cutie. Adonis spoke gently and had a smile on his face. The best jade powder is here, and there's plenty. The little sprite could hardly resist such temptation and immediately landed on Adonis's hand. She grabbed a handful of jade powder and stuffed it into her little mouth, eating it with great relish. While the little guy was focused on eating, Adonis slowly extended his fingertip and brought it to the corner of the elf's mouth. A slight tingling sensation ran through his fingertips as a contract was quietly formed, and he gained a brand new little sprite. Adonis looked at the little elf in front of him and said with a smile, "Since these bamboos, which are even stronger than steel, were all cultivated by you, from now on, I will call you Taiju, Iron Pillar. And the bamboo you cultivate will be named Iron Bamboo. This is truly like adding wings to a tiger, sir." Tom was overjoyed. With the Iron Bamboo sprite in charge, the territory will have a continuous supply of iron bamboo from now on. These iron bamboos can be forged into lances and arrows, which can then be traded with other territories. It will definitely become another major pillar industry for Qingdao. Chapter 53 Silver Star Vine. No, Tom. Adonis shook his head. Now, a sugar-making industry for black crystal sugar has been established in the territory. The territory's finances are sufficient. There's no need to sell the iron bamboo lances for profit. We will stockpile all the iron bamboo produced thereafter, to use in the future to arm our own knightly order. The knights. Tom was startled and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you planning to form a knightly order?" "Nature." Adonis spoke with certainty. "What? Am I not worthy of having my own order of knights?" No, sir. That's not what I meant." Tom quickly waved his hand to explain. "With the resources and foundation of Qingdao today, you are fully qualified to form a knightly order. However, the territory is already sparsely populated, and if more able-bodied men are drawn into the knight order, I'm afraid the manpower for fieldwork and territory building will be even more insufficient. You don't need to worry about that. I already have a plan," Adonis said calmly. "I intend to appoint Thomas as the full-time sugar commissioner, in charge of the sugar industry in the territory. From now on, any black crystal candies produced will be traded out by Professor Trust leading a team. The large amount of gold coins obtained were then used to purchase serfs in large quantities from outside to increase the population of the territory. Before long, Qingdao will no longer have to worry about manpower shortages. Your Excellency is thoughtful and far-sighted. I truly admire you," Tom exclaimed in genuine admiration. In fact, Adonis had already been considering the candidate to be in charge of sugar production when the roundtable meeting was held. Sugar production is currently the territory's most crucial source of income, encompassing raw materials, processing, and the purification methods and other secrets are top secret and must be entrusted to absolutely reliable confidants. After much deliberation, looking across the entire territory, he found that only the servants in the castle were the most suitable. Of all his servants, only his personal valet Thomas was the one he trusted most. Thomas had previously helped take care of Baturu. He was meticulous and reliable in his work. Now that Baturu has taken up residence within him, Thomas has lost his regular job. Since he spends all his time on me, it's the perfect opportunity to entrust the entire sugar-making business to him. The inspection is complete, and everything is clear. Let's go, Tom, back to the castle. The two set off on their return journey, departing when the sun was high in the sky. By the time they returned to the castle, the sun had already set, and the evening glow had painted half the sky red. Upon returning to the castle, Adonis immediately summoned Thomas. Looking at his personal servants standing respectfully before him, Adonis spoke slowly and solemnly. Thomas, black crystal sugar is currently our only stable source of income. Sugar production is of paramount importance, as it concerns the development and prosperity of the entire territory. And you, my personal servant, are one of my most trusted confidants in this territory. Now I intend to entrust the entire sugar-making business to you. Are you confident that you can do a good job? Thomas had been idling around all day, feeling secretly depressed. Upon hearing this, he immediately perked up, his eyes lit up, and he patted his chest on the spot, making a solemn pledge with an unwavering tone. Please rest assured, sir, I will certainly live up to your expectations and do my best. Okay, I trust you. Adonis nodded and earnestly gave his instructions. From now on, I will have Tom continue to organize people to acquire black crystal trees. The local community will also fully cooperate with you in the preliminary work, such as juicing and preparing ingredients. All you need to do is lead your castle servants and focus on making sugar. Another crucial point is that the sugar-making process must be kept strictly confidential, especially the process of filtration and purification using charcoal. This most crucial step must not be leaked in the slightest. We must never let outsiders figure out our sugar-making secrets. Yes, sir. Thomas, with a solemn expression, solemnly agreed. By the glory of the night, I will keep this secret strictly and never let a single word slip out. Very good. There's no time to lose. Go and start preparing now. Yes, sir. Thomas bowed and retreated with great enthusiasm. Just after dinner, Tom delivered the list of people he recommended to the castle. Sir, please take a look. Adonis took the list, which listed several names and the positions they were recommended for. After a series of questions and interviews, 2 people were finally selected. Barton, a cow dung, had been a serf for generations in the Violet family. He was the undisputed top farmer in the entire Qingdao town, and Tom recommended him to be the agricultural officer. Phil Whip was one of the few commoners in the town. He had once served on a baron's estate. He had served as a sheriff, but later the baron was stripped of his title, and his lands were reclaimed by the Grand Duke. After losing his job, Phil Whip ended up settling in Qingdao, where he was recommended by Tom to be a sheriff. Both of them have extensive experience in their respective jobs, and Adonis believes they are capable of handling them. As for the missing business officer and tax officer, they could not take up their posts because they did not pass Adonis's interview. Unfortunately, these 2 positions are too important. Candidates must have sufficient professional experience to hold them. Since no one is currently qualified, Tom will have to take on the role temporarily. After Barton Cowdew took office, he began to plan the planting areas of the territory at Adonis's request. To facilitate management and harvesting, Barton designated the southwest corner of the town as a planting area for black crystal trees. The cordyceps from the great elf sugarcane was also placed in this area. Adonis dispatched a guard specifically to protect the sugarcane cordyceps from harm. Abram's cordyceps were also placed in a quiet bay. This bay will serve as a cultivation base for magic potion seaweed. Adonis liked to smoke and also liked bamboo. So the 2 little elves placed their cordyceps on either side of the castle. 2 black oat nymphs were placed in the wheat field. Adonis specifically instructed that these 2 elven insects must be kept under close guard. Don't underestimate the importance of the fact that the fairy insects can only cultivate 10 acres of land, and that black oats were meant for serfs. But by making a comparison, you'll see how important the elf insects are to a noble territory. The yield of an ordinary serf's land was at most 300 caddies per mu, a Chinese unit of land area, approximately 0.165 acres. In those more fertile territories, the yield could reach 400 or 500 caddies. However, the coastal areas are mostly saline alkali land, so the yield is predictably low. The fields tended by the elves can achieve the highest oat yield, guaranteed at least 1,000 caddies. In fertile soil, the yield can reach 1,300 or even 1,400 gene. Moreover, it can ripen once a month. Just think about the difference. But that's not the most crucial point. The most crucial point is that, with the elves' care, you don't have to worry about pests or natural disasters at all. If you simply set aside a plot of land and plant cordyceps there, you can harvest 1,000 caddies of oats, regardless of drought or flood. Black oats were worthless, but they were the staple food of serfs, who were the property of noble lords. Renewable assets. A knight's son is not necessarily a knight, and a nobleman's son is not necessarily a nobleman. But the son of a serf must be a serf. Serfs were the property of nobles, and their sons were naturally also the property of nobles. Their descendants will be endless. As for whether serfs can redeem themselves, can't they? Hee. If even one serf dared to take money to a nobleman and ask to buy his freedom, he would have been a true serf. Then the nobleman would surely whip him, while simultaneously cursing him. Why are you using my money to redeem my property? A single fairy insect may seem capable of cultivating only 10 acres of land, but its annual yield is guaranteed to be at least 120,000 gene, 60 tons. This amount of black oats is enough to feed 2,000 people for 2 months. Therefore, whether or not a noble territory has elf insects makes a huge difference. The remaining broccoli worms were placed in the castle's vegetable garden. The coconut fairy insect does not have a mobile cordyceps because coconut trees can only be planted by the sea. The few fairy insects brought back from the deserted island, the alfalfa fairy insects, were left on the grassland. To prevent it from being eaten by the dragon stallion again, Adonis specifically instructed the galloping dragon to guard it. As for the vine spirit insect, the vines it cultivates, after Tom's identification, it has been confirmed that it can be used to weave armor woven from this vine. Not only is it as light as a feather, but its defensive capabilities are also comparable to a knight's full plate armor. In the future, when forming a knightly order, it can be used to equip the knights under its command. Like the iron bamboo cavalry rifle, it became standard issue in Qingdao. Adonis named this vine the Silver Star Vine, the Silver Star Vine fairy insect. They also received the same treatment as Smucko and Taiju, and were allowed to place cordyceps around the castle and designate a planting area. As for the iris flower fairy insect, this fairy insect, for the time being, has not yet been found to have any use. They were then used as greenery in the castle, planted in the castle gardens for people to enjoy. Chapter 54. The newbie protection period has ended. Everything in the territory was proceeding smoothly and in an orderly manner according to Adonis's plan. Time passed silently amidst the morning exercises and twilight in Qingdao, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, Adonis never let his guard down for a moment. Every day before dawn, they would stand in the training ground in the backyard, without fail, to complete their daily tasks. Finally, on this morning, it ushered in a brand new transformation, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. He had just finished his daily tasks when a slight tremor suddenly ran through his body. Immediately afterwards, the previously steady flow of battle energy suddenly became agitated, like a dragon breaking free of its shackles. It surged wildly along the meridians, filling everything it passed through with a bursting, expansive feeling. The intermediate level battle chi within his body shattered under the repeated impact of the surging battle chi. Then his aura suddenly surged, and his shattered battle chi gradually reformed. At this moment, the battle chi within him was more than twice as strong as before, and his aura was also more refined. Now, his intermediate level battle aura is only one final transformation away from advancing him to the rank of Advanced Knight. With this breakthrough in battle chi, the hidden potential deep within his bloodline. The previously hidden battle aura attribute has finally been fully revealed, unveiling its mystery. Adonis focused his mind and slowly circulated his newly generated battle chi. In an instant, a faint tingling sensation spread through the meridians of his fingertips. A wisp of pale purple lightning sprouted from within the seed of life, traveling along the trajectory of the battle chi. Like a nimble little snake weaving through the meridians, a subtle electric current rippled through every inch of skin. A faint crackling sound echoed within his body, barely audible, yet carrying a sharp, explosive aura. He raised his hand and grasped the fine Iron Knight's sword at his side, his palm pressed tightly against the cold hilt. He slowly poured condensed lightning battle energy into it, the originally cold and sharp sword blade. A layer of pale purple lightning flashed instantly, twinkling like stars. Thin arcs of electricity traced along the blade, emitting a soft, sizzling sound. As the sword flashed, purple lightning intertwined, its sharpness fully revealed, and the air was torn apart by the lightning. A faint smell of burning rose, and the surrounding air currents were turbulent from the electric light. The weeds on the ground were swept by the sword energy and lightning, and instantly withered and curled up. He raised his hand and swung his sword, a faint purple sword aura shooting out and striking the wooden target in front of him. With a muffled thud, the target was not only split in two. The broken section was charred black by lightning, with faint wisps of smoke rising from it. Undoubtedly, his fighting spirit is a rare and domineering lightning attribute. This discovery stirred a ripple in Adonis's heart. He clearly remembered his father Adrian, his brother Akronos, and his sister Adele. Without exception, every direct descendant of the Violet clan possesses a fierce and domineering fire attribute battle aura. The rising, scorching flames are the hallmark of the Violet family. Even his half-brother Alex inherited fire attribute fighting spirit. He couldn't understand why his own battle chi attribute was so different from the battle chi inheritance of the entire family. Could it be that genetic mutations also exist in this world, causing his fighting spirit attribute to change drastically? Or perhaps it's because I'm not the original owner, but a soul from another world that transmigrated here. The difference in the origin of the soul. Subtly, it rewrote the original body's battle aura attributes, thus giving rise to this unique lightning battle aura. However, after a moment's thought, Adonis put all his doubts aside. The reasons behind this are completely irrelevant. He is now merely an outcast cast out of the Violet family. He has no further connection with his family, regardless of whether it's fire attribute or lightning attribute battle chi. It makes no difference to him. No one will look at him any differently because of his fighting spirit attribute. His family would not accept him back because of this. Only his own strength is the foundation for him to stand in this world. Just as he was adapting to the new lightning battle aura and repeatedly wielding his sword to feel the flow of electricity, a faint notification sound suddenly rang in my mind, indicating that the weekly task for the week had been completed. 1,000 repetitions of rigorous training in basic sword techniques finally yielded a brand new battle aura skill, Thunder Slash. The moment Adonis saw the skill name, his conviction grew even stronger. His lightning battle aura attribute must be inextricably linked to his soul transmigration. The skill rewarded by the system was a perfect match for his newly acquired battle chi attribute. Such a coincidence was by no means accidental. Adonis carefully examined the skill descriptions, his eyes filled with surprise. This Thunder Slash is no ordinary skill. Rather, it is an extremely rare, upgradable skill. Its power increases in tandem with the improvement of his battle chi cultivation. The higher the realm, the stronger the power, making it far more valuable than skills with fixed power. In this world, the fighting methods of ordinary knights are extremely rudimentary. Most of them simply circulate their battle chi and crudely attach it to the weapon. Then they clashed head-on with the enemy, and the only thing they were competing in was the strength of their fighting spirit. Whoever has a weaker foundation in fighting spirit will be at a disadvantage, and may even be defeated and killed. This is the most superficial and primitive application of fighting spirit, devoid of any skill whatsoever. Battle chi skills, on the other hand, are on a completely different level. They are a method of utilizing battle chi that has been honed through countless trials. Through specific meridian circulation routes and methods of condensing battle chi. After highly compressing the battle chi within the body, it is then released. This unleashes a power far exceeding that of ordinary battle aura. This Thunder Slash is exactly like that. Following the instructions on how to circulate battle aura as recorded in the skill manual, Adonis compressed his lightning battle aura to its maximum. If released again, the battle aura slash can travel more than 3 meters away from the body. It formed a massive slashing wave, imbued with the power of lightning, that bombarded the enemy in front of it from a distance. This is equivalent to having an additional ranged attack method out of nowhere, completely breaking the limitation that knights can only fight in close combat. Furthermore, as his battle chi cultivation deepens, the distance the slash wave travels off his body will also continuously increase. The power of lightning will also be greater, making it a deadly weapon whether in one-on-one combat or on the battlefield. This unexpected, growth-capable divine skill filled Adonis with immense joy. The fatigue from days of training vanished instantly, but when his gaze shifted to the weekly tasks displayed on the panel, the smile on his face froze instantly, and the joy that had just ignited in his heart. His laughter was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water, and he couldn't laugh anymore. The 3 weekly tasks for the new week each put him under immense pressure. The first task is to train basic sword skills 10,000 times. The reward for completing this task is Bloodline Awakening. The second item is that your cultivation level officially breaks through to the advanced knight level, and you will be rewarded with a little sprite upon completion of the task. The third item, increasing the total population of the territory to 5,000, is not a new task. Instead, it's an old task left over from last week that hasn't been completed yet. The reward for completing it is a direct increase in your battle chi level. All 3 tasks are extremely difficult. Those who frequently play mobile games know that this doesn't mean the difficulty of the missions has increased. It simply means the new player protection period has ended. Chapter 55 Bloodline Awakening. Looking at the 3 tasks for this week, Adonis understood the task refresh rules and felt a mix of emotions. The unfinished tasks from last week were not refreshed, which had both advantages and disadvantages for him. On the positive side, the system's weekly tasks do not force a refresh every week. Unfinished tasks will remain and will not disappear. This means that if you encounter a task with extremely generous rewards, but also extremely high difficulty in the future, even if it cannot be completed in the short term, there is no need to worry about the task being refreshed, as there is ample time to prepare and complete it. The downside is also extremely fatal. If a task cannot be completed, it will occupy a task slot indefinitely. There are only 3 slots available for the weekly tasks. If all 3 tasks are left unfinished for an extended period, it will be impossible to complete them. The system taskbar will then freeze completely, making it impossible to refresh tasks, which will greatly hinder his improvement in strength. Upon closer inspection of the first task, Adonis's brow furrowed even more. Last week's task was simply to complete 1,000 repetitions of basic sword techniques. He still had to train diligently every day to finish it. Now the difficulty has increased tenfold to 10,000 repetitions, with the difficulty skyrocketing exponentially. This also made him instantly realize that the difficulty of system tasks was not static. Instead, it will increase in tandem with his strength and breakthrough in realm. This should have been expected, after all, as strength increases. The corresponding cultivation requirements would naturally be higher, but the magnitude of the leap was still difficult for him to accept. Looking back at last week's 3 tasks, besides completing the basic sword skills 1,000 times within the allotted time, the other 2 tasks were not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. If it weren't for the unexpected circumstances that led to them being stranded on a deserted island and completing their sea voyage, it was also by chance that the Baturu evolved, and it's likely that it could only complete 1 basic task last week. He had initially held on to a sliver of hope, thinking that even if he failed the high-level missions, he would still have the basic cultivation missions as a safety net. But now it seems that even a guaranteed minimum isn't so easy to obtain. He practiced the basic sword techniques 10,000 times, even without sleep or rest, training day and night. To complete it within a week is nothing short of a pipe dream. It's extremely difficult. Adonis couldn't help but curse inwardly. That damn cheat code. It was clearly an attempt to force him into doing something he couldn't, deliberately putting pressure on him. But things had already come to this point. Complaining is useless. The only way is to grit your teeth, persevere, and strive towards the mission objective. After all, the rewards from each task are enough to make him stronger quickly. Qingdao's rapid development is its only asset on this continent. The reward for this mission, however, was Bloodline Awakening. He searched through the original owner's memories, but couldn't find any information about Bloodline Awakening. Mr. Carrot, please inform Professor Trust that I have something very important to discuss with him. Yes, sir. The afternoon sun shone through the stained glass windows of the castle hall, casting dappled warm light. Truss, dressed in a neat knight's outfit, walked steadily into the hall. Upon seeing Adonis seated in the main seat, he immediately bowed respectfully, his tone both courteous and composed. May the glory of the night shine upon you, my lord. The steward said you were looking for me. Adonis looked up at the high-ranking knight who had loyally followed him. She raised her hand to gesture for him to stand up and sit down, her expression more serious than usual, and slowly replied, May the glory of the night shine upon you, Teacher Trass. I do have something very important to discuss with you. Have you heard of Bloodline Awakening? Bloodline Awakening? Tesla paused slightly as he sat down, a look of surprise on his face. His eyes were full of confusion, and he subconsciously asked a question in return. Sir, why did you suddenly think of asking this? Adonis tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, his expression calm. With a calm tone, concealing his inner thoughts, he slowly said, I only heard this name by chance from someone else. I don't know the specifics, which is why I specifically invited you here to ask for your advice." Upon hearing this, Tesla's surprise vanished, and his expression gradually turned serious. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly spoke. "My lord, to understand bloodline awakening, you must first know what bloodline is." He leaned forward slightly and spoke each word carefully. The so-called bloodline is a special physique passed down between dragon knights and phantom dragon knights. These top-tier knights can perfectly fuse their own battle aura with the dragon's power. It was forged into a dragon-like battle aura, far surpassing ordinary battle aura, or what might be called supermagical battle aura. You should know that both giant dragons and phantom dragons are among the most powerful and magical creatures on the continent. Their dragon power is an extremely domineering supermagical energy that ordinary life forms simply cannot withstand. When the supermagical battle aura circulates day and night within the knight's body, that's supermagical power. It will constantly assimilate and permeate the knight's body, gradually modify the knight's physique, transforming it into a supermagical physique. Only in this way can it bear more supermagical battle energy. And when these knights, modified by supermagical power, gave birth to offspring, this modified, special physique will be deeply hidden within the bloodline through inheritance. This lineage continues through generations, a tradition passed down among the nobility. As for bloodline awakening, it refers to the descendants of dragon knights, under certain circumstances. The process of awakening the special constitution hidden within the bloodline and completely reviving the dormant power of the bloodline is called bloodline awakening. Those who successfully awaken their bloodline power are called bloodline awakeners. Their families are also revered as bloodline nobles, holding a status far exceeding that of ordinary nobles. Adonis listened attentively, his eyes focused, and as soon as Travis finished speaking, he immediately asked, "So, Professor Truss, what about this physique after bloodline awakening? How much of an impact does it have on a knight's training and combat strength?" "The impact is so great that it could overturn the gap between knights of the same rank." Tesla's tone suddenly became more serious, his eyes filled with envy and awe. Those who awaken through bloodline are born with a high magical constitution. It should be noted that only dragons and phantom dragons can truly withstand the power of super magic. Even dragon knights and phantom dragon knights can only fuse their own fighting spirit with dragon power. Even with diluted supermagical power, it's barely tolerable, let alone ordinary living beings. Therefore, the high magic physique inherited from our ancestors is a perfect physique that has been diluted and adapted with supermagic power. People with this physique can cultivate battle chi several times, or even 10 times, faster than ordinary knights. What others take months of arduous training to master in terms of battle chi, they can achieve in just a few days, making their cultivation path incredibly smooth. Furthermore, a high magic physique can greatly amplify the purity and power of battle aura. This makes their combat power far exceed that of knights of the same rank, and they can even easily challenge opponents of higher ranks. This is a talent that ordinary knights, even with countless resources, could hardly achieve. Chapter 56 Bloodline Nobles. On the mainland, some scholars have conducted statistics showing that every person whose bloodline has awakened, as long as they don't perish along the way and grow smoothly, they can basically all become top-tier Phantom Beast Knights. Among them, the most exceptionally talented individuals have an extremely high chance of reaching the pinnacle. To become a revered Dragon Knight, or even a Giant Dragon Knight, or a Phantom Dragon Knight. Within our Grand Duchy, the Marquis of Wuliangya, one of the 3 great marquises, is a bloodline awakener. This status alone commanded the respect of thousands, and even the Grand Duke treated him with deference. The Wuliangya family is one of the most prestigious families in the Grand Duchy of Chrysanthemum, possessing 1 subdragon and 2 dragon beasts. There are also more than 10 great spirits, 5 of which are capable of cultivating magic grains. Wuliangya is a type of liquor brewed from 5 magical grains, a top-quality liquor imbued with magic. I've heard that just 1 sip of this wine is equivalent to a top-tier potion. A 500 milliliters bottle of Wuliangya costs as much as several hundred gold coins. In many remote areas, the income of baronial families from their territories for half a year is not enough to buy a single bottle of wine. As a result, the Wuliangya family changed their surname to Wuliangya. Before Adonis, all he knew about this family was that their magical wine was famous. Unexpectedly, this family, famous for its fine wines, produced a noble bloodline. Tesla took a deep breath and then added, "More importantly, The probability of a bloodline awakened knight becoming a dragon knight, 10 times that of an ordinary knight. This is the core reason why noble bloodlines are valued by various forces. The probability of becoming a dragon knight is 10 times that of an ordinary knight. A flicker of surprise crossed Adonis's eyes. He was also deeply shocked by these statistics. Although he had guessed that the benefits of awakening his bloodline would be immense, he never expected it to have such an incredible advantage. Absolutely true, sir. Tesla nodded emphatically, his tone utterly certain. Many dragon knights on the continent are of noble bloodline. In those powerful kingdoms and empires, there were even noble bloodlines who broke through the limits and became legendary dragon knights. Scholars have conducted specialized research and discovered that noble bloodlines possess a high level of magical physique. Originating from dragons and phantom dragons, they are naturally favored by dragons and whelps. With the added advantage of a high magic physique, his cultivation path is smooth, and his success rate in advancing to Dragon Knight is naturally far greater than that of ordinary people. This is why all countries on the continent regard those with awakened bloodlines as treasures and attach great importance to them. Even the high and mighty Dragon Knights show special consideration to noble bloodlines. Adonis nodded slowly, but he knew very well that wherever there are people, there is a world of intrigue. The martial arts world is not just about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social interactions. Even Dragon Knights, standing at the pinnacle of the continent, still have descendants. Today we care for the bloodlines and descendants of other Dragon Knights, so that one day our own descendants may awaken their bloodline. Naturally, they would also receive the care of other Dragon Knights. It was a tacit understanding. Adonis looked up at Trass, his eyes resolute, his tone even carrying a hint of certainty, and slowly began to speak. Teacher, I have a strong feeling that I will awaken my bloodline soon. What? Tesla was instantly terrified and jumped up from his seat. The fighting spirit within his body was slightly disordered due to shock, and his eyes widened. He stared intently at Adonis, his face filled with disbelief. He knew all too well the weight of those words. Adonis had already formed a contract with the dragon-like behemoth. If he were to awaken his bloodline, he would be a genius, destined to embark on the path of a dragon knight. It's important to understand that dragon beasts are still dragons, born with the pride and dignity of dragons. Signing a contract does not guarantee becoming a dragon knight. Only by perfectly fusing one's own fighting spirit with the magic power of the dragon beast can one achieve this. Only by forging one's own unique dragon fighting spirit can one truly be called a dragon knight. While beast knights can be created by piling up massive amounts of magical potions, dragon knights are different. Such a pinnacle level cannot be achieved through external means. It requires extraordinary personal talent. Bloodline awakening is the most direct synonym for extraordinary talent. Thinking of Adonis's dragon beast, or the legendary behemoth, Tesla's heart suddenly pounded wildly, and an extremely audacious thought instantly flooded his mind. It made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Behemoth is a legendary top-tier dragon beast. If Adonis successfully awakens his bloodline and forges dragon battle aura in the future, if one becomes a dragon knight, is there a chance to challenge for the legendary position of Phantom Dragon Knight? That was someone on par with the Dragon Knights, a top-tier existence on the continent, someone he had previously followed as the down-on-his-luck Adonis. When I was exiled to this remote Qingdao territory, I never dared to dream of such a height. Now, this seemingly unattainable dream has actually become a possibility. The thought that he would become a follower of the future Phantom Dragon Knight. He was completely stunned and stood there, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, Tesla finally managed to calm his wildly beating heart. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and he even stuttered a little. Lord, are you sure? Are you aware that there are countless nobles throughout the Grand Duchy? But there is only one true noble bloodline. The probability is 1 in 10,000. Of course I'm sure. Adonis nodded firmly, his expression resolute, while secretly calculating in his mind. It seems the system's weekly task of practicing basic sword skills 10,000 times. We must finish it as soon as possible, no matter what, so that our bloodline can be awakened sooner. Looking at Adonis's resolute expression, Truss could no longer contain his excitement and joy. He mumbled incoherently. Knightly glory favors you, sir. In short, it truly is a blessing of chivalry that has always favored you. Looking at Tesla, who was usually calm and capable, but was now so flustered that he was incoherent, Adonis suddenly realized that the awakening of his bloodline brought far more than just advantages in physique and cultivation. It's more about status, resources, and the attitudes of various forces. Otherwise, the usually composed Tesla would never have lost his composure like this. Since those who have awakened their bloodline are so highly regarded, could I use the pretext of awakening my bloodline? Return to Violet Castle and ask your family for assistance in developing your territory. His father, Adrian, was the head of the Violet family, the shrewd and ruthless Earl. They certainly wouldn't refuse to invest in a promising lineage of nobility. This would be entirely beneficial for the family, so I imagine he wouldn't refuse the suggestion. Adonis gazed at the vast Qingdao territory outside the window, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. It seems I need to take some time to go back to Roland City. Chapter 57 Free Flight. The morning air was crisp and clear, and the sun shone warmly. Adonis rode his gentle little red horse slowly into Qingdao town, preparing to inspect the progress of the town's renovations over the past few days. As soon as I crossed the dirt road at the entrance of the town, my gaze swept across the area and my expression instantly darkened. In the dark corner of the street, a serf is hiding in a blind spot, flying freely without restraint. Seeing this glaring scene, Adonis reined in his horse, his face indifferent, and turned to look at Tom, who was riding beside him. Tom, his voice was not loud, but it carried the unquestionable authority of a lord. I remember I had already ordered you to build public toilets throughout the town. Public urination is prohibited. 3 or 4 days have passed. Why is there still no change in the town? Tom's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed his head, his face full of guilt. I apologize, sir. It was my incompetence. The serfs have been too busy lately, which delayed the construction. Hold up, Adonis asked calmly. What major event could have happened in town recently? Tom quickly explained the facts. My lord, you are unaware of the fact that the castle has been making large-scale purchases of black crystal trees these past few days. The people discovered that they could exchange cutting down trees for copper coins to supplement their household income, and the serfs flocked to cut down trees. The town was almost completely short-handed, and they simply couldn't muster enough people to build public toilets. Adonis raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone tinged with amusement. You can make money by cutting down trees, so why can't you make money by building toilets? Tom looked blank, as if he had heard something unbelievable. But seeing the lord's serious expression, he had no choice but to honestly explain. My lord, according to noble custom, the infrastructure repairs and maintenance of the territory. They were all conscripted serfs from the territory to serve without pay. Some of the more frugal nobles even required serfs to bring their own food and tools. However, Mr. Carrot, the steward, had instructed beforehand that you were a kind and generous lord. Therefore, in this project to build public toilets, we are providing 3 meals a day free of charge. This is an unprecedented act of kindness to the serfs. The serfs thought that while the black crystal tree was in high demand, they should cut down more trees to earn copper coins. We'll build the public toilets after the black crystal trees are all cut down. Upon hearing this, Adonis immediately interrupted him. Wait a minute. You mean you're gathering serfs to build toilets, only providing them with food, but not paying them wages? Wages? Tom looked at Adonis with a blank expression, puzzled, and blurted out. My lord, those serfs are your private property. You are using your own property to build your own territory, so why would you need to pay them extra wages? Now that you're willing to provide them with 3 full meals a day, that's already an immense act of kindness. After hearing these words, Adonis fell silent instantly. He had thought that he had gradually become accustomed to his aristocratic status. Who knew that they would overestimate the moral bottom line of the aristocratic class? Listen. They make you work, but don't pay you, and you have to bring your own food. This is simply heartbreaking for Jews and brings tears to the eyes of capitalists. Compared to this, let alone 996 being a blessing, even 007 would be a blessing. Suppressing his many thoughts, Adonis composed himself and began to make arrangements. Listen, Tom, I'm giving you 1 more week. Make sure you get the town under control. All public toilets have been completed. As for the serfs who came to work, in addition to providing 3 full meals a day, I have taken the liberty of giving each person 10 copper coins daily. Since it was a tradition passed down among the aristocracy, he, as a nobleman himself, naturally wouldn't change it. Let him continue to uphold this fine tradition. But when the lord was in a good mood, he would give extra money to the serfs as rewards. This would both demonstrate his benevolence and generosity as a nobleman, and it would not break the conventions of the aristocratic class, and could even increase the enthusiasm of the serfs for work. Perfect. Oh, by the glory of the night, you are truly a generous and benevolent lord, Tom exclaimed with deep admiration. All right, There's no need for such flattery. Adonis waved his hand, his expression turning serious. I just hope that next time I come to the town for inspection, I will no longer see anyone urinating or defecating indiscriminately. Furthermore, have you fully communicated the decree I previously issued prohibiting public urination and defecation to all your subjects? Of course, the message has already been conveyed, my lord, Tom replied immediately. Since the law is known to everyone, why do some people still dare to openly disregard the rules and act recklessly? Then they must be punished according to the rules. Someone, bring that person who violated the rules to me. Yes, sir. Kobe and Shaq took the order and quickly walked to the street corner. One person grabbed one arm and dragged the serf who had been soaring freely in the corner over. The serf looked utterly disheveled. He hadn't even pulled up his trousers yet. Filled with fear, he knelt before Adonis, his body trembling uncontrollably, pleading desperately. Sir, please spare me. I will never dare to do it again. Adonis remained indifferent, completely ignoring the other party's pleas for mercy. As a ruler, the dignity and law of the nobility must not be easily shaken, regardless of the other party's reasons. Anyone who dares to openly defy the laws they have set must accept the corresponding punishment. Only in this way can they deter their subjects. Tom, immediately gather all the townspeople here. I want to punish this man in public as a warning to others. Yes, sir. More than an hour later, all 2,000 residents of the town were gathered in an open space. Qingdao town was already impoverished. It didn't even have a central square. The group could only gather on a wide, flat open space on the outskirts of the town. The serf who had violated the law was tightly bound to a wooden stake, his expression one of extreme terror. Adonis, holding a riding crop, swept his gaze over the crowd below and spoke in a deep voice. Since I took over Qingdao, the first decree I issued was to strictly prohibit people from urinating or defecating anywhere in the town. But some people are bold enough to openly defy my orders. It seems that you have no regard for the laws I have set. Since that's the case, it's my responsibility to make sure everyone sees this clearly. The dignity of a noble lord must not be violated by anyone. Tom, according to the established rules, what should be the punishment for urinating or defecating in the streets? Tom responded loudly. Your Excellency, those who violate the law for the first time shall be punished with 10 lashes as a warning. Very good. It seems you still remember my instructions well. Kobe, proceed. Administer the 10 lashes in public. Chapter 58 The Knights. Yes, sir. Kobe, wielding a long whip, lashed the serf 10 times with swift, decisive strokes. With the strength of the knight's squire, 10 lashes wouldn't be enough to kill a person, but it is enough to cause the other person physical pain, making it difficult for them to get up even after lying in bed for a day or two. From now on, if anyone dares to violate this law again. Adonis paused, looked towards the front of the crowd, and shouted loudly. Filth Iron Whip, your subordinate is here. Phil Iron Whip, the town's security officer, immediately stepped forward, bowed, and awaited orders. As the sheriff of the territory, you are in charge of disciplinary matters in the town and have the power to deal with those who violate the rules. I hope that when I come back to inspect the town next time, the whole town will be. The streets and alleys are clean and tidy. Not a trace of dirt or debris can be seen. Your subordinate will remember your instructions and will do his best to handle this matter well. Adonis nodded slightly, then asked, how is the recruitment of the territory's security force progressing? Reporting to your Excellency, we have successfully recruited 100 men. Well done. Immediately gather all security personnel into formation. I want to inspect them. At Phil's command, 100 newly recruited security guards stepped out from the crowd and lined up. Adonis looked up and his brows furrowed involuntarily. These security guards were all dressed in tattered and disheveled clothes. They looked no different from the homeless beggars on the street, lacking any of the spirit or energy that a law enforcement team should have. Although the security team only needs to maintain the daily order of the town and doesn't need to go into battle, but this team ultimately represents the face of the entire Qingdao team. This disheveled and disorganized appearance. To outsiders, the Qingdao territories are just a bunch of rabble who have disgraced the territory. Tom, I'll tell you, and you'll remember. Adonis arranged in a deep voice. Immediately have the town's tailors design and produce custom-made uniforms for the security team. Each security team member will be issued 2 sets of uniforms, and they must wear the uniforms when on duty. In addition, manpower will be allocated to cut down iron bamboo within the territory. I will contact the blacksmith's workshop later. They will manufacture a batch of specialized equipment for their daily maintenance of public order. Your subordinate will keep this in mind and will make arrangements immediately. After speaking, Adonis's gaze fell on Phil Iron Whip, and he slowly said, "Your efficiency in recruiting people is commendable, but there are still many shortcomings. From now on, the security team will be the face of Qingdao to the outside world. Everyone's appearance, posture, and mental state must be neat and tidy. I will give you a complete training manual later, and you will have 1 month. They will be trained strictly according to the manual to become qualified and disciplined security personnel." The so-called training manual was actually compiled by Adonis based on the military training content from his previous life. He never dared to hope that these security guards, who came from serf backgrounds, could be trained into invincible elite warriors. After all, in this world where dragons and extraordinary powers exist, no matter how elite a team of ordinary people without battle aura is, they cannot withstand a single blow or a dragon's breath from a powerful expert. His reason for making this arrangement was quite simple. He wanted to ensure that the security forces within his territory were disciplined and law-abiding. With its neat and orderly appearance, it has created a unique spirit and image for Qingdao. At a glance, passers-by can immediately see that Qingdao's territory exudes a unique order and atmosphere. This is precisely the fundamental reason why he standardized the production of uniforms and provided exclusive equipment. "I will do my utmost, and will never fail to live up to your expectations," Phil solemnly replied. Adonis gazed at the security team that had just been dismissed, pondering to himself. Even if those security guards are trained strictly according to the training manual, it's impossible to train them into elite soldiers. At best, it's just a facade, something that looks good on the surface. These ordinary people, born into serfdom, possessed neither fighting spirit nor magic. Even if the formation is perfectly synchronized, it's still just a facade. If you want people to truly respect Qingdao, you need to rely on the territory's hard power. Thinking of this, Adonis turned to look into the depths of the castle. In the training ground in the castle's backyard, a series of neat shouts rose and fell, powerful and resounding. There, the territory's true trump card is being honed and refined. In the training ground in the castle's backyard, the 40 knight squires who were training were also members of the insect protection team. A knight squire, simply put, is an apprentice who trains a knight. In this continent where battle chi is prevalent, anyone who can sense chi is qualified to cultivate battle chi. But talent is the cruelest thing. The difference in talent between people is truly greater than the difference between a person and a dog. A famous quote from a powerful human being from his past life inexplicably flashed through Adonis's mind. Even the dumbest person can't learn calculus by the age of 14, right? With just one simple sentence, more than 99% of people were expelled from the human race. The same principle applies to cultivating fighting spirit. The threshold for becoming a knight squire is extremely low. One can begin simply by sensing the aura. Generally speaking, out of 10 people, there will always be 2 or 3 lucky ones who can sense the chi. If you're lucky, you might be chosen by a nobleman and embark on the path of knighthood, becoming a respected knight squire. But becoming a knight squire is merely the beginning of the path of cultivation. For the vast majority of people, throughout their lives, they can only remain as knight squires, with only a very few able to advance to the next rank. Among 10,000 knight squires, only a select few can break through the shackles and condense the seed of life. Only 1 or 2 people have ever stepped into the ranks of apprentice knights. Adonis's predecessor was not among this 1 in 10,000. Of course, those aristocratic scions born into wealthy and powerful families can rely on their family resources. He forcibly boosted his cultivation by taking rare magical potions, thus breaking through his cultivation level. This kind of strength built up through resources doesn't count as talent. To put it bluntly, it's just spending money. It is precisely because advancing to the next level as a knight is so difficult that truly powerful knights are rare. The vast majority of knightly orders on the continent are basically composed of a large number of knightly squires as their core force. On the mainland, there is a full-strength knightly order with a quota of 3,336 men. There are only 3 high-ranking knights, one of whom serves as the Grand Master of the Knights Order, and the other 2 serve as Vice Grand Masters. If there is a shortage of high-ranking knights, the number of knights can be reduced, with only 1 high-ranking knight serving as the leader. A knightly order consists of 3,000-man battalions, each with a mid-level knight as its captain. Each battalion is divided into 10 companies, each led by a junior knight. Each squadron is further divided into 10 platoons, each led by a trainee knight. Apart from these officers of various ranks, all the remaining ordinary combat personnel in the Knights Order were knight squires. Chapter 59, Neither by Land nor by Sea. 3,000 knights and squires are easy to recruit, but feeding 3,000 people is not so easy. To maintain their fighting strength, the knights certainly couldn't be fed black bread. That was for serfs. They must eat meat at every meal, preferably the meat of livestock imbued with magic. Only in this way can the knights' fighting strength be guaranteed. Domesticated animals possessing magical powers are generally bred artificially and contain a trace of magical energy within them. However, it cannot unleash magic, and the magic-infused flesh cannot accelerate the cultivation of battle chi. However, it can replenish the knight's consumed fighting spirit and prevent the knight's fighting spirit from deteriorating, making it the exclusive ration for noble knights. The Violet family has a magical pig, and it is precisely because of the existence of the magical pig that the family can afford to support a knight order. In addition, the knight's equipment was also a huge expense, especially the warhorses and armor. Needless to say, warhorses, unless they are exceptionally fine breeds, will need to be replaced after only a few charges. The same applies to a knight's armor and weapons. They suffer wear and tear with each battle and must be repaired or replaced. Compared to these major expenses, the salaries of knights and squires were the least costly. Therefore, only those powerful families can afford to participate in the knight's order. Many earl families even have only one full-strength knight battalion. Families below the rank of viscount are lucky to have even a few squadrons of knights. As for barons, a family that can afford to support 2 or 3 squads of knights is considered wealthy. Currently, Qingdao territory only has one high-ranking knight, Tesla, Kobe, Shaq, and 2 others, although he appointed them as captains of the insect protection team. His skills are outstanding among his peers, but he is only a senior knight squire. However, once the magical seaweed produced by the Great Seaweed Fairy is used to extract the magic potion, then it can be given to Kobe and the other 3 to accelerate their cultivation breakthroughs with the help of the magic potion. The 4 of them were quite talented. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen by Trask to be his squires. With the help of the magic potion, it was not difficult for the 4 of them to break through and become apprentice knights. At that time, he would select 4 people from the insect protection team and use them as the backbone. First, establish several regular knight squads to lay the foundation for the future knight order. The sun blazes high over the training ground in the backyard. Tesla was dressed in a tight-fitting knight's outfit and wielded an instructor's sword. He was meticulously correcting the servants' training postures. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently noticed Adonis standing outside the training field. He immediately stopped what he was doing, quickly stepped forward, and bowed in greeting. "My lord, you have arrived." Adonis nodded slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping across the 40 people who had undergone rigorous selection. The carefully selected boys all had upright postures. With a determined look in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and persevered in training the tedious basic sword skills. He slowly asked, "Coach Truss, how's their training going? Have you spotted any promising young players?" Tesla followed the Lord's gaze to the training ground, his eyes landing precisely on the crowd. Several young men with refined auras reported the following truthfully. "My lord, among these 40 people, there is only one boy named Duncan. Gifted with exceptional talent, possessing a profound and pure chi, and exhibiting a calm and resilient temperament. He is a rare talent with the potential to become a high-ranking knight in the future. In addition, there are 4 or 5 other teenagers with decent talent who have the potential to become junior knights." At this point, Tesla shook his head slightly and did not continue. The remaining majority of the teenagers have mediocre talent and their potential is locked in. In the most likely scenario, one can only ever reach the level of a knight squire in their entire life. Adonis understood and was not disappointed. He knew the difficulties of cultivating martial arts, especially given Qingdao's current impoverished population. We are able to select one promising talent who has the potential to become a high-ranking knight. With the addition of several junior knights as backup options, it was already incredibly lucky. These young men are the core members of his future exclusive knightly order and the foundation for the true rise of Qingdao. Very good. Adonis gave the order calmly and in a steady tone. "Mr. Truss, for the next period of time, let Kobe and the other 3. I will instruct these attendants in their spiritual practice. I have a more important task for you to complete." Tesla was slightly taken aback, then immediately bowed and asked, "Sir, what is the mission?" "It's brown sugar." Adonis gazed at the distant warehouse and slowly explained. "After a week of boiling and processing, our warehouse has stored more than 1,000 kilograms of brown sugar. These goods are piling up in the warehouse, preventing the territory from growing. Only by selling them all and exchanging them for gold coins can we achieve this. Then use gold coins to purchase serfs, craftsmen, and various building materials. Only then can we continue to build Qingdao territory and truly allow it to grow and prosper. After a moment's thought, Tesla calmly spoke. Sir, 1,000 caddies of brown sugar is not a large quantity. I can transport it all by myself in a horse-drawn carriage. My only concern is that sugar production in the territory will skyrocket in the future. Large quantities of goods will likely be difficult to transport smoothly. Unless what? Adonis raised an eyebrow and pressed on. Unless we contact Violet Castle for cooperation and leverage the family's influence. Have them repair the roads connecting us to the outside world, and then send knights to escort us and transport large quantities of goods. Today, Qingdao territory is geographically remote, and access to and from the territory is difficult. There is only one great rift valley that runs through the Demon Tail Mountains and leads directly to Roland City. Then, through Roland City, one can connect to the surrounding noble territories. However, once one becomes completely reliant on this official road, it is tantamount to surrendering the trade lifeline of one's territory. Economic channels and other resources were personally handed over to the Violet family. He could not tolerate having his life and death in the hands of others. Even if his own father controlled Violet Castle, he would never tolerate it. Because this is something that every mature, calm, and independent nobleman must consider. It has nothing to do with being cold-blooded, mean, cunning, or inhumane. Moreover, at this stage, Adonis only wants to play it safe and develop his strength. They do not intend to reveal the true development of Qingdao territory, lest the family target them too early. This world is too complicated. He'll have to wait until Ao run or Baturu at least. He will only decide whether to go out and have some fun when he has a certain level of combat strength. No, Professor Truss, we're not going to Roland City this time. Tesla looked puzzled. Not going to Roland City? Then where are we going? Let's go to Potato City. Potato City is the main city of another Earl, the Earl of Potato, located right next to the Violet family territory. Potato City? Tesla frowned and quickly analyzed the pros and cons. My lord, if we are to travel to Potato City, the journey will require crossing the territory of Roland City. On the contrary, it would take a longer route, greatly increasing transportation costs, which would be counterproductive. Therefore, I do not plan to travel by land. Tesla became increasingly confused and blurted out. Not by land. Then what are we going to do? Are we going to follow the coastline and take the sea route? But we have no boats or professional sailors, so we can't go out to sea at all. So we don't take the sea route either. Chapter 60 We fly over. Oh. Tesla was completely stunned. His pupils dilated slightly, and he subconsciously asked, Then where do we go? We can't just fly there, can we? Of course, why not? Adonis smiled faintly, his tone resolute. We have Ingzhao. With a height exceeding 50 meters, Ingzhao could easily weigh 10,000 kilograms, let alone 1,000. These words caused Tesla's pupils to shrink sharply, leaving him completely stunned, and his speech became stammering. But Lord Ingzhao is a noble mythical beast. Never before on the continent has any noble family used mythical beasts for transportation or trade. In the unspoken rules of this continent, every mythical beast holds a status equivalent to a formal member of an aristocratic family. They are not only noble, but also have their own pride. Often, the value and status of a powerful mythical beast far surpasses that of an ordinary noble scion in a family. Nobles have their dignity, and mythical beasts have their pride. Just like a high-ranking nobleman would never personally cook, start a fire, or do any rough or chores. If word got out that magical beasts were being used to carry goods and act as transport animals, it would be a serious matter. They would be ridiculed by the nobility of the entire continent, and Adonis and Ingzhao would become the laughingstock of the community. Adonis was fully aware of this, but he still said in a calm tone, It's all right. We'll find a secluded, deserted spot outside the city to land beforehand. After that, we carried the goods into the city on our backs. As long as no one knew, no one would laugh at us. A high-ranking knight can carry several thousand kilograms and move with incredible speed. Tesla remained hesitant and asked, But Lord Ingzhao, will it agree? Mythical beasts are all proud. If required, they will be like cattle or livestock, carrying goods on long journeys. To them, this was almost an insult. The vast majority of magical beasts would refuse without hesitation. Let alone mythical beasts. Even the lowest-level magical beasts wouldn't agree to this. It's all right. Adonis appeared calm and spoke with absolute certainty. I have a very good relationship with Ingzhao, and I believe it will grant my request. The reason is that Qingdao is a wild, mythical beast, essentially a poor, but capable young man from the countryside. He hadn't yet picked up the bad habits of the city's noble lords. Therefore, Adonis was confident he could persuade him. After a moment of silence, Tesla finally nodded slowly in agreement. Okay, fine. If you can persuade Lord Qingdao, then I will have no objections and will follow your arrangements. Ultimately, Qingdao, a poor country boy, is simple-minded and easily fooled. Adonis merely promised to provide him with whole roasted pigs. Qingdao readily agreed to help transport the goods. Of course, what's being promised here is a magical pig imbued with magical power. Ordinary pork is beneath Qingdao's notice. She has always looked down on it. For the past few days, Qingdao has been self-sufficient, providing supplies every 6 or 7 days. He would then venture deep into the Demon Tail Mountains alone to hunt and forage for food on his own, without needing anyone else to worry about his food. Thanks to Qingdao, Adonis was also able to benefit from the spoils and get a lot of scraps of monster meat. It must be said that even the meat of the lowest level, low-grade magical beasts brought him considerable benefits. They far surpassed the magical jerky he brought from Violet Castle, being more than 10 times stronger. Monster meat contains rich and pure magical power. About 10 pounds of monster meat is enough to be equivalent to a potion. Not only does it possess abundant magic power, but it can also assist in his cultivation of battle chi. The only drawback is the taste. The monster meat is rather coarse. It doesn't taste nearly as good as the tender and succulent magic pork. No wonder Qingdao was bribed by a magical roasted pig. It's clear he's never tasted anything like it before. Let's go, Mr. Truss. Qingdao has already agreed to help. Adonis turned to the person next to him and spoke. Tesla quickly responded. Yes, my lord. Wait a moment. Are you planning to go together? What? Do you really think you can control Qingdao on your own without me accompanying you? Adonis smiled faintly and asked in return. Tesla looked anxious and quickly advised. But nowadays, there are many complicated matters within the territory and the castle, and we really can't do without your presence to oversee things. Adonis remained calm and reassured her in a soothing tone. It's all right. The territory is currently lacking various construction materials. There were no large-scale construction projects taking place in the small town to begin with. It's enough to leave all the daily chores to Tom. Inside the castle, the old butler Carrot manages all the internal affairs, so I don't have to worry about anything. As for the most important sugar industry, it has now been handed over to Thomas to manage. All things considered, I am actually the most carefree and relaxed person in the entire Qingdao area. Besides, I also want to go out and see the world to broaden my horizons. The original owner of this body was an introverted homebody who, before adulthood, spent all his time holed up in the Violet family's castle. They rarely even set foot in the nearby city of Roland, resulting in an extremely limited perspective and knowledge. Since he transmigrated to this continent of knights, he has spent his days either buried in cultivation or trying to break through to a higher realm. He was focused on planning territory development and completing system tasks. I'm always on the go and busy, and I don't have any free time to go out, travel, or relax. Taking advantage of the opportunity to transport brown sugar for trade. It's a good opportunity to travel around and experience the local customs and culture. On the continent of knights, cities of all sizes are strictly divided into different levels. On the entire continent, the highest level cities are naturally the capitals of the 2 top empires. That place is the most prosperous on the continent, with a large population and a gathering of powerful individuals. I've heard that if a stone falls from the sky, it always hits an earl. Following closely behind are the royal cities of various powerful kingdoms. Below that are the capital cities of numerous duchies. Besides these, the next ones are the large cities ruled by marquises, the main city under the jurisdiction of the earl, and the subordinate secondary cities under the jurisdiction of the viscount. The destination of this trip, Potato City, is a county town of an earl. The Potato Counts, who rule this area, were the first counts to rule the Grand Duchy of Kuramajiku. Their heritage is incredibly profound, far surpassing that of a newly established earl family like the Violet family. The Potato family owns a core earl's capital city, plus 5 well-developed viscount subcities. The Violet family only has one main city, Roland, making the difference in strength between them obvious. It's important to understand that in this world, simply constructing a minimum standard viscount subcity, the massive amounts of human, material, and financial resources consumed in this process, it would even far exceed the total cost of supporting an entire organized knightly order. Given the Violet family's current wealth and resources, it will likely take them decades to accumulate more. Only then will we have enough financial and material resources to begin building the family's first Viscount subcity. Chapter 61, Potato City. Before she could finish thinking, Qingdao had already taken flight, its massive body soaring straight into the clouds. Soaring high in the sky, looking up at the earth below, only a faint, tiny black that could be seen on the horizon, its full form barely discernible. Adonis sat cross-legged on Qingdao's broad, thick back. Neatly stacked beside him was a full 1,000 pounds of brown sugar. As for Tesla, which was traveling with Tesla, they didn't receive such comfortable treatment. Mythical beasts are always proud and arrogant, and Qingdao and Tesla are not familiar with each other. Its innate, mythical, beastly dignity prevented it from allowing Terrace to sit on its back as well. Despite Adonis's earnest and persistent persuasion, all attempts at persuasion and cajoling were futile, even the tempting method of bribing it with a magical roasted pig. That didn't work either. Qingdao's attitude was very firm, and she simply wouldn't budge. Left with no other choice, Adonis had to compromise and back down. So Qingdao had no choice but to use his giant claws to grab Tesla in his palm and fly with him on their way. After speeding along, the magnificent Potato City soon came into view. The entire earldom's city was laid out in an extremely ingenious manner, with 5 Viscount subcities of similar size arranged in a staggered pattern. Like layers upon layers of petals, it steadily surrounds and envelopes the core city at the very center. Viewed from above, the 6 cities appear interconnected and seamlessly integrated. From a distance, it resembles a blooming plum blossom in the cold winter, with an exceptionally magnificent presence. Adonis pointed downwards, to the most magnificent and imposing main city in the center of his vision. He whispered the instructions to Qingdao. Qingdao, do you see that main city, the largest one, located right in the center? Simply land in a secluded, deserted area on the outskirts of the main city. Qingdao was born with exceptional eyesight, possessing remarkable vision even at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Even the tiny ants on the ground can still be clearly seen, and the field of vision is extremely wide. A deep, guttural roar echoed through the sky, and Qingdao immediately understood Adonis's meaning. It immediately adjusted its flight attitude and slowly circled the entire Potato City once. After scouting the surrounding area, they finally chose a secluded, dense forest on the outskirts of the main city. It slowly folded its wings and landed smoothly towards the ground. Tesla had been to Potato City before. This time, he carried 1,000 pounds of brown sugar and led the way, with Adonis following closely behind. Qingdao, meanwhile, flew 10,000 meters above the ground, secretly protecting them. This is the power of flying-type mythical beasts in cities without wyverns or dragons guarding them. They can freely climb to tens of thousands of meters in the air and calmly violate other people's airspace. Just like now, Qingdao hovers above the clouds, taking in the realities and illusions within Potato City, yet the entire city is powerless against it. They were completely unaware that 10,000 meters above their heads, a magical beast was watching every move in the city. The architectural style of Potato City is similar to that of medieval Europe. The city wall is 30 meters high and the base is 50 meters wide. Only with such thickness can it effectively withstand the impact of the giant mythical beast. The entire city wall was constructed from gray stone blocks weighing 3 to 5 tons each. The cracks in the stones were connected with glutinous rice juice, making the city wall a seamless whole and exceptionally sturdy. Fortunately, this is a world of extraordinary beings, otherwise a mere earl. No matter what, it would be impossible to build such a magnificent and enormous city. The limestone strips are mined from limestone ore. That type of mineral deposit was formed by a type of limestone burrow, which was stained over a long period of time. The stone has a slight magic resistance property and is specifically used for building cities and castles. As for the amount of glutinous rice used, although it was a lot, it was nothing to the family that possessed the glutinous rice spirit. 3 to 5 tons of limestone blocks are enormous objects that are difficult for ordinary people to move. But with just 3 or 5 knights and servants, it could be easily carried away. Upon entering the city, one sees the main streets bustling with people and carriages coming and going in an endless stream. Shops lined both sides of the street. Adonis looked closely and discovered a potion shop, a food shop, a gem shop, and a weapons and equipment shop. There were also slave shops that sold serfs, and public bathhouses with curtains hanging up. In short, brothels. Wow, this place is so bustling. There are so many people. It looks even more lively than Roland's city. My lord, The construction of Potato City began at the founding of the Duchy of Carthage. It has existed for over 300 years and has a population of over 300,000, making it far more prosperous than Roland. 300,000 people? That's twice as many as Roland City. The lowest-ranking Viscount subcity requires a minimum population of 30,000. The minimum population of a count's capital city is 100,000. The minimum population of a marquisate city is 300,000. The minimum population of a principality's capital is 500,000. From this perspective, if it weren't for the limitation imposed by the title, Potato City would have been fully qualified to be promoted to a major city. No wonder it's so prosperous. This is the foundation of a founding earl, something that a newly promoted earl like Violet simply cannot match. As they were talking, the two arrived at the entrance of a magnificently decorated business. There were no words on the sign at the entrance, only a simple drawing of a phoenix. My lord, this is a branch of the Phoenix Merchant Guild, one of the largest merchant guilds on the continent. Legend has it that they have a branch in every major city, because behind them, it is one of the super families on the mainland, the Phoenix family, the only entity on the entire continent capable of rivaling the Phoenix Merchant Guild. That leaves only the Unicorn Merchant Guild, supported by the Unicorn clan of the Frost Empire. No wonder there's only one phoenix painted on the sign. The Phoenix clan is a ducal family of the Flame Empire, and the family possesses two phantom dragons, the Phoenix and the Ice Phoenix. The Unicorn family is a ducal family of the Frost Empire, and the family also possesses two mythical dragons, the Holy Unicorn and the Dark Nightmare Beast. What's quite amazing is that the Holy Unicorn and the Dark Nightmare are two sides of the same coin, twins born from the same egg. One is a pure white, light-type Holy Unicorn, and the other is a pure black, dark-type Dark Nightmare Beast. Once a contract is signed with either one, the other will automatically be contracted as well. This is essentially a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Sure enough, twins have double the joy. Those who can enter and leave the Phoenix Merchant Guild are all nobles. They do not do business with commoners. Tesla walked to the counter, where a hostess stood and bowed. Welcome to the Phoenix Merchant Guild. I have a business deal to discuss with your manager. Please pass on this message. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. A short while later, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in aristocratic attire, came out. May the glory of knighthood favor you both. I am John Iris, the head of this branch. This man was a nobleman not because of his clothes or appearance, but because of his surname. Only nobles could use noble and beautiful flowers as their surnames. Chapter 62, 10 gold coins per pound. Only one other nobleman could speak to the nobleman on equal terms. May the glory of knighthood favor you. I am Adonis Violet. I heard you have a big deal to discuss with me? Yes. Adonis nodded, gesturing for Tesla to place a small packet of brown sugar on the table. This is... John looked at the packet of brown sugar with a puzzled expression, not understanding its purpose. Try it. John dipped his little finger in the brown sugar and put it in his mouth. This is sweet. Sweeter than honey. There is no sugar on the continent of knights. The nobles, who wanted something sweet, had to use honey as a substitute. But how much honey can be produced? So sweetness has always been a luxury, even for the nobility. Yes, it's sweet. It's extracted and refined from a specialty of my territory, which I call black crystal sugar. Adonis, from the 21st century, knows better than anyone that goods need packaging. Black crystal sugar sounds much more upscale than brown sugar. Black crystal candy? It's as smooth as sand, dark in color, and crystal clear. It's certainly a good name. This is unique on the mainland. I think you've already tasted it. It can completely replace honey. Its sweetness even surpasses that of honey. Whether it's unique to mainland China or even sweeter than honey. These are all great gimmicks that can effectively enhance the value of black crystal candy. So, how do you plan to sell these black crystal candies? Adonis held up one finger. 1 gold coin for 1 tael? Okay, deal. But I have one condition. From now on, all your goods can only be sold to our Phoenix Merchant Guild. Adonis extended that finger, originally intending to quote a price of 1 gold coin per pound. John then offered an exorbitant price of 1 tael of gold. Adonis was stunned. I had indeed underestimated the wealth of these nobles. He didn't know that honey itself was a luxury item, and that there was no substitute for it. Even surpassing honey in quality, black crystal sugar naturally commands a high price. Moreover, this is a unique existence on the mainland. The price of 10 gold coins per kilogram is really not expensive for those truly great nobles. They never lacked gold coins. What they lacked was the opportunity to stand out in aristocratic circles. The emergence of black crystal candy perfectly catered to the psychology of these nobles. Adonis shook his head. Mr. John, that's impossible. We can't agree to give you an exclusive supply of all our goods. However, we can promise that, under the same conditions, your Phoenix Merchant Guild will have priority in purchasing. Adonis wouldn't be foolish enough to sign an exclusive supply agreement with someone, locking his sales channels into a single merchant. This particular trading company is one of only 2 super trading companies in mainland China. Black Crystal Sugar is a unique, monopolistic business. He has no shortage of money from buyers. It's currently a seller's market. But if he gets carried away and signs an exclusive supply contract with the Phoenix Merchant Guild, then it will become a buyer's market. After all, Black Crystal Sugar is not an irreplaceable product. If you don't have sugar, there's always honey. At that time, the Phoenix family could completely control the sales channels to pressure purchase prices. Channel dominance works everywhere. I can offer 11 gold coins per kilogram, just asking for exclusive supply rights. I'm sorry, Mr. John. It seems we can't reach an agreement. If I remember correctly, the shop across the street belongs to the Unicorn Merchant Guild, right? They'll probably agree. As 2 of the most powerful business associations on the mainland, the Unicorn Business Association and the Phoenix Business Association are sworn enemies. They had branches in every major city, and the addresses of each branch were face-to-face. John was clearly getting anxious when Adonis said he was going to seek cooperation with Unicorn. With his knowledge, he could naturally see how much of an impact Black Crystal Sugar would have on the taste buds of the nobles. Nobles who love sweets will never be stingy with gold coins. He had already seen countless gold coins flying towards him. As long as the Phoenix Merchant Guild controls the Black Crystal Sugar, it's as if they hold a flowing river of gold in their hands. All right, if you insist, I can forego the exclusive supply rights, but you must give priority to supplying our Phoenix Merchant Guild. Yes, we can draw up a contract on this under the watchful gaze of knightly honor. A contract signed under the watchful gaze of chivalry cannot be broken by anyone. John gave the order, and soon someone brought over the prepared contract. The 2 parties agreed in the contract. Purchase Adonis's Black Crystal Sugar at a price of 10 gold coins per pound. Under the same conditions, Adonis must sell the Black Crystal Sugar to the Phoenix Merchant Guild. The contract is established after both parties sign it. Very good, Mr. Adonis. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. How many kilograms of Black Crystal Sugar did you bring this time? And what is the monthly production capacity of your territory? We brought 1,000 gene this time, which is a week's production. If needed, production can be increased. At its peak, we can guarantee a production of 6,000 gene per month. John frowned. Although this output is not low, it is still too little for our Phoenix Merchant Guild. Indeed, for a continent-level super commercial guild, a monthly output of 6,000 caddies is simply a drop in the ocean. Things are valued for their scarcity. Having less also has its advantages. I'll sell it to you for 10 gold coins per pound. As for how much you resell it to someone else for, that's your own business. The saying rarity increases value is true. This black crystal candy deserves a higher price. The 2 parties reached a deal. John immediately ordered his men to deliver 10,000 gold coins in exchange for 1,000 caddies of black crystal sugar. 10,000 gold coins, 9 times more than Adonis had anticipated. Even a wealthy baron's entire annual income is only a little over 1,000 gold coins. This single transaction was equivalent to 4 or 5 years' worth of income for a baron. 10,000 gold coins is far too many. It would be very inconvenient to carry them around. Previously, large transactions exceeding 10,000 gold coins were settled using dragon coins. 10,000 gold coins were equivalent to 1 dragon coin. But later, after the 2 Dragon Twilight Wars, the dragons on the continent suffered heavy losses, and dragon coins gradually became rare. People no longer exchange dragon coins for gold coins, and large transactions have reverted to their previous state. They pulled carts full of gold coins, making payments with a clanging sound. Later, when Emperor Aldington of the Frost Empire learned of this, he invented the gold ticket. Like gold coins, gold tickets possess magical properties. The difference is that gold coins are made of metal, while gold notes are a special kind of paper. After being dyed by the dragon, it became tainted with the dragon's super magic, and then the amount was written on it. Based on the duration of the intoxication and the amount of super magic contained within, gold tickets are roughly divided into 3 denominations. The lowest denomination is 100 gold coins, the middle denomination is 500 gold coins, and the highest denomination is 1,000 gold coins. In this way, the problem of difficulty in making payments for large transactions is easily solved. Moreover, no one can fake it, because the dragon's super magic cannot be forged. Chapter 63, I'm making money. I'm making money. At this moment, Adonis had 5 gold notes worth 1,000 each in his pocket, 8 gold tickets worth 500 each, and 10 gold tickets worth 100 each. What do you do with money? Of course, it's about spending. What's the use of money if you don't spend it? It only has value when you spend it. I've made money. I've made money. I don't know how to spend it. I'm holding a Nokia in my left hand and a Motorola in my right. Adonis, humming a song no one could understand, strode off with an air of arrogance, accompanied by Tesla, and began a massive shopping spree. 2 people who thought they were very rich first went to a building materials store that was decorated in a very high-end style. Adonis stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Truss, understanding, stepped forward and asked, "What's the best material you have for building castles here?" "Sir, the best material we have here is marble slabs made of white marble. The marble slabs made of white marble are formed by the coloring of a white marble dragon, which can effectively block magic. These were typically used by nobles to build secret chambers, as white marble could effectively prevent magicians from using any means of spying. Of course, its physical defense far surpasses that of limestone blocks. It is also an excellent material for building cities. I've heard that the palaces of the 2 great empires were built using white marble slabs. Good things are good everywhere. The only bad thing about them is that they're expensive. How much per cubic meter?" "Sir, 1,000 gold coins per cubic meter." "How much more?" Adonis thought he had misheard. A large rock that can neither be eaten nor drunk is priced at 1,000 gold coins per cubic meter. He secretly felt the 10,000 gold notes in his pocket, which he hadn't even had a chance to warm up yet. Suddenly I realized that compared to those truly wealthy people, I'm still a damn poor bastard. I am. Well, I just remembered, my castle is on fire. I have to go home to put it out. After saying that, Adonis turned and left, with Trass following closely behind. There weren't any ridiculous or cheesy scenes of people looking down on others. After all, the shop assistant was just a commoner, while Adonis looked like a nobleman. In this rigidly hierarchical society, commoners were not allowed to speak ill of nobles. Otherwise, the nobleman had the right to kill him in the street. Covered in dust and dirt, he ran several hundred meters away, making sure he was far enough away from the building materials store. Tesla suddenly pointed to a shop in front and said, "Sir, look, there's another building materials shop up ahead. Let's go take a look." Okay, let's go." This shop is located at the end of the street, in a much worse location than the previous one, and the decor is also incomparable. However, having learned his lesson, Adonis dared not be arrogant again and instructed Trask to ask directly, "Are there limestone blocks used for building castles and cities?" "Sir, we have limestone blocks here. Limestone is not a particularly rare type of stone, so the production of limestone slabs is quite large, and almost every building materials store sells them." "How much per cubic meter?" "Sir, 1 silver coin per side. This price is reasonable." Adonis silently did the math. To build a city the size of Potato City, capable of housing around 300,000 people, based on the current population density, the area would be approximately 20 square kilometers. The city walls are on all 4 sides, with a base 50 meters wide and 30 meters high. It will require approximately 16 to 17 million cubic meters of stone blocks. If each side has 1 silver coin, then just the stone blocks for building the city wall would cost between 160,000 and 170,000 gold coins. This doesn't even include the cost of using glutinous rice juice to seal the seams, nor the cost of the buildings within the city. Sure enough, building a city is an expensive undertaking. We can't afford to build it. We just can't afford to build it. However, at this price, a small to medium-sized castle that can accommodate 1,000 people can be built first. Well, compared to Violet Castle, which can accommodate 3,000 people, a castle that can only hold 1,000 is indeed a bit small. Covering an area of 40,000 square meters, with walls 10 meters thick and a castle height of 30 meters, including the foundation, gates, and corner towers. The training grounds and other facilities will require approximately 300,000 cubic meters of stone blocks, which would only cost 3,000 gold coins. "Do you have glutinous rice in your shop?" "Yes, sir, we also have glutinous rice in our shop." "How much does glutinous rice cost per pound?" "Only 5 copper coins a liter, sir." Glutinous rice, as a building material, is mainly used to boil glutinous rice juice. Of course, it can also be eaten. 1 pound of glutinous rice can be boiled into 10 liters of glutinous rice juice, which is not expensive. The amount of glutinous rice juice needed to outline the cracks in the stone is approximately 10,000 liters. Even with the labor costs for the craftsmen and the money for the interior decoration, the entire castle construction would not exceed 5,000 gold coins. Let's do it. Anyway, money is meant to be spent. The shop assistant, accustomed to greeting and seeing off customers year-round, was adept at reading people. Seeing Adonis deep in thought, he thought, this might work. He continued his sales pitch. Sir, if you need castle repairs, our company has professional repair craftsmen. No, I don't want to repair it. I want to rebuild the castle. Oh, knightly glory above. You wish to rebuild the castle. If that's the case, we can provide professional castle construction services at a reasonable price. What services do you offer? We offer both full package and partial package options. For the full package, we'll design the castle's shape and defense system for you. We handle all the initial raw material procurement and subsequent construction. You only need to decorate the interior yourself. For a partial package deal, you'll need to purchase the materials and create the design drawings yourself. We will send craftsmen to build the castle exactly according to your specifications. Adonis considered it for a while. Let's do a partial contract. You just need to find a few experienced master craftsmen to guide my people in building the castle. Yes, sir. Building a castle is a technical job. Without experienced master craftsmen surveying and directing the construction on site, the castle might have collapsed halfway through construction. But Adonis's purpose in building the castle wasn't actually for enjoyment. In fact, it was for enjoyment. But it's not just about enjoyment. He also wanted to use the construction of the castle to transfer a portion of the funds to the people as wages. When the people have money, they have sufficient purchasing power. This is the only way to attract enough caravans to Qingdao to do business. Today, Qingdao territory is like a stagnant pool. It needs new life to be introduced to revitalize the entire territory. With the injection of foreign capital and personnel, Qingdao can truly develop. Adonis negotiated the purchase of 300,000 cubic meters of stone blocks, 10,000 liters of glutinous rice juice, and the employment of 3 master craftsmen. He paid half of the deposit, and the rest would be settled after the materials were delivered to Qingdao. Of course, the master craftsmen's wages will be settled after the castle is built. In addition to the gray stone blocks used to build the castle, there were also blue stone slabs and black stone blocks used to transform the town. Blue stone slabs were used to pave roads, while black rock slabs were used to build shops or houses for the people. These 2 building materials are even cheaper than limestone slabs, although both are mineral deposits formed by the Earth's own mineral processes. However, their production volume is much larger than that of limestone boulders, so their price is naturally cheaper. Chapter 64 obtained without any effort. The merchant is responsible for delivering all materials to your door. The city has mercenaries who specialize in escorting goods. Most of them are wandering minor nobles who have lost their fiefdoms. Or perhaps he was the second son of a small family, unwilling to risk his life on the battlefield to achieve glory, and thus forced to become a mercenary in order to survive. Large trading companies typically keep a type of low-level magical beast called the direhorn dragon, specifically for hauling goods. The diplodocus has nothing to do with dragons. It's just that its name contains the word dragon. This is a large, yet gentle, herbivorous magical beast that looks like an elephant but lacks a trunk and tusks. They can exceed 30 meters in length and 10 meters in height, with no horns on their heads, no claws on their legs, and no sharp teeth. Although it is a magical beast, it only knows one type of magic called stone golem. When faced with danger, they will continuously cast stonebreaker spells on themselves. They turn themselves into a stone, and then, relying on their enormous size, rendered their enemies helpless. Later, someone discovered that these magical beasts were easy to tame. They weren't picky eaters and would eat anything, including grass, trees, and leaves. As long as they are fed well every day, they will be very obedient. It possesses exceptional load-bearing capacity and endurance, capable of pulling hundreds of tons of cargo for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. It is truly a rare and invaluable transport beast in nature. Its only drawback is that it eats too much. A basalt dragon costs only 5,000 gold coins, but it can eat nearly 10 silver coins worth of food every day. Therefore, only large trading companies have the resources to raise 1 or 2 animals specifically for door-to-door delivery. Of course, some noble families would raise a few of them specifically to transport military supplies during wartime. The materials used to renovate the entire town of Qingdao cost less than 2,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold notes were spent in the blink of an eye, more than 5,000 were spent. There are still many territories that urgently need to purchase supplies. Most importantly, there were blacksmiths who made armor and weapons, and shipwrights who could build ships. Qingdao territory possesses Silver Star Vine, which can be used to weave armor. The finished armor's defensive capabilities are comparable to those of a heavily armored knight, but its weight is only 1/5 of that of the knight's heavy armor, or even lighter. In addition, there is iron bamboo, which can be used to forge knights' lances. He planned that the knights would use the Silver Star rattan armor and iron bamboo lance as their standard equipment in the future. This can save a lot of money on the cost of purchasing equipment and iron. If you want to buy artisans, the slave trader is the best choice. The two found a slave trading company that seemed very powerful. The slave trading company was located next to the horse market. Those slaves were bound with chains and ropes like livestock. Rows of them are displayed in cages, waiting for buyers to come and choose. There are many types of slaves. There were serfs who specialized in farming, and war slaves captured on the battlefield. There were also beautiful female slaves who had undergone special training and were specifically there to please noblemen. As soon as the two entered, someone came to greet them. "Sir, do you need slaves?" "Yes, I need a blacksmith who can forge armor and weapons, preferably a master craftsman." "Well, it's difficult for a master craftsman, but you've come at the right time. We happen to have a master blacksmith here, who comes from the Turquoise Duchy. He can forge heavy armor for knights, as well as lances and long swords." The source of slaves was generally civilians or serfs plundered from enemy countries. Some prisoners of war who could not afford the ransom were auctioned off as slaves, usually the lowest-ranking knights and squires. Craftsmen were also divided into different ranks. The highest level of craftsmen is the master craftsmen, who are practically considered non-saleable by each family. Next are the high-level artisans, who are practically the highest-ranking artisans available on the slave market. "Oh, a master blacksmith from Turquoise? How much?" "My lord, if you really want it, I'll only charge you 2,000 gold coins." 2,000? Why don't you just rob someone? If you were a master craftsman, I bought it without hesitation for 2,000 gold coins. But why is a master blacksmith worth 2,000 gold coins? "Sir, he's no ordinary craftsman. He's a blacksmith. A skilled blacksmith capable of forging heavy armor for knights. If it weren't for his special abilities, he'd be worth at least 3,000 gold coins." Adonis looked at Trask and asked with his eyes, "Is that so?" Tesla nodded, indicating that the market situation was indeed as described. "You just said something was a little special? How so?" "Well, that's right, sir. This slave wasn't captured. He came from a family of artisans, whose ancestors had served noblemen for generations. His entire family was sold off simply because he offended his lord. Therefore, he had one condition. If anyone wanted to buy him, they had to buy his family as well. The status of artisans varied. Some were serfs of lords, while others were commoners. It seems that this family of artisans was once serfs of a lord, which is why they were sold off by the lord. All serfs were the property of the lord, who had the right to dispose of his property at will. He has family? Are his family members also craftsmen?" "That's right. His wife is a seamstress, and his son is a newly apprenticed shipwright. He also has a daughter who is learning to sew from her mother." "A junior shipwright?" Adonis and Truss exchanged a glance. They had just been discussing buying a shipwright. "I never expected to run into him here. It really was a stroke of luck." "Yes, sir, a junior shipwright. But as you know, although our Grand Duchy of Kuramajiku is located by the sea, but only a handful of noble families actually own fleets. They all have their own shipwrights and don't need to buy them from outside. So the shipwright was stuck with a bad investment, and his wife and daughter were just ordinary tailors. If you want to buy him, you have to buy his whole family, but in the castles of many noble lords. It didn't require any additional tailors or shipwrights, so he never sold it. The nobility is a very contradictory group. They can be very generous at times, spending a fortune on something. For example, the black crystal sugar from Qingdao sold for a sky-high price of 10 gold coins per kilogram. But sometimes, they can be so stingy that they are unwilling to support even one more useless idle person. For example, this master blacksmith only asked to buy his entire family. As a result, because his wife, son, and daughter were of no use to the nobility, even if they were given away for free, no nobleman would be willing to support 3 more burdens. So, how much would it cost to buy his whole family? 4,000 gold coins, sir. 4,000 gold coins will suffice. 4,000 gold coins? Humph, you might as well keep them. After Adonis finished speaking, he turned to leave. Sir, how much would you like to give? 2,000 gold coins, not a single coin more. Sir, please add a little more. After all, there's a junior shipwright among them. Then you can keep your junior shipwright job. I don't want to support 3 more useless people anyway. Chapter 65 Apothecaries and Magicians. No, sir. 2,000 it is fine. The slave trader finally found a nobleman willing to take on the job and immediately agreed. This family's business has been stuck with debts for 3 or 4 years now, and they've already spent a lot on food for the 4 of them. If we don't agree soon, who knows when we'll meet another nobleman as generous as the monkey. Adonis took out 2,000 gold notes and handed them to Trass. Trass took it and handed it over to the slave trader. This is not done as a superfluous act. Rather, nobles rarely have any contact with commoners, which is why they asked Tesla to pass it on. The slave trader took the gold note and immediately beamed with joy, saying, "Sir, he is yours now. I will go and bring his family to you right away. Please wait a moment." Adonis looked at the family of 4 kneeling before him and asked softly, "What are your names?" "Your Excellency, my name is Bill Bellows, and this is my wife, Hannah Needle. My son is Jack the Bellows, my daughter is Madonna the Bellows." Some artisans, though also serfs, were allowed to use the tools related to their profession as their surnames. The surname, Fengxiang, immediately suggests a blacksmith. His son, however, is a junior shipwright who may later change his surname to shipboard or shipsail. "Very good. From now on you will be my craftsman. I am Baron Adonis of the Violet family. Work diligently for me from now on, and I will not treat you unfairly." Adonis is becoming more and more adept at making empty promises. "Whether you eat it or not is your business, but I can't refuse to make them." "Yes, sir, I will do my best to repay your kindness and prevent our family from being scattered. This is Sir Trass, the chief knight of the territory. You will follow behind him." "Yes, sir." The family of 4 obediently followed behind Tesla. Adonis then asked the slave trader, "Do you have any serfs here who know how to grow tobacco?" He has a tobacco sprite and needs some serfs who know how to grow tobacco to help him dry the tobacco. Serfs who knew how to grow tobacco would usually dry the tobacco leaves, just as serfs who knew how to grow oats would definitely grind them into flour. "Yes, sir. Serfs have always been the mainstay of the slave market, and there are plenty of serfs who know how to grow tobacco. Take me to see it. Please follow me." The slave trader pointed to a row of serfs and said obsequiously, "These serfs are all experts at growing tobacco." Adonis carefully examined the 7 or 8 serfs before him. There were people in their prime, people who were older, and a teenager. They stared at Adonis with hopeful eyes, wishing they could be chosen by the nobleman before them. "How much for these?" "Sir, 20 silver coins for each serf." "Huh, do you think I don't know the market price? 20 silver coins, that's the price for a young adult. Like that older guy, if I buy him, how many more years can he work for me? And that kid who's only a teenager, I'll need to raise it for several years before it can work, and you still want 20 silver coins from me?" "Sir, the older ones are experienced, while the younger ones are quick-witted and easier to train. Sometimes, a businessman's words can rival those of a matchmaker." All right, I won't waste my breath on you. The older one gets 10 silver coins, the younger one 15. I'll take the rest too, just as you said, 20 silver coins each." "Oh dear, could you please add a little more? If it doesn't work, then forget it." All right, sir, why are you in such a hurry?" "Trash, give me the money." There were 7 serfs in total, 1 older, 1 child. The other 5 are all young and strong. If we feed them a couple of good meals, they will be good at working. As for their names, he had no interest in knowing. There were over 2,000 serfs in the territory. He doesn't have the time to remember so many people's names. "Let's go. Tesla, we need to find a pharmacist." The profession of pharmacist is not that of an ordinary craftsman. Although they were not nobles, every apothecary was a guest of honor of the nobility. They are able to use various magical plants to extract a variety of magical potions. Some can accelerate the cultivation of battle chi, some can heal injuries, and some can detoxify. Of course, the mainstream potions are still those that accelerate the cultivation of battle chi. "Sir, there is a magician's guild in the city. We can go there to recruit an apothecary." Generally speaking, apothecaries are a branch of magicians, because potions are extracted using magic. Therefore, every magician also works as a pharmacist. But apothecaries are not necessarily magicians. The two are worlds apart in status. As a combat profession second only to knights, mages have always been considered noble. Although the continent is now dominated by knights due to the decline of magic, but magicians are still hailed as nobles who are not nobles. In reality, every magician is a lifelong nobleman of their respective country. Life nobles are merely honorary nobles who enjoy noble rights, but do not have fiefdoms or hereditary status. Although pharmacists are highly respected, they lack combat abilities. As a support class, their status is naturally lower than that of a mage. Adonis was looking for a simple apothecary. Because the cost of raising a mage is too high, he can't afford it right now. Each major city has a magician's guild. This is a fragmented organization, mainly for facilitating communication among mages. Or rather, this is a talent market exclusively for magicians. Anyone who wants to hire a magician or apothecary can come here to recruit. Tesla was waiting at the gate with about a dozen serfs. Serfs were not allowed to enter the Mages Guild. Adonis joined the Magicians Guild alone. Upon entering, there is a large hall, but there are only about 10 people inside. Some of them were wearing the standard robes of magicians, and others were wearing the standard robes of apothecaries. They were gathered in small groups, talking quietly. Adonis was looking around when a beautiful woman dressed as a waitress approached him. "Sir, is there anything you need? My territory needs a pharmacist. I'd like to know if there are any full-time pharmacists here." "Yes, sir. What level of pharmacist do you require?" Like magicians, pharmacists are strictly ranked. Pharmacist apprentice, trainee pharmacist, junior, intermediate, senior, with the highest level being master pharmacist. Mages, like knights, have a corresponding ranking system. Apprentice mage, novice mage, junior mage, intermediate mage, grand mage, archmage, sorcerer. Archmages, and legendary super archmages whose combat power rivals that of dragons. Chapter 66 The Trust-Carrying Pole. Yes, that's right. Humans once had combat power that could reach the level of a super magic on its own, the super magic master. Even the name super magic in this super magic power of the dragon actually comes from the super magician. But those are all just legends now. The most recent archmage dates back 50,000 years to the wife of Emperor Lister. Adonis doesn't need a very high-level apothecary. Higher-level pharmacists simply have the ability to refine a wider variety of potions. But all he needs now is a low-level alchemist who can refine and accelerate the cultivation of battle chi. In fact, given his current barren territory, it's unlikely that any highly skilled pharmacists would be willing to go there. They preferred to serve in prosperous and wealthy territories. "Sir, there is only one junior pharmacist at the moment, and he just passed the junior pharmacist exam today." He just passed the exam today? So before that, he was just a trainee pharmacist. It's like this, sir. So, is he capable of working as a pharmacist? Of course, please rest assured, sir. The pharmacist examination is very serious and fair. Every pharmacist who passes the assessment is competent to perform the work at the corresponding level. Okay, please introduce him to me. Sir, he's over there. You can go and talk to him yourself. The pretty waitress pointed to a corner of the lobby. Adonis followed her finger and saw it. In the corner of the hall, there was a person dressed in tattered clothes and covered in brightly colored patterns. He was sitting there alone, head bowed, with a sign in front of him that read, "Request for recruitment." Adonis walked toward him. Only when you get closer do you realize that the colorful patterns on his clothes look like the residue of some kind of magic potion. But the clothes were truly tattered. He was very thin and his complexion was not good. He was around 40 years old. Becoming a junior pharmacist at such a young age is truly a testament to his incomprehensible talent. If he weren't sitting in the hall of the Mages Guild, but somewhere else. If you put a broken bowl in front of him, he can immediately start working. No wonder he doesn't fit in. A pharmacist who has fallen to such a state is truly a disgrace to the profession. Knightly glory favors you. I am Adonis Violet. The man looked up and glanced at Adonis. Sir, we apothecaries do not believe in knightly glory. You should say, may the light of truth favor you. As a branch of magicians, pharmacists share the same belief in the light of truth as magicians. Most of them also use truth as their surname. Well, okay. May the light of truth shine upon you. Hello, sir. The light of truth will also shine upon you. I am Andrew Truth. Hello, Mr. Andrew. I am a baron, and my territory is short of an apothecary. Although I am a junior pharmacist, I only passed the exam today. I already know that. You probably don't know that I worked as a trainee pharmacist for 20 years. I barely passed the basic pharmacist exam after taking it 20 times. What? Despite already underestimating Andrew's talent, Adonis never imagined that his talent would be so low. It took him 20 years of continuous testing to finally become a junior pharmacist. This isn't just the floor of talent. It's practically the basement of talent. The pharmacist exams aren't free. You have to pay a large sum of money each time to be allowed to take the exam. Training a pharmacist requires extensive practical experience. Trainee pharmacists cannot concoct potions independently. However, if a trainee pharmacist spends 20 years without passing the exam to become a junior pharmacist, this means that for 20 years, he was unable to create enough value. The resources he consumed during this period were unimaginable. This might explain why he ended up in such a miserable situation. Andrew's reputation had been thoroughly ruined over the course of 20 years of evaluation. Even though he has now successfully passed the exam and become a junior apothecary, no nobleman is willing to hire him. That's why he would promote himself in the hall of the Mages Guild. Otherwise, given the high demand for apothecaries, Adonis would have no chance of joining the Mages Guild. To find a pharmacist so easily, even the lowest-ranking one. Seeing Adonis's shock, Andrew was afraid that his resume would scare him away. I really need a job right now, so I can't scare people away. He hurriedly promoted himself. Sir, I'm very cheap, only 10 gold coins per month. Under normal circumstances, a low-level pharmacist earns around 30 gold coins per month. From this, you can imagine how expensive it is to support a mage. And this is just a low-level, pure alchemist. If a junior mage works part-time as a pharmacist, they can earn at least 100 gold coins per month. Andrew is asking for 10 gold coins, which is already a rock-bottom price. Are you sure you can handle the work of a junior pharmacist? Of course, sir. With the light of truth above, I am certain I can accomplish the work of a junior apothecary. Okay, then it's you. In fact, Adonis had no choice, because he was the only low-level apothecary left in the entire Mage Guild. Thank you, sir. No need to thank me yet. As long as you work hard for me in the future, that will be the greatest thanks you can give me. Of course, I will never let down those who work hard for me. As long as you can prove your worth, I will never be stingy with gold coins. Yes, sir. Please rest assured. I will make sure you feel you've gotten your money's worth. I hope so. The two went to the front desk and asked the pretty waitress for a contract. Under the witness of the light of truth, an employment contract was signed for a term of 3 years, with a price of 10 gold coins per month. The contract is a fee-based contract, costing 10 gold coins. This once again refreshed Adonis's understanding of the concept of mages burning money. Come on, Andrew. I'll take you to meet my subordinates. The two men exited the hall one after the other and saw Tesla waiting beside them with his artisans and serfs. Andrew, this is my chief knight, Truss. Tesla was the son of a commoner. His father was a fruit vendor who carried his wares on a shoulder pole, selling jam from door to door. That carrying pole was one of the tools their family used to make a living. It was passed down from his great-grandfather's generation, from one generation to the next, for 4 generations. Therefore, they used the carrying pole as their family name. Chapter 67. Someone is following. Tesla relied on his father's jam-selling business to support his training in martial arts, and with his extraordinary talent, become a high-ranking knight and join the Black Iron family to become a knight of the Black Iron family. He had hoped to use his strength as a high-ranking knight to earn a noble title. However, she later became Meryl the Black Iron's guardian knight and was given as part of her dowry to the Violet family. Later, after Meryl's death, he did the same thing day after day for 10 years. They protected Adonis and followed him to the barren Qingdao territory. Tess, this is Andrew, a junior pharmacist. He will be working for our Qingdao branch from now on. When outsiders are present, Adonis will not call Trass teacher, because he wanted to maintain his noble dignity. But when it's just his own people, he always calls him Teacher Truss. Hello, Mr. Andrew. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you have a pleasant time working in Qingdao. Of course, Chief Knight. I will do my best to serve the Lord. Those serfs and artisans? Sorry, but no matter how badly Andrew fared, he was still a pharmacist and would never stoop to dealing with serfs and artisans. Adonis, of course, wouldn't introduce them. Let's go. Tesla, Andrew, we need to hurry and purchase the supplies that the territory is lacking. The territory is in dire need of rebuilding and lacks everything. But in the end, it all boils down to things like food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and farming tools. Oh right, we also need to buy another batch of charcoal to filter the black crystal sugar, as well as wooden barrels to store it. He and John agreed that from now on, they would use oak barrels to store the black crystal sugar, with each barrel weighing 100 caddies. For this, he was willing to pay an extra 20 copper coins for the bucket. Adonis had no objection to this. The next time we deliver, we'll have to use wooden barrels to store the brown sugar, because that's the best way to preserve it. As for what the Phoenix Merchant Guild uses for packaging and how much it sells for, that's none of his business. If the Phoenix Merchant Guild is so capable, they can make brown sugar cost 10,000 gold coins per pound. That's their business. In the end, you'll be the one who benefits anyway. We ordered enough grain to feed 10,000 people for a year from the grain store. They also bought enough fabric to make clothes for 10,000 people and had the Chamber of Commerce send it to Qingdao for collection. This resulted in him incurring additional shipping costs. Although the amount of grain and cloth for 10,000 people was large, it still did not meet the minimum requirement of delivery to the door. He also bought some horse-drawn carriages to transport goods around town. With that, our trip to Potato City has come to a successful conclusion. After bidding farewell to Truss and his party, he walked alone into the secluded woods outside the city. There were too many people, and it was inconvenient for Yingzhao to bring them along, so he prepared. He rode Yingzhao back to Qingdao, leaving Tesla to lead everyone back by carriage. They were just a few serfs anyway, and even if they passed through Roland City, they wouldn't attract any attention. Although Andrew was a pharmacist, his attire was worse than that of a serf. Adonis left the city gate and headed straight for the depths of the woods outside the city. He stopped and turned around, saying, "Everyone, you can come out now." There was no one behind me, only the rustling sound of the wind passing through the trees. "You have all been following me since I left the city, and you have been with me all the way. Why are you afraid to come out now that you've arrived?" A sinister voice suddenly echoed from the previously deserted woods. "Humph, he's all alone. He doesn't have a tail at all." No sooner had the words left his mouth than another voice spoke. "Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I thought this kid had some trick up his sleeve, but it turns out he's all alone." A rustling sound came from the woods, and 5 people emerged, surrounding Adonis. One of the bald, burly men grinned maliciously and said, "Kid, we've been watching you ever since you left the Phoenix Merchant Guild. Judging from your expression, you must have closed a big deal with the Phoenix Merchant Guild. Hurry up and hand over all the gold notes you have. If I'm in a good mood, I might even leave you a proper burial." The bald, burly man carried a double-edged giant axe on his back, which looked quite heavy. It's remarkable that he could carry such a heavy axe and still hide himself so well. Of the other 4, one was a thin man carrying a pair of daggers. One was drawing a bow and knocking an arrow, while the other 2 were wielding knights' long swords. "Who are you people? Why are you targeting me? I want you to die knowing why." The bald, burly man was about to speak when he was interrupted by the skinny man holding a dagger. "Why waste your breath on him? Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Kill him quickly and get it over with. Once he's dead, everything he has is ours." After saying that, he ducked down and rushed in front of Adonis, slashing the dagger in his hand toward Adonis's throat. This speed immediately surprised Adonis. He couldn't believe that this skinny guy was actually quite strong. Judging from the battle aura covering the dagger, it possesses at least the combat strength of a high-level knight. He wasn't much of a talker, but he died even faster. Just as the dagger was about to sever Adonis's throat, a massive metal spear, 10 meters long and as thick as a child's arm, impaled him from head to toe, pinning him directly to the ground. Who? Who is it? What? How so? Get out here." The sudden change terrified the remaining 4 members. They all hid behind large trees, looking around for any trace of the enemy. They simply couldn't understand it. The skinny man had clearly already explored it. There was no one in the surrounding 3 miles, so why were they suddenly attacked and killed? Just as they were in a flurry of activity, Adonis looked up and shouted, "Yingzhao, come down." Yingzhao's enormous figure descended from the sky. The 4 were so frightened, they stood frozen in place. The archer's arrow flew out involuntarily, hitting Yingzhao's wing, but not even a feather was harmed. The difference in their levels is too great. They simply cannot break through each other's defenses. Damn it, it's a mythical beast. And a flying-type mythical beast at that. The archer also possessed the strength of a high-ranking knight, his bow and arrow. Even when facing high-level magical beasts, it shouldn't be unable to break through their defenses. The fact that we haven't been able to break through their defenses suggests only one possibility. The giant flying tiger before us is a phantom beast. But what puzzled them even more was the young man before them, who looked like a minor nobleman. He looks like he's only a mid-level knight. So why does he have a flying-type phantom beast following him? Now you can tell me who you are, right? My lord, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. The burly man who had been grinning menacingly just moments before now wore a fawning expression. At that speed, Adonis almost thought he had mastered the Sichuan art of face-changing. However, given his appearance, his smile looked even uglier than a cry. Chapter 68 The Rats from the Sapphire. Adonis gave a signal, and Yingzhao slapped him across the face. The burly man was sent flying like a chick, crashing into a large tree before coming to a stop, where he lay on the ground vomiting blood. This was only because Yingzhao had put in considerable effort. Otherwise, this attack could have turned him into a pile of minced meat. This is not the answer I want. Remember, you only have one chance. If he speaks without my permission again, I wouldn't mind sending him and that skinny guy to reunite. Yes, sir. We are actually rats sent by Sapphire. Rat is the name of a profession. To put it bluntly, they are spies and secret agents. The Principality of Yagiku has been waging wars of expansion for many years and has repeatedly defeated and caused heavy losses to the Principality of Sapphire on the battlefield. In retaliation against the Grand Duchy of Yagaya, Sapphire dispatched many rats to infiltrate Yagaya and cause sabotage. They assassinated nobles, robbed caravans, and destroyed farmland, resorting to any means necessary to retaliate against the Grand Duchy of Kuruma. But none of these are their ultimate goals. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the nobles' elven insects. The fairies' cordyceps can only be effective when planted in farmland. Their goal was to destroy these elven insect plants. If the spirit dies, the cordyceps will immediately wither. Conversely, if the cordyceps is damaged, the spirit will be severely injured even if it does not die on the spot. This is why Adonis immediately formed the cordyceps protection team. Even if the elves survive this ordeal and regenerate the cordyceps, they will also permanently lose the opportunity to evolve, and their lifespan will be greatly reduced as a result. Take the fairy bug as an example. Once the cordyceps is destroyed, it can no longer evolve, and its lifespan will be reduced by 10 years. The little elf, on the other hand, loses 50 years of his lifespan. The great elf's lifespan is 250 years, and so on. In other words, a Pokemon has a maximum of 3 chances to have its cordyceps destroyed. If it happens more than 3 times, death is certain. Elves are the foundation of many noble status. To destroy the cordyceps of the elves is to plunder the lifeblood of the nobles. The malice of their intentions is evident. But you can't blame Sapphire for that. After all, they're adversaries. If they can't win on the front lines, they can only resort to these underhanded tactics. These rats usually operate in small teams of 3 to 5, roaming freely within the Yagiku region. They didn't have a clear goal. It was all a spur-of-the-moment decision. It just so happens that Adonis is in Potato City today, looking for buyers for his brown sugar. After he and John reached an agreement, John, who was in charge of the Phoenix Merchant Guild branch, John personally saw him out the door. This was John's way of showing how much he valued him. Unexpectedly, this scene was witnessed by the Sapphire rat lurking nearby. They figured that anyone John would personally see off must have closed a big deal. There must be a large sum of money on Adonis. The fact that the goods on Truss's back had disappeared, and Adonis's subsequent frenzied purchasing spree, confirmed this. They were initially wary of Adonis's companion, Trass, and hesitated whether to make a move. As a result, Adonis actually separated from Trass and came to this secluded forest alone. To them, this was a golden opportunity. That's why they revealed themselves, ready to kill Adonis and seize the gold tickets. To ensure safety, they even had the skinny guy search the area within a 3-mile radius to make sure Adonis wasn't intentionally fishing. Who knew that Adonis might not have had anyone behind him, but he was still being followed by a flying phantom beast from the sky. Flying mythical beasts are extremely rare. They had been lurking in the cornflower field for years without ever seeing a single one. They never expected to see one today. They've really made something of themselves, to have the chance to come into such close contact with a flying mythical beast in their lifetime. What they didn't know was that when Adonis first left the city, Qingdao, who was flying in midair, had already discovered their trail and informed Adonis through the contract. He then turned the tables and lured the group of rats deep into the woods. "Sir, we've confessed everything. Please spare us." Yes, sir, please spare us. I have an 80-year-old mother at home. I have infants crying for food below me. How will they survive without me? My lord, I beg you, my lord. All right, seeing how sincere you are, I'll let you off this time. You can go now. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. They were momentarily incredulous at Adonis's quick decision to let them go. After a moment of hesitation, he took off running. Swish, swish, swish. 4 massive metal spears flew out, pinning the 4 men to the tree. "Sir, you..." Adonis shrugged. "I promised to let you go, but Qingdao won't. Go talk to him if you have something to say." "Huh. Look at you. So young, yet you already have a mythical beast by your side. You must be a genius from the Yagigai school," Adonis said with a smile. "What? Even now you still think you can get away with flattery and get me to let you off the hook? Everything that just happened was seen by the Raven, and it will report your message. If this were passed on to the Marquis of Narcissus, a genius like you, the Marquis would not allow you to grow up. He will personally take action against you. I'm waiting for you." After saying that, his head lolled to the side, and he died. "What do you mean? What did he mean just now? Explain yourself." Adonis approached the others, but they too had died one after another. But based on that man's last words, Adonis judged. The so-called Raven is likely a magical or mythical beast used for surveillance. After all, These rats were sent to Kuramijika's country to cause sabotage. We must have some means to monitor them, lest they betray us and defect to the enemy. Marquis Narcissus is one of the two marquises of the Sapphire Duchy, and he owns a brass dragon. It sounds like this Marquis of Narcissus has been targeting the Grand Duchy of Cornflower. The young generation of geniuses and talents wanted to use this to stifle the future war potential of the Grand Duchy of Kuramajiku. Adonis suddenly remembered several geniuses who had fallen from grace in the country in recent years. They were all originally the pride of their respective families, some of them possessing exceptional talent. He was even superior to his elder brother, Akronos, but for various reasons, they all perished one after another. I initially thought it was just a case of a spoiled child getting into trouble, but now I realize that someone was actually hunting down these geniuses. Just thinking about it now sends chills down my spine. And now, he too has been targeted by this dragon knight. Adonis's scalp tingled. Who would have thought that going out for a stroll and broadening one's horizons would lead to something like this? He just hoped he hadn't revealed too much. Adonis dared not linger, so he mounted Yingzhao and flew towards Qingdao. Back in Qingdao, even if the dragon knights came looking for him, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. They can also hide in the seabed by the water dragon to escape the dragon knight's pursuit. Chapter 69: The Mad Rats. About 10 minutes after Ying Xiaofei left, another person came to the woods. There were only two people. Judging from their aura, they are at least Phantom Beast Knights. It seems Sapphire is desperate, even sending out a core force like the Phantom Beast Knights to act as mice. According to the message from Viscount Raven's magical beast Raven, this is the place. Judging from the magical aura left at the scene, it's undoubtedly a case of demonic possession. This is indeed a mythical beast. And it's not an ordinary mythical beast. Not an ordinary mythical beast? Could it be? That's right, it's a peak-level mythical beast. When did such a phantom beast appear among the swarm of flies that boarded the carriage in Knight's Glory? For any country on the continent, the Beast Knights are a mainstay. An extra mythical beast can even influence the course of a war. This magical beast doesn't seem to have been cultivated. It's more like what? It's like a wild mythical beast that has been contracted by someone. What? How is this possible? It's been so many years since a wild mythical beast was contracted by someone on the mainland. The fact that it happens infrequently does not mean it doesn't happen. But we are both Phantom Beast Knights, and we should know how proud Phantom Beasts are. Wild mythical beasts, in particular, are not only proud but also untamed. How could they possibly sign a contract with a human? What's impossible? Even dragons choose knights, let alone a mere phantom beast. That makes sense. So what do we do now? Order all our personnel in the country to find this person, then report to the Marquis and have him killed. This can't be, can it? It's just a phantom beast. Not really? Do you know that we, Sapphire and Turquoise, only have 3 dragon knights combined? Yagiku himself has 3 dragon riders. Every time the flies of the cornflower launch a war of expansion, the dragon knights of our 2 countries are tied down. The main force on the battlefield is us, the Phantom Beast Knights. Before this, we could barely hold off Yagiku's attacks. Do you think we can withstand their attack now that they have an additional top-tier flying-type mythical beast? Oh, that can't be right, can it? It's definitely not possible. Unless he didn't say something. But both of them knew in their hearts that it was a war to slay the dragon. Why is cornflower called fly? Because flies will keep staring at you, and then when you're not paying attention, they'll bite off a piece of your flesh. But for these nobles, it was nothing more than losing a few serfs and a portion of their wealth. Even if you accidentally get captured, it's just the loss of one sprite. Upon their return, they remained nobles and were allowed to continue playing music and dancing. However, if a dragon-slaying war were to break out, let alone 2 gem dragons, it would be impossible to kill even 1 gem dragon. It's said that if a dragon-slaying battle were to occur, the 2 sides would fight to the death. What they would face was no longer the flies of cornflowers, but the breath of a giant dragon. On one hand, there are the bites of flies, and on the other hand, there is the breath of a dragon. Even a 3-year-old knows which to choose. No one wants to face the breath of a dragon, not even a dragon knight. Go and relay the order. Yes. At a single command, the Sapphire rats, lurking within the Duchy of Cornflower. He went mad, frantically searching everywhere for the whereabouts of Yingzhao and Adonis. Of course, compared to Adonis, the mice focused more on Yingzhao. After all, a giant flying-type mythical beast with a body length exceeding 50 meters. It's definitely a bigger target and easier to find than someone who is 1.8 meters tall. After Adonis fled back to Qingdao, he went straight to live by the sea. On the surface, it was to cultivate a relationship with Abram. It's quite normal for nobles and elves to do so. Actually, it was to prevent the dragon knight from chasing him, so that he could escape into the deep sea at any time. Abram's cordyceps was placed in a secluded bay. Adonis used a huge piece of jade to carve a miniature underwater castle for Abram, which served as a house for the insects. In order to find a jade stone large enough, Adonis rode Injo. He flew to Longma Island and personally dug out a jade stone more than 2 meters tall from the jade mine. Longma Island is the same island where Adonis was stranded. Because there was a herd of dragon-bred horses on the island, he named it Dragon Horse Island. He used this island as a breeding ground for dragon horses. Adonis ordered a small wooden hut to be built on the shore. During the day, he would go out into the sea and play with Abram. At night, he would stay in the cabin. Until Tesla returned to Qingdao territory with Andrew, Bill Bellows, and others. I brought him some breaking news. My lord, Truss has successfully brought everyone back safely. Well done, Professor Truss. Let Carrot settle them in first, and we'll assign them jobs tomorrow. Mr. Carrot is already doing it. Yes, Carrot is always so easy to take care of. Yes, sir. You have a competent and good steward. However, but what, Professor Truss? On my way here, I heard some news. Someone is looking for the whereabouts of a flying-type mythical beast. Based on their description, it sounds like Qingdao. Oh, where did you hear this news? In Roland City, sir. We overheard this by chance when we were resting in Roland City. Adonis nodded, thinking to himself. It seems that the group of sapphire rats do not know the specific identities of me and Qingdao. Moreover, according to Tesla's description, they have set their sights on Qingdao. In that case, all I need to do is hide Qingdao and send people to set up roadblocks to intercept the Great Rift Valley of the Demon Tail Mountains. By not allowing strangers to easily enter my territory, I figure my identity won't be revealed anytime soon. Professor Truss, this news is very important to me. You've had a long journey, so please go back and rest. Seeing that Adonis didn't seem inclined to say anything more, Truss knew that his lord had his own opinions, so he didn't ask any further questions and turned to leave the cabin. After Truss had gone some distance, Adonis told Qingdao through the contract. Let him hide in the Demon Tail Mountains. From this day forward, he shall not reappear in public without his summons and permission. Although Qingdao did not understand why he had to do this, he faithfully carried out Adonis's orders. The crisis was temporarily averted. That evening, Adonis returned to the castle and hosted a welcoming banquet for Andrew. The next morning, Adonis convened another meeting. Chapter 70, the second roundtable meeting. Truss, Tom, Andrew, Thomas, Phil, and 4 knight squires. Carrot, who was also the territory's treasurer, attended the meeting. Tom, have all the public toilets in town been repaired? Yes, sir. There is a public toilet every 500 meters in the town. I even made sure that every household in my jurisdiction had a private toilet. Adonis praised. Well done. But, Tom hesitated, then stopped himself. Just what? The toilet is full of filth, and I don't know what to do about it. Filthy things. Adonis frowned before realizing that it was just excrement and urine and filthy stuff. Because of the existence of spirits, planting generally relies on them. Therefore, no one on the mainland has yet discovered that fermented manure can be used to fertilize fields. That's easy. Tom, the town has a new health officer and a sanitation and cleaning team. You appoint the staff. Their responsibility is to maintain the town's daily sanitation. In addition to cleaning the streets regularly every day, they are also responsible for collecting the filth generated daily. Then find a place far from the town, downwind. Dig a large cesspool and pour all the filth into it to ferment. Huh? Ferment? Everyone except Adonis was dumbfounded. They know about fermentation. When brewing wine, yeast is needed for fermentation. Fermentable filth? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. Could it be that the Lord has some peculiar fetish? Wow, this flavor is way too strong. Although no one dared to show their disgust on their faces, their eyes betrayed them. What are you thinking? Fermenting these filthy things is for fertilizing the fields. Tom asked in confusion. Fat field. Sir, do you mean that fermented filth can be used to increase crop yields? There is a big difference between farmland that is cared for by fairies and farmland that is not. Farmland tended by fairies yields incredibly bountiful harvests. The yield of farmland without the care of fairies is truly pitiful. The land of Aoshima territory can be considered the most barren land in the entire Grand Duchy of Kurosagi. The highest yield per moon never exceeded 300 jin. Her weight has been fluctuating around 200 pounds, a stability that's exhausting. Hearing the Lord say that excrement and urine, after fermentation, can be used to fertilize the fields, Everyone found it very novel because no one had ever done it before. That's right. Fermented filth can be used to fertilize fields and slowly improve the properties of the soil. So that's how it is. My lord, your wisdom is truly profound. All right, stop flattering me and get the job done. Yes, sir. Furthermore, a lot of supplies will be delivered to Qingdao soon, and the construction of our Qingdao town can begin. You need to allocate 1,000 serfs to renovate the original residential area of Qingdao town. Then, according to the plan in this diagram, expand the entire territory. As he spoke, Adonis waved. 2 servants carried a huge sand tray and placed it on the round table in the center. Everyone craned their necks to look and saw on the sand table a territory model built of mud. The mountains, rivers, farmland, and towns above are clearly visible. The town model of the entire territory is neatly divided into 4 sections by 2 wide roads, 1 horizontal and 1 vertical. Adonis, holding a bamboo stick, pointed to the old town and said, "This area will be used as the residence of serfs in the future. This area was designated for commoners to live in. This area was reserved exclusively for nobles. For this last section, build me a commercial area, all the shops thereafter. They can only be opened in this area. Do you have any objections to this?" The overall layout is roughly distributed according to the principle of the east is noble, the west is rich, the south is poor, and the north is lowly. As the territory expands, many nobles will surely emerge in the future. Therefore, the eastern region was designated as a residential area for nobles. Now we can leave the houses empty instead of building them, and sell them or bestow them as rewards to our nobles later. The western area will be developed into a future commercial district, with all shops concentrated here. The area can be further subdivided into slave trade zones, livestock trade zones, grain trade zones, and so on. The area to the south was the residential area for ordinary people. Commoners are different from serfs. They are free people, as long as they pay taxes on time. As long as they do not violate the Lord's laws, the Lord has no right to interfere with their freedom. A territory is unhealthy if it consists only of serfs and nobles. All serfs were the private property of the Lord and were not allowed to migrate at will. Therefore, in order to increase the population of a territory, besides purchasing slaves from outside, the only solution is to find a way through the common people, to attract commoners from other territories to live in their own territory. A territory with many commoners is bound to become very wealthy, and the Lord will receive more taxes. Conversely, only prosperous territories can attract commoners and generate more tax revenue for the Lord. There was a difference in social status between commoners and serfs, so they had to live separately. The area to the north, which was originally the town, was designated as a settlement for serfs. The few civilian households in the territory will move to the civilian district after the town is built. My lord, we have no objections. There is just one thing we don't understand. What is the planned area of the town we are renovating? Area? Of course, the bigger the better. But this is a long-term task. In the short term, it's enough to accommodate 15,000 people. 15,000 people, equivalent to the size of 3 ordinary barren towns, or half the population of a secondary city. My lord, our territory currently only has 2,000 people. Wouldn't it be a waste to plan such a large area all at once? Wasteful? No. I'd rather plan the site in advance, build the houses and shops, and wait for people to move in. We also don't want the territory to become too crowded in the future due to an overpopulation. Yes, sir, as you wish. Oh, right. Tell those serfs who have been transferred. As long as they work hard and diligently, I will reward them with 10 copper coins every day. Of course, those who dare to slack off and cheat will be rewarded with 10 lashes each time. By the glory of the night, you are truly a kind and generous lord. I almost forgot, there's one last thing. The Demon Tail Grand Canyon, which leads from Qingdao to the outside world. I want to build a checkpoint there. Sir, what is the purpose of building this checkpoint? Is it to collect taxes? No, it's not for collecting taxes, but for future commercial taxes in the territory. Instead of levying taxes based on the total value of the goods, we will levy taxes based on the merchant sales revenue. In mainland China, the common practice is to levy commercial taxes based on the total value of the goods. Taking the 1/10 tax as an example, a merchant carrying goods worth 10 gold coins. If you want to do business in the territory, the Lord will levy a tax of 1 gold coin. Regardless of whether a merchant's goods are sold out, a gold coin is levied. Therefore, almost no merchants were willing to go to those barren territories. Because if a merchant goes to such a territory, he won't be able to sell his goods and will have to pay taxes. If he goes to several such territories, he will go bankrupt. It would be advantageous for merchants to levy commercial taxes based on sales revenue. No matter how much goods a merchant brings into the territory, if you don't make any sales, you won't be charged a single penny. If you sell goods worth 10 gold coins, then you will be charged 1 gold coin as tax, based on a 10-to-1 ratio. In this way, merchants could enter Qingdao to do business without any scruples. Anyway, there's no tax on unsold goods. It's just a matter of wasting a little time. Chapter 71 Territory Development Plan. Sir, since we don't collect taxes, why do we need to build a checkpoint? To prevent rats from sneaking in. Rats? We have rats in our country. Of course, we launched more than 20 exploration campaigns for Sapphire and Turquoise. Almost every year. Do you think they can resist retaliating against us? Adonis did not tell them about Sapphire's plan to assassinate the genius Cornflower. They weren't told that a dragon knight was in charge of this matter. Their rank is too low. Knowing this would not only be of no use, but could also undermine morale. After all, that was a dragon knight renowned throughout the continent for 30,000 years. When the dragon is not present, it is synonymous with invincibility. Although Qingdao is powerful, he is not much stronger than an ant when facing a dragon knight. Tom thought for a moment. Well, if it were me, I would definitely send rats to infiltrate the enemy country and wreak havoc. In the past, our Qingdao town was extremely poor, and even rats wouldn't bother with it. Once our Qingdao town develops, do you think they'll come? Whether they'll come or not is unknown, but no one dares to gamble. What if it really comes? The best solution is to build a wall to keep these rats out. Qingdao town's geographical environment is exceptionally advantageous in terms of defense. As long as the Demon Tail Grand Canyon is blocked, no one can easily sneak in. Even if flying magical beasts or phantom beasts sneak in, they wouldn't be afraid with Qingdao there. I understand. Once the materials arrive, I will have someone build the checkpoint. Remember, this checkpoint isn't just for stopping those rats. It might also be a barrier against other enemies in the future. Therefore, it must be built very solidly. Let's build it to the standards of a military fortress. My lord, if that's the case, then the territory won't have enough manpower. We have to ensure the logging of the black crystal trees, build the castle, and renovate the town. We simply don't have enough manpower left. Building a wall as a checkpoint and building a military fortress are two different concepts. The former, if you hire 100 or so people, can be fixed in 3 months at most. The latter, without 500 people, it would take more than 6 months to even begin. Okay, then let's prioritize the castle and fortress. The construction of the town can wait. Then there's no problem, sir. After Tom sat down, Adonis called on the sheriff. Phil. Sheriff Phil Ironwhip stood up. My lord, how is the training of the security team members going? This one. Huh? What's wrong? What happened? My lord, I'm sorry, I've let you down. What exactly happened? Sir, those serfs are too stupid. I've been training them for a week. Yet many people still couldn't distinguish left from right, and some couldn't even stand in a straight line. Is that so? It seems I overestimated those guys. This isn't your fault. Phil, I can let it go. But the security force is a matter of national pride and must be trained. You can try other methods. Another way? That's right. I remember that security guards get paid, right? Yes, sir, 3 silver coins per month. 3 silver coins were enough for a family of 5, whether serf or commoner, to live a comfortable life. That's good. Go back and tell those guys. I'm only giving them 3 months. If they don't meet my requirements, I'll expel them all from the police force. Furthermore, they and their families are not allowed to engage in any work on the territory. They will only be able to return home and farm in the future. Huh? Is that possible? No. Sir, I didn't mean to question you. Okay, I understand. Go back and try it. If it doesn't work, just do as I said. Replace them. I imagine there are plenty of people in the territory who would like to join the security force. Yes, my lord. I will do as you say. Okay, please sit down first, Thomas. Master, how's the black crystal sugar coming along? Master, the current output has stabilized at 1,000 caddies per week. If we want to increase production, we need to hire more people. No need. Black crystal sugar is a core secret of the territory, and it is not advisable to increase its production for the time being. I will designate a separate area, independent of the town, to establish the core industrial zone of the territory. From now on, all industries in the territory, including sugar production and equipment manufacturing, will be moved to this area. Maintain this production level until a new region is established, but keep it confidential. Oh, and Tom, before you build the castle and fortress, get this core industrial area built first. Otherwise, if the old castle is demolished, there won't be any place left to boil sugar. The original castle was too small. It was more of a 3-story stone building than a castle. Once the new castle is built, the two will look out of place, so it's better to tear it down and rebuild it. Yes, sir. Yes, my lord. Adonis then looked at Kobe and the other 3. How's the Cordyceps Guardian team's training going? The 4 men exchanged glances, and Kobe cautiously said, My lord, most of them have already learned basic breathing techniques and basic sword skills. Some of the most gifted among them have already cultivated their inner energy. Once you can sense the chi, you can embark on knightly training and become a knight squire. To advance from a knight squire to a trainee knight, one must gradually cultivate one's chi and condense a seed of life within one's body. The time required to cultivate and nurture the chi varies. Those with good talent can condense the seed of life in 10 days to half a month. Those who are unlucky, like the original owner, nurtured themselves for several years, but ended up with nothing. He took a risk and ended up losing his life. Over 90% of the knight squires on the continent are stuck at this step, unable to advance an inch in their entire lives. However, in the process of cultivating one's chi, one can temper the body, making one's physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people. Lifting 1,000 pounds is nothing to them. Very good. The Cordyceps Guardian team has a heavy mission. After all, there are so many Cordyceps in the territory that need to be protected. The responsibility is heavy, and the task is long. We must not be careless. Yes, sir. Very good. I am satisfied with everyone's work. This Andrew, as you all probably already know, will be the territory's apothecary from now on. Tom, the harvesting of the magic potion seaweed is about to begin. First, gather 100 serfs to collect magic potion seaweed by the sea and hand it over to Mr. Andrew. Well, even though it's by the sea, it's still somewhat dangerous. Let's give each person 20 copper coins per day. Yes, sir. Thank you again for your kindness. Chapter 72, Swearing Loyalty to the Lord. As long as you are loyal to me and work well for me, I will not be stingy with rewards. Titles, territories, wealth, and cultivation resources will all be available. As a qualified leader, you may not eat the pie, but I cannot not draw it. Everyone was excited upon hearing Adonis's promise. It wasn't because of titles and fiefdoms, but because of cultivation resources. In the Knight's continent, the strong reign supreme. With enough strength, titles and fiefdoms are easily within reach. Without real power, even if you were given a Grand Duke title, you wouldn't be able to sit securely in your position. Therefore, strength is very important. For these people at the bottom of society, cultivation resources are a valuable resource that can accelerate their growth and strength. They were all monopolized by the nobility. They were things that the nobility could only dream of. Now the territory has an apothecary who can refine magical potions. And the Lord promised to reward them with cultivation resources. How could they not be excited? Even if they don't need it, they can give it to their next generation. Even if the next generation doesn't need it, selling it will not only bring in money, but also a favor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I swear to serve you to the death, my lord. I swear to serve you to the death, my lord. I swear to serve you to the death, my lord. Although the number of people was small, their momentum was immense. The cry of I swear to serve you to the death, my lord, carried beyond the castle walls. The Bellows family and several tobacco serfs who were waiting were startled. They were all serfs and were not allowed to set foot in the castle without the permission of their noble lord. So during the meeting just now, Carrot instructed them to wait at the castle gate. All right, I have received your loyalty. Now quiet. Instantly, there was complete silence. Thomas, go and call in the Bellows family and those tobacco serfs outside. Yes, sir. A short while later, 4 members of the Bellows family and 7 tobacco serfs walked in tremblingly. Greetings, sir. May the glory of knighthood grace you. 11 people knelt down and kowtowed to Adonis in unison. This is the kneeling greeting a serf would give to a nobleman. However, Adonis abolished the kneeling ceremony during his first inspection of the territory, replacing it with a bow. But they had just arrived in Qingdao and were unaware of this rule. Get up. Now that you are my serfs, you no longer need to kneel. Just bow when you see me. Yes, thank you for your kindness, sir. Well, Bill Bellows, I've decided to appoint you as the territory's master craftsman. Your job is to craft equipment for the territory. You'll receive 10 silver coins each month, and there will be additional rewards for good performance. The term master craftsman can refer to the highest level of a craftsman or a job title. Yes, thank you, sir. Bill was surprised that the new lord would be so generous. Overwhelmed with gratitude towards Adonis, He knelt down and kowtowed to the master. His predecessor was not so generous. Serfs were the property of noble lords, so naturally they received no wages. They only received wages when the lord was in a good mood. He would be rewarded with a silver coin. When he was in a bad mood, he would be whipped. As a result, even though he was a highly skilled blacksmith, he was not as successful as a blacksmith apprentice from a commoner background. Adonis saw that he was a skilled blacksmith. Although he was a serf, he was still a professional in the territory. They paid him such a high salary because they wanted to buy a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. If I can pay such a high salary to a serf, how could I possibly mistreat those who come to follow me? Listen to the applause. All right, get up. Just work hard for me from now on. I swear to serve you to the death, sir. His voice was very loud. He was almost hoarse from shouting. He finally understood why such a loud sound had come out just now. With such a generous lord, who wouldn't be willing to die for him? Jack Bellows, right? Yes, sir. Bill's son, Jack, replied tremblingly when he heard his master call him. I heard you're a newly apprenticed shipwright. Yes, sir. So what kind of ships can you build? Sir, I only know how to build small dhows. Small sloops typically have a displacement of around 20 to 50 tons. Its carrying capacity is only around 15 to 40 tons. To be honest, that's less than the carrying capacity of a basalt dragon. However, what could they do when Qingdao lacked shipwrights? Besides, even if they had more skilled shipwrights, even if he builds a ship with a carrying capacity of over 1,000 tons, he still doesn't have the manpower to operate it. However, this tonnage is indeed a bit too small. The speed of Exiled is about 200 kilometers per hour, and it takes more than 2 hours to fly from Longma Island back to Qingdao. Therefore, he speculated that the distance from Qingdao to Longma Island was approximately between 450 and 500 kilometers. At the speed of a single-masted sailing ship, it would take a day and a night. Small sloops can only venture 100 kilometers or so into the open sea. Beyond that, they cannot withstand the wind and waves. To travel more than 500 kilometers, you need at least a medium-sized sailboat. Jack, if I gave you enough materials and allowed you to accumulate enough experience, could you build a medium-sized sailboat? My lord, I have never tried this before, and I do not know how. Adonis knew that this was asking too much of him. Fortunately, he still needs to train the sailors, so there is still plenty of time, allowing Jack to learn gradually. All right then, Jack. I appoint you as the chief shipbuilder of the territory to build ships exclusively for the territory. The salary is tentatively set at 5 silver coins per month. I'll raise your price when you can build a medium-sized sailboat with a displacement of over 200 tons. Thank you, sir. Well, as for the two of you, Adonis pointed to Bill's wife and daughter, thought for a moment, and said, Carrot, I remember the castle lacks dedicated tailors. Go and try out their skills. If possible, stay and serve as the castle's personal tailor. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, what about the uniforms I had made for the security team last time? Are they finished? Not yet, sir. Carrot bowed and said, Sir, we didn't have enough cloth in the territory, so I had the tailor make only a few sample sets. Let's confirm the style first. The rest, we'll start making it after the fabric you ordered arrives. That's perfect. The fabric will arrive in the next couple of days. Let the two of them work on making the uniforms. That will speed things up. Yes, sir. And you guys, introduce yourselves. The remaining 7 serfs looked at each other. Fearing punishment from the noble lord for speaking out, no one dared to speak first. In the end, it was the oldest serf who spoke first. He took half a step forward, his voice hoarse but trying hard to sound energetic. My lord, my name is Miku Fenza. I used to manage the magic potion tobacco for the former noble lord. But now that he's old, that nobleman thinks he can't do any work, so he sold him. But sir, my health is still excellent, and I can work for you for another 10 years. No, 20 years. Chapter 73, taking the first step in building territory. Perhaps fearing that Adonis wouldn't believe him and would send him back to that dark and hopeless slave market. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his thin but still somewhat strong arms, trying to prove that he was still powerful. However, judging from his appearance, Adonis knew that if he were to actually make him work in the fields, let alone 10 or 20 years, even 3 years is considered a knightly honor. All right, old man, I know your value now. Adonis waved his hand, signaling him to lower his sleeves. You just said that you used to manage potion tobacco? Yes, sir. The old man's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. My predecessor possessed a magical tobacco spirit insect. It nurtured an acre of magical tobacco for the noble lords. The little man is very skilled at drying tobacco. The previous master entrusted him with managing the magic tobacco, and he's been doing it for 30 years. 30 years is not a short time. Even the lifespan of a spirit insect is only 30 years. If it fails to evolve into a Pokemon, its ultimate fate is to die of old age and turn to ashes. This means that old Maiko worked from the moment the fairy insect was born until its death. Very good, very good. Adonis never expected that the few serfs he bought at random would bring him such an unexpected reward. Someone with 30 years of experience in cultivating magic tobacco can be considered an elite to some extent. He turned his gaze to the other 6 people. None of you have experience managing magic tobacco. The remaining 6 shook their heads, their expressions somewhat fearful. No, sir, we only handle ordinary tobacco. All right then. In that case, Michael, I appoint you as the captain of the tobacco squad to manage my magic tobacco. Sir, you mean magic tobacco? The old man's voice trembled slightly, and a hint of disbelief shone in his cloudy eyes. Of course, Smuko. Upon hearing Adonis's call, the tobacco sprite that was playing in the insect room on the 2nd floor flew over with a whoosh. It fluttered its translucent wings, circled Adonis twice, and then landed on his shoulder. Tilting his head, he curiously examined the group of ragged serfs in front of him. This nightly glory is actually a little elf. Old Maiko stared wide-eyed at Smuko, who was flying around Adonis, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. These adorable little elves are truly irresistible to both men and women, regardless of age. I remember seeing the former Lord's elf bug before. It was a very cute little creature. Although its shape resembles a caterpillar, its overall appearance is as smooth and lustrous as jade. It looks so cute it can melt your heart. Therefore, appearance is not important. What matters is the core that makes up your appearance. Most people would get goosebumps just looking at a common caterpillar. But if it were a caterpillar made of gold, one would want to hold it in their arms. Moreover, the fairy insect is more valuable than gold. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible to feel even a trace of dislike for it. That's right. This is a tobacco sprite, so the area of tobacco you need to manage will be 10 times larger than before. Adonis stretched out his hands, fingers spread wide. I'm giving you all 6 of them, and they'll follow your orders. You must take good care of the potion tobacco for me. Yes, sir. Old Maiku will certainly take good care of your tobacco fields. Old Mai was so excited that his whole body trembled, and his voice was trembling with sobs. Yes, very good. Adonis nodded. From now on, you will be servants of the castle, under the care of the butler, Mr. Carrot. Your salary will be 3 silver coins per month for now. As for the 6 of you, it will be 1 silver coin per month. Praise be to you, great and benevolent Lord. May the glory of knighthood forever grace you. Old Maiku and the other 6 serfs knelt down and cowed out, their foreheads hitting the ground with a dull thud. Some people already had tears in their eyes. For serfs like them, who were disliked and sold by their former masters, to encounter a lord who pays wages is something I never dared to dream of. As time went on, the supplies ordered by Adonis were gradually delivered to the Qingdao consulate. Because caravans were taxed when entering the city, these caravans that delivered goods, they avoided the towns of the Violet family along the way and did not disturb the Violet family. Once the supplies arrived, Tom was ready to get started and get to work. The core industrial zone was the first to be developed. The industrial zone was located 3 kilometers from the castle, where the Qingdao River makes a bend. The industrial zone is built along the river. Once the territory has boats, a dock can be built at this river bend. Goods from the territories are loaded onto ships at the docks, sailed downstream to the sea, and then transported along the coastline to various territories. The industrial zone has only one requirement: secrecy. Under the master craftsman's command, the serfs first built a 10-meter-high wall using stone blocks, encircling the entire industrial area. Currently, the territory only has 2 activities: sugar boiling and equipment crafting, so 2 workshops were established first. Thomas and Bill each got one. The most crucial secret in sugar production lies in purification. Therefore, Adonis divided the sugar-making process into 3 steps. The first step is to peel the collected black crystal tree bark. The southwestern part of the territory was designated as a planting area for black crystal trees, and the cordyceps of the great elf sugarcane were placed here. Unlike black oats, the black crystal tree has a growth cycle of only 3 months. With the help of sugarcane, 1,000 acres of black crystal trees can be harvested every half-month. In addition, there are over 30,000 mu of naturally growing black crystal trees in the entire southwest corner. The sugar was cared for by the serfs of the territory to ensure an adequate supply of raw materials for sugar production. In fact, if there were enough people, the production of black crystal sugar could be increased tenfold. The goal was to reach 15,000 gene per week. However, due to secrecy and a shortage of manpower, currently, sugar production can only be maintained at 1,500 caddies per week. Even so, the monthly income from sugar production still brings a great deal of wealth to the territory. The second step is to juice the peeled black crystal tree. The first two steps are not important and do not need to be carried out in the industrial area. Only the final step, purification and boiling, resulted in its placement in the industrial zone. Another workshop that manufactures equipment is run by Bill. Tom gathered more than 100 serfs and put them under Bill's command. They soaked the cut iron bamboo and silver star vine in a special medicinal solution to kill the insect eggs inside. Then, a special process is used to evaporate the moisture to prevent rotting. Only then can it be used to make armor and lances. The soaking and blanching process, as well as the drying process, were both provided by pharmacist Andrew. As a pharmacist, he knew a lot about the properties of magical plants. Although it was the first time he had seen iron bamboo and silver star vine, he relied on his excellent knowledge of potions, based on previous experience and an existing formula for treating magical plants. After several experiments and improvements, a suitable soaking solution and steaming process for iron bamboo and silver star vine were finally developed. Chapter 74: Heavenly Punishment and the Wall of Sighs. Bill, a master blacksmith, is skilled in crafting all kinds of knightly equipment. The chainmail, for example, is made of metal rings that are woven together. The only difference is that the metal rings have now been replaced with silver star vines. There might be some differences in technique, but after a few tries, he quickly crafted a full suit of heavy armor, similar in style to chainmail from medieval Europe. Knight Continent also has full plate armor. Plate armor may look cool, but in actual combat, it restricts the body's flexibility and is not as practical as chainmail. Therefore, the mainstream full-body armor on the mainland is still chainmail, including the knight's warhorses, which are also clad in chainmail. Chainmail offers only slightly less defense than plate armor, but provides far greater mobility, making it the preferred choice for knights. The only drawback is that chainmail is too complicated to manufacture, making it difficult to increase production. However, the emergence of silver star vine replaced the metal rings, saving a lot of time in making the metal rings and allowing production to increase significantly. Bill led 100 serfs, and at the beginning, they were able to produce about 10 sets of armor per month, including vests. Once the serfs become more skilled and efficient, the output can be increased even further. As for forging the knight's lance, that will be even faster. All you need to do is cut one end of the prepared iron bamboo to the appropriate size and install the lance head onto it. The only factor limiting the production of knight's lances was the crafting of the lance head. Fortunately, the forging of the spearhead is not very expensive. Any novice blacksmith can make it. The blacksmith in the territory was a junior blacksmith who had been assigned to Bill and was now in charge of forging gun heads. Compared to armor and lances, for Qingdao territory, the truly difficult part is actually the knight's longsword, which is the easiest to forge. Apart from Bill, no one in the territory has been able to build it. Moreover, there wasn't enough steel in the territory to forge knight's swords. Therefore, Adonis had to use the revenue from selling black crystal candy, give it to John, and ask him to help purchase a batch of knight's swords as a temporary measure. Once the blacksmiths in the territory are trained, they can buy steel and forge their own products. Arms, no matter the time, is a money-devouring monster. Knight Continent is no exception. An ordinary knight's longsword costs as much as 10 gold coins. A finer knight's sword, especially one that is sharp enough to pierce armor, can fetch as much as 30 gold coins. If it's an enchanted knight's sword, the price will be even higher. These are usually items auctioned, with prices ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand gold coins. There are now 44 knight squires in the territory. Only Kobe and 3 others possessed knight swords. The rest used wooden swords. With so many people, forget about enchanting the knight's sword. Adonis spent a fortune to buy 44 fine knight swords to equip the cordyceps guard of his territory. He bestowed 4 of these swords upon Kobe and his 3 teammates. The knight swords they were equipped with before were just ordinary goods of average quality. How could they compare to the fine ones that Adonis bestowed upon them? After receiving the swords, the 4 of them were so excited that they were practically drooling. They repeatedly drew and sheathed their swords, listening to the crisp, melodious metallic scraping sound, their faces beaming with uncontrollable ecstasy. I wish I could hold him 24/7, and even sleep with him in my arms at night. The remaining 40 squires, seeing the exquisite knight's sword that the Lord had bestowed upon the captain, they all stared longingly, their envy evident in their eyes. Some people unconsciously licked their dry lips, while others clenched their fists and silently swore an oath in their hearts. Some people's eyes followed the gleaming sword, lingering on its blade. Adonis took in the expressions of these young men and immediately made a promise to the 40 newly recruited knight squires. As long as they cultivate diligently, they will be given a knight's sword once they gain Truss's approval. Looking at the noble-looking, gleaming knight's sword, the 40 youths became even more enthusiastic about their training. He would get up before dawn to practice swordsmanship and wouldn't stop until it was dark. Even while eating, he would practice sword moves while chewing bread. To reward Truss for his loyalty over the years, Adonis even had John help him bid on an earth elemental enchanted sword. The sword was engraved with exquisite magical runes, and a yellowish-brown gem was inlaid at the hilt. This enchanted sword can accelerate the recovery of battle aura. This enchantment effect is extremely useful on the battlefield. Imagine 2 high-ranking knights, with roughly equal levels of martial arts prowess. One person's battle chi recovery rate is 1 point per second, while another person's battle chi recovery rate is 2 points per second. In the end, the one who recovers their fighting spirit faster will definitely be the winner. Therefore, this enchanted sword is more expensive than all 44 fine knight swords combined. I heard that this sword was the masterpiece of a master craftsman from the Flame Empire. The starting price at the auction was 2,000 gold coins, and it was eventually sold for 3,400 gold coins. After Truss obtained the enchanted sword, his performance was not much better than that of his 4 knights. He held the sword in both hands, his fingers trembling slightly, and his eyes were even a little red. The usually composed and unwavering chief knight repeatedly stroked the runes on the sword. He was so excited that he couldn't say a word for a long time. To show his respect for it, he personally named the sword Earth Guardian. It seems that the people of Night Continent all like to name their important things. They not only name elves and monsters, but also their equipment. Of course, with his knights all having new equipment, how could he, as the Lord, possibly still be using the old stuff? If word got out, people would think that he, a dignified baron, couldn't even afford a decent set of equipment. However, Adonis's attribute is the extremely rare lightning attribute. John specially commissioned someone to create a lightning-inched enchanted sword for him. This sword alone cost a full 7,000 gold coins. Adonis also gave it a name, Heavenly Punishment. In addition, as a lord, he could not wear the same knight's armor as his knights. After all, its class is there. To this end, he even bought a batch of materials and had Bill personally tailor a full suit of armor for him. The entire chainmail set doesn't have many ornate decorations. It's noble without being flashy, understated yet sophisticated. Its exterior gleams silver but isn't dazzling. Its lining is made of earth dragon hide, which effectively reduces the shockwaves from impacts of battle aura. It also comes with the earth dragon's inherent magic resistance attribute, which can effectively resist magic attacks from those below the rank of Grand Mage. Adonis also named this full set of armor, which took 3 months to complete, Wall of Size. This set of equipment alone almost depleted the territory's income. But there are advantages to being expensive. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Wearing this brand new outfit added an extra touch of heroic spirit to Adonis, who was already handsome. The silver armor reflected the afternoon sun, and the lightning-enchanted sword at his waist crackled with electricity. From a distance, he looked every bit the young lord, a natural-born nobleman. Chapter 75 Territory Building in Progress. After 3 months of hard work, day and night, by 1,000 serfs and 40 knights and squires, the core industrial zone was finally completed. The entire riverbend area was enclosed by massive stone walls. The stone wall is tall and thick, and from a distance it looks like a gray dragon coiled on the bank of the riverbend. Only 2 main gates were reserved, one for entry and one for exit, clearly separated and not to be confused. The interior is paved with stone slabs in a grid pattern, and the road surface is flat and wide. 2 horse-drawn carriages could travel side by side, which greatly facilitated the transportation of goods. Only 2 workshops have been built so far, and they are already in use. The rest of the area is empty, awaiting future development. Thomas's sugar-making team has moved into the workshop. At the same time, the construction of castles and fortresses was also put on the agenda. The old castle is already being demolished. The stones were unloaded one by one and neatly piled to one side. These stones can be reused when the town is built. After all, even landlords don't have surplus grain. Every little bit saved counts. The new castle design is square and neat, covering an area of approximately 30,000 square meters. There is a tower at each of the four corners of the castle, which can be used as a residence for knights, and at the same time, serve the functions of lookout, early warning, and protection of the castle. The outermost city wall is 30 meters high and as thick as a mountain. The castle has 4 gates, a main gate, 2 side gates, and a small gate at the back. The main gate is magnificent and serves as the main entrance to the castle. The side gates are mostly used for the daily entry and exit of servants. The back door serves as an escape route and is usually disguised. The main building is 50 meters high and has 9 floors. The first floor houses the hall, kitchen, and living quarters for the servants downstairs. The second floor contains a reception room and a study. The third and fourth floors are guest rooms. The fifth and sixth floors are the main living area. The seventh and eighth floors are the insect rooms for the elves. The ninth floor is a quiet room specifically for cultivating battle chi. It is well soundproofed and undisturbed. A garden was planned in front of the castle, specifically for planting some plants that had no practical value. The ornamental cordyceps can only be viewed here. Once the structure is completed, we will plant the iris cordyceps here. The backyard occupies the largest area and includes an indoor training ground and a horse stable. The training ground is spacious and bright, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people training at the same time. The horse farm is open air, but there are stables next to it, which are prepared for future breeding horses. The 4 towers are 70 meters tall, 20 meters taller than the main building. Apart from the top floor, which was used for lookout, the other floors were used to house knights and squires. It guards the castle in peacetime and serves as a strong defensive stronghold in wartime. Adonis also planned to dig a moat after the castle was built and divert water from the Qingdao River to fill it. At that time, the moat will surround the castle, which will not only increase the defensive depth, but also add a touch of the charm of a water town to the castle. After conducting an on-site inspection, the 3 master craftsmen made the following estimates. Such a massive project would require at least 1,000 serfs and 100 knights to complete, and would take a year to finish. Adonis could accept this time frame. He remembered that when his family built Violet Castle, it was 3 times larger than this one. It took 10,000 serfs and 300 knights to complete the construction, and it took 2 whole years. This progress is already quite good. However, there weren't that many people in the early stages of the territory. He could only allocate 500 men to the castle construction site. The other 500 men had to be transferred to build the fortress in the Great Rift Valley. The Great Rift Valley is located in the middle of the Monster Mountain Range, stretching 12 kilometers in depth and shaped like a trumpet. The widest part of the funnel faces the mainland. The narrowest part is located on the Qingdao side. The fortress was located at the horn-shaped point. The area is less than 200 meters wide, with vertical, steep, and slippery mountain walls on both sides, making it difficult for even monkeys to climb. As long as a city wall is built at the front and back, and barracks are constructed inside. The tower and various facilities make it a fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Its strategic location is so treacherous that it can be described as a place where one man can hold off 10,000. Once completed, this fortress will become the first barrier connecting Qingdao to the outside world, and a vital key to protecting the territory. All outsiders traveling to and from Qingdao must undergo preliminary reconnaissance of the fortress. Those with ill intentions will be expelled from the country and forbidden from entering the territory once discovered. This can greatly reduce the infiltration of sapphire rats. After the town is built, a wide stone-paved road will be constructed. It will connect to the western part of the town, allowing visiting caravans to have direct access to the commercial area. After the castle was demolished, Adonis had nowhere to live, but he could live in a wooden cabin by the sea. However, some servants in the castle were temporarily housed in the town's residential area, at Tom's suggestion. Under the direction of the 3 master craftsmen, the serfs were divided into 2 groups. One group built the castle, and the other group simultaneously built the fortress. Although progress was slow, time was on Adonis's side, and he was not in a hurry at all. There have been too many caravans delivering goods to and from Potato City these past few months. Despite their deliberate avoidance of the Violet family's town, they still managed to alert the family. It makes sense, considering he was a duke who rose to power through military exploits. It is impossible to remain indifferent to the unusual caravans moving around the territory. At first, the family thought that one of their vassals wanted to build up his territory and had purchased a large amount of raw materials from outside. However, after investigation, It was discovered that the raw materials were sourced from Qingdao, the most remote and barren area. The news was immediately reported to Earl Violet. Inside the study of Violet Castle, the crackling flames in the fireplace cast flickering light on the family banners hanging on the wall. Adrian Violet sat behind her desk, holding a glass of warm red wine. Although he is over 50 years old this year, he shows no signs of aging whatsoever. The lifespan of a Phantom Beast Knight can be over 200 years. At 50 years old, he's not even old yet. He's at the prime of his life, a time for hard work and striving. A head of dazzling golden hair, thick and soft. Her hair was meticulously combed back, gleaming with a faint metallic sheen in the fireplace light. His face was sharply defined, like a classical sculpture, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. His eyes, however, were a clear and cold blue, like an ice lake in the depths of winter, revealing no temperature whatsoever. His skin was firm and smooth, and his jawline was sharp as a knife. Although there are fine lines around his eyes, he doesn't look old. Instead, they add to his mature and captivating charm. Even at home, he still wore a well-tailored black aristocratic suit. A silver badge of the Violet family was pinned to her collar. He was like a sheathed blade, seemingly calm, yet capable of killing at any moment. This is the current head of the Violet family, a cold-blooded and ruthless man. In his eyes, everything is about profit. This is why the Violet family was able to rise to the rank of Earl in the Grand Duchy of Yagami under his leadership. At that moment, he put down his wine glass, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and looked at his eldest son standing in front of the desk. Chapter 76 Father and Son. When Adrian learned that his good-for-nothing son had been exiled to Qingdao, when they somehow obtained the funds and purchased so many raw materials, a flicker of emotion finally appeared in those blue eyes. Akonos, are you sure what you just said is true? Akonos Violet stood before her father, her posture upright like a pine tree. He is 26 years old this year, the prime of his life as a knight. He perfectly inherited his father's dazzling blonde hair, but it was cut even shorter, neatly revealing her full forehead. He was tall and broad-shouldered, standing there like a steady mountain. In terms of facial features, he inherited more of his mother Meryl's delicate features. A high, straight nose, thin but strong lips. And his eyes. It was just like her father's, a clear and deep blue. It has a gentle and serene quality, like a summer sky reflected on a calm lake. In terms of talent, he is the most outstanding descendant of the Violet family in nearly a century. He broke through the threshold of becoming a high-level knight at the young age of 20 and is now a peak high-level knight. He was just one step away from becoming a Warcraft knight. Even his father, the Earl of Violet before him, couldn't compare to him. However, contrary to his amazing talent, Akonos never flaunted it. He spoke in a calm tone, and his demeanor was composed and reserved, without any hint of arrogance. It was as if he had deliberately concealed all those dazzling lights beneath his skin. This is extremely rare among the younger generation throughout the entire Grand Duchy of Yagiku. At this moment, he lowered his head slightly, his blue eyes calmly gazing at his father, and replied in a measured tone. Father, I know you are surprised. I couldn't believe it when I first heard it. But I personally stopped 2 caravans and asked them their destination, and the answer I got was Qingdao. Furthermore, I also dispatched knights from my family to secretly follow them. They discovered they were not lying. All the caravans had entered the Qingdao territory. Could it be that they entered the Qingdao territories because they intend to sail out to sea from there? Father, that's not how it is. Akonos, my son, why are you so sure? Adrian picked up his glass and gently swirled it. The dark red liquid shimmered in the firelight. Did you send people to investigate your brother's territory? No, father. Akonos shook his head. In any case, Adonis is a vassal of the family. You know that. Unjustifiably investigating the territory of a subordinate vassal would, if word got out, incite resentment among the vassals. A territory is the lord's private land, and everything on the territory is decided by the lord. Even a lord's fiefdom cannot send people to investigate a lord's territory without the lord's permission. This is trampling on the dignity of a feudal nobleman. No nobleman wants his dignity to be trampled on. Therefore, they would unite to resist the lords who did so. This is a consensus among all lords, including the Violet family. They also did not want the Grand Duke to send people to investigate their territory at will. Although Adonis was Adrian's son, from the moment he was divided, he was first and foremost a vassal of the Violet family, and only secondly the son of Adrian. Of course, it's acceptable to send someone to investigate secretly. The premise is to keep it a secret. You didn't send anyone into Qingdao territory. So how can you be so sure that those caravans were delivering goods to Qingdao territory? Because Qingdao is building a fortress. Adrian paused slightly in his wine glass. Build a fortress? Where? It's at the end of that canyon. Akronos said slowly. The knights I sent to follow the caravan, although they did not enter Qingdao territory. But at the end of the canyon, they discovered a city wall under construction. When the caravan returned, he inquired with them and learned that the Qingdao lord planned to build a fortress in the canyon. It seems they're already taking action. Adrian was silent for a moment, his blue eyes narrowing slightly, as if he had discovered something interesting. Akonos, tell me, where did Adonis get the funds to support him in building a fortress in the canyon? I'm sorry, father, I don't know either. Akonos pondered for a moment. Perhaps he discovered resources in Qingdao that we were unaware of. After all, the area of Qingdao territory is comparable to that of 2 Viscount territories. After the family acquired it, they did not thoroughly investigate all the territorial resources within the Qingdao domain. The canyon is the only passage in and out of Qingdao, yet he built a fortress on that passage. Adrian placed the glass back on the table, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. It seems your younger brother, my son, has really grown up. Adrian greatly approved of Adonis's initiative to build the fortress. Because for nobles, no one can be trusted. The only thing you can truly trust is your own ability. His own son built a fortress on the only access road to the territory. It is clear that they do not trust the protection of the family and want to control the safety of the territory in their own hands. This is something only a sufficiently mature nobleman would do. Father, should we? Adrian knew what his eldest son wanted to do. He didn't look up, but slowly raised one hand, indicating that he didn't need to continue. Since Adonis has not corresponded with his father, the Baron of Qingdao didn't report to me, the feudal lord, which indicates he didn't want his family to be too involved. Adrian stood up, walked to the window, turned his back to Akronos, and looked out at the dark night. Then let's just pretend we don't know. He turned around, his blue eyes reflecting the firelight from the fireplace, like 2 clusters of cold flames surging beneath the ice. But he then changed the subject. This kid doesn't come to Violet City, which is much closer, to make purchases. Instead, he went to the neighboring Potato City. It seems he harbors resentment towards his family. No, father, Adonis is not that kind of person. Oh, it seems you know him quite well. Of course, he is not only my family member, but also my younger brother from the same mother. Family? Brother? Is this the same old stuff Meryl taught you? Yes, father, but I think mother's teachings are correct. It seems that Meryl has indeed given birth to a good son. Akronos retorted without holding back. Your mother has given you 2 sons. Upon hearing this, Adrian paused, his hand holding the wine glass still, his eyes fixed on Akronos. Akronos did not look away, but calmly met his gaze. The father and son looked at each other for a long time. Akronos, send someone to Qingdao town later and tell Adonis. At the end of the year, we'll be holding a birthday banquet for your grandmother. As her grandson, it's only right that he attends. Yes, father. Akronos bowed slightly, turned, and walked out of the study. The door closed gently behind me, and the flames in the fireplace flickered. Adrian's lonely and cold shadow was stretched out and cast onto the opposite wall. That dazzling golden hair seemed to burn in the firelight. He sat back down behind his desk, picked up the glass of red wine that had cooled slightly, and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 77 People from Violet Castle. The old castle has been demolished, and the new castle has not yet been built. Adonis could only stay by the sea temporarily, so that if a dragon knight really came after him, it would be easier for him to escape. At this moment, he was doing a task on the beach. He practiced basic shooting techniques 10,000 times, but after 3 months, he had only completed a little over 8,000 repetitions. 2 months ago, thanks to the accumulated rewards from daily tasks, his intermediate level battle chi finally transformed once again, becoming advanced level battle chi. And so he officially became a high-ranking knight. One of the weekly tasks, becoming a high-level knight, was completed, and the reward was a little sprite, which is currently being distributed. A new weekly quest has appeared, become a beast knight, and be rewarded with a large spirit. He searched the territory several times, but couldn't find a single sprite, let alone a new one. Moreover, after becoming a high-ranking knight, the rewards from daily quests offer negligible improvement for him. But he still diligently completes his tasks every day. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A great river is formed from countless small streams. Even the smallest mosquito is still food. If you accumulate small amounts, Sooner or later the energy will transform into something significant. When he is cultivating, no one usually disturbs him. But Butler Carrot appeared next to the cabin. Judging from his expression, it seemed like something urgent had come up. Adonis stopped wielding his lance, the sweat on the tip glistening in the sunlight. Mr. Carrot, has something happened in the territory? My lord, people from Violet Castle have arrived, but they've been stopped in Demon Tail Canyon. Oh, people from Violet Castle have arrived? Adonis raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first time in months that anyone from Violet Castle had appeared in Qingdao territory. With the Qingdao authorities making such a big fuss, if no one comes soon, he'll start to suspect something's amiss. How exactly did his adoptive father lead the family to become a newly established earldom? Mr. Carrot, what do you think their purpose is in coming here this time? Is it because our actions have been too drastic? Has it attracted the family's attention? Does the family want to probe the territory's true strength? I'm sorry, sir. I'm just a butler, only good at managing the castle, and I can't offer you any advice in this regard. Carrot bowed and said, You can summon Knights Trass or Governor Tom to discuss this together. That's right. Adonis planted his lance in the sand. Then, I'll trouble you to call Mr. Truss and Tom over. Please welcome the person who is coming and escort them to the government office to wait for me. After all, they came from Violet Castle. We can't treat them so poorly. Yes, sir. Carrot accepted the order and left. Adonis sat by the cabin and waited for a while. In the distance, 2 horses galloped up, kicking up dust. Truss and Tom had arrived on their own. Tom had just dismounted and hadn't even had time to regain his footing when he asked eagerly, My lord, I heard that people from Violet Castle have arrived? That's right. I've already had someone escort him to the government office to wait for me. My lord, in this way, he will see the true nature of our Qingdao town. Tom, we've made too much noise in Qingdao. Adonis stood up and brushed the sand off his robes. Putting everything else aside, you know how many caravans have come and gone to Qingdao in the past few months. These things can't be hidden forever. It's better to let them see them openly. Furthermore, our core elements, whether it's Ing Zhao, Black Crystal Candy, or the Pokemon, aren't they all hidden? He can't see them even if he wanted to. But sir, if the Earl asks where the funds for Qingdao came from, how should we answer? Don't worry, Tom. I've already thought of an excuse. Are you going to tell the family about the black crystal sugar? Or about the magic potion seaweed fairy? Neither. Adonis shook his head. I've decided to report the tobacco sprite to the family. Are you prepared to reveal Smucko's existence to the family? Tom thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. That's fine. Smuck is just a little elf, so even if the Earl finds out, he probably won't care too much. As the governor of Qingdao, Tom knew a little about Count Adrian, the current head of the Violet family. He was a cold-blooded nobleman who only cared about profit. If they knew that Qingdao had a powerful spirit, they might try to steal it, or they might not. However, one should never entrust one's safety to the kindness of others. Even though Qingdao's strength is now not much weaker than Violet's, and in some aspects even stronger. For example, Qingdao has 2 large Pokemon, while the Violet family only has 1. It's best to avoid a complete falling out if possible. He needs someone to protect him from the front lines, and the Violet family is the best choice. Making a fortune quietly is the best approach. Furthermore, after revealing the magic tobacco sprite, one can explain the source of their funds to their family. Truss also agreed with Adonis's decision. I think that's a good idea too. Exposing a little sprite lets the clan see the potential of our Qingdao territory. Perhaps this could even persuade the family to increase its aid to Qingdao. Tom's eyes lit up when he heard the word aid. My lord, if the family is to provide assistance, please be sure to ask for more serfs. We are severely understaffed. Don't worry, Tom. Even if the family isn't willing to support us, we can also buy serfs from the market ourselves. In fact, I've already arranged for John to help us acquire them. Knightly glory above, your majesty's foresight illuminates 10,000 miles. All right, since none of you have any objections, I'll go and meet the person who came. Sir, we'll accompany you. Walk. 3 people and 3 horses headed towards the government office. At the entrance of the government building, Butler Carrot was waiting for them. My lord, it is Knight Gaia who has arrived. Carrot had lived in Violet Castle for over a decade and knew many of the important figures in his family intimately. Gaia the Bench is one of the family's high-ranking knights, a noble knight with his own fiefdom. He was also a follower of his elder brother, Iakonos. I never expected it would be him who came this time. Could it be that my elder brother learned of the changes in Qingdao and secretly investigated his territory? If that's the case, then he'll have to have a serious talk with him. Adonis straightened his clothes and stepped into the government hall. Good day, Knight Gaia. May the glory of knighthood be upon you. Good day, Baron of Qingdao. May the glory of knighthood favor you. If it were someone else, they might have addressed him as young Master Adonis. Gaia, a follower of his elder brother, called him Baron Qingdao, intending to remind everyone. Adonis has been granted a fiefdom and is no longer the young master of Violet Castle, but a vassal of the Violet family. Adonis neither confirmed nor denied this. He didn't even consider the position of a mere earl a threat. Knight Gaia, did my brother send you here for something? Chapter 78 Dispute. Baron of Qingdao, it wasn't the young master who sent me, but the earl himself. Gaia straightened his back and said, neither humbly nor arrogantly. He asked me to tell you that a birthday banquet will be held for the old lady at the end of the year. As a descendant of the Violet family, your attendance is mandatory. Are we celebrating Grandma's birthday? Adonis's eyes flickered as he thought of the old woman who, for some reason, always disliked him. I understand. I'll be going back at the end of the year. Is there anything else? Gaia hesitated for a moment. Young master has some personal questions he would like to ask you. You may answer them or refuse. What's the problem? Young master would like to know, where did the funds for the construction of Qingdao come from? Adonis's lips curled up slightly. This problem, as expected, has arisen. That's a very simple question. He turned and called out towards the door. Smucko. With a shout from Adonis, a small figure flew in with a whoosh. The tobacco sprite Smucko fluttered its translucent wings and circled Adonis twice. Then it perched on his shoulder, tilting its head to curiously examine Gaia. What is this? Gaia's eyes widened suddenly. As you can see, this is a wild little elf, the magic tobacco elf, that I discovered in Qingdao. Knightly glory above. Gaia's voice trembled slightly. Young Master Adonis, a new sprite has appeared in the family. It's the magic tobacco sprite. I must report this to the Earl. That's how pragmatic the nobility are. He was calling him Baron of Qingdao just now, but now that he sees there's something to gain, he immediately changes his address to Young Master. Adonis, Truss, and Tom exchanged glances. As expected, the family had designs on Qingdao territory, or rather, on the Elves of Adonis. Fortunately, they had made preparations in advance and hid the rest of the elves. Tesla immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Knight Gaia, I need to remind you that this is not an elf from the Violet family, but an elf from Qingdao territory. Although Trass was not a nobleman, his status as a high-ranking knight was barely equivalent to Gaia's, and he could offer a rebuttal. Neither Tom nor Carrot had the right to criticize a knight noble with a fief. Is there any difference? Gaia spread his hands dismissively. Baron Adonis is the second young master of the Violet family. Of course there is a difference. Tesla refused to budge an inch. Lord Adonis, first and foremost, he is the Baron of Qingdao, and only secondly, the second young master of the Violet family. Gaia shrugged and stopped arguing. All right, let the Earl decide this matter. If any other vassal had a sprite, Gaia might not have had any objections. But the problem is that Adonis is the second son of the Violet family. As a descendant of the Violet family, while other knights fought for a small fiefdom, while he was risking his life on the battlefield, he, a mere squire, was granted the title of Baron of a fiefdom. No one disagreed with this. Because this is a privilege reserved for nobles, it is precisely for this privilege that everyone is desperately trying to squeeze into the aristocratic class. This is the reason for both success and failure. He has benefited from the Violet family's success, and correspondingly, he should also contribute to the family. That's why Gaia set his sights on the elves. Never overestimate the bottom line of the nobility. Adonis believed that there were quite a few people in the Violet family who shared this idea. Violet Castle, the residence of Akonos. After Gaia returned, she did not report to the Earl immediately, but instead went to find the eldest son of the Earl. The room in Akonos is simply yet elegantly furnished. The bookshelf was neatly arranged with parchment scrolls on chivalric tactics, noble lineages, and continental geography. A banner belonging to the Violet family hung on the wall, its surface gleaming a dark purple in the candlelight. As dusk deepened outside the window, the sunset on the horizon, like spilled blood, bathed the entire castle in a dark red hue. Gaia stood before the desk and bowed respectfully. Young Master Akronos, I have investigated and found out. Akronos looked up from behind his desk, his golden hair gleaming softly in the candlelight. He put down the quill pen in his hand, and his blue eyes calmly looked at Gaia. Qingdao is aggressively expanding its territory. Gaia reported the truth. When I arrived, they stopped me in the Demon Tail Canyon. They plan to build a fortress at the end of Demon Tail Canyon, while a new castle is also under construction in the territory. For this reason, Young Adonis even demolished the old castle. Deviltail Canyon? Akronos tilted his head slightly, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Did my brother name that great Rift Valley? Yes, young master. The mountain range was named the Demon Tail Mountain Range by young master Adonis, and the canyon within it was naturally called the Demon Tail Canyon. Not a bad name. Thinking of his younger brother, the talented but taciturn Violet heir, a rare smile appeared on his face. The younger brother, who had black hair and eyes since childhood and didn't fit in with the family, can now name his own territory. Akronos' smile didn't last long. He composed himself, regaining his reserved and calm demeanor. So, did you ask him where the funds for the territory's development came from? Certainly. Gaia's voice carried an undisguised excitement. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh, you saw it with your own eyes. Akronos raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, knightly glory favors young master Adonis. He acquired a wild tobacco sprite, and a magical tobacco sprite at that. Magic tobacco sprite. Akinos tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice, lost in thought. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Akinos was silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his blue eyes. There was relief, there was emotion, and perhaps a slight sense of regret. It seems that the glory of knighthood truly favors him. He said slowly, not only did I successfully break through to become an apprentice knight, but I also obtained a little sprite. Young master Adonis is a member of the Violet family. Gaia took half a step forward, lowering her voice. Is it permissible for the family? Gaia. Akinos, of course, knew what he was trying to say. He immediately raised his voice, which was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority, abruptly cutting Gaia off. Do you know what you're saying? Chapter 79. What? You have a problem with that? Akronos stood up, his tall figure stretching long in the candlelight. He walked around the desk and stood in front of Gaia, his blue eyes staring straight at her. As a lord, to plot against a vassal. If word gets out, it will ruin the reputation of the Violet family. All the nobles will despise us. Gaia was not intimidated by this imposing manner. He lowered his head, but his tone remained firm. But young master, that's a magic tobacco sprite. How much income can it bring to the family? Moreover, young master Adonis is of the Violet family bloodline, and he has an obligation to serve his family. Stop talking, Gaia. Akronos turned around and walked to the window. Outside the window, the towers of Violet Castle stood tall in the twilight, like silent giants. He had his back to Gaia, his voice low and firm. Adonis is my brother no matter what. I would never do such a thing. Young master. Gaia sighed. He knew his young master's temperament. He appeared gentle and reserved. But once a decision is made, not even a nine-headed dragon can pull it back. But he was still unwilling to give up and continued to persuade him. Currently, in the family, besides the great elf, there are only 3 violet little elves capable of producing magical plants. A magical tobacco sprite is exceptionally important to the family. He paused, organized his thoughts, and then took 2 more steps forward. Young master Adonis is just a lowly apprentice knight. How much resources can he provide to train the elves? If this little sprite were in his hands, the best outcome would be for it to die of old age. It would never have the chance to evolve. Gaia's voice grew increasingly earnest. But it's different when it's in the hands of a family. The family can devote all its resources to nurturing this little sprite and raising it into a powerful magical tobacco sprite. By then, the family's strength will inevitably increase significantly. Young Master Akronos, don't you want to see the family prosper even more? The room was quiet for a moment. The fire crackled in the fireplace, casting the shadows of 2 people on the opposite wall, one tall and one short, one near and one far. Akinos slowly turned around, his blue eyes shining brightly yet coldly in the firelight. Gaia, I told you Adonis is my brother, my own brother. He spoke slowly and deliberately, each word seeming to roll over his chest. I will absolutely not allow anyone to do that. Do you understand? Gaia looked into Akinos' resolute eyes, which held no room for wavering. He knew that continuing the conversation would not yield any results. This young master has a stubborn temper, just like his father. Gaia lowered his head and sighed deeply. Very well. I will report this to the Earl. He looked up at Akinos with a helpless expression. You know, the Earl will definitely ask me. I can't lie to him. Can? Akronos nodded and sat back down behind his desk. He picked up the quill pen, as if the argument had never happened. Gaia bowed and turned to leave the room. The door closed gently behind me. Akinos held the pen in his hand, but hesitated to put it down. He gazed out the window at the sky gradually sinking into darkness, his blue eyes reflecting the last rays of twilight. Younger brother. He silently recited it to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips, before resuming his calm and composed expression. The quill pen landed on the parchment with a soft rustling sound. A line of handwriting leaps off the page, to my maternal grandfather. In the study of Violet Castle, the rising sun streamed through the stained glass windows of the high windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Gaia stood before the desk, head bowed respectfully, reporting to Adrian what he had seen and heard in the Qingdao territory. Adrian sat behind the large oak desk, his back ramrod straight. Her dazzling long golden hair was loosely tied back with a black ribbon. A few stray hairs fell across her forehead, shimmering like flowing gold in the sunlight. He had just gotten up, wearing a dark purple velvet loungewear jacket with the collar open. Her white linen shirt was visible underneath, giving her a relaxed and casual look. He was toying with a silver badge of the Violet family in his hand. The fingertips gently caressed the family crest engraved on the badge, making a soft rustling sound. You mean? Adrian's voice wasn't loud, but every word reached Gaia's ears clearly. My son Adonis was able to develop Qingdao so vigorously because he obtained a magical tobacco sprite. Yes, sir. Gaia lowered his head even further. The magic tobacco sprite. Adrian placed the badge on the table, making a soft, crisp sound. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting slightly upwards, as if staring at some empty space on the ceiling. Although it can't compare to the family's magical violet sprite, the two are about the same value. He paused, a subtle, enigmatic smile appearing on his lips, as if recalling some distant past. I remember I was already in my 20s when I got my first Pokemon. Those blue eyes narrowed slightly, and a rare hint of emotion crossed his voice. I think he's only 16 years old. Young Master Adonis has just come of age. Gaia added cautiously. As soon as they came of age, they were granted fiefdoms. 16 years old. Adrian tapped his fingers lightly twice on the armrest, producing a dull, tap-tap sound. To obtain a little elf without relying on the power of the family. Are there truly people in this world blessed by the glory of chivalry? The study was quiet for a moment. Gaia raised her head and secretly glanced at the Earl's expression. His sharply defined face was devoid of any emotion, his golden eyelashes drooping. Blue eyes hidden in the shadows, like a deep, unfathomable pool of water. He gritted his teeth and tentatively began to speak. My lord, should we tell young Master Adonis to bring the elves back with him? Adrian didn't look up, but merely rolled his eyes slightly upwards. That cold gaze shot out from beneath her thick, golden eyelashes, like an invisible blade. As the only newly appointed count in the Grand Duchy of Chrysanthemums in 300 years, how could he not understand Gaia's implied meaning? No. His tone was so indifferent, as if he were talking about something trivial. Since he wants to keep it a secret, then let him keep it a secret. But, sir, what? You have a problem with that? Adrian's voice was very soft, so soft it sounded like he was humming through his nose. But this simple sentence sent a chill down Gaia's spine. Chapter 80 Potion Extraction Successful. No, sir. Gaia's voice trembled slightly, and cold sweat trickled down her temples. He dared not wipe it, and even softened his breathing. As a veteran knight who has served Adrian Violet for many years, Gaia understood the Earl's temperament. Adrian rarely got angry, and he rarely even raised his voice. But it is precisely this indifferent and detached attitude that is most frightening. He had seen Adrian's methods firsthand. None of those who had offended him had fared well. He dared to argue with Akonos because the young master wouldn't take his anger out on someone over a few words. Can face Adrian. Gaia wanted nothing more than to slap herself twice. You let yourself be deceived by a little elf. Then let's go out. Adrian picked up the silver badge again and toyed with it casually. Close the door behind you. Yes, sir. Gaia took 2 steps back in fear and trepidation, then turned and walked towards the door. When he gripped the brass doorknob, he realized his palms were covered in sweat. The door closed gently behind me. Gaia leaned against the stone wall of the corridor and let out a long breath, only to realize that her back was soaked with cold sweat. For so many years, he thought he knew the Earl very well, but until this moment. He then realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. He had never known anything about this Earl. He shook his head, gave a wry smile, and turned to stride away down the corridor. After Gaia left, the people of Qingdao were really on tenterhooks for a while. Tom and Truss, in particular, would glance towards Magic Tail Canyon almost every day. They feared that one day a band of knights wearing the Violet family crest would appear on the horizon. He began by saying, by order of the Earl, please have young Master Adonis return to the castle with the tobacco sprite. Even the butler, Carrot, subconsciously lowered his voice when arranging daily affairs, as if someone were listening in. However, a day passed, 2 days passed, a week passed. There was still no movement from the castle. There were no messengers, no knights, not even a letter. It's as if the bustling construction in Qingdao never existed, and the magic tobacco sprite never existed either. It was as if even the Knights of Gaia had never been to Qingdao territory. Qingdao was still that remote and desolate town, and Adonis remained an insignificant figure in the family. Aside from some initial apprehension, Adonis gradually calmed down as time went on. Since his family has chosen to remain invisible, he is naturally happy to be a nobody. Life in Qingdao continued as usual. At the fortress construction site at the end of Demon Tail Canyon, 500 serfs, under the command of the master craftsman. The hammer blows pounded the foundation of the city wall, and the shouts echoed through the valley. At the castle construction site, another 500 people were busily moving stones. The cleared land after the old castle was demolished is already beginning to take shape as the new castle begins to appear. The tower's base is slowly rising from the ground. Caravans from Potato City and even further afield continued to flow in and out. The creaking wagons pulled by slow horses were loaded with grain, cloth, charcoal, and various building materials. People come and go on the newly paved roads in Qingdao, raising clouds of pale yellow dust. Everything is progressing smoothly and steadily. Adonis continued to diligently complete his tasks every day, occasionally patrolling his territory to check on the progress of the projects. That day, he was practicing basic shooting skills on the beach over and over again. Sweat streamed down his back, soaking through his linen shirt. Butler Carrot rushed over, his face showing excitement mixed with a hint of urgency. "Sir, Lord Andrew has urgent business with you." "Andrew?" Adonis stopped wielding his lance, slightly taken aback. Wasn't he conducting a potion-making experiment? Did the experiment succeed? He was somewhat puzzled. Ever since this apothecary saw the magic potion seaweed, he has been completely absorbed in the refining experiments and almost never goes out. To this end, Adonis even commissioned the construction of a separate laboratory for him in the core industrial area. Why would they suddenly come looking for me? Was there not enough experimental material? Or was the experiment successful? There are many kinds of potions, and thanks to the elves, new mutated varieties of potions appear almost every year. Depending on the size of the magical plant, the amount of magical power it contains, and its attributes, different refining methods and proportions must be used to manufacture the medicine. All of this requires pharmacists to experiment and explore on their own. The magic potion seaweed is a magical plant from the sea, which has never appeared on the mainland. This was also the first time Andrew had ever encountered this completely new material. In order to figure out the refining method and find the best gold ratio, he has been working tirelessly in the lab for 3 or 4 months, and has hardly ever left the lab during that time. "Sir," Lord Andrew looks very excited. Butler Carrot bowed and said, "It seems the experiment was a success." "Yes, very likely." Adonis planted his lance in the sand, grabbed his coat draped over the side of the cabin, and put it on. "In that case, I'll go to his lab." Andrew's laboratory is located in a corner of the core industrial area. It's quite a distance from Thomas and Bill's workshop. Experiments to purify magic potions are inherently dangerous. The magical power contained in the magical plant is extremely unstable, and the slightest carelessness can cause a magical explosion. For safety reasons, Adonis specifically designated a separate experimental area for him, which was spacious and far away from other workshops. This single laboratory cost a total of 30,000 gold coins. Fortunately, the black crystal candy in the territory sold very well, earning enough gold coins for the territory. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to supply it. This also illustrates once again that magic is not something the poor can afford to play with. Adonis pushed open the laboratory door, and a strange smell, a mixture of the fishy smell of seaweed and the crisp scent of magic potions, wafted out. The laboratory was filled with crystal beakers, crystal test tubes, and all sorts of magical instruments whose names I couldn't recall. Scattered across the table were parchment pages filled with data, densely covered with numbers and symbols that only Andrew himself could decipher. At this moment, Andrew was standing in front of the lab table, looking even thinner than he had 3 or 4 months ago. His eyes were sunken, his stubble was messy and covered his chin, and his clothes were covered with colorful stains from the remnants of magic potions. But in his bloodshot eyes burned a light that was almost insane. "Andrew, the butler said you were looking for me?" Adonis stepped forward. "Did your experiment succeed?" "Ha. Of course." Andrew turned around abruptly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "My lord, I finally succeeded. Look, he carefully raised his right hand, holding a crystal test tube between his fingers. The test tube contained a dark green liquid that gleamed faintly in the sunlight streaming through the window, like an undercurrent in the deep sea. Chapter 81: The Abnormality of the Silver Star, Vine Spirit Insect. This is the extracted magic potion. Adonis took the test tube and held it up to his eyes to examine it carefully. Yes, sir. Andrew nodded vigorously, his wrinkles crinkling into a smile. This is the potion I extracted from the potion seaweed. What are its attributes? Adonis pressed. Potions that accelerate the cultivation of battle chi also have different attributes. There are potions that boost fire-type fighting spirit, and there are potions that boost water-type fighting spirit. There are also single-element potions specifically designed for wind, earth, lightning, and other elemental types. Each one requires different magical plants and refining processes. However, the mainstream potion on the mainland is still the Chaos Potion. Chaos potions can accelerate the cultivation of all types of battle chi, but the efficiency is slightly weaker than that of single-type potions. However, its advantage lies in its higher production rate and applicability to all types of Oranites. Overall, it offers the best value for money. Grown-ups. Andrew straightened his back and said, enunciating each word clearly. This is a Chaos Potion. A Chaos Potion? Adonis's eyes widened in surprise. He had assumed that the potion extracted from this magical seaweed that grew in the sea would be a water-based potion. It seems that stereotypes are undesirable. Not all magical plants that grow in the sea are aquatic. Yes, sir. Andrew became more and more excited as he spoke, gesturing wildly with his hands. This potion seaweed contains an abundance of magical power. It takes about 1 potion seaweed to extract a complete potion. Moreover, it is a chaos potion that can adapt to all attributes. This means that regardless of the attribute of your knight's aura, the same potion can be used to accelerate cultivation. Ha 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 ha. Adonis couldn't help but burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the laboratory and making the crystal vessels on the table vibrate. Excellent. My knights have hope. He held the crystal test tube with utmost care, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Chaos potions are best suited for training a family's knightly order. The Violet family's knights were trained using a potion extracted from the magical violet. The Violet Knights, renowned throughout the Grand Duchy of Chrysanthemum, were one of the cornerstones upon which the Violet family became an earldom. Generally speaking, a single potion-wielding elf can train 2 to 3 phantom beast knights for a family or a full-fledged knight order. The Violet family had enough resources to train a knight order. It was precisely because of Count Adrian's extraordinary talent that he became a phantom beast knight without using many potions. His elder brother, Akronos, and sister were also exceptionally talented and did not consume too many family resources. The save potions were used to train an elite knight order for the family. Nowadays, Adonis doesn't need to consume too many potion resources. He has a mobile game interface. He can steadily improve his strength by completing tasks and earning rewards. These chaotic potions extracted from the magic seaweed can be used to cultivate one's own knightly order. Andrew. Adonis took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming joy. He looked solemnly at the ragged, emaciated pharmacist before him. You did a great job. Very good. I will never forget your contributions to the territory. Andrew grinned, revealing teeth that were slightly yellowed from being soaked in medicine for so long. It is my honor to serve the Lord. Before the two could recover from their excitement, the butler Carrot appeared before Adonis once again. This time, the expression on his face was completely different from before. No longer excitement and eagerness, but obvious anxiety, even tinged with fear. Butler, what happened? Adonis asked hurriedly, his heart tightening. Master, the servant guarding the insect enclosure just reported. Carrot's voice was low, but it couldn't hide the tremor within it. They said the spirit insects of the Silver Star vine had become abnormal. They didn't dare to hide it and reported it to me immediately. The Silver Star vine spirit insects are acting strangely. Adonis's expression suddenly changed. The Silver Star vine is crucial to the armor of the future knights, which is one of the lifelines of the territory and absolutely cannot be allowed to go wrong. Quick, take me to see this. He couldn't bear to bask in the joy of the successful potion experiment any longer and immediately strode off with Carrot to the insect room. Since the old castle was demolished, the insect house has been temporarily housed in a secluded room in the government office. The location is remote, with doors and windows tightly closed, and there is a dedicated person guarding the entrance, mainly responsible for feeding the Pokemon. When Adonis arrived, The two servants responsible for guarding the insect chamber were kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Their faces were deathly pale, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, their lips were trembling, and they couldn't utter a single complete sentence. For a lord, the value of a single elven insect is greater than that of 1,000 serfs. Now, under their watchful eye, an elf insect, vital to the territory, has shown signs of abnormality. They could already imagine how furious the lord would be when he found out. And one can imagine what their own fate would be. At best, they'd get a beating and be sent to the hardest and most tiring construction sites. At worst, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Adonis ignored the kneeling servant and went straight into the insect chamber without stopping. The insect house is now inhabited by a large elf named Sugarcane, two smaller elves named Smuck and Iron Bamboo, and all the other insect elves in the territory. The fairy insect has no intelligence. It's just like a real insect, spending its days eating and sleeping. All three Pokemon have friendly personalities, and none of them have particularly bad tempers. When Adonis pushed open the door, there was a large insect and two small ones chasing and playing in the insect house, their joyful chirping echoing throughout the room. Upon seeing Adonis push open the door and enter, the three elves immediately dropped the game they were playing. It flew over with a whoosh and circled around him. Sugarcane jumped right onto his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with her little head, her voice tinged with a hint of playful complaint. Adonis, why haven't you come to play with us in so long? I miss you so much. Sugarcane, I'm busy building a castle. Adonis reached out and gently patted the Sugarcane's little head, his tone gentle. Once the castle is repaired, we can live together every day. Is this true? Sugarcane's eyes lit up like two twinkling stars. Of course, why would I lie to you? Great, great. Sugarcane cheered, doing a somersault in the air, its wings flapping loudly. Chirp, chirp. Gurgle, gurgle. Smucko and Taiju also cheered joyfully. Although we couldn't understand what they were saying, the joy we felt was the same. All right, you guys go play first. Adonis withdrew his finger and turned his gaze to the depths of the insect chamber. I'm going to check on the spirit insects of the Silver Star Vine. After dismissing the three elves, Adonis approached the Silver Star Vine elf insect. Chapter 82: The Birth of Silver Star. The elven insect lay quietly in an exquisite jade box, motionless. The bottom of the jade box was covered with a layer of fine jade powder, its favorite food. It is currently emitting a faint, lustrous sheen. From its appearance, there seems to be nothing wrong with this little insect. But it just lay there motionless, as if it had lost all its vitality. But the information the contract gave him indicated that the spirit insect was still alive and even somewhat excited. Adonis frowned. How did it suddenly become half dead? Could it be that my lifespan has come to an end? Just like with people, is a moment of heightened energy a temporary burst of energy before death? With that thought in mind, Adonis took a deep breath and silently activated his Eye of Insight. When a spirit is nearing the end of its lifespan, it will exhibit a phenomenon of its magical energy dissipating. The magic slowly dissipated from my body like mist, until it completely dissipated. The spirit will turn into a wisp of ashes and vanish without a trace, leaving nothing behind. The information displayed by the Eye of Insight surprised Adonis slightly. This sprite insect did not exhibit any signs of magic leakage. On the contrary, the magic power within it was extremely abundant, even reaching a boiling state. Like a pot of water about to boil, it surges and churns within its small body. Through the connection of the contract, he could clearly sense that the sprite is currently in a state of extreme contradiction. They were extremely excited, as if they were welcoming some momentous occasion. But my body was extremely tired, as if I was bearing some kind of huge burden. That was the body boiling over from the magic's power. Adonis's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this evolution? Master! Carrot gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. You mean, this little insect is about to evolve? Adonis nodded, his gaze fixed on the spirit insect in the jade box, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's right. This is truly a blessing from the nightly glory. Carrot's voice trembled with excitement, and his hands unconsciously clenched the hem of his clothes. If the evolution is successful, there will be another little Pokemon in the territory. I hope it can evolve successfully. Adonis said softly, his eyes showing both expectation and a hint of worry. It can certainly be done, sir. You are a man favored by the glory of knighthood. Speaking of which, today is truly a good day. First, Lord Andrew's potion experiment was a success. Now another bug is about to evolve. What a double celebration. Yes, it seems today is indeed a good day, Mr. Butler. Have someone keep a close eye on this little insect. and notify me immediately of any changes." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing the word evolution outside the door, the two kneeling servants finally breathed a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other, and the fear in their eyes gradually gave way to relief. It's not that the sprite bug has a problem, it's about to evolve. The Lord did not get angry. They were lucky to escape with their lives. One of them slumped to the ground, his back soaked with cold sweat. The other man clasped his hands together, his lips barely moving, perhaps praying to the knightly honor to escape unscathed. "I'm still praying that this little bug will successfully evolve." Carrot stepped out of the insect chamber, glanced at the two of them, and lowered his voice to say, "What are you still kneeling for? Get up." The master said to take good care of them and report any problems immediately. Yes, thank you, Mr. Butler. Thank you, Mr. Butler." The two servants kowtowed repeatedly, their legs trembling as they got up. Carrot shook his head and turned to follow Adonis. That night, Adonis was fast asleep when a servant suddenly came to report that the spirit insects had undergone a new change. Adonis, disturbed from his sweet dreams, ignored his morning grumpiness, got dressed, and went back to the insect room. The insect house was quiet. The elves had all gone to rest, and the daytime noise was gone. Adonis stood in front of the jade box, staring at a cocoon inside, feeling the vigorous life force transmitted by the contract, and breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon have a new Pokemon. He instructed the servants again to take good care of the cocoon and to inform them immediately of any problems that might arise. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. He was having afternoon tea when the servant arrived again, his face beaming with excitement. "Master, the cocoon has broken open, and a little elf has come out." "What?" Upon hearing that the cocoon had broken open and the elf insect had successfully evolved, Adonis hurriedly ran into the insect chamber. When they entered, the 3 sprites, Sugarcane, Smucko, and Iron Bamboo, were flying around a newborn sprite. "Adonis, look, a new sprite." Sugarcane flew over to announce the good news. "Yes, Sugarcane, this is the little sprite that evolved from the Silver Star Vine sprite bug. She will be playing with you from now on, so don't bully her." Sugarcane patted its little chest. "Don't worry, Adonis. We won't bully her, we'll play with her." "Yes, Sugarcane is the best behaved." Adonis walked over, picked up the new sprite, and looked at her pale gray body, which shimmered with silver light. "Since you evolved from the Silver Star Vine spirit insect and have scattered stars on your body, I will call you Silver Star from now on." Wah 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 wah. Silver Star also liked the name, and happily flew around Adonis, finally landing on his shoulder. "Go on, go play with your friends." Sugarcane flew over with 2 little elves, one on each side, holding Silver Star's little hand. The 4 elves danced and played in the air. Adonis could never get enough of this sight. "Carrot, give the order. A new sprite has been born in the territory today." Each landowner was given 10 copper coins to summon all the land's officials and knight squires. "I'm going to throw a beach party to celebrate the birth of Silver Star." "Yes, sir." Generally, nobles below the rank of Viscount would invite relatives and friends to a banquet to celebrate the birth of an elf in their territory. Great elves were born in the territories of nobles of Earl rank and above. For noble families of Duke rank or higher, if a dragon spirit is born into the family, they will hold celebratory banquets. The previous Pokemon were captured by Adonis himself in the wild, not born within his territory. At that time, he didn't have enough money to hold a banquet and reward the serfs. So they simply gathered a few of the managers at the time, and everyone had a small celebration in the old castle. But now, Silver Star is the first sprite to be born in the territory. A Silver Star Vine sprite. With her presence, the territory will have a continuous supply of armor. Silver Star is just as important to the territory as a dragon that can stain iron or veins. Now that his wallet is full enough, he naturally wants to share the joy with the people and celebrate in a grand manner. Chapter 83 Bonfire Party. When the news spread, the entire Qingdao area was in an uproar. Shouts of, "Thank you, my lord," echoed from the construction site all the way to the seaside. The sound traveled back from the seaside to the town, rising and falling, creating a deafening roar. The serfs, still clutching their tools, couldn't help but grin at the people around them. 10 copper coins can buy 10 loaves of black bread, enough to feed a family for 2 days. The children didn't know what was happening, but seeing the adults laughing, they ran around the street following them. By evening, the beach had become lively. Butler Carrot directed several servants to set up 3 bonfires in the open space in front of the cabin. The firelight illuminated half the sky and dyed the waves orange-red. The long table was temporarily brought from the construction site, and covered with coarse burlap. The table was laden with grilled fish, toasted white bread, a large barrel of fruit wine, and several plates of cured meat. Adonis changed into clean clothes and sat in the main seat by the campfire. Silver Star perched on his shoulder, curiously observing everything before her, her small, light gray body flickering in the firelight. Truss sat to his left, holding a wooden cup and sipping the fruit wine. Tom was sitting on the right, whispering something to Carrot, probably confirming the expenses for the evening. 40 knights and squires sat neatly on the outermost edge. They all stood up straight, but their eyes couldn't help but dart towards the grilled fish on the table. Kobe and 3 others sat in the front row, with Adonis award-winning knights, swords hanging at their waists. The scabbard gleamed in the firelight, making the servants behind it envious. Bill Bellows sat on the other side with his wife and children, clutching a wooden cup in his hand, looking very reserved. This was the first time in his life he had attended such a banquet, and it was even hosted by the Lord himself. He didn't know what to do with his hands. His wife, Hannah, remained calm, helping the servants serve dishes and drinks and running errands for them. Andrew also arrived, having changed into a clean robe, though there were still several medicine stains on it that couldn't be washed off. He was sitting next to Bill, talking to Truss and gesturing occasionally, probably about potions again. Adonis stood up when he saw that most of the people had arrived. The beach fell silent, and even the sound of the waves seemed exceptionally clear. I've called everyone here today to celebrate something. Adonis held his wine glass, his voice not loud, but everyone present could hear him clearly. The Silver Star Vine sprite has evolved. Our Qingdao territory has gained another little sprite. He glanced at the silver star on his shoulder. The little guy was clinging to his collar, looking down timidly. I named her Silver Star. As soon as he finished speaking, Kobe was the first to stand up, raise his glass, and shout, "Cheers to the Silver Star! Cheers to Silver Star!" 40 knights and squires stood up in unison, their voices so loud that the campfire shook. Tom and Carrot exchanged a glance, smiled, and stood up as well. Truss stood up, raised his glass, and nodded to Adonis. Bill and his wife scrambled to their feet, nearly knocking over their glasses. Adonis gestured for everyone to sit down. Sit down, everyone. Just shouting slogans won't do. We need to offer tangible benefits. He smiled. 10 copper coins have already been distributed to each person. Those were given to the serfs. Those present will receive additional rewards. His gaze swept over the 40 knights and squires, lingering particularly long on the young faces in the back row. Mr. Andrew has already extracted the first batch of potions, a total of 400 chaos potions. Starting tomorrow, each person will receive 10 items per month, starting with 1 month's worth. The beach fell silent for a moment. Then, an even bigger uproar erupted. The 40 knights squires erupted in cheers, some even standing up to applaud. Some people were so excited that they slammed their fists on the table, while others turned to look at the people next to them to make sure they hadn't misheard. Kobe and his 3 companions knelt down, shouting, "We swear to serve you to the death," which prompted the people behind them to kneel down as well. A magic potion. That was something they, as commoner knight squires, could never even dream of. Within the Violet family, only the main knightly order is qualified to use potions. In Qingdao these days, the Lord just orders 10 coins a month for everyone, giving out a whole month's worth right away. Tom pinched his thigh hard to make sure this wasn't a dream. Tesla's expression remained unchanged, though the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Adonis and the others lowered their voices a little and continued. "Bill Bellows, you've led the forging of armor and lances these past few months, and you've done a great job. Here's a reward of 100 gold coins for you." Bill knelt down with a thud, his eyes red-rimmed. "Sir, this is too much. Just take it." Adonis waved his hand. "Your wife and daughter worked hard making uniforms for the castle, so here's another 20 coins. And your son Jack, although he hasn't yet built a sailboat suitable for the territory. Even without merit, there was still hard work, so a reward of 10 gold coins will be given." Hannah tugged at Bill's sleeve, and the 4 of them kowtowed in gratitude. Adonis then looked at Andrew. "Mr. Andrew, you deserve the most credit for the successful extraction of the magic potion seaweed. I'll reward you with 1,000 gold coins, plus a larger and better laboratory." Andrew's hand holding the wine glass trembled, and half of the wine spilled out. He put down his cup and bowed solemnly to Adonis. "My lord, I, Andrew Truth, will follow you for the rest of my life." Finally, Adonis turned to Truss and Tom. "Teacher Truss, without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Here's a reward of 1,000 gold coins for you." Tesla stood up, remained silent for a moment, and then said only, "My lord, this is what I should do." Tom, you are the governor of the territory, and you have managed all the affairs, big and small, perfectly. Here is a reward of 500 gold coins for you. Tom chuckled and rubbed his hands together. Sir, then I won't stand on ceremony. Carrot watched longingly from the side, and Adonis, seeing this, laughed. Mr. Carrot, you've been working hard day and night to manage the affairs of my territory. You deserve a share of the credit. Here's a reward of 500 gold coins. A rare smile appeared on Butler Carrot's old face as he bowed and said, Thank you, sir. The remaining items, such as the iron whip and the Mako pitchfork, were also given as rewards, ranging from 10 to 20 coins. As the moon rose, the campfire blazed brightly. Barrel after barrel of fruit wine was consumed, and only bones remained of the grilled fish. The 40 knights and their squires got into a frenzy, circling the campfire and gesturing with their swords, throwing punches and kicks at each other, which made everyone laugh heartily. Bill was forced to drink several glasses, his face turning as red as a boiled shrimp, and he insisted on toasting Andrew. Andrew usually stays cooped up in the lab. He can't hold his liquor. He gets drunk after just 3 drinks and ends up sleeping soundly on the beach. Silver Star flew away from Adonis's shoulder at some point. Follow the 3 spirits, Sugarcane, Smucko, and Iron Bamboo, as they chase and frolic in the night sky above the campfire. Abram was not used to life on land, and although this was by the sea, he still did not go ashore. For small shadows darted between the firelight and starlight, leaving behind a trail of cheerful chirping. Adonis quietly opened the mobile game panel, and sure enough, becoming a high-level knight rewarded him with a little sprite, with the note indicating that the reward had been issued. Chapter 80 for the territory's population reaches 5,000. A large sailboat is moored on the coast of Qingdao. This is a cargo ship belonging to the Phoenix Merchant Guild. The 3,000 serfs that Adonis had asked John to help him purchase have finally arrived. The Phoenix Chamber of Commerce, as one of only 2 super multinational chambers of commerce on the mainland. With the backing of the Phantom Dragon clan, they naturally have the strength to build their own fleet. Near the mouth of the Qingdao River, there is a natural deep-water harbor with deep water and wide shore, large enough to accommodate sailboats. A dock will also be built here later. At this time, the Phoenix Merchant Guild's fleet was anchored in this harbor. The fleet leader stood at the bow, holding a list in both hands. Lord Adonis, there are more than 800 serf households on board, totaling 3,160 people. 3 serfs fell ill and died on the way here, leaving 3,157 serfs. Please have someone inspect it. Adonis nodded, instructed Tom to make the docking, and then went up to the gangplank and peeked into the cabin. The bottom of the cabin was dark and cramped, and the deck overhead was so low that tall people had to bend over to move around. The air was filled with a salty, musty smell, mixed with the stench of sweat, excrement, and the sour odor of moldy straw, which wafted straight into my nose. Hundreds of serfs were crammed together, filling the entire hold like sardines. They were only wrapped in a tattered cloth and walked barefoot on the wet wooden planks. There were several fist-sized ventilation openings on both sides of the cabin, but it was far from enough for so many people to breathe. It was as stuffy and hot as a steam room. In the corner were several buckets of fresh water, with green algae floating on the surface, and next to them were buckets of black bread so hard it could kill someone. Some of the serfs were lying down, some were leaning against something, their eyes were vacant, and their faces were sallow. Upon seeing Adonis enter, several of the younger men struggled to stand up, but their legs gave way and they slumped back down. After being at sea for almost a month, my bones feel weak. Adonis frowned and stepped back. Large merchant guilds mostly chose to use ships for transportation when buying and selling serfs, because transporting serfs by ship could minimize transportation costs. However, the serfs lived in extremely harsh conditions during the transport. Stuffed into the bottom of the ship's hold, it was dark, damp, and the air was foul. Eating, drinking, and relieving oneself all happened together, and with the added risks of long journeys and disease transmission, physical exhaustion is common. He had already instructed John not to mistreat these serfs. We try our best to treat them well, but accidents are inevitable during long sea voyages. But with only 3 out of more than 3,000 people dying, he could still accept that ratio. Tom stepped forward, took the list, and arranged for someone to count the number of people. Adonis had specific requirements for the serfs he purchased. Ideally, it should be a family. If not, it should be an equal number of men and women. Serfs with an equal number of men and women were more likely to form families. Serfs with family ties will show a significant increase in their acceptance of the territory once they settle down, and their loyalty will be easy to cultivate. He didn't want his territory to be full of bachelors, so many bachelors gathered together. Even if you give them endless work every day, they'll inevitably cause trouble sooner or later if they gather together without any ties. More than an hour later, Tom returned and reported, "Sir, the numbers all match up. This time, 1,200 able-bodied men were transported here, and the rest were the elderly and weak. Among them were 300 unmarried single men and 300 single women. Once they've settled down, the government will help them get married as soon as possible. With the addition of these serfs, the speed of construction projects in the territory could be increased even further." "Very good, register them. From now on, they are the citizens of our Qingdao territory." "Yes, sir." With the registration of more than 3,000 serfs, the population of Qingdao territory officially exceeded 5,000. The moment the registration was completed, a surge of fighting spirit suddenly erupted within Adonis's body. Purple battle aura emanated from his body, flickering like lightning a few times. It then shattered into countless tiny points of light, only to coalesce again in the next instant. The color is a shade darker than before, and its imposing presence has also increased significantly. A second transformation. Adonis has taken another step forward on his path to becoming a high-ranking knight. Call. Adonis exhaled a breath of stale air and clenched his fist. Cool. The feeling of this increased strength is so wonderful that it's irresistible. Unfortunately, the new mission requires the territory's population to reach over 100,000, with the reward being a one-time upgrade of battle aura. 100,000. That's a population of a major city. It seems like this is going to be another long-term task. 1,200 serfs were resettled in their original residential area. There aren't enough houses to live in right now, so we can only make do with bamboo to build makeshift shelters for them to stay in for the time being. Anyway, there's an endless supply of bamboo in the bamboo forest in the northwest corner of the territory, which is perfect for building a shed. Tom sent 300 men to cut bamboo, and the rest helped with transportation and building sheds. Within 3 days, everyone's accommodations must be set up. Adonis was adapting to his newly enhanced strength by the sea, his purple battle aura condensing and dissipating repeatedly in his palm. He had just begun to grasp the feeling of a second transformation when he heard a series of hurried footsteps in the distance. My lord, something terrible has happened." Tom was out of breath from running, and the flesh on his face was trembling. "What's wrong, Tom?" "My lord, the serf I sent to cut bamboo in the bamboo forest has returned and says that a demonic beast has appeared in the bamboo forest." "What?" Adonis withdrew his fighting spirit and frowned. How could there be magical beasts in the bamboo forest? After making a contract with Qingdao, he had Qingdao drive all the magical beasts in his territory into the Demon Tail Mountains. Those who stubbornly refused to move have already become Qingdao's prey. It was only because the area had been thoroughly cleaned that he felt comfortable letting the serfs travel so far to cut bamboo. "My lord, it's true. Many people saw it with their own eyes. They say it was a bear-like magical beast, enormous in size. It knows more than 2 types of magic, so it's probably a mid-level magical beast. Several serfs were injured by its magic. Low-level magical beasts usually only know 1 type of magic, while those that know 2 types of magic are definitely mid-level or higher magical beasts. There really are some ignorant monsters who dare to run wild in my Qingdao territory." Adonis ordered his men to fetch the horse. "Come on, take me to see it." "Sir, please come with me." The two rode their horses to the edge of the bamboo forest and saw a group of serfs gathered outside the forest, all of them pale-faced. Several people were lying on the grass, covered in blood, and someone was bandaging them with strips of cloth. The remaining serfs gripped their machetes tightly, staring fearfully into the depths of the bamboo forest, as if a man-eating beast might leap out at any moment. Look, the Lord has arrived. Great, the Lord has arrived, and that monster won't dare to be arrogant anymore. My lord, you will surely be able to defeat that monster." The serfs chattered amongst themselves, noisily greeting Adonis. Some people knelt down and kowtowed, while others bowed deeply. It was a chaotic scene. Adonis waved his hand, not bothering with such matters. He walked up to the wounded serfs, glanced down at them. Although the injuries were quite severe, they avoided vital organs, and the bleeding has stopped. With a few days of rest, he should be fine. Where did you encounter that monster? Chapter 85: The Monster in the Bamboo Forest. An older serf struggled to sit up and pointed deep into the bamboo forest. My lord, it's inside, deep in the bamboo forest. That magical beast must have just arrived. How did you know you just arrived? Because we were cutting bamboo in that area a couple of days ago, and we haven't run into them yet. But after we'd been chopping for a short while, a magical beast suddenly appeared and started casting spells at us without saying a word. There was no time for anyone to dodge, and several people were injured. Fortunately, the monster was just trying to scare us. It didn't chase us after driving us away, which allowed us to escape. Adonis finally understood after hearing this. It should be noted that even the lowest level magical beasts have the strength to fight against high-level knights, let alone mid-level magical beasts. He was just wondering how a group of serfs with virtually no fighting ability managed to escape from the jaws of a monster. It turns out that the monster didn't kill them. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves came from afar. Trass arrived with 44 knights and squires. He dismounted. He strode over, the Earth Guardian, sword at his waist swaying gently with each step. "My lord, where is that magical beast?" Tesla's voice was tinged with urgency. Adonis glanced at him, knowing exactly what was going on. Tesla is already a high-level knight who has undergone 3 transformations. He needs a magical beast to form a contract with so that he can break through to become a magical beast knight. There are many high-ranking knights on the continent, but very few magical beasts that can be contracted. Most people spend their entire lives stuck at the threshold of becoming a high-ranking knight, unable to make any progress. Wild magical beasts are extremely difficult to contract, but Trass had no choice but to take a gamble. He even wanted Qingdao to help him capture a magical beast from the Demon Tail Mountains. So, upon receiving news of the appearance of magical beasts in the territory, they rushed over immediately. "I just wanted to see if there was a chance to take down this monster." "Tess, you've come at the right time." Adonis dusted himself off and gestured towards the bamboo forest with his chin. "That magical beast is in this bamboo forest. Let's go in and take a look." "Yes, sir." Trass glanced back at the knights and squires behind him and said in a deep voice, "You all stay outside and don't come in." Kobe and the other 3 looked at each other. Although they were unwilling, they dared not disobey orders and obediently stood guard by the bamboo forest. Adonis and Truss entered the bamboo forest one after the other. Tesla pointed to the rows of rocks piled up like spikes of earth and said in a low voice, "My lord, look, these are traces left by magic." Adonis stepped forward to examine it closely. Those thorny plants grow obliquely from the ground, some as tall as 4 or 5 meters, others as short as a person. He tapped the sword with the hilt, which made a metallic sound, and then tried to bend it, but it wouldn't budge. It was as hard as iron. It is indeed a trace left by magic. Adonis straightened up and glanced around. "That monster is likely nearby. We need to be careful." "My lord, I've heard this might be a mid-level magical beast." Tesla gripped the hilt of his sword, hesitated for a moment. Should we let the knights and squires outside come in as well? He knew that Adonis was already a high-ranking knight. High-level knights can barely defend against low-level magical beasts if they encounter mid-level magical beasts. Even if the 2 of them were combined, they probably wouldn't be enough. Trass wanted all the servants to come in and form a small battle formation. With the resonance of battle chi, even a mid-level magical beast can put up a fight. Through long-term collaborative training, knights can trigger a resonance of fighting spirit. The more people there are, the stronger they become, and they may even be able to fight opponents of higher levels. Of course, this move only works against opponents below the level of Dragon Knight. Once you reach the level of a Dragon Knight, you can no longer defeat them simply by having more people. Need not. Adonis shook his head. The terrain in the dense forest is narrow, and the battle formation cannot be arranged. If there are too many people, it will only restrict their movements. Let's go in together. I'll call Qingdao over and have him provide support from the sky. Good. Upon hearing that Qingdao was coming, Truss immediately felt relieved. With Lord Qingdao here, we are not afraid of anything, not even high-level magical beasts, let alone intermediate-level ones. Adonis relayed a message to Qingdao through the contract. Not long after, a huge black shadow swept across the bamboo forest, hovering in mid-air without landing. With Qingdao as their backer, the 2 of them were able to act freely and begin their search. The bamboo forest grew denser as you walked deeper in, and sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, scattering in fragments. The ground was covered with a thick layer of withered yellow bamboo leaves, which rustled when stepped on. The 2 walked sideways, one in front of the other, close to the bamboo, trying not to make a sound. After walking for about 15 minutes, Tesla suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. "Sir, look." Adonis looked in the direction he was pointing and froze on the spot. In the center of the bamboo forest, there was a small clearing where a huge bear-like magical beast sat with its hind legs spread apart. It is estimated to be over 6 meters tall, with a round body like a ball of flesh and glossy black and white fur. It held a bamboo stalk in its two large paws and was stuffing it into its mouth, eating with a hearty gusto, making a crunching sound as it chewed. Two large dark circles under his eyes were particularly noticeable on his face. Adonis was dumbfounded. This is actually a giant panda? No wonder it came to the bamboo forest. Sir, what did you say? Tesla looked bewildered. Do you recognize this magical beast? Adonis took a deep breath and lowered his voice, saying, Trasters, there's something I need to tell you first. Please speak, sir. I'm afraid I can't give you a guide on how to defeat this monster. Adonis stared at the panda who was engrossed in its food, its eyes shining. I want to conquer it myself. Oh, Tesla paused for a moment, but wasn't too disappointed. He was just curious. My lord, is there anything different about this magical beast? Adonis nodded. It is a little different. It is special to me. He didn't explain further. You can't exactly say that in your past life you queued for 2 hours at the zoo just to see this thing for 3 minutes. In my past life, I could only dream of owning a giant panda. I never imagined there were giant pandas in this world. Since we've encountered them, I can't let this opportunity pass. I must fulfill my dream from my past life. I know you have reached the peak of the high-level knight and have been looking for a suitable magical beast. Adonis looked intently at Trass. Don't worry, once I've tamed this magical beast, I'll let you be the first to form a contract with it. Of course, if it disagrees, I will also have Qingdao help you capture other magical beasts from the Demon Tail Mountains. In short, I will definitely make you a Warcraft knight. When the first knight successfully formed a contract with a magical beast and created a mental imprint, the Warcraft's allegiance is always to the first knight and his direct descendants. At this point, the contract can be dissolved, and the contract can be handed over to a knight who is loyal to you. Anyway, with the ideological imprint in place, there's no need to worry about Warcraft being stolen. Tesla, of course, had no objection. My lord, everything is as you wish. Chapter 86, Giant Panda Tuan Tuan. The two crouched low and cautiously approached the giant panda. Adonis was probably too excited. His eyes were fixed on the round, black and white ball. Not paying attention to my footing, I snapped a dry bamboo branch with a snap. The giant panda suddenly stopped eating bamboo. It slowly turned its head, revealing a large, endearing face. Two small, dark eyes blinked, staring at two uninvited guests not far away. Roar! It opened its mouth and let out a low growl, but the claw gripping the bamboo did not loosen its grip. Be careful, sir. Trass instinctively stepped in front of Adonis. It's all right. Adonis patted Trass on the shoulder, walked around him, and continued cautiously approaching the panda. It didn't mean to hurt me. Besides, there's Qingdao. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he murmured softly, his voice as soft as if he were coaxing a child. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. Roar! The giant panda tilted its head, and its two small eyes, circled by dark circles, darted around. Warcraft creatures possess some degree of intelligence. They may not understand human speech, but you can sense the goodwill emanating from this two-legged creature. Do you like to eat bamboo? Adonis took another step forward. Come with me. I'll have someone give you the best bamboo, the kind with magic. Although there are many bamboos in the bamboo forest, the magical iron bamboo has long been cut down and taken to the industrial area to make knight's lances. Cordyceps sinensis from the iron bamboo were planted around the castle, giving rise to an iron bamboo forest, from which not a single iron bamboo remained. Adonis, while coaxing the panda, whispered instructions to Trass. Go outside the bamboo grove and bring in a few lances. Don't take the spearheads, just the shafts. Although he didn't know what the Lord was going to do, he still quietly retreated out of the bamboo forest. With Qingdao watching from the sky, he wasn't worried that the Lord would be hurt by the monsters. Before long, Tesla returned carrying 2 knight's lances. The spearheads had all been removed, leaving only the bare bamboo poles. Adonis took one and waved it at the panda. The giant panda sniffed. It smelled a fragrance that was much sweeter than that of ordinary bamboo. Those little eyes were immediately drawn to the bamboo stick in Adonis's hand, and he even forgot to chew the bamboo in his mouth. Adonis stepped forward and handed one of them over. The giant panda stretched out its 2 large, furry paws and carefully took it. He brought it to his nose and smelled it, then couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. Click! It was gone in no time. It licked its lips, blinked its little eyes, stared at the remaining one in Adonis's hand, and made whimpering sounds. The voice was thin and soft, a stark contrast to its massive body, which was over 6 meters tall. She's clearly being coquettish. Adonis nearly burst out laughing. He forced a laugh and shook the last bamboo stick in his hand. Want to eat it? If you want to eat it, then sign a contract with me. Once you sign the contract, I guarantee you'll have all the bamboo you need. There's a saying, isn't there? Orcs will never be slaves unless they are provided with food and lodging. The giant panda stared at the bamboo pole, then looked at Adonis. It hesitated for about 0.01 seconds. Then, with a whoosh, it eagerly signed a contract with Adonis. The contract had barely been established when Adonis heard a series of soft, urging voices in his mind. Food, food, I want delicious food. All right, come with me. Adonis couldn't help but laugh. I'll take you out for a good meal. Wah! The panda stood up, patted the dirt off its bottom, and waddled after Adonis, following him step by step, as obedient as a puppy. Tesla stood there, watching this scene unfold, completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, but after a long pause, he managed to utter, "So, you've already agreed to the contract?" He looked at the giant panda, then at the bamboo pole in Adonis's hand, his face full of disbelief. Are wild monsters so easy to tame these days? They'll sell themselves for just 2 bamboo stalks. Tesla sighed silently. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that the world changes so fast. However, when he thought of Adonis's promise to him that once the monster's second personality formed, he was immediately filled with excitement when the contract was handed to him. The 2 people and the panda arrived outside the bamboo forest. Before the giant panda could even stand properly, it spotted the knights' lances clutched in the hands of the knights and their attendants. It had just eaten that kind of bamboo, and it tasted delicious. It immediately pointed with its paw, then turned its head and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Adonis. Roar, roar, roar. The voice was both urgent and cute. In layman's terms, it would be something like, I want that. That one. That's delicious. Give it to me now. Adonis patted its big belly. It felt very bouncy. Okay, I'll have them send it to you right away. After speaking, he looked at Kobe and the others. Hurry up and remove the tips from all the knights' lances and bring them over. Huh? Oh, Kobe was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know why, his execution was impeccable. Several servants hurriedly removed the gun barrels, and in no time, dozens of smooth bamboo poles were piled up next to the giant panda. Wah! The panda's eyes lit up. It plopped down on the ground, its fat jiggling 3 times, and grabbed a bamboo stalk with its 2 paws and stuffed it into its mouth. Click. Yes, that's the taste. Authentic. Tom strolled over, looked at the scene before him, and opened his mouth, but couldn't close it. What's wrong, sir? Adonis was petting the panda, rubbing his hand back and forth in its thick fur, a look of satisfaction on his face. I have already signed a contract with it. From now on, it will be the panda of our Qingdao territory. Oh, Tom's eyes widened. Knightly glory shines upon you. Congratulations, my lord. Haha, congratulations to you too. Adonis was in high spirits and waved his hand. Everyone present today will receive a reward. Each serf will receive a silver coin, and each knight and squire will receive a gold coin. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! The shouts were deafening. The serfs were so excited their faces turned red. 1 silver coin was enough for a family to eat for half a month. The knights' squires were even more excited. For them, a single gold coin, though not much, was equivalent to several days' wages. Tom leaned closer. Sir, have you named it yet? Not yet. I've been too busy being happy. Adonis looked down at the round, large creature, examining it from left to right, up to down. Look, although it's big, it's round and plump, and it doesn't even have a neck. He looks just like a big meatball, so let's call him Tuanchuan. Round and round. Tom clapped his hands. What a great name. The name your parents chose is truly exceptional. Chapter 87. One meal full, every meal satiated. Whether the name is good or not is unknown, but Tom's flattery is truly spot on. Adonis bent down and touched Tuan's thigh. The fur was smooth and shiny, and felt wonderful to the touch. Moreover, Tuanchuan is a vegetarian, and doesn't have the fishy smell of ordinary magical beasts. Instead, it has a fresh bamboo fragrance. From now on, your name will be Tuanchuan. Do you like this name? Eek! Tuanchuan paused for a moment while stuffing bamboo into her mouth, then continued stuffing it in at an even faster pace. Adonis sensed through the contract that Tuan's second personality was already taking shape. It seems they've accepted the name. More than 40 bamboo poles were used up in no time. Tuanchuan licked the bamboo shavings from her lips, circled around Adonis, and whined sweetly. I'm not full. Come on, come back with me. Adonis patted its big head. I'll have someone cut down lots of bamboo for you. Eek, Eek. Tuan Tuan nodded, then suddenly got down on all fours, lowered its head, and kept rubbing its big head against Adonis's legs. You mean you want me to ride on you? Wah. Adonis was amused. All right, then I'll follow in the footsteps of Chi-Yu today and become a panda knight for once. With a push of his legs, he flipped himself onto the broad back of the group. The moment my bottom touched the floor, I sank right in. His back was covered in thick fat, softer than a sofa, so much so that I didn't want to get off. Despite its round and chubby body, Tuanshuan is surprisingly fast when it moves around on its four short legs. When it runs, it looks like a black and white ball of flesh bouncing on the ground, yet it is surprisingly steady, leaving the people behind it in the blink of an eye. The man and the beast ran and talked. Adonis was the one asking the questions, and Tuan Tuan was responding with whimpering. Through the contractual communication, Adonis learned that Tuanshuan is a high-level magical beast that has just come of age. After reaching adulthood, it was kicked out of the house by its parents and had to fend for itself. The bamboo forests in the monster mountains are scarce. It has nowhere to go. They didn't want to compete for territory with other high-level magical beasts, mainly because they couldn't defeat them. The only option was to run towards the outer perimeter. It wasn't until the beginning of this year, when it reached the Demon Tail Mountains, that it finally settled down temporarily. Although there are no bamboo forests there, wild fruits and magical plants can fill one's stomach. But who knew that a flying mythical beast would suddenly appear in the mountains some time ago and take over the entire mountain range? Fearing being eaten, Yuan Yuan had no choice but to run away again. Then it crashed into the bamboo grove. When it saw people cutting bamboo, its instinct to protect its food kicked in, and it chased away the serfs, but did not kill them. Then Adonis arrived. A new mythical beast from the Demon Tail Mountains? It can fly? Isn't this just like Qingdao? After all that, it was still his fault. If he hadn't hidden Qingdao in the Demon Tail Mountains, Tuanshuan would still be living there carefree. All I can say is that fate is a truly wondrous thing. At least Tuanshuan has now been formally employed, and will have food and lodging provided, which is better than going hungry in the wild. As they were talking, the castle was not far away. But when they were still about 10 kilometers away from the castle, Tuanshuan suddenly braked hard. Adonis was caught off guard and stumbled forward, almost flying out of the air. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the skin on the back of Tuanshuan's neck, barely managing to keep her steady. What's wrong? Tuanshuan ignored him, her nose twitching incessantly, like a dog smelling a bone. Before Adonis could speak again, it suddenly accelerated, changed direction, and galloped off to one side. 7 or 8 kilometers, it'll be over in no time. Adonis looked up and laughed. Before us lies a forest of iron bamboo covering hundreds of acres. The bamboo stalks are straight and upright, with a faint metallic sheen, and the bamboo leaves rustle in the wind. No wonder this thing suddenly turned around. It turned out that they had smelled the scent of the iron bamboo forest. This iron bamboo forest in front of us is where the iron bamboo sprite's cordyceps are located. Tuanshuan plunged headfirst into the bamboo forest, her posture. He was like a pervert who hadn't touched a woman in 800 years, who saw a group of beautiful women without clothes. It's like a buffet, with one stick on the left and one on the right. The crackling sounds rose and fell, bamboo shavings flew everywhere, without even lifting their heads. Adonis rode on its back, his face stinging from being whipped by bamboo sticks. He patted Tuanshuan's head. Eat slowly. No one will take it from you. Wah. Tuanshuan agreed verbally, but her speed didn't slow down at all. Tuanshuan, you can eat as much of the iron bamboo here as you like. Adonis pointed to the largest and tallest iron bamboo deep in the bamboo forest, emphasizing his words. You absolutely must not touch the one in the very center. All the bamboo here was nurtured by that one bamboo. If you eat it, you'll never be able to eat these delicious bamboos again. Wah! Tuanshuan raised her head and glanced at the giant bamboo in the direction Adonis was pointing. He looked down again at the half-eaten bamboo stalk in his paws. A look of "I understand" appeared on his fat face. It can still distinguish between being full at one meal and being full at every other meal. Not only can't you eat it, you have to guard it carefully. This thing is like a meal ticket that you can never run out of. It nudged Adonis's waist with its head, making a series of soft moaning sounds, roughly meaning, "Don't worry, I'll live here from now on and protect it," making sure no one touches a single bamboo branch. Adonis was so bumped by it that he almost lost his balance, and he patted its head with a laugh. Just then, Tom and the others arrived on horseback. Adonis turned and gave the order. Tom, build a bear den for Tuan Tuan in this bamboo forest. Make it sturdy and able to keep out the wind and rain. Yes, sir. Tom patted his chest and guaranteed. I will definitely build the sturdiest and most luxurious bear den for Lord Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan, you can eat here slowly. I'll come see you again later. Adonis mounted his horse and gave one last instruction. Someone will come to build you a nest soon, so please don't do anything else. Eek. Okay, you can leave now and don't disturb my eating. Tuan Tuan waved its paws, didn't even raise its head, and continued to gnaw on the bamboo. The cracking sound was louder than thunder, and bamboo shavings flew everywhere. Look how hungry this child is. I don't know how many days it's been since he's had a proper meal. From then on, Adonis added another item to his daily schedule, spending time with Tuan Tuan in the bamboo forest. At first, everyone thought that Tuanshuan was used to being a homeless person, going hungry one day and eating another the next. Suddenly falling into a bamboo forest is like a poor person suddenly becoming rich. It's normal to overeat in a retaliatory manner. After a few days, once it's settled in eating, it will naturally calm down. For more than half a month, Tuanshuan did not leave the bamboo forest at all. My daily life is extremely regular. I eat after I wake up, sleep after I'm full, and occasionally I turn over and change my position to continue eating. The iron bamboo forest was shrinking at a visible rate, while Tuanshuan was expanding at a visible rate. Half a month later, it had gained even more weight. Her two small eyes, which were originally still visible, were now squeezed into just two slits by the fat on her face. If you don't look closely, you can't tell if it has its eyes open or is sleeping. Adonis once leaned closer and examined it carefully for a long time before he could see a glint of light reflected from the eyeballs through the two slits. Tuanshuan, you should move around a bit more. He poked Tuanshuan's belly, his fingers sinking in half an inch. Eek! Tuanshuan hummed lazily, rolled over, lay on her back with her 4 legs in the air, revealing her white belly, and continued to sleep. Adonis looked at the round puddle and suddenly felt that this isn't some high-level magical beast at all. It's clearly just a fleshy ball dressed as a panda. Chapter 88 The First Warcraft Night in the Territory. A month or so passed in the blink of an eye. Tuan Tuan's second personality has fully taken shape. That mental imprint is like a branding iron embedded deep into her soul, unbreakable. Adonis brought trust to the iron bamboo forest. Sure enough, Tuanshuan was lying on a patch of bamboo that it had flattened, clutching half a piece of iron bamboo in its paws, chewing it with relish. Hearing the noise, it merely lifted its eyelids slightly, and upon seeing Adonis, it lazily closed them again. Round and round. Adonis crouched down and patted its round belly. I want to terminate our contract. Then you can try to decide whether you want to sign a contract with him. Wah. Tuanshuan suddenly opened her eyes, her alert gaze shining through the slits. It dropped the bamboo, sat up abruptly, and its fat jiggled a few times. It clung to Adonis's arm with its 2 paws, whimpering anxiously. After the contract is terminated, can I still eat bamboo to my heart's content? Of course. Adonis smiled and rubbed its big head. This bamboo grove is your home. Even if the contract is dissolved. You live here too. Eat as much as you want. Eek! Tuanshuan loosened its paws and lay back down, looking like it was giving up and saying, okay, fine. As long as meals are provided, it doesn't matter whether a contract is signed or not. The world of foodies is just that simple. Adonis and Tuan Tuan both tacitly agreed to terminate the contract. The moment the contract broke, Adonis felt a slight sense of detachment. It was as if some invisible thread had been cut between the two of them, but he could still vaguely sense Tuan Tuan's inner thoughts. That lazy, subconscious mind, preoccupied only with bamboo, remained firmly in place. This is the effect of the imprint of thought. Even without a contract, Tuanshuan's closeness and loyalty to him will not disappear. Professor Truss. Adonis stood up and gave up his seat. I've already broken the contract with Tuanshuan. Try to see if you can win her over. It loves to eat bamboo, especially the magical iron bamboo. You can come and cut some every day, or go to the bamboo forest in the northwest corner to find those crisp and delicious tender bamboo shoots to feed it. This should increase your chances of successfully winning over the player. Thank you, sir. Tesla clasped his hands in a fist salute, his voice steady, but a hint of excitement lurked in his eyes. I see. Adonis has already paved the way to this extent. The rest is up to him. Tesla moved directly into the bamboo forest. He had a simple bamboo hut built at the edge of the bamboo forest. Although it was very simple, it was sturdy and clean. During the day, he would carry a machete and venture into the iron bamboo forest, specifically picking the freshest and tenderest shoots. The most magical iron bamboo was cut down, stacked up one by one, and fed to Tuanshuan's mouth. At first, Tuanshuan was a bit aloof. He used to do everything himself, living a self-sufficient life. Now that a stranger has suddenly come to serve me, I'm still a little unaccustomed to it. But Truss was just too meticulous. He cut the bamboo into sections that were best suited for Tianquan's consumption and arranged them neatly on a bamboo plate. They might even drizzle a little honey on the tender bamboo shoots, depending on Tianquan's taste. The honey was purchased by Trass from a caravan using his own savings. It was ridiculously expensive, but he didn't even blink. Tianquan licked a piece of bamboo dipped in honey, and her little eyes suddenly lit up. From then on, the way it looked at Tesla changed. The panda is both a cat and a bear. Bears, like any animal, cannot escape their love of honey. It's in their nature. It has to be said that pandas have an innate charm. With its chubby body and 4 short legs, it waddles when it walks, looking utterly adorable. It has an exceptionally good temperament. As long as you don't take its bamboo, it won't get angry no matter how much you pet it. Sometimes, Tesla would lean against Tianquan while sunbathing, sometimes for an entire afternoon. Tianquan wasn't annoyed. She would even occasionally reach out her paws to brush the bamboo leaves that had fallen onto his shoulder. The two, one human and one bear, actually showed a touch of fatherly affection. It was just a pity for the little elf iron pillar. 100 acres of iron bamboo forest may seem like a lot, but it can't withstand Tianquan's rampage. It can eat more bamboo than its own weight in a day, and it only picks the bamboo with the most magical properties to eat. To ensure the yield of the iron bamboo forest, Taiju worked tirelessly to promote the growth of new bamboo shoots. However many bamboo shoots Tianquan ate, he would replant just as many. They urged him to eat, and after eating, they urged him again, in a never-ending cycle, for almost a month. The day when Tesla finally won over Tianquan and agreed to sign a contract with him. Taiju had lost a lot of weight, his wings were drooping, and he was too lazy to even fly. When Adonis went to see it, it was lying in the corner of the insect house, making weak, gurgling sounds. "You've worked hard." Adonis gently stroked its little head with his finger. "I'll give you an extra meal later." At the moment the contract was signed, Tesla felt a sudden boom within his body. The shackles that had bound him at the peak of the high-level knighthood for years were shattered, as if by a giant hammer. The battle chi surged forth like water bursting its banks, rampaging through the meridians. It quickly returned to calm, and after breaking apart and reforming, it coalesced into a more refined and powerful force. A pale yellow aura of battle energy emanated from him, illuminating the entire bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves rustled loudly in the gust of air, startling Tianquan so much that she almost choked on the bamboo she hadn't finished chewing. The light gradually faded. Tesla slowly opened his eyes, looked down at his hands. He then glanced at Tianquan, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. He took a deep breath, suddenly knelt on one knee, and clasped his hands in a fist salute towards Adonis. "My lord, Tesla has lived up to your expectations." Adonis reached out and helped him up, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "Congratulations, Warcraft Knight Trass. With a new Warcraft Knight in the territory, a banquet must be held to celebrate." Adonis had never understood why nobles loved to hold banquets. When a new spirit is born into the family, another one needs to be summoned. When a new mythical beast is summoned, another one needs to be summoned. Anyway, we have to hold a party whenever there's a happy occasion, even though it's expensive and time-consuming. But now he suddenly understands something. Each banquet signifies an increase in the territory's strength. He gradually developed a liking for hosting banquets. "Actually, I enjoy the feeling of this improvement in my abilities." It was still the same beach where his cabin was located at night. The campfires were lit again, 3 more than last time, illuminating half the sea in a fiery red glow. The long tables were still the same few, now covered with clean coarse linen. The table was laden with grilled fish, grilled meat, white bread with black crystal sugar, and beer with hops. All you can eat. Chapter 89 Formation of the Night Squadron. Even more people came than last time. Truss sat to Adonis's left, still with that composed demeanor, sipping his wooden cup slowly. But the smile lines at the corners of his eyes were deeper than usual, a sign that he had become a Warcraft Knight. It was something he had longed for most of his life, and now his dream had finally come true. Tom, sitting on the right, was already flushed from drinking and was raising his glass to toast everyone. Carrot's butler stood behind him, afraid he might fall into the campfire. 44 knights and squires sat on the outermost edge, while Kobe and his 3 companions sat in the front row. He still carried those same exquisite knight swords at his waist, but his gaze kept glancing at Trass. Warcraft Knights, that's something they aspire to be. Bill the Bellows family also arrived. Once you've done it once, you get used to it. This time, Bill wasn't reserved at all. He clinked glasses with Thomas, finished his drink, and smacked his lips, praising the beer as strong. Henna glared at him from the side, annoyed that he had drunk too much horse urine and was acting inappropriately. Andrew got drunk again. This time, no one forced him to drink, so he happily drank 3 cups in a row and then lay unconscious on the beach. Tuanchuan didn't come. It guards the cordyceps on the iron pillar in the bamboo forest and also enjoys a midnight snack. Tesla said it has gained weight recently, and when it lies on the ground, it looks like a round, big rock from a distance. Adonis leaned back in his wooden chair, swirling the wine glass in his hand. In Xing was asleep, perched on his shoulder, her little belly bulging. Sugarcane carried Smucko and Iron Pillar, circling again and again in the night sky above the campfire. They chirped and murmured, as if trying to join in the fun for Tuanchuan, who was absent. Grown-ups. Tesla suddenly spoke, though his voice was not loud. Adonis turned his head to look at him. Thanks. Tesla raised his glass, but said nothing more. Adonis smiled and bumped hands with him. Dry. Tesla downed his drink in one gulp. Between men, there's no need for many words. Everything is conveyed through the drink. Mr. Truss, now that Kobe and his 4 teammates have become trainee Cavaliers, I want to formally form the Cavaliers. The previous 40 knights were merely members of the Cordyceps Guard. Kobe and others were just squad leaders in the Cordyceps Guardian team. With the help of the potion, the 4 of them finally broke through to the level of apprentice knight last month. The trainee knight is now qualified to serve as the squad leader of the knight squad. This is something the adults can decide for themselves, Tesla said calmly. He knew perfectly well that military power, no matter what, was always the exclusive domain of the nobility. The decision to form a knightly order must be made by the Lord himself. He wouldn't overstep his bounds, even though Adonis trusted him implicitly. I originally wanted you to be the Grand Master of the Knights. Adonis smiled. But now that you've become a Warcraft Knight, it would be a waste of your talents to appoint you as the Knight Commander. Trask was originally Adonis's preferred candidate for the Grand Master of the Knights, but no one expected him to grow so quickly. This is actually normal. Tesla was born a commoner and had no resources for cultivation. To become a high-ranking knight through one's own efforts speaks volumes about one's talent. Now, with the help of the seaweed potion, my progress is rapid, and becoming a monster knight is only natural. My lord, I am your follower. Truss said sincerely. I will carry out all your decisions to the end. All right, until there are no new high-ranking knights in the territory, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you for now. Does your excellency intend to form a full-strength knight order all at once? How could that be? Adonis shook his head. Even if the territory didn't have that many people, I still couldn't afford to support them. The knights were known as the toys of the great nobles. It requires not only enough knights and squires and potions, but also a reflection of the overall strength of a family. The Qingdao territory at present cannot afford the expenses of a knightly order, let alone supporting a knightly order. He couldn't even afford the monthly salaries, let alone the daily food. The Violet family has its own magical pigs that can provide the daily food for an entire knightly order. Qingdao has no magical poultry to meet the daily expenses of the knights. I plan to select 300 knights and squires from the 3,000 newly arrived serfs to form a new Cordyceps Guard. The original Cordyceps Guard was reorganized into 4 knight squads. Once these 4 squads were trained, then select 60 knights from the Cordyceps Guard to form a squadron, with experienced knights mentoring new ones. What do you think? Yes, that's fine. Tesla nodded. In that case, by the time of next year's pioneering war, we will have at least 1 squadron of knights. Such combat strength is rare, even among barons. In accordance with Duke Kuramiya's consistent style, no expansionist war was launched this year. Therefore, a war of expansion will definitely be launched next year, and each war of expansion. This was a golden opportunity for the nobles of the Grand Duchy of Kurosagi to profit from the war. SF Express is nowhere near as fast as a convenient delivery service, and training is nowhere near as fast as robbery. The territory lacks serfs and resources. Go for a trip to Sapphire and Turquoise, and you'll have everything when you come back. I'll leave the training to you. Don't worry, sir. Truss's voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and resolute. I will definitely train the most elite squadron of knights for you. The next day, before dawn, before the hangover had even worn off, Trask dragged the 44 knights and squires out of bed. Months of training have given them muscle memory. The moment Adonis stood before them, everyone automatically lined up in neat rows, completely silent. Adonis's gaze swept across their faces one by one. Gentlemen, from today onwards, You are no longer members of the Qingdao Cordyceps Protection Team. He paused. You will become members of the 1st Knights Squadron in Qingdao. Real. The team erupted in chaos. The Knights Squire's eyes lit up, and one of them couldn't help but blurt out. Someone turned to look at the person next to them, their face full of disbelief. The Cordyceps Guardian Team. Just from the name, you can tell it's a ragtag, low-level team. In some territories, the Cordyceps Guard was even composed of a group of untrained serfs. They trained so hard for so long. Isn't it all so that one day they can become a member of a formal knight order? I just didn't expect this surprise to come so quickly. Quiet. Trask stood beside Adonis and gave a low shout. The group fell silent instantly. Tesla was originally the chief knight of the territory and their mentor in the path of cultivation, so he already had a high reputation. Now that he has become a Warcraft knight, his aura is even more imposing, and a single glance from him can silence these teenagers. Kobe, Shaq, Alan McGrady. Adonis read out 4 names. After arduous training, the 4 of you have finally become apprentice knights. Then I will keep my promise, and you will be the squad leaders of the 4 knight squads. I hope you will continue your efforts and become company commanders, battalion commanders, or even the Grand Master of the Knights in the future. Thank you, sir. The 4 men knelt on one knee at the same time, holding their swords upright in front of their chests with their right hands, their voices in unison. Get up. Adonis looked at the remaining 40 people, taking in all their envious glances. The same goes for you. As long as you have the ability, I will never be stingy and will definitely give you the appropriate treatment. Chapter 90, The Symbol of Qingdao. That's how you manage subordinates. You have to let them see hope for advancement. This is a proper knight squad, not the makeshift group from before. Equipment, armor, and mounts. All of these must be prepared. Bill had already made 44 sets of armor, including vests. The silver star vines, which had undergone special treatment, were now neatly stacked to the side. The woven armor gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the morning light. Each person will receive a set of armor. As for warhorses, they will be assigned when we arrive. Qingdao has not yet produced any qualified warhorses. They usually travel by riding slow horses, which are fine for pulling carts. It's fine for traveling, but it's definitely not suitable for charging into battle as a warhorse. 44 knights and squires donned full armor and wielded 3-meter-long lances. They stood in 4 neat rows, knights, swords hanging from their waists. The jet-black armor gleamed with silver specks, and the insignia of the Qingdao territory was embroidered on the chest. A peninsula connected to the Demon Tail Mountains. The logo is simple and powerful. From a distance, it looks like a hand reaching from the continent into the ocean. Adonis initially intended to have the water dragon Arwen engraved on it. However, according to the custom of the Night Continent, dragons and phantom dragons cannot be used casually. Only families that possess dragons can use them. Like Adonis's maternal grandfather, the symbol of the Black Iron family is a Black Iron Earth dragon. The symbol of the Violet family is the Violet Arkel. Bill had suggested that Abram be used as the symbol of the Qingdao territory, but Adonis rejected the idea. He's a dragon knight, after all. Although Ao Run's existence can't be revealed yet. But you can't just use any big elf as a symbol. What if Ao Run gets jealous? Abram cannot be used, nor can Baturu and Ingzhao. After much deliberation, Adonis finally made the decision to use the topographical map of the territory. Its main principle is impartiality, remaining unaffected by either rain or dew. Stand up straight after you've changed. Tesla walked with his hands behind his back from the front of the line to the back, and then back again. You're no longer the Cordyceps Guardian team, you're the Qingdao Knight Squadron. Don't embarrass me. His gaze lingered on Kobe. He looked him up and down, and nodded. Their morale is pretty good. I just don't know if they'll be able to stand this straight on the battlefield. No one laughed. 44 young faces were filled with seriousness. Adonis stood aside, watching this fledgling team, silently doing some calculations in his mind. Armor, lances, knights' swords, warhorses, potions, and wages. Everything costs a fortune in gold coins. Next, we will form a new Cordyceps protection team, and this time we plan to select 300 people. This is another huge expense. Tom spread the news through the government office, and the serfs on the territory went wild again. The previous batch of 40 members of the Cordyceps Guard have all become official members of the Knights Order. Their social status was no longer comparable to before. Those companions who had once dug the earth and moved stones alongside them. Now he is wearing full body armor that is jet black and shiny with silver, and a knight's sword is at his waist. When he rode his tall horse through the town, he walked with a swagger. This gave the people hope of climbing the social ladder. Whether they were longtime residents of the original territory or the more than 3,000 newcomers who arrived this year, they all rushed to the government office, carrying the same hope. Some people got up before dawn, while others didn't even have time for breakfast. Some people even ran all the way from the construction site, their trouser legs still covered in mud. On the day of the preliminary selection, people from most of the territory came. The open space in front of the government office was packed with people, a huge crowd that completely blocked the entrance. Those who arrived later couldn't squeeze in and could only stand on tiptoe to look around from the outside, craning their necks to peek inside, afraid of missing the registration deadline. Fortunately, Tom had anticipated this and had all 4 newly formed knight squads present in advance to participate in the interview. 44 knights, dressed in that jet black armor. They sat upright behind the long table, with a long line in front of each person. The people followed suit and automatically formed 44 long lines. The road winds its way from the entrance of the government office all the way to the distant dirt road, resembling a series of crooked, giant pythons. The selection process was very fast. Everyone stood in front of the table and stated their name, age, and previous work experience. The knights and squires then looked them up and down, examining their physique, eyes, spirit, and potential. Those who lack talent, are too physically weak, have unfocused eyes, or are prone to cheating are easily spotted. In half a day, 300 qualified people were selected. They will become new members of the Cordyceps Guardian team, participating in training and taking turns protecting the Cordyceps spirits. Those who perform exceptionally well will have the opportunity to become official members of the Knights Order in the future. Those who were not elected walked back dejectedly. Some looked back several times in resentment, while others clenched their fists and secretly vowed to be elected next time. Those selected were taken aside, each one puffing out their chests and beaming with undisguised smiles. They sized up their companions, their eyes filled with a competitive spirit. Of the 300 people, not all of them will be hired permanently in the future. No one wants to fall behind. Tom stood at the entrance of the government building, looking at the 300 young faces, and silently made a decision in his mind. Including the original 4 official knight squads and 100 security guards, the territory's armed forces now number nearly 450. For a baronial estate, this amount is not small. Generally speaking, a baron's domain should have a formal armed force of no more than 200 men. 3 or 4 formal knight squads, a company of cordyceps guards, and dozens of security personnel. Examples like Qingdao Ling are already severely exceeding the standard. However, Qingdao's finances are very healthy, with at least 60,000 gold coins coming in every month. They could easily afford to maintain a full-fledged squadron of knights. He turned and went into the hall to discuss the accommodations and meals for the newlyweds with Butler Carrot. Choosing a cordyceps guard team is a trivial matter that doesn't require the Lord's personal involvement. He is currently at the mouth of the Qingdao River. There is a natural deep-water harbor nearby, with deep and calm waters, suitable for mooring large sailboats. Jack's shipyard is located here. It was called a shipyard, but it was really just a bamboo shed built on the shore with logs underneath to make it easier to push boats into the sea. The actual shipyard can only begin construction after the castle and fortress have been built in the territory. Until then, we'll just have to make do. Adonis had initially thought that Jack, as a junior shipwright, would need a year or 2. Only through continuous exploration could they build a medium-sized sailboat. Just then, a servant came to report that the medium-sized sailboat was finished. He had to come and see. He didn't even bother to participate in the preliminary selection for the Cordyceps Guardian team, and rode his little red horse directly to the shipyard. Chapter 91, the first ship of the territory. Sir, look. Jack pointed to a sailboat moored in the harbor, his voice tinged with smugness. This is a medium-sized sailboat that I just built. Jack is indeed quite talented in shipbuilding. Although he was only a novice shipwright who had recently completed his apprenticeship, through his own arduous exploration. Using only the materials from 2 ships, they managed to build a decent medium-sized sailing ship. At least, the ship is on the water, stationary and stable, and hasn't sunk. Of the 2 ships mentioned earlier, one sank immediately after being launched. The other boat fared even worse. It broke apart during its launch, with planks floating all over the bay. In other words, Adonis is now very wealthy and has enough financial resources to support his experiments. If it were someone else, the loss of these 2 medium-sized sailing ships would have bankrupted an ordinary baronial estate. Adonis stood on the shore, carefully examining the new ship. The ship is about 35 meters long and 7 meters wide, with a slender shape. With the keel retracted, The draft is 2 to 3 meters, and when fully extended, it can reach 4 to 5.5 meters, which is sufficient to cope with the wind and waves of ocean voyages. The deck area is about half the size of a standard tennis court, approximately 120 square meters. The mast stood tall, more than 30 meters above the water, roughly the height of a 10-story building. The ship looked tall and long, like a spear lying on the sea. With a full load displacement of 210 tons and a load capacity of about 100 tons, it requires 6 or 7 crew members to operate. Very good, Jack. Adonis nodded in satisfaction. Does this ship have a name yet? Not yet, sir. Jack rubbed his hands together. You need to name this ship. Adonis pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Since you built this ship, and your name is Jack, then let's name this ship the Black Pearl. Thank you for the name, sir. Jack bowed, though he couldn't understand why his name was Jack, but the ship had to be called the Black Pearl. But the name chosen by the Lord must be a good name. Moreover, the name Black Pearl sounds very noble, much more imposing than Seagull or Sea Wave. Let's test it out along the coastline first. Adonis patted the gunwale, the planks making a dull thud. If there are no problems, continue building 4 more to form a small fleet. I have a great use for them. Well, Jack's smile froze for a moment, and he said cautiously, Sir, we do not have enough sailors to operate this ship. No sailors? Adonis frowned. Didn't I already have Tom train the sailors? Because there were no ships before, the sailors trained by Lord Tom could only swim. Jack carefully considered his words. It's somewhat difficult to maneuver a sailboat. Sailing a boat is a skill. It's not something you can just do by finding 2 people who can swim. Moreover, Adonis will be venturing 500 miles into the endless ocean to reach Dragon Horse Island. The weather at sea is unpredictable, and without an experienced captain at the helm, it is easy to capsize. Damn it, Adonis slapped his forehead. I never would have thought of that. It's not his fault. In both his lifetimes, he had little contact with ships. Tom is the same, and even worse than him. At least Adonis could swim in the sea, but Tom only dared to take a walk on the beach and didn't even dare to go into the water. Jack looked at the frustrated lord, hesitated for a moment, and then said cautiously, Sir, if you need a captain, I may be able to recommend one to you. Oh, Adonis's eyes lit up. Do you know who can sail a boat? Yes, sir. My neighbor, Gorky's Petrel. The Petrel is just an ordinary seabird, and both craftsmen and commoners can use it as a surname. Jack lowered his voice. He was originally a captain. It's just that his fleet was accidentally destroyed at sea. This caused his lord to suffer heavy losses, and in a fit of anger, he sold his entire family. Fortunately, you bought him and his whole family, and they're living right next door to me. Jack paused, then added, When he heard that I was a shipwright, we got along very well. They keep asking me about shipbuilding in the territory. Are you planning to build a fleet, sir? But I didn't tell him anything about shipbuilding on the territory. Although the Lord did not explicitly request secrecy, shipbuilding was clearly a major event for the territory, and the Lord attached great importance to it. In case of careless disclosure, it could have a negative impact on the master. He, a shipwright born into serfdom, could not bear this responsibility. He is satisfied with his current life and doesn't want to be sold off again over such a trivial matter. Very good, very good. Adonis smiled and patted Jack on the shoulder. If he really was a captain, I will reward you handsomely. Now, bring him before me. Yes, sir. Jack straightened his back. I'll go find him right now. He should be at the castle construction site at this time. Jack left quickly, but returned even faster. Behind him followed a short man, shirtless. His muscular physique was on full display, gleaming with a bronze sheen in the sunlight. When he walks, his feet are slightly turned outwards, swaying as if he is still trying to find his balance on the deck. People who spend a lot of time on ships will unconsciously turn their feet outwards in order to stand firm in the wind and waves. Over time, it becomes a habit that is difficult to break even after one has successfully completed their studies. Adonis, observing the man's gait, was already somewhat convinced. This humble man, Gorky the Petrel, greets your lordship. The man approached, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a rough but steady voice. People who frequently drift at sea often have their voices ravaged by the sea winds, resulting in a rough and unpleasant tone. Adonis did not immediately help him up, but instead looked him up and down. He has broad shoulders, thick arms, and calluses all over his palms, especially thick ones around the base of his thumb. That's the result of years of steering and pulling cables. I heard you used to be a ship captain? Yes, sir, I was indeed a captain before. Gorky raised his head, his eyes clear and bright, neither looking away nor flinching. I have sailed ocean routes for 10 years, and the furthest I have been was the coastline of the Frost Empire. Wow, they've even sailed on ocean routes. If this is true, then coastal navigation would be a game-changer for him. So how was your fleet destroyed? Gorky's eyes dimmed for a moment, but quickly regained their composure. The storm caused the convoy to deviate from its course and run aground. Of the 3 large sailing ships, only one little man survived. He made it sound simple, but the danger involved was far more than he described so lightly. These days, even navigating nearshore waters is a life-threatening endeavor, let alone ocean voyages. Every time we go out to sea, we are gambling with our lives against the heavens. He sailed for 10 years and still survived, which shows he had some real skills. Adonis nodded and did not ask any further questions. Get up. Come with me onto the boat and take a look. Yes, sir. Galgi stood up and followed Adonis toward the brand-new Black Pearl. His gaze fell on the ship, and his pupils contracted slightly. That was an old captain's instinctive reaction. Upon seeing a ship, he wanted to know if it was in good condition. Adonis watched this unfold, a slight smile playing on his lips. This time, perhaps we've really struck gold. Chapter 92 Training Sailors. How is it? Can this ship be used for coastal operations? Gorky did not answer immediately. He walked around the gunwale, sometimes crouching down and running his palm along the curved bottom of the ship. Sometimes he would stand up and look up to examine the angle of the mast and the direction of the sail ropes. Every few steps, he would stop, tap the planks with his knuckles, and listen to the echoing sound. Adonis didn't urge him, but stood aside with his hands behind his back, waiting. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Gorky stood up, dusted off the sawdust from his hands, and turned around. Sir, this ship is well built. His tone wasn't one of flattery, but rather an objective assessment from an old sea captain. The hull planks have a smooth curve, and the seams near the waterline are also tight. The keel and ribs are joined using mortise and tenon joints, showing that Master Jack is a very meticulous person. Adonis nodded without replying, waiting for him to continue. But Gorky then changed the subject, pointing to both sides of the ship's side. The ship's freeboard is a bit low, and the hull is also a bit narrow. It runs without problems when the wind is calm. It's stable, and the speed isn't slow. However, once a wind of force 4 or 5 or higher picks up at sea, the waves surge up, and seawater can easily overflow the ship's hull. He walked to the base of the mast and looked up at how the sail rigging was secured. The ratio of mast height to ship width is more suited to inland waterway shipping design. In coastal shipping, the captain needs to constantly monitor the wind direction. Even a slight oversight could lead to capsizing. So what's your conclusion? Gorky pondered for a moment, then gave a cautious answer. Sir, in my experience, this ship should have no problem sailing in the coastal waters within 500 miles of the coastline. As long as the captain is experienced, avoids strong winds, and doesn't sail too far out to sea, safety is guaranteed. What about 500 miles away? 500 miles away. Gorky shook his head. The waves at sea are much bigger than at sea, and this ship can't withstand them. If we force it to go out to sea, it will easily capsize. After listening, Adonis remained silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. 500 li is enough. Longma Island is only about 500 li away from Qingdao, which is exactly the right distance. Gorky the Petrel, from today onwards you will temporarily serve as captain of the Black Pearl. Adonis looked into his eyes. I'm giving you 3 months. During these 3 months, you'll be responsible for training the sailors on the ship. You don't need to be very skilled, but you should at least learn how to steer, adjust the sails, and read the wind direction. Once the sea trials are over and everything goes smoothly, you'll be officially hired. Gorky paused for a moment, then knelt on one knee, his right hand on his chest. Thank you, sir. I will do my utmost, and will never let you down. Adonis reached out and helped him up, smiling. Get up. From now on, the crew on the ship will be selected from the serfs. Once you've chosen someone, just tell me and I'll make the arrangements. Yes, sir. To unleash Gorky's greater potential, Adonis's passive skill, Pie in the Sky, was automatically activated. Before leaving, he told him that as long as the ship's sea trials were successful, the territory will build 4 more identical ships to form a small fleet. Unsurprisingly, he will also be the captain of this small fleet. Of course, he can give Jack his suggestions on what improvements the ship needs. Adonis was only responsible for providing the materials and manpower for shipbuilding. He didn't concern himself with anything else. Leave professional matters to professionals. They only need to know the results. Gorky was very responsible. He took over the task of training the sailors from Tom that very day. He glanced at the group of people Tom had originally recruited, shook his head, and said, "It's true that those people can swim. But I got seasick as soon as I boarded the ship. My legs were trembling when I stood on the deck, and I couldn't even tell which sail rope was which. He didn't keep a single one. He dismissed them all. In his words, going to sea is a matter of life and death, and there is no room for carelessness. Otherwise, it would mean certain death, and the entire ship's crew would also suffer. He recruited a new group of men, about 50, from among the serfs. To maintain a small fleet, 50 sailors are the minimum required. Gorky had extensive experience in crew configuration for ships. Each ship has 7 or 8 men, so 5 ships would have around 40 men. Including those who rotate, rest, and those on standby, 50 people are just enough. Before dawn the next day, Gorky took people to the seaside. 50 serfs stood on the beach, ragged and emaciated, but their eyes were still lively. Gorky didn't rush them onto the ship. Instead, he had a pile of scrap wood brought from the construction site. 5 wooden frames were nailed to the beach, and several ropes were tied to each frame. From today onwards, you will practice here. Gorky stood in front of the wooden frame, a cable clutched in his hand. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was firmly spoken. Only those who master the skills first are qualified to board the ship. The first day's practice was knot tying, a fundamental skill for every sailor. Knots at sea are different from those on land. Considering the slippery seawater and the tearing force of the sea wind, a poorly tied knot could be fatal in a critical moment. Gorky taught them the 8 most basic knots one by one, step by step. Figure 8 knot, flat knot, double half knot, single overhand knot, double overhand knot, clove knot, fisherman's knot, and shrunk sail knot. He would do it once, and then make the serfs do it 10 or 100 times. If anyone made a mistake, he would walk over, silently untie the knot, and watch the person tie it again. 50 people practiced from morning till night. Their fingers were worn raw and blood was seeping out, but no one dared to stop. The activity doesn't end until everyone can skillfully tie 8 basic knots. Next came mast climbing training, which was designed to help sailors overcome their fear of heights. Climbing up a mast that's tens of meters high to hang sails and tie ropes is impossible without overcoming a fear of heights. Not only do you have to climb fast enough. Otherwise, if you encounter an emergency at sea, you need to climb up and get the sail down. If you can't climb up after a long time, then you can only wait to die. Gorky tied a log horizontally between 2 sturdy coconut trees. It was about 10 meters off the ground, with several ropes hanging down from the log. The serfs had to climb up the ropes, reach the top, pat the log, and then climb down. Some people got so weak in the legs halfway up that they clung to the rope, too afraid to move, unable to go up or down. Gorky shouted from below, "If you can't come down, then go up. If you can't go up, then come down. If you're stuck in midair, a gust of wind will make you fall." At a height of 6 or 7 meters, an ordinary person falling from such a height would either die or be seriously injured, leaving them with no choice but to grit their teeth and climb upwards. After a week of training, everyone successfully overcame their fear of heights. Next, we practiced balance. The same principle applies. When a ship is sailing at sea, if you can't maintain your balance, you can't even stand still. So how can you control the sails? Gorky had a shallow ditch dug on the beach, filled with water, and a rickety wooden plank placed across its surface. The serfs had to walk barefoot from one end of the plank to the other, and were not allowed to fall into the ditch. After finishing one, switch to a narrower one, then a more shaky one. If you fall into a ditch, get up and walk it again, from dawn till dusk, until finally you can walk across it with your eyes closed. Chapter 93 Sea Trials of the Black Pearl. Once they had learned and mastered these basics, Gorky began to find various ways to torment them. Sometimes he has them line up and turn left or right on his commands, not to practice walking or forming lines. When you lose your balance on the deck and your body instinctively leans to one side, you have to learn to push back in the opposite direction. Sometimes he would have people splash water on the wooden frame to simulate the feeling of waves crashing onto the deck. Then let them run, squat, put their hands on their heads, tie knots, and so on. The serfs were subjected to excruciating training, but not a single one of them withdrew. They knew in their hearts that this was a path that could lead them upwards. If they couldn't get on the ship, they could only go back to the construction site to move stones. If they got on the ship, by following the Lord's fleet on the sea routes, there might be a chance for advancement in the future. Even if they were unlucky enough to die at sea, the Lord, being merciful, would not mistreat their families. This is why Adonis insisted on buying serfs who had families. With the bond of family, they would be more devoted to serving their Lord to the death. They wanted to earn the Lord's copper coins, but the Lord wanted their lives. A month and a half later, Gorky finally led them aboard the Black Pearl and began sea trials. The ship was anchored in the harbor, gently rocking with the tide. 50 serfs stood on the dock, looking at the towering ship. Some swallowed hard, while others clenched their fists. Gorky was the first to step onto the springboard and glance back at them. "Get on the boat." 50 people, one after another, walked up shakily. Some people's legs went weak as soon as they stepped onto the deck, and they held onto the ship's railing, too afraid to move. Others took a few steps, and then squatted down, their faces pale. But no one went back. Galgi stood at the bow of the ship, expressionless as he watched the group of rookies. But in his heart he was thinking, there's still a month and a half left. That should be enough. The Black Pearl raised its sails. 50 sailors filled the deck, many of them pale-faced, but not one of them retreated. Galgi stood at the bow of the ship and waved his hand. "Weigh anchor." The ship slowly sailed out of the harbor and headed southeast along the coastline. This type of medium-sized sailboat can only operate within 500 li of coastal waters and cannot venture into the open sea. The first 2 days went relatively smoothly. The sea was calm, and the Black Pearl glided steadily through the azure waters. The sailors gradually adapted to life on the ship. Those who were seasick stopped getting seasick, and those at the helm were able to keep the ship steady. Galler stood at the stern of the ship, a rare smile appearing on his face. On the third day, the weather changed. First came the wind. The gentle sea breeze suddenly turned violent, making the masts howl and the sails billow as if they were about to tear. Gorky looked up at the dark clouds on the horizon, his face darkening. "Flatten the sails." Quickly, before the words had even finished, the rain began to pour down. It wasn't falling, it was smashing. The raindrops pounded on the deck like pebbles, making a painful, pattering sound. The waves rose up, starting at 1 or 2 meters, and quickly surged to 3 or 4 meters. The Black Pearl was like a leaf, tossed up and down by the waves. "Hurry up. Everyone hurry up." Gorky gripped the steering wheel tightly, his voice barely audible in the wind and rain. A huge wave crashed in from the side, causing the ship to tilt violently and the sailors on deck to tumble into a heap. Some people clung to the mast, while others gripped the ship's side tightly. Another person didn't have time to grab anything and slid into the sea. "Pull the rope. Pull the rope," Gorky roared. The people nearby reacted quickly and ran to the side of the boat, throwing out the ropes tied around their waists. The man grabbed the end of the rope and was pulled back. He was soaking wet and lay on the deck, shivering like a leaf. The wind grew stronger and the waves rose higher. A muffled thud came from the stern of the Black Pearl, the groan of the keel bearing immense force. The veins on Gorky's forehead bulged, and the rudder wheel almost broke in his hands. He shouted at the top of his lungs to the sailors. "Hard to port. Hard to port. Don't let the waves hit the gunwale. Bow to the waves. To the waves." The sailors frantically adjusted the sail ropes, some even getting their palms chafed raw by the ropes. Blood streamed down his wrist, but he didn't bother wiping it away. Some people were knocked down by the waves, got up, were knocked down again, and got up again. Just then, someone shouted, "There's something in the sea." Gorky looked in the direction the man was pointing, and his pupils suddenly contracted. About 200 meters to the port side of the stern, a huge dorsal fin cut through the waves. It is triangular in shape, jet black and shiny, like an upright sickle. Its dorsal fin left a white trail on the water's surface at great speed, rapidly approaching the Black Pearl. A sailor recognized Warcraft, his voice trembling. "It's a monster from the sea." The moment the thing surfaced, everyone saw it clearly. It was a monstrous sea creature, resembling a megalodon, and its size was outrageously large. Its exposed spine alone is several meters wide. As it swam past the ship, the Black Pearl looked like a child's toy in front of it. That shark monster was over 50 meters long, more than 20 meters longer than the Black Pearl. The deck was deathly silent. No one spoke, no one moved. Everyone knows that a sea monster of this size could easily smash the Black Pearl to pieces with a single flick of its tail. Gorky's hand rested on the rudder, his knuckles turning white. He knew in his heart that he couldn't escape, and he couldn't win a fight either. The sea is this beast's territory. The Black Pearl, with its tonnage, isn't even enough to fill its teeth. But Gorky did not panic. He had sailed the oceans for 10 years, seen storms bigger than this, and even more ferocious sea monsters. His mind raced, trying to come up with a solution, an escape route, and how to save as many lives as possible. The shark-like monster circled the Black Pearl once, seemingly sizing up the small, arrogant vessel. Gorky could even see its 2 eyes floating below the surface of the water. It was pitch black, bigger than a human head, and coldly watched everything on the ship. Then it stopped. Less than 50 meters directly in front of the bow of the ship, the shark monster suddenly stopped. Its dorsal fin retracted slightly, and its entire body sank halfway into the water, as if it had sensed something that made it uneasy. Gorky squinted and suddenly understood. Having worked on ships for 10 years, he had seen similar scenes. Some noble lords, in order to ensure the safety of their ships, would, during the shipbuilding process, they would embed a piece of dragon scale into the dragon bone, or mix in some dragon hair. The dragon's might emanating from these things might not be effective against the giant sea monsters in the distant ocean, but that was more than enough to scare away the low to mid-level magical beasts near the coast. It seems that our lord has done the same thing on the Black Pearl. The actual situation was just as he had guessed. Adonis had given Jack a few strands of Baturu's hair long before he started building the ship. Jack used it to fuse into the keel of the sailboat, which saved the Black Pearl from disaster. Chapter 94: Successful Return from Sea Trial. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The shark-like monster suddenly changed direction, flicking its tail. A huge wave crashed down, causing the Black Pearl to shake violently. When the splash subsided, only a white trail of water remained on the sea surface, disappearing rapidly into the distance. In less than 10 breaths, the watermark disappeared into the vast sea. Gorky released the helm, let out a long breath, and turned to shout to the sailors on deck. Don't just stand there. Adjust the sails. Take the helm. The ship hasn't reached the shore yet. No one slept that night. Collar stood behind the steering wheel all night. His eyes were bloodshot and his lips were cracked, but his hands, gripping the steering wheel, never let go for a moment. On the morning of the 4th day, the wind and waves finally subsided. As dawn broke on the horizon, the sea gradually calmed down. The Black Pearl sailed slowly in the morning light, several planks of its hull loosened by the waves. One of the sails on the mast was torn, and the sailors were all in a sorry state. Some people were injured, some had facial disfigurement, some had dislocated arms, and some were vomiting uncontrollably by the side of the ship. Fortunately, no one died. After counting the number of people, Gorky let out a long breath. He turned and shouted to the sailors slumped, lying, or still trembling on the deck. Did you all hear that? We made it through. There was silence on the deck at first, then a hoarse cheer erupted. Some people cried, some laughed, and some hugged each other, crying and laughing at the same time. 2 days later, the Black Pearl returned to the harbor in Qingdao. Adonis stood on the dock, looking at the battered sailboat that had just docked. This gives you an idea of just how dangerous sea voyages can be. No wonder the Grand Duchy of Koyaki, despite being a coastal country, only has a handful of powerful nobles with the resources to build a fleet. But when I saw those ragged, exhausted sailors with shining eyes disembarking from the ship, he felt at ease. From now on, Qingdao town would have its own fleet of ships. Gorky was the last to disembark. He walked up to Adonis and knelt on one knee. Sir, the Black Pearl has completed its sea trials, and all crew members have returned safely. All 50 men are accounted for. Adonis helped him up, saying, You've worked hard. It's not hard work. Gorky grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Sir, these 50 men are now all qualified sailors. Having weathered the storms, although still needing to gain more experience, they are now capable of navigating nearshore waters. Adonis nodded and turned to look at Jack. Jack, build 4 more new ships. Let's start by forming a small offshore fleet. Just as Jack was about to respond, Gorky stepped forward. Sir, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Explain. After the Black Pearl's recent voyage, I discovered a few issues. Gorky gestured. The hull is too narrow and the freeboard is too low. It's okay for short trips near the coast, but if you go out to sea, it's easy to capsize in rough seas. I'd like to discuss with Master Jack whether we can modify the original ship design. Jack's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he leaned closer to ask, How do we change it? Gorky said, 2 methods of revision. A type of ship specifically designed for offshore operations, with a wider hull, higher freeboard, and strong resistance to wind and waves. Another type is specifically designed for inland waterways, with a shallow draft and flexible turning capabilities. It will be useful on the Qingdao River in the future. The territory is currently in dire need of reconstruction, and the Qingdao River, being an inland waterway, will not be needed for the time being. However, once the territory has developed, this inland river, which leads directly to the sea, will inevitably become a golden waterway for the Qingdao territory. It is essential to first develop vessels suitable for inland waterway navigation. Jack pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. That makes sense. I'll go back and draw up the blueprints. Adonis watched the two of them chatting away and couldn't help but laugh. Jack, sir, Jack quickly stood up straight. You were commended for recommending Gorky last time, so I'll reward you with 10 gold coins. Jack was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. If you can develop a boat suitable for inland waterway navigation this time, I will reward you with another 20 gold coins. Jack opened his mouth, but couldn't close it for a long time. Gorky, standing nearby, nudged him hard, and only then did he realize what was happening. He knelt down with a thud. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Get up. Adonis waved his hand and looked at Gorky again. Gorky, I keep my word. From this day forward, you are the captain of the Black Pearl and the captain of the Qingdao town fleet. The task of assembling the fleet and training new sailors and captains is entirely yours. Gorky took a deep breath and knelt down to pay his respects. Don't worry, sir. Gorky's life will now belong to Qingdao. On the dock, 50 sailors stood in a row, looking at their captain and lord, each one of them puffing out their chests. They were the first sailors in the territory, and from then on, they would be the veterans of the fleet. As time goes by, the territory is changing for the better. The plans that Adonis proposed at the first meeting are gradually being realized, one by one. The castle was under construction, the fleet was being built, and Tom came to report to him. The Demon Tail Canyon Fortress, which he had strongly advocated for, has been completed. Adonis deliberately chose a fine, clear day to hold the fortress's completion ceremony. The original plan was for the fortress to be able to accommodate 500 people. But upon closer reflection, a baronial territory doesn't have many troops in total, so building such a large one would be a pure waste. The master craftsman led his men to conduct a site survey and then produced new blueprints. Normally, it can house 100 people, and in times of war, it can squeeze in 300. In peacetime, only a small night squad needs to be stationed here for defense, because the fortress was positioned right on the only passage in and out of Qingdao. Incidentally, a team of security personnel can also be stationed there to screen passing caravans, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although the area has shrunk, the height and thickness of the city wall have not been compromised in the slightest. The outer city wall is 30 meters high, 20 meters wide at the base, and 8 meters wide at the top, wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to run side by side. The outer parapet is 1.8 meters high and has observation and firing ports. 2 10-meter-high arrow towers were also built along the mountain walls on both sides. Standing atop the arrow tower, you can see the entire canyon below, and even a fly flying by can be clearly seen. The wall facing the territory wasn't as high, only 5 meters. Along this low wall, a row of dormitories, granaries, and armories were built. Normally, the night squads are stationed on the arrow towers on both sides, while the security guards stand guard at the gate to check the passing caravans. The 2 large doors are each 6 meters wide and 10 meters high, and are made entirely of magical ironwood. This thing is harder than steel, but weighs only 1/3 as much. It also possesses considerable magic resistance, capable of withstanding magic attacks of levels below 1. It is the preferred material for building city gates and castle gates. The inner side of the outer city wall was also fitted with dragon-slaying stones. This is the last line of defense. If the city gate is accidentally breached, the dragon-slaying stone can be immediately lowered to prevent the enemy from entering. Chapter 95 Qingdao Team. The weather on the day of the completion ceremony was absolutely perfect. The sun wasn't strong, the wind wasn't heavy, and the air in the mountains was so fresh it felt like it had been washed. Adonis, along with Truss, Tom, Carrot, and a group of others, rode for most of the morning before arriving. The fortress gates were wide open, the 2 magical ironwood doors gleaming darkly in the sunlight. The cracks in the city wall were still damp, and the traces of glutinous rice juice were very fresh. Atop the newly erected arrow tower, a flag bearing the name of Qingdao, with a black background and a peninsula design, fluttered in the wind. Adonis dismounted and stood in front of the city gate, looking up at it for a long time. Truss followed behind him, looked up as well, and suddenly spoke. My lord, I didn't realize it before, but now that the fortress is repaired, I see that this place is even more treacherous than I thought. Adonis nodded. It can be described as a one-man defense that can hold off 10,000 men. Tom leaned closer. Sir, may we begin the completion ceremony? Okay. Adonis patted the city wall, feeling the rough coolness in his palm. Let's begin. There was no red silk, no gongs and drums, and no special guests were invited. Adonis drew his knight's sword from his waist and made a shallow sword mark on each of the stone walls on either side of the city gate. Truss followed behind him with 4 squad leaders, each of whom also drew a sword on the city wall. From today onwards, This fortress will be called Demon Tail Pass. Adonis sheathed his sword, turned around, and looked at the dozens of people in front of him. From now on, the gateway to Qingdao will be in your hands. The squad of knights stationed here responded in unison, their voices echoing through the valley several times. The ceremony was very simple, taking less than the time it takes to eat a meal. But Steward Carrot still had colorful cloths hung on the city walls and wine barrels placed on top of the arrow towers. Each person pours a glass of wine, drinks it standing up, and the ceremony is considered complete. Adonis, holding his wine cup, walked to the city gate, leaned against the magic ironwood, and took a big gulp. He was not used to entrusting the safety of his territory to others. The saying goes, it's better to have your own than to have your own parents. Mountains may crumble, and people may run away. He squinted at the distance of the canyon, where blue skies and white clouds stretched out and mountain ridges continued. Looking back at the newly built arrow towers, barracks, and those two sturdy gates. Suddenly, I felt that my barony finally had some decent protection. Tom walked over with a glass of wine, rubbed against the stone wall, and stood next to Adonis. Sir, shouldn't we be repairing the road next? The road from the fortress to the town is still in terrible condition. Repair, Adonis said. The stone-paved road extends all the way to the western district. To get rich, build roads first. Not only the road from Malway Pass to the west district needs to be repaired. Even the road outside Demon Tail Pass, which connects to the Violet territory, needs to be repaired. That'll cost a lot of gold coins, Tom muttered, but he was smiling. Is the territory short of gold coins right now? Adonis asked in return. Of course we don't lack gold coins, but we lack manpower. If you could buy another 5,000 serfs, sir, we can then accelerate the pace of development in our territory. Sir, you wouldn't want to live in a wooden house by the sea forever, would you? Adonis rolled his eyes at him, wanting to ask him where he learned that signature answer. After 5 or 6 months of initial investment, the results were finally in, and good news kept coming from the territory. The Demon Tail Pass had just been completed, and the glutinous rice paste on the city walls hadn't even dried yet, when Jack from the shipyard came looking for him. Master, it's done. Adonis was flipping through the reports Tom had handed him in the government hall. Hearing the shout, he put down the parchment he was holding and walked outside with a smile. Jack nearly tripped and fell as he dismounted, staggering a couple of steps before regaining his balance and kneeling on one knee. Sir, all 4 new ships are finished. The Black Pearl has also been modified according to Captain Gorky's suggestions. The hull was widened by 2 feet, the freeboard was increased, and the keel was reinforced. Captain Gorky said, it's much safer to sail in coastal waters now. Adonis immediately stood up. Let's go take a look. On the dock, 4 new ships stood in a row, their paint gleaming in the sunlight. The Black Pearl was moored on the outermost side, its hull slightly higher than the newer ship next to it. Gorky was standing at the bow of the Black Pearl, directing the sailors to inspect the sails and rigging. Seeing Adonis arrive, he jumped off the ship and strode over. Sir, the new ships have all been tested and they don't sink. The Black Pearl is also fully modified. I want to make another sea trial and take the 4 new ships with me. Are you confident? Adonis asked. Gorky grinned. Don't worry, sir. We survived the last storm, and this time the boat is even better and the crew is more familiar with each other. There won't be any problems. Adonis nodded. Go. The formation of the fleet was of paramount importance to the Qingdao territories, not just because they coveted the dragon steeds of Lama Island. Qingdao needs an external channel that it can completely control. Otherwise, he will have to consider other people's opinions in everything he does in the future. The sea trial is scheduled for 3 days later. Before dawn, the sails of the 5 ships were already raised. The 4 new ships, being sister ships to the Black Pearl, were too much for Adonis to think of names for. They were named Black Pearl 2, 3, 4, and V respectively. The original one was naturally number 1. Black Pearl 1 led the way, with the other 4 ships following behind, forming a single file as they slowly sailed out of the harbor. This time, we didn't encounter a storm or a shark monster. The sea was as calm as a piece of blue silk, with a few seabirds occasionally skimming over the top of the mast. At the bow of the Black Pearl, Gul'dan steered the ship with flag signals to direct the ships behind to adjust their course and change formation. The 5 ships sailed in the near sea for 2 days and 2 nights, reaching as far as the Potato family's coastline. On the evening of our return, the setting sun turned the sea golden. 5 sailing ships filed into the harbor, and the sailors stood on the gunwales, waving and cheering at the serfs who had gathered on the dock. Some people threw their hats into the air, while others sang the boatman's chant at the top of their lungs, completely tone-deaf, but their voices were deafeningly loud. Adonis, who had already received the news, stood on the dock, waiting for the 5 ships to dock safely. Watching the sailors jump off the ship one by one with great spirit, the smile on his face never faded. Gorky was the last to disembark. He walked up to Adonis, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Sir, the sea trials are complete. All 5 ships have returned safely." Adonis patted him on the shoulder, turned around, and faced the sailors and serfs on the dock. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. From today onwards, the Qingdao leading team is officially established, and Gorky the Petrel will be the captain of the Qingdao leading team. There was a moment of silence on the dock, then a deafening cheer erupted. The sailors surrounded Gorky, and some of them lifted him up and threw him into the air. Someone patted his back hard, making him grimace. When Gorky was thrown into the air, he looked down at Adonis, who was standing outside the crowd. The young lord stood there with his hands behind his back, the sea breeze ruffling his black hair, a slight smile playing on his lips. Gorky thought to himself, "I made the right bet." Chapter 96 Departure for Lama Island. The fleet has just returned from sea trials. Adonis gave the sailors a week off. Let them go home and reunite with their wives and children. 1 week later. "Sir, you wanted to see me?" When Gorky entered the government hall, Adonis and Truss were lying on a piece of parchment, talking to each other. The parchment was very large, covering the entire tabletop, with some corners curled up. "Gorky, you've come. Come, come." Adonis waved and stepped aside. Gorky leaned closer to take a look, and his eyes lit up. It was a nautical chart. It's not the rough stuff sold in stores. It's the very fine kind. The coastline, islands, reefs, and water depths were all marked with different colored inks. The nautical chart wasn't particularly exquisite, but the key details were drawn clearly, showing that a lot of effort had been put into it. To find this nautical chart, Adonis rode in Zora across the sea for more than 10 days. He lay on Ingzhao's back and drew it bit by bit with a charcoal pencil. When I came back, my face was peeling from the sea breeze. My face was covered in charcoal ash mixed with seawater, making me look like a cat covered in charcoal. "Look here." Adonis pointed to a small island marked with a red circle on the nautical chart. "This island is about 500 li away from the coastline of our Qingdao territory as the crow flies. So, are you confident the fleet will reach this point?" Reading nautical charts is an essential skill for every captain. Although this nautical chart is not very standard, it roughly marks the coastline and major landmarks. Gorky looked down for a long time, his finger tracing the course of the route, silently calculating the distance, wind direction, and tides. "Sir, this distance is a bit far, but it's fine." He looked up, his tone certain. "The fleet will get there." "Very good." Adonis laughed. "Then go back and get ready. We'll go to this island. Let's set the date for tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir." Gorky turned and left, his steps quickening slightly as he had come. "Professor Truss, you'll come with me tomorrow." Tesla looked up from the nautical chart. "Sir, are you and I going too?" "Certainly." Tesla thought for a moment and asked, "Sir, is there something on that island that requires us to go along?" Adonis's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "There's a surprise. A surprise I've prepared for you." "Surprise?" Tesla was taken aback. His lord rarely did things in such a secretive way. "May I ask what the surprise is?" "Haha, no way." Tesla glanced at him, but didn't ask any more questions. Having followed Adonis for so long, he knew that there were things his lord didn't want to talk about, and he couldn't get them out of him by asking. The next day, Adonis got up very early, which was unusual for him. The sun had just peaked over the horizon, and a faint golden-red hue still hung on the sky. He stretched at the door of the wooden house, the sea breeze salty and carrying the unique coolness of the morning. He had never gotten up this early since arriving in the territory. When he finished breakfast and arrived at the dock, Tesla and Gorky were already waiting for him. Tesla changed into a brand new full suit of armor today. With the enchanted sword, Earth Guardian, hanging at his waist, he stood in the morning light like an iron tower. This full suit of armor was custom-made for him by Bill at Adonis's behest after he advanced to the rank of Beast Knight. While it may not be as impressive as Adonis's Wall of Size, it is still a rare and exceptional set of elite knight armor. He didn't know if the place he was going to was dangerous, but as a follower of the Lord, he had to prepare for the worst. Gorky wore a slightly worn leather armor, the cuffs of which were worn shiny. But she was neatly dressed, with her hair tied back with a rope, which made her look tidy. "Good morning, my lord. May the glory of the knights favor you." Trass placed his right hand on his chest. "Good morning, Trass. May the glory of knighthood be upon you." Adonis returned the greeting, and then turned to look at Gorky. Gorky bowed in respect. Sir, the fleet is ready. 5 ships, 50 sailors, and enough supplies for 2 days, fresh water, dry rations, spare sail ropes, all ready. All right, let's get ready to go. Gorky turned around and waved his arm toward the dock. As the horns sounded, the sailors untied the ropes, stowed up the gangplank, and the canvas billowed up. Adonis boarded the Black Pearl Eye, with Tesla following behind him. Galgi stood at the bow, his right hand gripping the helm, his left hand waving behind him. Set sail. 5 sailboats sailed out of the harbor one after another, their bows cutting through the azure waters and leaving trails of white wakes. As the sun rose higher, the sea surface resembled a giant blue ribbon, rippling with fine waves in the wind. The distant horizon blends into the sea, making it impossible to distinguish where the sea ends and the sky begins. A few white clouds drifted lazily in the air, their shadows falling on the sea and swaying gently with the waves. Occasionally, a school of flying fish would skim past the boat, disappearing far across the water's surface. The scales flashed in the sunlight before diving back into the sea. Seabirds followed the stern, calling out one after another, as if seeing the fleet off. Galgi stood behind the steering wheel, glancing down at the nautical chart every now and then. He looked up at the direction of the sun and muttered something to himself. Trask sat on the ship's railing, his hand on his sword hilt, his eyes fixed on the distant sea, maintaining the vigilance expected of a knight. Adonis leaned against the railing at the stern, the sea breeze making his black hair a mess. He could ride Qingdao and fly to Longma Island in just 2 hours, but he had to personally take a boat trip along the route from Qingdao to Longma Island. Firstly, he wanted to personally determine whether this sea route was feasible. Are there any reefs in the waterway? How do wind direction and tides affect navigation? How long will it take for the fleet to travel a distance of 500 li? Secondly, he needed to know if there were any places along the way where he could stop and take shelter and where the fleet would go if they encountered a storm. Thirdly, he wanted to see for himself whether Gorky, the captain of the fleet, was reliable in a real voyage. After all, the Qingdao can fly, but the ship cannot. In the future, when we need to transport dragon horses or move supplies, we will rely on ships, not mythical beasts. He can fly around in the sky, but the treasures on Longma Island have to be hauled back by these wooden boats, one trip at a time. Sailing at sea is tedious and boring. Unlike previous sea trials, this was their first mission. At first, the sailors were quite excited. Standing on the ship's side, they pointed and talked about the birds flying over the sea and guessed what kind of fish were swimming in the ocean. Someone was leaning over the gunwale, peering down, when suddenly shouted, "I see dolphins." People nearby suddenly crowded around, heads touching, necks stretched out, all peering into the sea. The dolphin swam close to the side of the boat for a while, occasionally leaping out of the water. His back gleamed in the sunlight, eliciting cheers from the sailors. Someone else found an old set of dice somewhere and squatted on the deck, inviting others to gamble. A few people formed a circle, shouting and playing a game of tossing the dice. Both the winners and losers were all smiles. Anyway, they're a bunch of poor bastards, and the stakes are just a few shriveled beans. Some people do nothing but lie under the canvas, cover their faces with their hats, and sleep soundly. But the novelty wore off quickly. Chapter 97: Arrival at Longma Island. Gazing at the boundless sea, at its seemingly eternally unchanging deep blue, that feeling of utter boredom, yet having nothing to do, began to wash over me. The sea is blue, the sky is blue, and in the distance where the sea and sky meet, there isn't even a dividing line. The ship seemed to be embedded in a giant sapphire. After a day's journey, the scenery was exactly the same as if we hadn't traveled at all. The sailors no longer stood on the ship's side. They huddled under the canvas, dozing off, or leaned against the pile of cables, lost in thought. Someone was carving something on the wood with a knife. He stopped carving and fell asleep with his head tilted to the side. Someone counted the biscuits in the food bag over and over again, 3 times, and the number was different each time. Trask, however, was in high spirits, standing at the bow of the ship with his hand on the hilt of his sword. His eyes were fixed on the distant sea, maintaining the vigilance expected of a knight. But Adonis noticed that he hadn't changed his position for several hours. "Professor Truss, sit down and rest for a while." Adonis patted the wooden board next to him. Tesla hesitated for a moment, then sat down. The armor made a muffled thud. "Are you bored?" Adonis asked. Tesla thought for a moment and said, "It's even more boring than training." Adonis smiled. "Don't try to kill time by sea fishing, because you never know what you'll catch." Gorky told him some strange and wonderful stories about sea fishing. Years ago, When he was sailing on the high seas, a sailor on board was bored and cast a line down to fish. After fishing for a while, the fish felt very heavy, and I thought I had caught a big fish, so I excitedly pulled it up. When he pulled it up, he saw it was a rotten boot with a sea snake crawling inside, which almost bit his hand. Another captain, also bored, went fishing himself and ended up catching a strange fish that was covered in electricity. Despite not being a magical beast, it could generate electricity. The strange fish jumped twice on the deck. A burst of lightning stunned 3 sailors, and even the captain's beard curled up from the shock. The fish was later thrown back into the sea, but the ship's compass broke down for 3 days, almost causing them to lose their way. On another ship, a bored sailor cast his line and caught a half-human, half-fish monster. The creature was covered in scales, and the sound it made was like a baby crying, which terrified everyone on the ship. Later, the monster bit through the fishing line and jumped back into the sea. But a storm arose at sea that night, and the ship never reached the shore. Only one sailor survived, swept ashore by the waves. After being rescued and revived, he shouted something about sea monsters. Over time, a golden rule emerged for sea voyages. No matter how boring you are, never go sea fishing. Because you never know what those fishermen might catch from the sea. It might be a worn-out boot, an electric eel, or a sea monster capable of dragging the entire ship to the bottom of the ocean. Anyway, a fisherman can catch anything but fish. In fact, for seafarers, this boredom is precisely the tranquility that every seafarer dreams of. Boredom means no storms, no giant waves, no sea monsters, and no monsters. The wind was favorable, the sky was clear, the sea was calm, and the ship sailed steadily. No need to furl the sails, plug the leaks, scoop water out of the boat, or clung to the mast and prayed in the midst of a storm. The old sailors called it the blessing of the sea god. Newbies crave excitement, while veterans only crave boredom. Novices find life at sea exciting, but experienced sailors know that excitement often means death. Time passed by, second by second. The sun climbs to its zenith in the east and then slides back down to the west. The color of the sea changes with the sunlight. It's light blue in the morning and deep blue at noon. As evening approached, it turned into a heavy, deep blue, as if the blue of the entire sky had been poured into the sea. As the sun set, a fire broke out on the horizon. The clouds were dyed orange-red, purplish-red, and golden-yellow, layer upon layer, as if someone had splashed paint on the sky. The sea surface also changed color from deep blue to dark gold, and then from dark gold to rose-red. Finally, at the moment the sun completely set, only a thin line of light remained between heaven and earth. Then, the moon usurped the sun's power. The sea at night reflects fragmented moonlight. The moon wasn't large, but it was very bright, its cool light spilling across the sea. It was crushed by the waves and scattered everywhere, like a layer of broken silver. A few phosphorescent flashes occasionally pierced the water as the bow of the boat cleaved through the spray. Those were plankton glowing, flashing like countless fireflies hidden in the seawater. Bathed in moonlight, the night was exceptionally enchanting. But the allure of the night often signifies unknown dangers, especially when sailing at sea. After it gets dark, you can't see anything. You can't see how high the waves are in the distance, or where the underwater reefs are. You can't see if anything is silently approaching. You can't even see the dark clouds on the horizon. By the time you see them, they're already overhead. Next comes its passionate baptism. The torrential rain will tell you just how passionate it is. A lone boat drifts on the vast ocean, like a fallen leaf, like a sesame seed. All around was boundless darkness. Beneath my feet was seawater of unknown depth, and above me was an equally dark sky. You'll feel a sense of dread, a fear that runs from the soles of your feet all the way to the top of your head. Each ship has a sailor on watch. Gorky arranged shifts, with each shift changing every 2 hours. The person on duty yawned, wrapped his coat tighter, stared wide-eyed at the sea, and listened intently to the sound of the wind. They dared not sit down, afraid they would fall asleep if they did. They dared not doze off, for fear that a wave might come and the boat would capsize without them even knowing how. In his sleep, his boat was capsized by the waves and sank into the sea to become food for the fish. This kind of death is what sailors fear most, and it's also the most common one they encounter. Gorky himself didn't sleep either. He leaned against the helm, holding a pot of cold tea in his hand, taking sips every now and then. As a captain, he cannot drink alcohol while sailing. He must remain calm at all times, as alcohol would numb his senses. His eyes were half open, as if he were dozing, but as soon as the wind direction changed even slightly, he would immediately open his eyes, glance at the direction of the sail, glance at the compass, and then continue to keep his eyes half closed. Adonis lay in the cabin, listening to the creaking of the ship's planks. Listen to the sound of waves crashing against the ship's side, and the whooshing sound of the wind passing through the masts. He didn't sleep much, not because he was scared, but because he was excited. If this voyage is successful, it will prove that the route is safe. Longma Island will become his backyard, providing Qingdao with a continuous stream of resources to expand his territory. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, as the sun rose as usual, the lookouts called out, "Captain, you've spotted an island ahead." Chapter 98. You said the same thing last time. The sound was sharp and bright, crashing down from the top of the mast, like the cry of a seabird or the sound of a night watchman's gong. The sailors, still half asleep, suddenly sat up, some hitting their heads. Some kicked over kettles, while others thought they had encountered a storm and ran outside barefoot. "What's the panic?" Gorky roared. There was a moment of silence on the deck, then bursts of laughter. Adonis is already up. He didn't sleep much last night, but he's in good spirits. He put on his coat, walked to the deck at the bow of the ship, shaded his eyes with his hand, and gazed into the distance. In the morning light, a green island floats on the sea. The island is small, but its outline is clear. The ridgeline stretches endlessly, with a thin layer of mist swirling around its highest point, like a white hat. The beach shimmered with a pale golden light, sparkling in the sunlight, and a few crooked trees could be vaguely seen on the shore. Seabirds took flight from the island, densely packed, like a cloud of black smoke rising from the forest. They circled above the fleet, making cawing noises. It's as if we're welcoming guests from afar, yet also as if we're issuing a warning. Don't come any closer. This is our territory. This is the destination of this trip, Longma Island. Adonis took a deep breath of the sea breeze, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "Gorky, come closer." He lowered his hand, his voice not loud, but every word was clear. "We've arrived." "Yes, sir." Gorky turned around and waved his flag toward the ship behind him. The red flag with white stripes fluttered in his hands, relaying signals one after another. The 5 ships began to adjust their course, slowly sailing along the coastline of Longma Island, looking for a place to dock. The fleet sailed around the eastern reefs and along the south shore for more than an hour before finally finding a natural deep-water harbor. The harbor is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a narrow opening and a wide belly. The waves are blocked by the mountains, and the water surface is as calm as a mirror. 5 ships were moored side by side, their hulls swaying steadily, not even bothering to sway the mooring lines. Adonis stood at the bow of the ship, glanced at the terrain on the shore, and turned to Gorky, saying, "No one is allowed to disembark. Wait on the shore. Professor Truss, you come up with me." "Yes, sir." Gorky bowed and accepted the order, then turned to instruct the sailors to drop anchor and reinforce it. For this trip, Trastevere specially changed into full armor and an enchanted sword, but ended up feeling bored on the ship the whole way. Now that he could finally go ashore, he hung the Earth Guardian around his waist. He checked the scabbard's latches, then stretched his shoulders, the armor emitting a fine metallic scraping sound. As soon as the two stepped onto the beach, a sharp whooshing sound came from the sky. A giant tiger with wings on its back descended from the sky, its 4 paws landing on the beach, splashing up a cloud of fine sand. When it folds its wings, it creates a gust of wind that blows the bushes on the bank askew. After landing, Qingdao first shook its body, from head to tail, like a large dog that had just climbed ashore from the water. It shook so that the moisture on its fur splashed everywhere, and then let out a long roar. The voice carried a clear sense of resentment. A son of a wealthy family should not sit under a dangerous roof. Given the inherent dangers of going to sea, Adonis naturally had to make thorough preparations. He kept Qingdao flying in midair, following the fleet for a day and a night. The fleet was moving too slowly, like a snail crawling. Qingdao usually cruises at a speed several times faster, but he couldn't fly too fast, or he would break away from the fleet. It could only glide slowly in the sky with its wings half open, like a kite with a string attached. This method of flying is even more tiring than high-speed flight. For high-speed flight, all you need to do is spread your wings and get to work. Gliding slowly requires keeping your wings taut and constantly adjusting your posture. By the end of the day, the base of your wings will be sore. "Thank you for your hard work, Qingdao." Adonis walked over and patted the giant tiger's thick forelegs. Then I reached out and scratched the softest tuft of fur under its chin. Qingdao made a gurgling sound in her throat, like a complaint or a coquettish pout. All right. When we get back to Qingdao, we'll have plenty of roasted magic pigs." Qingdao's voice rose a notch. You said the same thing last time, but nothing came of it after you returned to your territory. Cough, cough. Adonis coughed twice guiltily, his eyes darting around. Well, I've been so busy lately that I haven't had a chance to go back to Violet Castle. I'll definitely make it up to you when I get back. Both ends, okay? Adonis paid the price of 2 roasted magic pigs in order to get Qingdao to come with the fleet this time. However, when he tricked Qingdao into becoming a transport beast last time, he promised her a roasted pig, which he hasn't delivered on yet. With these 2 more, there are now 3. Roar. Qingdao tilted her head and glanced at him, her amber eyes filled with disbelief. But Qingdao, this poor boy from the countryside, had never seen much of the world. Adonis coaxed it with a few kind words and then reached out to scratch the ticklish spot behind its ear. It forgot about that and started making that comfortable purring sound again, its tail wagging behind it. It eagerly lay down and let Adonis climb onto its back. Qingdao's claws gripped the armor on both sides of Traz's shoulders, and with a gentle lift, they picked up a fully armed Warcraft knight like he was a chick. Tesla swayed in the air, then looked down at the beach receding further and further away. Looking down at the woods and rocks, I felt like a frog being held by a giant eagle. Sir, you seem very familiar with this island. Tesla squinted as the wind blew through his eyes and asked loudly, have you been here before? That's right. Adonis's voice drifted from ahead, broken and intermittent by the wind. When I was swept away by the current, I drifted to this island. I named it Dragon Horse Island. He glanced down and continued. This is the crater of an underwater volcano. After it emerged above the water, silt accumulated and slowly formed this island. The surrounding area is a continuous mountain range, not very high, only 200 or 300 meters high. The middle section was originally a volcanic lake, but it dried up and became a natural grassland. Grassland? Dragon Horse Island? Something suddenly flashed through Tesla's mind. His voice suddenly rose in pitch. Sir, when you came, you said you would give me a surprise. Could it be that you've discovered a herd of superior warhorses on this grassland? Ha ha. Adonis's laughter was broken by the wind, but his smugness remained undiminished. You'll know when we get there. Tesla wanted to ask more questions, but Qingdao suddenly sped up. Chapter 99 Scumbag Quotes. I've been very busy lately. The moment we crossed the last ridge, the view suddenly opened up. Looking down from midair, the basin in the center of Longma Island looks like a giant bowl with a green carpet at the bottom. That green wasn't the tender green of newly sprouted buds in spring, nor the yellowish green of scorched leaves in summer. Instead, it was a heavy, glossy, deep green, as if someone had painted the earth with a thick layer of paint. The wind blows across the grassland, and the grass waves surge and roll from one end to the other, never stopping. Something is moving on the green carpet. A group of horses. It wasn't just 3 or 5 horses, or even 30 or 50, but a very, very large group. They were scattered across the grassland, some grazing with their heads down, some chasing and playing, and some standing on high places swishing their tails and keeping watch. The sunlight shone on the horses' backs, casting brown, black, and chestnut hues. The spotted fur shimmered with different sheens, like someone had scattered a handful of colorful gems on a green carpet. Tesla's eyes widened in disbelief. He kept his mouth open for a long time, making a strange sound, as if he was choking on something. Those are warhorses? They really are warhorses. His voice had changed tone, becoming shrill and bright, completely unlike the composed and dignified chief knight he usually was. Such a large herd, at least several thousand horses. Sir, we're rich, we're rich. The horse flew too high for Tesla to see clearly what it looked like below. But just by looking at its size, its frame, and its running posture, you know it's definitely not an ordinary pack horse. Those horses had thick necks, broad chests, and long, powerful limbs. When they ran, their forelegs were raised high. Its mane danced in the wind, exuding a wild and untamed power. This is definitely a good horse. Nowadays, a top-quality warhorse costs at least 20 gold coins. What does 20 gold coins mean? A serf was worth only 20 silver coins, while a warhorse was worth 100 serfs. If it's a warhorse with the bloodline of a magical beast, depending on the purity and grade of the bloodline, it can sell for hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. As for the dragon species mattress, he wouldn't even dare to dream of it. That thing costs at least 3,000 gold coins, and it's practically priceless. Even if you bring gold coins to the doors of those noble families, they might not sell to you. Tesla stared at the thousands of warhorses below, his mind racing as he did some quick calculations. Even the most ordinary warhorse, at a market price of 20 gold coins per horse, would cost 100,000 gold coins for such a large herd. 100,000 gold coins. His drool was practically dripping down his chin, hanging in thin lines as the wind blew it. He licked his lips and suddenly felt his mouth was dry. As for the dragon stallion, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't dare to think that way. How much would that cost? Even if you sell him, sell the armor, sell the Earth Guardian. Even if you sold his entire family together, you still couldn't afford a single horse. Qingdao, let's go down. Roar. The English admission notice did not drop directly down. It circled twice in midair, its huge wings stirring up the air currents, each flap creating a whooshing sound. It stretched its neck, turning its head from left to right, and then from right to left. His amber eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were searching for something on the grassland. Adonis, riding on Qingdao's back, looked down following its gaze and suddenly smiled. So they were looking for Zumalong. Every time Qingdao comes, she always swoops down from the sky to tease Zumalong. It either brushes past its head, the wind from its wings making its mane stand on end, or it will do a somersault in midair, belly up, and waddle past in front of it, just like a spoiled brat who hasn't grown up yet. Zumalong would only lift his eyelids slightly each time, too lazy to even stretch his neck, completely ignoring Qingdao's presence. These two are really something else. Fortunately, Zumalong is very steady and never argues with Qingdao. It's also possible that Zuma knew he couldn't fly. Unable to do anything about that guy frolicking in the sky, they simply pretended not to see him. You fly your way, I'll eat mine, we'll keep to ourselves. As for Qingdao's triumphant roar after his teasing, Zumalong simply ignored it. Hey, it's nice to see you again. Did you miss me? Adonis jumped off Qingdao's back, opened his arms, and walked towards Zumalong. Young. Zumalong snorted and let out a long howl, his voice filled with joy. Haha, I miss you too. Young. Why haven't you come to see me in so long? Zumalong poked his big head closer. His breath sprayed on Adonis's face, warm and carrying the scent of fresh grass. I've been very busy lately, but I'll definitely come to see you more often in the future. Adonis reached out and patted its nose, then scratched the soft fur behind its ears. These scumbag quotes have practically become his second passive skill. They just come out of his mouth effortlessly. Zumalong nuzzled Adonis's chest with his huge head, the force so strong that Adonis took a step back. I forgive you. Remember to visit me often next time. Yes, I've got it. Adonis nodded repeatedly, stroking Zumalong's face back and forth with his palm. Young, what brings you here this time? Zumalong tilted his head, his big, round eyes staring at him. Hey, I almost forgot. I came here specifically to see you. Young, really? Zumalong's ears perked up immediately, and it snorted excitedly, pawing the ground twice with its front hooves. Its gaze involuntarily drifted towards Qingdao, which was hovering in midair, the meaning of which was all too clear. See, Adonis came to see me specially. He still cares about me. Qingdao rolled her eyes in the air. Oh right. Adonis abruptly changed the subject, his tone as casual as if he were remarking on the nice weather. I need to talk to you about something. Young, what's wrong? Zumalong was very magnanimous, flicking his tail behind him. You know I am a lord. I want to ask you for a few horses so I can go back and form a knightly order to protect my territory. Yang is nothing. How many do you want? Zumalong, who was easily swayed by Adonis's few words, agreed to his request without a second thought. Let's start with 120 horses. The Qingdao commander wants to form a knight squadron, which requires 110 war horses to be fully equipped. He and Truss each had one horse, and the remaining horses were kept in the stables as spares. In case a horse gets sick or injured, we won't be caught off guard. Young. Zumalong let out a long roar, the sound deep and resonant, rolling across the grassland several times and carrying far away. In less than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, 120 dragon stallions gathered from all directions. They stood obediently in front of the Zumalong, a dense, large group of them. It's like a moving forest suddenly sprouting on the grassland. Chapter 100 showing off is fun for a moment. Zumalong neighed a few times at the herd of horses, then exhaled a few short breaths, as if he were giving instructions. The dragon stallions pricked up their ears to listen, then turned their heads in unison. He nodded to Adonis, as if confirming his new master. From the moment Qingdao put him on the ground, Truss, who was standing to the side, he was frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, unable to move. His eyes were wide open like copper bells, bulging out half an inch, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets at any moment. His mouth was agape in a perfect O shape, and his chin drooped down at an incredible angle. A slight click came from the joint, the sound of his jaw dislocating, but he was completely unaware of it. His neck turned stiffly, like a fully wound-up machine that had jammed. Slowly, they turned around, passing over the enormous beast, Zumalong, whose body exuded the aura of a dragon. Moved to the vast grassland behind it, where thousands of stallions are scattered across the green carpet. It leisurely nibbles on the grass, like a moving, colorful cloud. Then, his neck could no longer turn back. His gaze was fixed on the herd of horses, his pupils contracting and dilating rapidly several times. It was as if his brain was desperately trying to process the overwhelming amount of information in front of him, but it just couldn't finish loading. He forgot to breathe. As a high-ranking knight who rose through the ranks, Tesla had seen many good things in his life. He had seen the Earl's Violet Knights in full formation. I've seen enchanted swords priced at tens of thousands of gold coins at auctions, and I've seen knights' badges crafted from adamantite. But all those things combined are not even a fraction of what's happening right now. A voice was screaming wildly in his head. Dragon stallions. Those are all dragon stallions. Thousands of them. These aren't ordinary warhorses, nor are they warhorses with magical beast bloodlines. Rather, they are truly dragon stallions that only imperial dukes and royalty can possess. A horse costs at least 3,000 gold coins, but in reality, it's priceless and there's no market for it. You could hold a mountain of gold and silver and still not be able to buy one. And here, there are several thousand horses. Thousands of dragon-type horses graze on the grassland, like a herd of ordinary wild horses. A buzzing sound went through Tesla's mind, as if something had exploded. His pupils dilated violently, and his lips trembled a few times. A series of indistinct syllables came from his throat, like a drowning person struggling and calling for help. His knees suddenly buckled, and he knelt down completely. It wasn't that I wanted to kowtow to the horses. My legs were just too weak to stand. He felt his heart pounding like a war drum, his blood throbbing in his temples. His ears were ringing. He tried to shout, but nothing came out. He tried to stand up, but his body wouldn't obey him. He wanted to say something to express his feelings at that moment, but his tongue felt like it was tied in knots. And that giant beast that's being affectionate with the Lord, that's not a mythical beast, that's an earth dragon. The impact it had on Tesla made his very soul tremble. No wonder the Lord named this island Dragon Horse Island. It turns out there really are dragon stallions and dragons on the island. At first, he thought it was just the Lord's wishful thinking. Just like how he named his enchanted sword Guardian of the Earth. The name is just for show. Don't take it too seriously. He would never have imagined that the name was actually a realistic depiction. My lord, this, my lord. Tesla's tongue was tied, and his words came out in broken sentences. He himself didn't even know what he was saying. His voice was as dry as sandpaper, as if something was blocking his throat, and he had to use all his strength to utter each word. He knelt on the ground, looking up at Adonis, his eyes red-rimmed and his lips trembling violently. Seeing Truss's shocked expression, Adonis felt incredibly pleased. Why bring him along? Isn't it just to show off in front of others? Showing off is fun for a moment, and it's fun to keep showing off. But he still tried his best to control the upward curve of his lips. I wonder if my adoptive father would have the same expression as Tesla if he saw this scene? Teacher Truss, let me introduce you. Adonis patted Malone's neck, desperately suppressing a smile. This is also my magical beast, a dragon that gallops. I call it Iheo. Come on, say hello to it. Tesla took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He got up from the ground, took a step forward, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed deeply. His legs were still trembling slightly, but his voice had regained its composure. Hey sir, greetings. I am your follower, Warcraft Knight Tesla. Zumalong lowered its noble head and breathed on Tesla's head as a greeting. These dragon stallions. Adonis spread his arms wide, as if displaying some rare treasure. This is the surprise I prepared for you. How about it, my lord? Tesla straightened up, his expression a mixture of surprise and delight, the redness in his eyes still lingering. Honestly, this surprise was both shocking and delightful. I never dreamed that one day I would be able to ride a dragon stallion. You pick one first, we'll be heading back soon. Truss turned around to face the 120 dragon stallions. Although they were only a small fraction of the thousands of horses on the grassland, they still gave him a serious problem with making a choice. There are too many. Black, white, brown, gray, and patterned. Tall, short, fat, and thin. They all come in different colors. Some of them are robust and strong, clearly possessing great strength and endurance. Some have smooth lines and long limbs, so they must be as fast as lightning when they run. Each one was plump and strong, Each one was full of energy, and each one was so eye-catching that you couldn't take your eyes off them. Tesla looked left and right for a while, then walked from the front of the line to the back, and then from the back of the line back to the front. Finally, he stopped in front of a tan-colored dragon stallion. The horse wasn't the largest, but it had a sturdy frame, a broad chest, and limbs as thick as 4 pillars. Its fur is a deep, earthy yellow, like a wheat field after the autumn harvest, dry and warm. A pair of large eyes looked at Tesla gently, without flinching or avoiding his gaze. This is it. Truss reached out and touched its nose, and the horse snorted and nuzzled its head into his hand. Let's give it a name, Adonis said. Tesla thought for a moment. Let's call him Terra. Chapter 101. He pulled up his pants and then ignored everyone. Terra means earth. Good name. Adonis nodded and also picked out a dragon stallion for himself. Let alone the fact that he's not a dragon knight yet. Even if he becomes a dragon knight in the future, they also need to hone their battle formations and practice the resonance of their fighting spirit alongside their followers. He walked around the herd twice, his gaze sweeping over one horse after another, before finally stopping in front of a purple dragon stallion. That horse was a head taller than most of the herd. He was physically fit but not bulky, with muscle lines as smooth as stones washed by water. Its fur is a rare, deep purple, gleaming with a cool, eerie sheen in the sunlight. Its mane was long and thick, hanging down on both sides of its neck like a flag fluttering in the wind. When Adonis approached, it neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, he lowered his head and touched the back of Adonis's hand with the tip of his nose. A fine horse. Adonis laughed. From now on, your name will be Zidian, Purple Lightning. Purple Lightning. It deserves it. He mounted his horse, and Zidian let out a long neigh, its forelegs rearing high in the air. It drew an arc in the air above the grass, and then landed steadily. The speed was so fast that Tesla couldn't even see it clearly. He only saw a flash of purple light before the horse had already galloped more than 10 steps away. Adonis pulled on the reins, and Purple Lightning spun around in place. With light, quick steps, he exuded an irrepressible excitement. Adonis found himself becoming more and more like a jerk. Now that he had the dragon stallion, he didn't want to stay any longer. He's exactly like those scumbags who turn their backs on you after you've done your bidding. Oh dear, I have to go. Adonis rode back to the Purple Lightning dragon, bent down, and patted its big head. This trip has taken too long. There are still many things in the territory that I need to take care of. Zumalong's voice lowered. Although it was hard to part with it, it was still very understanding. It didn't try to stop Adonis, but simply nudged his legs as he rode on Purple Lightning with its nose. It nuzzled Zidian's neck with its head, as if instructing the junior to follow its new master well. Be careful on your way back. Don't worry, Adonis said. Oh right, there's one more thing. He pointed to the endless grassland behind Zumalong. I need to take that alfalfa fairy insect with me. Qingdao territory doesn't have enough pasture to feed these dragon horses. I need to take it back and cultivate a pasture for it. Young, you can take it with you. It's no use leaving it here. I'll have to go through all the trouble of watching over it. Adonis summoned the alfalfa spirit insect, which opened its mouth and sucked in the alfalfa, turning it into a seed, which the spirit insect swallowed. Scumbag is not even enough to describe his actions. Not only did he want the horse, but he also took back the token of love he had given her when they first met. On the way back, there were 120 more dragon-bred horses, so naturally Qingdao couldn't ride in the sky. Fortunately, Adonis had visited the island many times and had already discovered a path leading to the shore. Qingdao flew in the sky, its huge wings casting a moving shadow in the sunlight. Adonis and Truss each rode a dragon stallion, leading the procession. 120 horses formed a long column and moved in single file along the hidden crevice at the foot of the mountain. The crevice was very narrow, with the stone walls on both sides almost touching the horse's belly, and only a sliver of sky could be seen when looking up. The horse's hooves pounded on the gravel, making a soft, rustling sound that bounced back and forth between the mountain walls, creating a buzzing echo. After walking for about 2 hours, the view suddenly opened up before us. The sea breeze swept over me, carrying a salty, fishy smell. 5 sailboats were still quietly moored in the harbor. Gorky was standing at the bow of the Black Pearl, shading his eyes with his hand as he looked over. When he saw the dense caravan of horses emerging from the crack in the mountain, his mouth gaped open even wider than it had been before. Glory to the knights above. Gorky stammered. What kind of horse is that? No one answered him. Everyone was mesmerized by the horse caravan that had come out of the mountains. Sir, what kind of horses are these? They're so magnificent. Standing next to the gangplank, Gao Erji watched with wide eyes as the magnificent stallions lined up to board the ship, heads held high and chests puffed out. He'd spent most of his life sailing and had seen his fair share of fine horses, but none like the one before him. He had a thick neck, long limbs, and not an ounce of excess fat on his body. He had never seen a warhorse before, with its mane gleaming like silk in the sunlight and its limbs covered in fine scales. A zebra snorted as it walked past him. The warm breath on his face carried an indescribable fragrance. It wasn't the stench of a stable. It smelled more like the scent of wildflowers on the prairie after they'd been dried in the sun. Tesla could recognize it at a glance as a dragon stallion. It was because he had the honor of seeing the Grand Duke's stallion once when he accompanied the Earl to meet the Grand Duke. But Gorky and his companions had never even heard of the dragon stud, so naturally they couldn't recognize it. In their eyes, this was probably just a better horse that was taller and more imposing than an ordinary warhorse. Oh, this. Adonis patted the neck of the purple lightning horse beside him. His tone was so casual, as if he were just talking about what he ate for breakfast. These are a batch of top-quality warhorses that I asked a friend to purchase for me from the Flame Empire. He possesses a trace of magical beast blood within him. Previously, the territory lacked sufficient knights. Let's keep them on this isolated island for now to reduce the burden on our territory. Now that the territory has formed a knight squadron, it will come in handy. He spoke naturally, and his acting was spot on, with a pained expression on his face that said, I spent a lot of money. It was as if he had really bought these horses all the way from the Flame Empire. The secrets of Zumalong and Longzalma cannot be revealed for the time being. This is also why Adonis only brought trust to the island. The fewer people who know, the safer the secret will be. Once back in their territory, they hid the horses in a newly built horse ranch. To maintain a unified narrative, they claimed the warhorse was a top-tier warhorse with magical beast blood, purchased at a high price from the Flame Empire. In any case, the serfs in the territory had hardly ever seen a regular warhorse, let alone distinguish between monster horses and dragon horses. Even if you let a dragon stallion pass them, they would only think that the horse was tall, strong, and good-looking, nothing more. At most, I'll wear a vest to cover myself when I go out. A full-body vest covered him from head to toe, even his limbs. I guarantee that no one will be able to tell what kind of horse this is. Even if someone from Violet Castle came to check, how could they tell what breed it was through the thick vest? Chapter 102: The Shock Brought by the Dragon Stallion. The Empire of Flames? Gorky clicked his tongue. That must have taken a very long time. The Master's friend is truly resourceful. Yes, it's quite far. Adonis gave a vague reply, thinking to himself that Zumalon was indeed his dearest friend. As he thought about it, he unconsciously glanced towards the center of the island. We must find a way to take over this island when the Grand Duke launches his expansionist war next year. During wars of expansion, the duchy legally recognizes any enemy territory or unclaimed land that is occupied as your fiefdom. Longma Island is currently unclaimed territory. Whoever occupies it first owns it. Of course, you have to be able to hold on to it. If it's stolen by an enemy country, you can only accept your bad luck. Legal principles can only bind the nobles of one's own country, not those of an enemy country. However, Longma Island is far from the mainland, hidden in the vast ocean. Without detailed nautical charts, it's impossible for others to find the exact location. Even if he were discovered, he had the Phantom Beast Ingzhao and the Demon Beast Knight Tesla. There's also a squadron of knights. Ordinary enemies really can't take this nut to crack. It took almost half a day to load all 120 thoroughbred horses onto the ship. The Black Pearl was loaded with 30 horses, and the remaining 4 ships were each loaded with about 20 horses. The cabin was packed to the brim, with horses' heads touching their rumps. The horse's rear end was right next to its head, leaving it no room to turn around. Fortunately, these dragon stallions are docile and quiet, occasionally snorting or stomping their hooves. It took a day and a night to get here, and it took about the same amount of time to get back. Gorky was still at the bow of the Black Pearl, steering the ship, but this time the hold was not filled with cargo, but with priceless living treasures. He drove with extra caution, even turning a fraction of a second slower than when he came, afraid that the swaying would be too violent and hurt the horse. Adonis stood at the stern, leaning against the railing, watching Longma Island gradually recede into the distance, shrinking into a small dot on the sea surface, and finally disappearing where the sky meets the water. Zidian was attached to the mast base not far behind him, its head bowed. It nudged the gaps in the deck planks with its nose, as if looking for grass to eat. Truss sat on the gunwale, holding Terra's reins in his arms. The smile on his face never left Longma Island from the moment he left. He touched Tara's nose and patted its neck. He was muttering something to himself, like a child who had just received a new toy. Teacher trusts, if you keep touching her, you'll rub Tara's fur all bald. Adonis said something without turning his head. Tesla chuckled twice, withdrew his hand, but after a short while, he couldn't resist sticking it out again. As the moon rose and set, and the sun peeked over the horizon again, the fleet sailed into the harbor of Qingdao. Tom and Carrot were already waiting with their men at the dock. They received the message from Exiled last night. Of course, Exiled couldn't speak human language. It was Adonis who wrote the letter and asked Exiled to deliver it to Tom. Tom woke everyone up early in the morning to clean the dock and spread out hay. They even had a row of thick hemp ropes strung up along the shore as a temporary fence. When the first stallion stepped off the gangplank, the dock was completely silent. Everyone stared, mouths agape, as the enormous warhorse stepped onto the wooden planks, its horseshoes striking the ground with a series of crisp sounds. The sunlight shone on its purplish-black fur, giving it a cool, eerie sheen. Its mane is long and thick, hanging down on both sides of its neck, swaying gently with its steps, like a flowing flag. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth horse. One after another, horses disembarked from the ship, forming a long line. Following the path paved with hay, the sailors leading the horses headed towards the newly built horse farm in the distance. Tom opened his mouth and started counting off when he got to the 20th horse. He simply stopped counting, turned to look at Adonis, his expression a mixture of surprise, delight, and confusion. My lord, these dragons. A top-quality warhorse. Adonis interrupted Tom and gave him a wink. A magical beast horse with magical beast bloodline, obtained from the Flame Empire. From now on, our Qingdao-based motorcycle squadron will ride these. Tom swallowed hard and nodded blankly. He could recognize even behemoths, so how could he not recognize these dragon stallions? He was simply astonished at where the Lord had gotten so many dragon stallions. But he reacted quickly, and when he heard the Lord call these dragon stallions monster horses, he immediately understood the Lord's intention. There are too many people and too much talk at the dock, so this is not the time to discuss these matters. We can only ask the Lord privately later. All the dragon stallions were put into the stables, and Adonis specifically instructed his steward, Carrot. Sir, they are very precious. Arrange for more people to take care of them, and clean the stables 3 times a day. Not a single step can be missed. Also, their droppings must be collected and stored separately. Dragon stallions possess a trace of dragon blood. Their excrement also contains a trace of magic, making it an excellent fertilizer for cultivating magical plants. Carlo nodded, took out a small parchment notebook from his pocket, and carefully wrote it down. By the time all the dragon horses were arranged, it was nearly dusk. Tom stood outside the horse farm fence. As he watched the last stallion wag its tail and walk into the newly built stable, his curiosity finally got the better of him. Those words had been bottled up in his heart for most of the day, like a kettle boiling over, the lid almost bursting open. He rubbed his hands together, moved closer to Adonis, and lowered his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. My lord, are all these dragon stallions? Adonis leaned against the fence, watching Zidian circle around in the stable to get used to its new environment, without turning his head. That's right. Tom's breathing stopped for a moment. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, hearing these words from the Lord's mouth still made him gasp. His eyes widened suddenly, and his mouth opened and closed. It made a strange sound from its throat, like the sound a cat makes when its tail is stepped on. Glory to the knights above. He clutched his chest, feeling as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Where did you get so many dragon stallions? His voice was trembling, and his expression was like he had won the lottery and been struck by lightning at the same time. A mixture of surprise, joy, and disbelief. 120 dragon stallions. Not 1 or 2, but 120. The entire Grand Duchy of Kuramajiju probably doesn't have that many. For marquises and dukes, having 2 or 3 magnificent stallions to show off was already considered a remarkable fortune. His lord, however, immediately offered 120 horses. They were all plump, strong young adults with good teeth. His mind was overwhelmed. Only one thought remained in his head. With so many dragon-breeding horses, could it be that your excellency has obtained a dragon-breeding horse? No power on the mainland would sell such a large number of dragon steeds at once. If you want to have a large number of dragon stallions, there is only one possibility. You must own a trotting dragon. Chapter 103, I just love seeing how naive they are. Adonis turned around, looked at Tom's face, which was flushed red with shock, and slowly smiled. He just liked seeing their naive and unsophisticated attitude. When Truss was on the prairie that morning, his expression was 10 times more exaggerated than Tom's. When Gorky saw the cavalry on the dock, his jaw almost dropped into the sea. Now it's Tom's turn, each one more exciting and funnier than the last. You guess. Adonis uttered 2 words, patted the big head of Zidian that was rubbing against his shoulder, and turned to leave. Tom stood there, his mouth still open, unable to close it for a long time. By the time he realized what was happening, the Lord had already walked several steps away. He quickly jogged after him, muttering to himself, "My lord, tell me quietly, do you also have a walking dragon?" Adonis looked at him with a warm smile and said the same 2 words, "Guess." "Please, sir, just tell me. I won't be able to sleep tonight if you don't." "Then don't sleep." Grown-ups. The setting sun cast long shadows of the 2 people. One walked slowly ahead, hands behind their back. One of them was chasing after the other, asking questions just like a child chasing after an adult for candy during Chinese New Year. The horse farm covers a large area, more than 1,000 acres, and can be expanded further if needed. The cordyceps from the alfalfa sprites was placed in the horse farm. The dragon stallions snorted and flicked their tails, indicating they were very satisfied with their new home. The next morning, Adonis sent word to have the Knights Company assemble at the horse farm. 40 official members of the Knights Order, including 4 squad leaders, including the 60 reserve members carefully selected from the 300 cordyceps protection team. A total of 104 people were present. Even before everyone had arrived, the open space outside the horse farm was already bustling with noise. They gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering to each other, their faces beaming with undisguised smiles. The news had already spread that the Lord had brought back a batch of top-quality warhorses yesterday. It is said to have been bought from the distant Flame Empire and contains the bloodline of a magical beast. Most of the people present were of serf origin. They had never even heard of such a horse, let alone seen one. Warhorses and equipment are just as attractive to knights as a high-scoring fishing spot is to a seasoned player. It was a desire etched into one's bones, an instinct flowing in one's blood. A knight, in order to save money to buy a good warhorse and equipment, they could even live in thatched huts, eat black bread, and wear patched clothes. They believed that as long as they had a good horse and a good set of equipment, they would be the richest people in the world. A top-tier warhorse and top-tier equipment are the ultimate dream of every knight. No knight could resist their allure. "Hey, Duncanstone Mill, heard of it?" A young servant squeezed into the crowd, lowering his voice, but unable to suppress his excitement. The Lord brought back a batch of top-quality warhorses yesterday, which are said to be magical beast horses with magical beast bloodlines. Oh, of course, Tim Windmill. Duncan was a veteran squire, one of the first 40 official members of the order. He crossed his arms, his chin slightly raised. "Of course, I couldn't possibly have missed something this big. Furthermore, I know that this batch of top-quality magical beasts was transported from the distant Flame Empire." "The Empire of Flames?" Another person crowded around, their eyes wide open. "Tim, who told you that?" Tim Windmill puffed out his chest, as if sharing top-secret information, and said in a low voice, "My neighbor's distant cousin's brother's nephew is a sailor in the territory's fleet. He had personally heard the Lord tell Captain Gorky that these top-quality warhorses came from the distant Flame Empire." "The Flame Empire." The man clicked his tongue, his face filled with longing. Only a powerful empire like that could afford to sell so many magical beast horses. "The price must be very high, right?" someone interjected. "Certainly," Tim said firmly. "I've heard that a good quality, ordinary warhorse costs dozens of gold coins. These magical beast horses with magical beast bloodlines are definitely more expensive. They might even cost hundreds of gold coins." "Oh my God," the person asking the question gasped and subconsciously touched their empty pockets. "Even if you sold him, you wouldn't get a fraction of the hundreds of gold coins. These are not things we should worry about. The only thing I want to know is, could I possibly receive the Lord's favor and become their knight?" That's what a reserve member said. Duncan glanced at him, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. "Listen, LeBron Sheepdong. You may become their knight in the future, but for now, we are their knights." Clearly, Duncan and the other official members had already received inside information. They knew that the Lord would only be assigning warhorses to the official members like themselves today. He said this with a sense of superiority in his tone. Parker, Vickers, and other official Knights members standing nearby burst into laughter. Some people even deliberately wiped the Knight's badge on their chests, making it sparkle in the sunlight. "Rookie, you're not even a formal member of the Knights, yet you're dreaming of riding a magical beast." LeBron blushed at the comment and retorted stiffly, "What are you so smug about? Sooner or later, I will also become a full member of the knights. Then the Lord will surely bestow upon me a magical beast horse. That's ambitious. Duncan gave him a thumbs up. Young man, the future is yours, and I look forward to you becoming one of us. Just then, someone shouted, "The Lord is here." The chaotic scene instantly quieted down. The 104 members of the Knight Order, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, automatically lined up into neat squads. Adonis walked in through the gates of the horse farm, followed by Truss. He walked to the front of the line, stood still, and scanned the row from the first to the last. I think you all know by now. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Yesterday, a new batch of top-quality warhorses arrived in our territory. The purpose of summoning you here today is very clear, to assign each of you a warhorse. He paused, his gaze falling on the 44 young faces in the front row. Of course, only official members have this. The moment the words were spoken, the 44 official members exploded like a powder keg with a lit fuse. Although I knew this result long ago, it's still surprising now. Only after hearing the Lord announce it himself could the matter be considered settled. All the official members raised their fists and shouted, "Long live the Lord!" The shouts were deafening, startling the stallions in the riding arena, who snorted and kicked their hooves a few times. Chapter 10 For the future is yours. The smiles on the faces of the 60 prospective members standing in the back row vanished instantly. They looked at the cheering figures in the front row and exchanged glances. Some people lowered their heads, some sighed, and some clenched their fists in resentment. Such a magnificent warhorse, yet you can only look at it but not touch it, and you have to stand by and applaud and cheer for others. This is worse than killing them. Adonis took in all these expressions, and the smile on his lips deepened. However, he drawled. The prospective members all raised their heads in unison, their eyes shining again. Prospective members should not be discouraged. Adonis raised his voice slightly. I assure you that once you are officially hired, you will each be assigned a magical beast horse. Upon hearing this, the 60 prospective members jumped up as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! They are not afraid that they will not be able to get a permanent position. What they fear is that there are too many people and not enough horses, and magical beast horses are even more rare and hard to come by. What if I don't have enough magical beast horses in my territory after I'm officially promoted? But now, the Lord has given his assurance. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. All they need to do is work harder in their practice and train relentlessly to become official members as soon as possible. Adonis looked at the group of yelling young people in front of him and silently said to himself, "Morale is high." As the cheers subsided, Adonis nodded to Trass. Tesla stepped forward, his voice steady and powerful. Official members entered the stables one by one to choose their preferred warhorse. He paused, then added, "Well, actually, it was Ma who chose me." Some people laughed, but quickly stopped, because they suddenly realized that what Truss said was true. These warhorses are not ordinary pack horses. They're not the kind that will follow you just because you give them fodder. They have their own temperaments and their own pride. Knights they look down upon can forget about riding on their backs and galloping freely. Kobe was the first to enter the stable. He was one of the 4 squad leaders, one of the earliest members of Adonis's group of veterans. He walked slowly and lightly, his gaze sweeping over the horses, not daring to show the slightest urgency. He knew these horses were intelligent. The more you tried to please them, the less they would take you seriously. As he walked past a large black horse, the horse raised its head and glanced at him, then casually lowered its head and continued grazing. Kobe's heart sank, but he still steadied himself and continued walking forward. As we reached the third row, a dark brown horse suddenly pricked up its ears. It glanced in his direction and then let out a long, drawn-out neigh. Kobe was jolted, turned his head sharply, and met those bright black horse eyes. There was no scrutiny, no arrogance in his eyes, only a gentle, resolute light, as if to say, "It's you. I've been waiting for you for so long." Kobe's nose tingled, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. He slowly walked over and reached out to touch the horse's nose. The brown horse lowered its head and rubbed its head against his palm. A fine horse. Kobe's voice was slightly choked as he glanced back at Truss, who was standing at the stable door. "Teacher, it chose me." Tesla nodded without saying anything, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Kobe led the horse out of the stable, holding the reins in his hand. They felt heavy, as if he were holding an entire future. He tackled the horse, mounted it, and gently squeezed his legs together. The dark brown horse let out a long neigh, raised its front hooves, and then galloped wildly across the paddock, as fast as a brown lightning bolt. Next up were O'Neill, Allen, and McGrady. The 3 team leaders entered the stable one by one, and each of them was chosen by a dragon stallion. O'Neill picked a shiny black horse, while Allen picked a spotted one. McGrady picked a chestnut red horse, each one plump and strong, each one exceptionally fine. Then the other official members entered the stables one by one. One by one, they were chosen and led their horses out of the stables. He mounted his horse and galloped across the riding arena. The thunderous sound of hooves and the billowing dust filled the racecourse with jubilation. Someone on horseback was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down their face. Someone was lying on the horse's back, clinging tightly to the horse's neck, unable to utter a single word. Some people even rode their horses around the arena 3 times, shouting, "Thank you, my lord," every time they passed Adonis. I shouted it 3 times in a row until my voice was hoarse. The prospective members stood outside the fence, watching the figures galloping across the riding arena with envy in their eyes. But not one of them complained, and not one of them was discouraged. Their fists were clenched tightly, and their gazes were as firm as nails. Just wait and see. One day, they too will stand on that horse farm, and they too will have a dragon stallion of their own. It will also gallop through the wind and shout to the Lord, "Thank you, my lord." Adonis stood at the edge of the riding arena, watching the bustling scene before him. A sense of satisfaction, indescribable and inexplicable, suddenly welled up inside me. A few months ago, these people were just novices training with wooden swords and had barely even ridden a horse a few times. Now, they were silver-starred rattan armor and wield iron bamboo lances, riding a dragon horse, galloping across the land that belongs to them. He turned his head and glanced at Tesla standing beside him. Tesla's eyes were also a little red, but he straightened his back and kept a straight face, refusing to show it. "Professor Truss," Adonis said, our night squadron is starting to look like something else." Tesla was silent for a moment, then nodded. "That's about right. However, we still need to instruct them that when they go out on horseback, all the horses must be covered with vests." "Yes, sir, I will remind them." On the racetrack, the sound of hooves continued, the cheers continued, and the dust continued to rise. After acquiring war horses, in addition to the small squad that took turns guarding Demon Tail Pass each day, the remaining squads would gather at the horse farm without fail to train their battle formations and hone their fighting spirit. The concept of battle aura varies from night to night. Cultivation levels vary, and attributes include fire, wind, earth, and lightning. Naturally, the frequencies emitted also differ. Some people are as fiery and volatile as a raging fire when they're angry. Some are as calm and composed as fertile earth when they're angry, and some are as swift and fierce as a gale when they're angry. We each practice our own thing normally, and no one gets in anyone's way. But on the battlefield, when large armies charge, things are different. 2 or more nights, after a long period of training and practice, they can control the frequency of their fighting spirit to be on the same band. By allowing the fighting spirits to merge and amplify each other, the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. This is called the resonance of fighting spirit. Chapter 105 Battle Chi Resonance. A large group of knights and squires simultaneously unleashed their battle aura resonance, forcing even the phantom beast knights to retreat. No one is willing to throw their own flesh and blood into an iron wall formed by hundreds or thousands of battle chi, especially when charging on horseback, a small squad of squires. In the state of battle aura resonance, it can even withstand the attacks of high-level knights. It wasn't a sneak attack, nor was it a hidden arrow. It was a frontal charge, a head-on collision. The impact was enough to knock a high-ranking knight and his horse to the ground. The ability to unleash and enter the state of battle aura resonance is a core criterion for evaluating a knightly order. On the battlefield, the situation changes rapidly, and the faster you enter a state of battle chi resonance, the more advantageous it is. Therefore, Tesla treated the training of fighting spirit resonance as a core subject for the Knight Squadron. Regardless of wind or rain, regardless of scorching sun, as long as there are no missions, train. Practice until you vomit. Practice until you collapse. Practice until you can tell what the person next to you is going to do next with your eyes closed. Previously, due to the lack of war horses, the Knight Squad, although they had trained in aura resonance. But all of this was done on the training ground, practicing standing meditation in a static state. Everyone lined up, standing face to face or sitting side by side, closing their eyes to feel each other's fighting spirit frequency. This is a method of practice that emphasizes slow and meticulous work, relying on patience and time. If once doesn't work, try twice. If twice doesn't work, try 10 times. Eventually, you'll get the frequency right. But things are different now. With war horses, the training of fighting spirit resonance must be moved to horseback. While charging forward on horseback, they also had to maintain formation and control the frequency of their battle aura. Doing three things at the same time makes it more than 3 times more difficult. The formation must not be disrupted. When charging, horses must maintain a distance from each other. If they are too close, they will collide, and if they are too far apart, they will not be able to form a combined force. Everyone must constantly keep an eye on their teammates on either side, ensuring the horse's head is aligned with the horse's head. Shoulder to shoulder, the entire battle line resembled a moving wall. A horse was half a step faster, and the wall tilted. If one horse is half a step slower, a gap will appear in the wall, and the enemy can rush in through the gap. The speed must be consistent. Some horses shouldn't be rushing forward while others are strolling behind. The rider must use the reins, his legs, and the subtle tilt of his body. Sensing the condition of the warhorse beneath you, adjust it to match the stride frequency of the warhorse beside you perfectly. Although dragon horses are intelligent and perceptive, they are not human after all. They have their own temperaments and their own rhythms. You have to let it follow your rhythm, but you can't pull the reins too hard. If you pull it too hard, it will fight back, and the more it fights, the more chaotic it will become. The most difficult part is synchronizing the battle aura frequencies. Riding on horseback, my body was bouncing up and down, the wind whistling past my ears. The sound of horses' hooves was so loud it made my head ache. There were also imaginary enemies approaching from ahead. In this state, you also have to spare half your attention to sense the battle aura fluctuations of your teammates next to you. Gradually adjust your fighting spirit frequency upwards or downwards until it matches everyone else's perfectly. Just like when multiple people are pouring water into a cup at the same time, they have to pour at the same speed and in the same amount so that the cup doesn't wobble. When I first started practicing, it was incredibly tough. Some people were so focused on controlling their horses that they forgot to control their battle aura. As the horse galloped, their battle aura dissipated, causing those around them to be led astray. The frequency across the entire front was like an overturned palette, a chaotic mess of colors. Some people were so focused on the resonance of their fighting spirit that they forgot to watch their horses and didn't even realize they'd veered off course. One person ran a long way, then looked back and saw all his teammates behind him. Some people tried to do both, but their horses became unhappy. Feeling too nervous carrying this idiot on her back, she twisted her body and threw him off. He fell and got bruised and battered, but he got up, dusted himself off, mounted his horse, and continued practicing. Truss stood at the edge of the racecourse, arms crossed, watching expressionlessly. He wouldn't help anyone who fell. He wouldn't shout if someone strayed off course. After the training was over, I gathered everyone together and gave feedback to each of them one by one. My tone wasn't harsh, but every word hit the nail on the head. Kobe, you went astray 3 times today. The 3rd time, you led the entire squad astray. Go back and think about it yourself. O'Neill, you control your fighting spirit well, but you've reined in your horse too tightly. It's uncomfortable, and you're uncomfortable too. Relax, it's not your enemy. Alan, you fell twice today. The 2nd time was because your right foot went too deep into the stirrup. He leaned forward too much and was thrown off his horse. He'll correct that tomorrow. No one dared to utter a sound. On the training field, Tesla is the supreme authority. He doesn't scold or punish people, but his eyes are sharper than anything else. You can't escape any mistake you make. Adonis would also come to the racecourse to watch them train. He didn't say anything, just rode on Zidion's back, stood on a high slope in the distance, and shaded his eyes with his hand as he looked down. Sometimes I'll stay for a short while and then leave, and sometimes I'll stay for most of the day. Trask disbanded the group, walked down the hill, and looked up at Adonis. Sir, how are these lads doing in their training? Tesla rarely asked on his own initiative. Adonis thought for a moment and said, It's still far from good, but it's better than last month. Tesla nodded and said nothing more. He turned and walked toward the horse farm, his armor gleaming darkly in the setting sun. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said without turning his head, My lord, please give me another 3 months. Okay, Adonis said. 3 months later, he wanted to see a real squadron of knights. They're not a bunch of wooden figures who can only stand still and resonate, but rather people who can move on horseback. A true knightly order that can still resonate their fighting spirit as if it were an extension of their own body, even in the midst of charging and amidst the clash of swords. It is through comparison that we feel hurt. The official members of the knights rode their tall horses at breakneck speed across the riding arena, kicking up clouds of dust. The thunderous sound of horses' hooves and the deafening shouts of battle filled the air. Groups of people rushed past the prospective members, the air currents they created causing their clothes to flutter. Meanwhile, the prospective members could only stand outside the fence and watch longingly. The feeling was indescribable. Everyone's eyes were red with envy. LeBron is one of the most upset among them. He leaned against the fence, his chin resting between two wooden stakes, watching the figures galloping across the racetrack. He recognized every face in them: Duncan, Tim, Parker, Carter. These were all veterans who had joined more than half a year earlier than him. They had all climbed up the ranks step by step from the cordyceps guard team. At that time, LeBron had not yet been selected for the guard team. I could only watch them train from afar, just like watching them ride horses now. Now that others are riding magical beast horses, he can only watch. What's with the swagger? LeBron muttered something, but there was no resentment in his tone, only unwillingness. He wasn't the only one who was unwilling to accept it. The entire reserve team, 60 people, not one of them was willing to give up. Chapter 106: The New Night Squad Leader. Spurred on by the Dragon Stallion, the prospective members trained even harder. They would get up before dawn to practice swordsmanship. While the regular members practiced 100 times, they practiced 200 times. The official members ran 5 li, while they ran 10 li. While the official members fall asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow at night, the others still practice breathing techniques and basic sword skills in the dark for another hour. Even in the middle of the night, figures could be seen wielding swords on the training ground next to the horse farm. The moonlight stretched the young shadows long, like a group of tireless ghosts. Even the regular members have it tough. They don't want to be overtaken by a bunch of rookies. Therefore, the official members can only work even harder. They dared not slack off during training and even practiced extra during rest periods. They discussed techniques for controlling the frequency of their fighting spirit during the meal. Kobe had a few nights when he got up to use the bathroom and saw people practicing riding by the racecourse. Upon closer inspection, it was Duncan riding a horse in circles under the moonlight, over and over again, practicing for who knows how long. In this competitive environment where everyone is striving to outdo each other, more and more people are breaking through the ranks of trainee knights. First, there are several senior members among the official staff. One afternoon after training, Duncan stayed on the training field alone to practice his sword. When he practiced for the 30th time, he suddenly felt his body lighten, as if an invisible shell had been removed. The sword in his hand was swung out, almost twice as fast as before, with a whooshing sound. He stood there, stunned, looking down at his hands. It took him a while to realize that he had crossed that hurdle. Next up is Tim's windmill dunk. 3 days after Duncan's breakthrough, Tim was doing his morning practice when, with a single strike, the sword pierced the wooden stake, its blade penetrating 3/10 of an inch into the wood, whereas previously it would only leave a white mark. He drew his sword and slashed again, creating an even deeper gash in the wooden stake. His teammates stopped to look at him, but Tim himself didn't react much. He just grinned and continued practicing. Then came Parker's lap. His breakthrough was the quietest, without any movement or sound. That morning, as he walked into the cafeteria, Kobe glanced at him and suddenly asked, "You broke through?" Parker paused, then asked, "How did you know? You look different from yesterday. You look much more energetic." Finally, there's Carter, a quiet and reserved guy who doesn't like to talk. He wasn't in a hurry when others made breakthroughs. He just continued practicing what he was supposed to practice every day. Everyone thought he would have to wait a long time, but on the 12th day after Duncan's breakthrough, after finishing his dinner, Carter put down his bowl and went to the training field. He stood still, drew his sword, and unleashed 50 swift and precise strikes at the wooden stake, each strike penetrating deep into the wood. After finishing his attack, he sheathed his sword, turned around, and left without saying a word. For more trainee knights have joined the official ranks. When the news reached the prospective members, it was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a frying pan. LeBron James was the first to get restless. He started to challenge himself. On the first day, he practiced until late at night, but he didn't feel anything. The next day, he got up before dawn and practiced until the sun was high in the sky, but he still didn't get the hang of it. Day 3, Day 4, Day 5, Day 6, evening. He was the only one left on the training field. The setting sun bathed the entire training ground in orange-red hues, casting a long, drawn-out shadow. He swung his sword, over and over again, his movements becoming distorted, his arms and legs trembling, but he kept swinging. 171, 172, 173. His voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been sanded. As he unleashed his 190th sword strike, he suddenly felt something click inside his body. It was like a gear that had been stuck for a long time finally turning. He felt light as a feather, and the sword in his hand seemed weightless. When he swung the sword, even the sound of the wind was different. He stopped what he was doing, looked down at the sword in his hand, and stared blankly for a long while. Then he squatted down, covered his face with his hands, and his shoulders shrugged. It wasn't crying, it was laughing. He was trying to suppress his laughter, but it made him tremble all over. Owen's stick was the second one. He joined the same batch as LeBron, and the two slept in adjacent bunks, and they always trained together. The night LeBron made that breakthrough, Irving tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Listening to LeBron's even breathing on the next bed, I felt like a fire was burning inside me. On what grounds? They entered the reserve force in the same batch, underwent the same training, and sweated profusely together. If LeBron can do it, why can't he? Irving got up, put on his clothes, and went to the training field in the dark. He doesn't work as hard as LeBron, but he has his own rhythm. I practice for 2 extra hours every day, without being greedy or lazy, without fail. 3 days after LeBron's breakthrough, Irving swung his sword during his morning practice, and the wooden stake cracked open. He couldn't do it before, but he can now. All 6 people successfully advanced in less than a month. 4 are veteran members, and 2 are dark horses who emerged from the reserve members. When the news reached the government office, Adonis was looking at the reports that Tom had sent. He put down the parchment in his hand and smiled. 60 people, all of them have been promoted to permanent positions. Tom thought he had misheard. Sir, are you referring to everything? Oh. Adonis stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the young figures still training on the racetrack in the distance. They showed me their hard work, so they deserve my reward. When the news got out, the reserve members' camp was bombed. Some people wailed and cried, some laughed heartily, and some jumped and danced with their brothers beside them. Some people tossed and turned in bed all night, unable to sleep. LeBron was wiping his sword when he heard the news. His hand trembled, and the sword fell to the ground. He picked it up, but dropped it again. He picked it up 3 times before he could grip the sword firmly. That afternoon, Adonis arranged for them to go to the stables to select a dragon stallion. More than 60 dragon stallions have found their riders. More than 60 prospective members stood in 3 rows, each with their chests out, heads held high, and chins held high. LeBron stood in the first row. His eyes were a little red, but he held back his tears. Irving, who was standing next to me, had already been crying. His nose was red, and he looked like a clown. Adonis stood before them, holding no megaphone crystal. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. From today onwards, you are official members of the Qingdao leading Knight's squadron. The Knight's armor is yours. The Knight's lance is yours. The Knight's sword is yours. Now, even the Warcraft horse is yours. He paused, his gaze sweeping across each young face. I don't need to teach you the rest, do I? Need not. The shouts were deafening, startling all the stallions in the riding arena, causing them to prick up their ears. Very well, I now announce. Duncan's stone mill, Tim's windmill, Parker's car rim, Carter's high pole, LeBron's sheep droppings, and Irving's wooden stick. These are the new squad leaders. The 6 men, their faces flushed with excitement, knelt on one knee. I swear to serve my lord to the death. Get up. Adonis waved his hand and turned to Trass, saying, I want to see my Knight squadron at full strength as soon as possible, along with the 6 newly formed squads. We're still short a few people. Let's choose from the Cordyceps protection team. Yes, sir. Chapter 107 The Bloodline Finally Awakened. With such capable knights and squires, how could Adonis, as the Lord, possibly hold them back? In recent days, in addition to completing his daily tasks, they would all make time to do the weekly task of practicing basic sword skills 10,000 times. The number of repetitions varies each day, ranging from over 100 to several dozen. After several months, I finally honed that basic sword technique 10,000 times. The moment he finished, he was standing on the beach, water still dripping from the tip of his sword. The mobile game panel shows that the weekly task has been completed and the rewards have been distributed. At the same time, a new weekly mission appears. Train basic shooting skills 100,000 times, and the reward is a skill. 10,000 times. How long will this task take? Before Adonis could even complain about the difficulty of the mission, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body. It felt like something was burrowing out from between the bones, or like countless tiny needles were moving through the blood vessels. The feeling wasn't exactly unpleasant, but it certainly wasn't comfortable either. If I had to describe it, it's like being completely immersed in a jar of slightly numbing medicinal wine, bubbling from the inside out. This process lasted about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. After the tingling sensation fades, it is replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity. He felt as if he had been thoroughly washed, inside and out, and every pore was breathing. Every bone felt lighter, and even breathing was many times smoother than before. He looked down at his hands. A faint sheen could be seen beneath the skin. It's not shiny with oil, but rather a warm light that shines from deep within the flesh. Adonis tried to sense the fighting spirit within his body. Then he froze. The battle chi was actually circulating on its own without his active activation. It was like a river channel that had been blocked for a long time suddenly being dredged. The energy flowed slowly along the meridians. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. It's fast, stable, and long-lasting, and it's fully automatic, so you don't need to worry about it. This means that he is cultivating his fighting spirit every moment. He estimated that the speed at which it operated on its own was about twice the speed at which it used to operate on its own. Double. In other words, even if he lies down and sleeps, his cultivation efficiency is twice as high as when he used to cultivate with his eyes open. This isn't over yet. He sensed a strange power within his body. It wasn't battle chi. Rather, it is something more primal and violent, lurking in some corner of the body. Like a hibernating beast, or like a rock pressed against a volcano, it could burst forth at any moment. He cautiously tried to activate that power. In an instant, a string of blue and white sparks crackled and sprang from his fingertips. It climbed up the arm to the shoulder, and then spread down the spine. It felt like I was enveloped by a miniature thunderstorm. His hair stood on end, and his clothes were covered in tiny sparks of electricity. The sand beneath our feet was scorched with tiny craters from the electric arcs. What's going on? He was startled and quickly released his control over the force. The electric spark vanished instantly, his hair fell flat, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of ozone. He stood there, stunned, looking down at his hands, his mind racing. Could this be the effect of bloodline awakening? Turning me into a humanoid electric generator. He took a deep breath and tried a few more times. The electric current sparked and crackled. Once the electric spark disappeared, everything returned to normal. It urges it to emerge. The relaxation disappeared. Like a switch. After several experiments, he finally understood the full picture of the changes. His physical condition has indeed changed. In the past, he had poor talent and weak constitution, and his fighting spirit was sluggish. A year of cultivation was not as good as a month for others. The reason why the original body was called trash lies here. But now, things are different. His physique changed from low magic to high magic. The meridians widened, the flesh and blood became more transparent, and even the density of the bones changed. The extra power within him should be the legendary power of bloodline. A kind of innate potential, hidden deep in the blood, which can only be awakened by a very few people under specific conditions. Through trial and error, he discovered that the power of bloodline had 2 functions. First, it can assist in the cultivation of battle chi. When he activates his bloodline power to drive his battle chi, the speed is 3 times that of normal self-circulation. The normal self-operation is already twice as fast as the previous automatic operation. In other words, his cultivation speed is now 6 times faster than before. Even without activating the power of bloodline, relying solely on the self-circulation of battle chi, it is still twice as powerful as before. A regular magic potion that can double speed is already considered top grade. Even the best magic potions can only increase a person's strength by 3 times, and they are expensive and scarce, so only the core members of great noble families can afford them. He, lying in bed sleeping, is equivalent to others taking top-tier magic potions. Secondly, the power of bloodline can be used to amplify attacks. Those electric sparks were no joke. He once tried to cleave the rocks by the sea with his sword. The moment the power of his bloodline was activated, the sword was enveloped in a layer of crackling lightning. With a single strike, battle aura shot out, leaving a mark on the reef that was more than 30% deeper and wider than usual. The duel between knights depends on who has the deeper fighting spirit and the stronger attack. If used in actual combat, if you suddenly do this, your opponent will most likely not be able to withstand it. Adonis sheathed his sword, stood by the sea, feeling the sea breeze, and suddenly smiled. Before his bloodline awakened, his talent was among the worst on the continent, not even qualified to guard the gate for the Violet clan. After awakening his bloodline power, his talent surpassed that of his brother, Adonis. That genius known as the Violet family's once-in-a-century talent, admired by countless noble ladies, was Adonis Violet. In terms of talent, he was outshone by his useless younger brother. The power of bloodline awakening is evident from this. Not to mention, the probability of a knight whose bloodline has awakened becoming a dragon knight is 10 times that of an ordinary knight. Not 1 or 2 times, but 10 times. This number is enough to drive any noble family crazy. No wonder the nobles on the continent so highly regard bloodline awakening. Adonis sheathed his sword, turned around, and looked at the young knights galloping across the distant racetrack. Looking at their silvery spotted vine armor shimmering in the sunlight. Looking at the priceless steeds beneath them, I suddenly realized that this was just the beginning. His goal was to catch up with the 2 emperors and become the 3rd emperor on this continent. Chapter 108: The Excited Tesla. Grown-ups. Tesla had appeared behind him without him noticing, holding a towel in his hand. Have you finished your cultivation? Yes, I've finished my cultivation. Adonis took the towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Trask looked at Adonis and suddenly frowned. He stared at the Lord for several seconds. Sir, you seem a little different. Adonis's heart skipped a beat, but he remained outwardly calm. How is it different? I can't explain it. Tesla shook his head. It's just that you seem even brighter than before when you stand there. Adonis almost lost his composure. It's brighter now? What kind of adjective is this? He's not a magic crystal lamp. Adonis wiped his sweat as he said calmly, Professor Truss, I have awakened. The voice was soft, as if it were casually saying that the sea breeze was gentle today. Tesla didn't react for a moment. You've awakened? Awakened what? Halfway through his sentence, his mind suddenly went blank, as if he had been hit hard on the head with a club. His pupils dilated suddenly, his breathing became rapid, his chest heaved violently, and even his voice changed tone. My lord, you just said you've awakened? Is it the awakening you told me about before? Adonis turned his head, looked at Trass's face, which was slightly distorted with shock, and calmly nodded. That's right, Professor Truss, it's the one I told you about before. I just had my bloodline awakened. The sea breeze blows, stirring up fine sand. The breeze caressed their faces, like a lover's hand stroking their cheeks. Tesla stood rooted to the spot, as if frozen in place. His mouth was open, his eyes were wide, and a series of indistinct, incoherent syllables came from his throat. It was as if he wanted to say something, but his tongue was tied in knots, and he couldn't straighten it out. Knightly glory favors the knightly glory favors the knight. He finally managed to utter a sentence, his voice trembling. This is truly a blessing from the glory of knights. My lord, you. This beast knight, who could remain calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain, was so shocked at this moment that he was incoherent. Since following Adonis to Qingdao, Tesla has seen quite a few big scenes in his life. He had seen Adonis's silver behemoth Baturu, and he had seen Qingdao's overwhelming power descend from the heavens. I have seen the light emanating from Abram, the great sea elf, in the insect chamber, and I have seen the trotting dragon and thousands of dragon stallions. Every single one of them was heart-pounding and utterly shocking. But all of those combined couldn't compare to the impact of the words bloodline awakening on him. Flying mythical beasts are rare, great spirits are rare, and dragon horses are rare. But no matter how rare these things are, they are ultimately external things, luck, or a windfall. Bloodline awakening is different. In the vast duchy of Chrysanthemum, there is only one remaining bloodline awakener, Marquis Wuliangya. That marquis is now a dragon knight, the pillar of the Grand Duchy. With a stomp of his foot, the entire duchy trembles. And now, his lord, Adonis Violet, is the second in the Grand Duchy. The second one. Tesla's eyes suddenly reddened. He recalled Mrs. Merrill's dying words. Remembering all the scorn Adonis suffered at Violet Castle back then, bearing the label of good for nothing. I recall the image of this young man sweating profusely day after day on the beach in Qingdao. He had originally thought that the Lord would live a peaceful life as a baron. To live out one's life peacefully on this barren land is already the greatest blessing of a knight's glory. But God gave him far more than he had imagined. My lord. Tesla stepped forward, his voice hoarse yet firm and resonant. We must inform Violet Castle of this joyous occasion. Let everyone know that you are not a loser. On the contrary, you are a genius, a true genius. Let those who once mocked and looked down on you open their eyes and take a look. As he said this, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and the veins on his temples throbbed. Adonis felt a warmth in his heart as he saw Truss's excited expression, but his face remained calm. I will, but not now. I'll wait until we return to the castle at the end of the year. I will announce to my father the fact that my bloodline has awakened. Tesla nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. He knew better than anyone what bloodline awakening meant. This means Adonis can go further and fly higher. He made contracts with Qingdao, with the Great Elf, and even with the dragon beast Silver Behemoth. To others, these were just good luck at most. People may envy his luck, but they still won't acknowledge his ability. Behind his back, people would still say, that good for nothing, he was just lucky. To become a dragon knight, simply by contracting a dragon beast, is not enough. We must gather the dragon battle chi. Dragon's fighting spirit cannot be built up with magic potions or stimulated by external forces. It can only rely on its own innate talent. Trust knew better than anyone how terrible Adonis's original talent was. That talent will become his shackles, tightly gripping his neck and hindering his steps toward higher levels. Even if he already possesses a dragon beast, if his talent is insufficient, the door to becoming a dragon knight will forever remain closed to him. Now, none of this is a problem anymore. He had the dragon. He had the talent. The only thing he lacks now is time. Given enough time, he can climb step by step to reach a height that everyone looks up to. Knightly glory above. Tesla looked up at the sky, his lips trembling slightly. I knew Mrs. Merrill's child couldn't be a good-for-nothing without talent. Madam, can you see it from heaven? Young master. His voice choked, and he didn't continue. Adonis did not turn around to look at him. He knew that the middle-aged man behind him must have tears in his eyes at that moment. All right, Professor Truss. Adonis patted Trass on the shoulder, his tone becoming lighter. Don't get so worked up. Come with me to see how those kids are doing in their training. Yes, sir. Tesla rubbed his eyes hard, straightened his back, and strode after him. 2 lines of footprints of different depths were left on the sand. One was steady, and the other was slightly trembling. The sea breeze blew, blurring the edges of the footprints, but the direction the 2 people went was clear.